Run, run, run. Release my arm, Vela demanded while Lou coolly asked. What's going on? Why do we need to run? This can't be happening again. He stopped at an intersection of two corridors. Kai had lost count of the twists and turns they had taken to get here. Should he climb the nearest tower for an exit? It was slower to move in the dense vegetation outside. I should have never come here. The tunnels were narrow and dark, the flow of mana growing stronger like when the sea serpent appeared. Could the ruins have another reason to gather mana? He'd rather find out from a distance. Why now? Where do I go? Lou and Vela were speaking again. He couldn't hear them. The only sound was blood pumping in his ears. We need to run. What beast is it going to be this time? What if we can't outrun it? Heart raced, shallow breathing. His eyes darted between the corridors covered in slick moss. Mana sped into a chaotic vortex all around. Where was the summoning chamber? Picked the wrong direction, he might run into the gaping maws of a beast. Panic set in. A slap woke him from his stupor. Kai held his cheek, more from shock than pain. You slapped me, he said accusingly. Vela blushed but didn't avert her gaze. You weren't making any sense. What's going on? Is this a prank for not telling you everything? I need to head back. Kai, you're safe. Lou gently guided his eyes on him, voice deep and soothing. Tell us what's wrong. Why did you start running all of a sudden? He should be a radio host. No, focus. Run, we're not safe. Can't you feel the mana gathering? Lou scrunched his brows, a gruff mana scent swept around him, but it was Vela who spoke up first. The mana density is increasing. Her voice was lined with delight. She pirouetted, following the streams of essence. We need to follow it. This is our chance to figure out what's going on. Kai grabbed her before she could wander off. She stared icily at his hand, but he didn't loosen his grasp. His instincts screamed to run, fueled by hallowed intuition and his last experience. He clung to his veneer of clarity. This is how the ruins summon yellow-grayed beasts. We need to get out now. Vela stopped, yanking her arm, blood drained from her face. She lightly shook her head, eyes narrowing. How can you be sure? This could be our only chance to figure out what's going on. Kai held her suspicious gaze. You need to trust me on this. There is no time to explain. We need to leave the mana anomaly. The princess was about to object when Lou stepped between them. Mom, I can vouch for him. We need to move. The teen didn't wait for her response, deep eyes peering at Kai. Where's the beast going to appear? I can't find the source. Kai put aside the odd bout of trust. Give me a moment. He extended his mana sense as far as he could, but there was no end to the chaotic flow. I can't tell either. It should be in one of the larger chambers. What if the Vastair who lived here decided to put the summoning chamber in a tower, or in a room at random? We need to run. Lou's grip tightened on his shoulder. Kai, focus. How much longer do we have? How long did it take for the sea serpent? He hadn't thought much about that day, or at all really. One experience didn't make a rule, he only had guesswork. About 5 minutes. Sorry, I'm not sure. It's fine. Despite his even tone and reassuring smile, Lou was tense like a bowstring. I know an exit near the edge of the ruins. This way. Wait, Vela threw worried looks at the murky tunnels. If Kai's right, we need to warn the others. There are people digging and mapping the underground and more outside. Damn, the scholars are here too. Kai rubbed a hand through his hair. I don't know if they went underground. He didn't want to see them ripped apart, not even Darlo. Lou spoke with forceful calm. Remember, every group has guards. They'll notice something is happening and get to safety. We have no idea where they are, or they'll run straight for it like the princess. Shit, it was better when I was alone. Vela raised her chin. Can those guards fight a yellow beast? Better than we can, Mom. You can't die here. Well, warn them when we are safe. Kai observed the exchange of glances. Curiosity almost burned through his urgency. Almost, he could pester them after they got out. Vela looked between the corridors, ready to dash. Her shoulders slumped in defeat. Lead the way, cadet. This way. Lou moved from jogging to all-out running. He held the scabbard at his side to keep it from rattling. They chased his back through the maze of dark and damp tunnels. Boots stomped the ground with labored breaths. Kai cursed his inadequate clothes and shoes. In High Arbor, he didn't need sturdy clothing and quickly outgrew the old ones, if they had given me more than an hour to pack. Not every tunnel and chamber had been cleared. Some had a layer of earth and bluish moss. Others were barred by a wall of rocks. They passed a patch of pale mushrooms infused with shadow mana. If he didn't get eaten, he might come back to collect a sample. The whirlwind of mana swelled, stronger and vaster. Spirits willing, it was just a byproduct of the size of the ruins with no other effect. No matter how far they ran, hallowed intuition didn't quiet. If anything, the whispers grew more frenzied. Lou had the lowest grade at Orange, but made up with his physique and profession. He checked on them over his shoulder with breath to spare. Kai kept up with Empower, a precise trickle to conserve his mana, and Vela's strained breaths closed the line. She was months away from her second seal, and running must not be one of her hobbies. She slowed, muttering under her breath. Before they could think of stopping, mana revolved around her, and she closed the distance. I must ask her how that works if we survive. They stopped in a wide chamber with a single door and an opening in the ceiling 4 meters above. Climbing is too slow. We need to jump. Lou used his hands to make a foothold. You first, Mom. Vela was catching her breath. Her eyes burned with protest. Go, I can handle it. Kai stopped her from overthinking it, her lips pressed in an annoyed line. I'm going to jump back down if you're lying. With a stiff look, she took a run up and jumped on Lu's hold. Her leap was graceful but lacked strength. She would have missed the opening if Lu hadn't pushed her. Vela flew into the room above with a scream at an unexpected speed, a string of bloody curses when she landed. Are you fine, Mom? Yes, she answered curtly. Constitution was the most unassuming attribute, making bones and muscles sturdier, among other things. Kai set himself across from Lu, making a foothold for him. You're next. No arguing. You know I can jump by myself. The teen read the stubborn determination on his face and followed the order like a good boy. We're going to talk about this later. We sure are. He got a flash of concern when Lu's towering form charged towards him. Kai gritted his teeth and braced. The boot hit his hands with the weight of a bull. Empower wove through his body. He held firm with a grunt, though he had no strength to push him. Lu leaped over him. He gripped the edge of the passage with both hands and pulled himself up in the same motion as if he had done it a million times before, his arms extended down the opening. I'll catch you. No arguing. Damn punk. Kai estimated the distance. If he missed, the fall would hurt quite a bit. He sprinted and a push from Empower sent him gliding through the air. Getting grabbed by Lu and lifted like a child was less elegant. Emergencies called for heavy sacrifices. Sunlight fell from above together with a wisp of fresh air. There were 2 more floors to cross, the ceiling slightly lower. Vela and Lu were ready for another jump when the streams of mana stopped. Everyone's attention snapped to the phenomenon below. Damn, this wasn't 5 minutes. The anomaly reached its peak. The whisper that had quietened after the jump surged, hallowed intuition begged him to run. Don't stop. We're out of time, Kai urged. Fuck. A series of shocks crossed the cloud of mana. A piercing screech echoed from the tunnels below. Restricted by walls and ground, mana sense couldn't reach the beast, but Kai didn't doubt it was there. Hungry. We didn't run in the wrong direction. Vela unfroze, eyes wide. The reality of the situation sunk in. She almost tripped in the run-up. Her leap had no grace but more than enough strength. Lu helped her adjust the trajectory so she didn't crash into the ivory stone. She should work on her jumps. Lu looked at him like he was taking measures to throw him up. Don't even think about it. My mana sense is better to keep an eye on the underground. Hurry. A lower, threatening growl resounded from the tunnels, and Lu acquiesced with a disgruntled look. Get ready. I can jump this distance by myself. I'll be right behind you. Kai dragged a few large rocks together. He had only gathered a small reserve of earth mana to experiment with the camp barracks, and it would be little use in a fight. While Lu leaped behind him, Kai closed his eyes to visualize the spell. He ignored the yells to hurry. The dark brown motes flowed into the pile of rock and dirt, fusing them into an ugly slab. Veins of lighter, crumbly earth crossed the half-melted rock. You won't win any beauty pageants, but it's a decent first try. He pushed the malformed plate over the floor aperture, praying it wouldn't immediately crack. For once, spirits were merciful. The slab wouldn't stop a yellow beast, but it might delay or make it choose a different path. Kai hurry. Crossing the last 2 floors was a blur. The muffled growls were followed by a stronger clamor that made the tower shake. Kai caught a fleeting presence at the edge of his range in the tunnels below, gone too fast to determine who or what it was. Each second they feared a beast would burst from the floor. When the windows showed light instead of a wall of roots, they threw themselves on the weeds outside. Vela landed with a wince of pain, holding her left ankle. It's just a bruise, I can walk. Her pristine appearance was marked by tears and scraps. She drank a blue vial before Kai could offer one of his. We're out. Relief flooded his veins. Yells echoed in the distance. They stood at the edge of the ruins with only 2 pillars behind them. He didn't recognize the area. After the mad rush, they took a few seconds to rest. I didn't know you also had an affinity for earth, Lu mused. You mean he has more? Vela quipped in. I remember you could use water. Does anyone else want to mind my own business? No one. It's not like you've told me yours either. Kai huffed. Sorry, I was just surprised. Lu hung his head guilty. Vela stood up with a grimace. I noticed you fusing the rocks if that helps. It's fine. We better move further to be safe. An enraged roar crossed through the jungle to prove his point. Not the faded echo they heard in the tower, it was coming from outside. Crashing trees joined by distinctly human screams of pain. Damn, that beast sounds stupidly large too. Why can't the ruins summon a magic hamster for once? Vela headed straight for the commotions, limping on one leg. We need to help them. She must really care. Well, only get in the way. Lu used his reasonable tone. The yellow guards will deal with it. The best we can do is get to safety and not give them more people to rescue. Kinda boring, but it makes an awful lot of sense. Maybe we can watch from a distance. The safest place is with the group. Vela continued marching undeterred. The guards can protect us there, and I can help from a safe distance. Mom. Remember who's in charge. I'm going, you can do what you prefer. She's a whole other level of stubbornness. Let's go. Kai followed her not like it was a real choice. Lu wasn't going to leave her. It wouldn't be terrible to observe the battle and see how yellow grades fought. Let me go ahead, my mana sense has the longest range. I don't want us to stumble in the path of the beast. I can do it too. Vela somehow managed to walk elegantly despite her limp. I'm studying to enroll in a Mana Academy. Mana Sense is my highest skill. Oh, is your skill at level 92? The princess missed a step. Lu caught her before she could kiss the ground. As I thought, Kai waved imperiously to make way. Behind me, peasants. After enduring their bullshit secrecy, it felt nice to show off. His Mana Sense was at level 96 to be precise, but it would be a problem if the princess fainted. No longer restricted by the cramped corridors and ground, he could stretch his perception almost 100 meters. A colossal, blinding presence thrashed circled by a dozen fireflies of different brightness. Yells to surround and strike the beast reached them clearly. Climbing over a fallen tree, the battle came into view. He might also use someone to catch him too. That shouldn't be possible. One of the immaculate towers had been smashed to pieces with a single ivory spike still standing. Chunks of stone were strewn over the devastated jungle floor. The large crater where the pillar had stood left no doubt of the culprit. A colossal lizard growled on large squat legs, a dozen meters of brown armored skin covered in black spikes. Crouched in the burrow, the tail whipped to keep the soldiers at bay. Its long snout was filled with jagged teeth like that of a crocodile. It didn't look as agile or long as the sea serpent, but Kai would have picked the snake every time. Its jaws snapped forward, crushing the arm of a man too slow to retreat. His companions pulled him back in time, but the excruciating screams didn't stop. A black spear split the air in retaliation. It stuck behind the joint of a leg, drawing dark red blood faster than his eyes could follow. The armored lizard let out a guttural roar. Standing at the brink of Mana Sense, Kai noticed the wave of brownish mana gathering too late. Shards of rock exploded in every direction around the beast. Kai hastily conjured a layer of ice. A piece of stone larger than his head flew on their right, narrowly missing the shield and felling a tree. He didn't want to know if it would have blocked the attack. A lizard built like a tank that can also use stone magic, because why not, right? Let's give it a rocket launcher too. And I complained about a little snake. Thankfully, the soldiers had reacted faster than them and were mostly unscathed. Recognizing the attack, they took shelter behind nearby towers. Maybe it's better if we leave it to the experts. I think they have it handled, Kai proposed. If they kept away from the jaws and barbed tail, they should be able to chip its defenses away till it died. Vela stared at the ongoing battle, unresponsive. Lu heartily nodded. Yeah, we. A rumbling croak filled the jungle. Kai turned to see the world's fattest toad squeeze out of a tower on their left with a triumphant squeak. Tons of bluish flesh covered in purple warts crashed into the jungle. Kai might have laughed if the beast didn't shine with a burning yellow presence. Why is there another one? He had heard a screech inside the tunnels, but he had blamed it on the spatial anomaly. In all of the reports he read, beasts always appeared alone. Did Surin withhold information, or was it the size of Kaue's ruins? Croak. The human-sized toad surveyed the scene with its protruding eyes. Horizontal pupils looked unblinking in opposite directions. It swelled its lighter vocal sac and took a cheerful bounce. The ground shook under its glistening bluish body while the vegetation hissed and withered. You're right, Mr. Frog. The why doesn't matter till we get rid of you. The stone croc lizard was around high yellow, while the fat toad was closer to the beginning of the grade. He hadn't seen enough beasts of that level to judge more accurately. Crouched beside the broken tower, the croc lizard let out a low growl. It took advantage of the general shock to bolt at the nearest soldier. The man had his screams cut short beneath the fangs of the beast. Bones crunched and blood dripped down the brown scaly snout. The disturbing sounds broke the lull and prompted the rage of his comrades. Before any of them could charge in retaliation, a spear-wielding man shouted to change their formation. Deterred by the snapping jaws of the beast, the soldiers followed the command, retreating out of striking range. Blue and black uniforms were brought together in the emergency. Run. We need to get away from the fighting, Kai whispered and shook Vela's shoulders to repay the earlier slap. You were zoning out. We need to move. Lu, can you carry her? Hearing his name, the big boy woke up from his stupor. Fear painted his face, showing his 15 years of age. Yes. He nodded and mechanically moved through the motions with a blank look. Vela's gaze darted all over the place in a frenzy. I can walk, not fast enough. Y'all get us killed if you can't run. The chunky toad showed no intention of joining the ongoing battle. A slimy mucus oozed from its purple warts, sizzling a trail of death in the vegetation. The acid might kill or cripple them before they used a potion, if his concoctions even worked. Dora's vials in his ring might have a chance, but they weren't made for this type of poison. The toad bounced closer. Kai wasn't going to underestimate a yellow beast just because it looked dumb and clumsy. He suppressed the urge to run, creeping back to not attract the attention of the beast. With Vela on Lu's back, they retraced their steps towards the edge of the ruins, using the leafy shrubberies as a cover between the ivory towers. A new squad of guards joined the fray from the camp. The officer in charge sent 6 men to keep the toad busy while the main group dealt with the main threat. Excluding the poor sods who had gotten eaten or maimed, they might just survive till more reinforcements arrived. Croak. Preening its slabbery frame, the toad inflated its throat and spit a purple blob at the coming attackers. The spit glowed with mana, crossing the distance like a bullet. The squad dove to avoid the attack. The acid splashed in the middle of the group, showering them with purple droplets. Plants hissed and burned, but the sound soon overpowered by pain screams. A young guard held the melting skin of his face. He writhed on the ground, crying in pain as his companions attempted to wash off the acid. Rest of the unit avoided the worst. Some ripped off their sizzling clothes and took cover behind a pillar. The fallen man stopped screaming, either dead or unconscious. Another guard in a blue uniform dragged him away from the battle, leaving only 4 people in military black, 2 with yellow professions and only 1 with his race. Croak, instead of pressing the attack, the toad turned and bounced towards the trio. Guided by chance or hunger, the beast would reach them in seconds. There was no point in stealth. Run, Lou sprinted, Vela holding onto his shoulders. Empower flooded his body. Kai dashed after them. They just needed to take time for the guards to catch up. The whispers of hallowed intuition spiked. Mana sense latched on to the bright skin melting projectile flying towards them. Dodging would leave a straight path for Lou and Vela. They might avoid the main strike, but not the aftermath. Damn, Mr. Frog. Kai cast a revolving water shield behind him. It was faster than using ice, and it didn't run the risk of shattering and sprinkling the acid around. The glob plunged into the bubble, twisting its shape. A solid shot would have pierced through, but the liquid glob messily dispersed its momentum. He fed more mana into the shield to keep it from exploding in his face. His attempts at freezing the acid were hindered by the foreign mana. His head pounded with effort. Kai got the tinted liquid under control and sent it splashing back at its owner. The fat toad was too committed to its charge to evade. It tanked the lethal mixture head-on. The acid splashed over its coarse hide with no effect besides an indignant croak. The wannabe Prince Frog bounced with renewed vigor towards the princess and her 2 squires. "You're the one trying to kill me, asshole." Lou and Vela were safely out of range, so Kai sprinted for his life. Blocking the acid had taken a chunk of mana. He wouldn't win a contest of endurance, and a frontal fight sounded even more ridiculous. Where the fuck are those guards? He didn't have the breath to curse or look around. Another glob of acid was heading for him. With his friends out of the way and the whispers of warning, Kai ducked behind a tree and cast a layer of water to take care of the splashes. The ground trembled. The toad was about 3 bounces away, bulldozing through the vegetation. He conjured a volley of icicles and scrambled to run. The bolts shattered against its thick hide, dealing no damage and making the toad madder. "Why don't you go bully someone at your grade, you failed frog?" He could have really used Flynn's lightning affinity right now. Nature and water couldn't do enough damage without a long cast, let alone the elements he had no skill for. His sword might pierce the thick blue skin, but that would mean using the ring and going within striking range of the toad. He wasn't that desperate yet. Hallowed intuition solved his indecision, yelling at him to move. Kai didn't question the command. He threw himself to the side. A dark projectile shot overhead, splintering a tree and spraying acid in its wake. Rotting ancestors, what was that? He rolled on the ground, a veil of water over him. The strike wasn't made of acid but of slabbery flesh. The toad slurped back its long tongue with a disappointed croak. Kai could smell the sweet stink of decay wafting from it. "I'm so fucked." Mana pumped in his body to get him to the closest tower for cover. Jumping inside would leave him unable to dodge and possibly trapped. It was close to the area where they exited the ruins, the dense jungle a little further beyond. Spirits willing, that would slow down the beast. The meaty toad tensed for a final bounce. At that distance, not even hallowed intuition would save him from a strike. He wouldn't make it in time. Mana linked his spatial closet and his sword. Exposing his secret was better than excruciating death. He had to be alive to suffer the consequences. A streak of snowy brilliance sailed over his head with blinding mana. It centered on the voice sac of the toad, interrupting its jump. Frost crept over the blue skin and fought to cover the beast. Vela stood alone 30 paces away, a bone-white wand glimmering in her hand. She chanted in a language of power to prepare for another attack. The enraged toad flared its mana. The frozen skin cracked to push back the ice. Zelri Vanesh, Vela finished her arcane spell. A jet of orange flames flew from the wand. The crackling fire splashed over one of the toad's protruding eyes. "Why does she get to have fireballs? How's that fair?" The beast wailed in pain, thrashing against a tree to extinguish the flame. Done with her second spell, Vela had the mind to make herself scarce. The toad directed its fury at the only target available him. The dark tongue struck with lopsided aim. He cast a water shield and sidestepped the attack. The oozing flesh barely slowed to pierce the bubble, but Kai wrapped the water around the stretched tongue and froze it. The added weight made it drop limply to the ground where vines and roots rose over the ice to lock it in place. "Fucking got you." The toad made panicked, gurgling sounds, trying to pull it back. Unable to spit properly, it sprinkled acid around him. Despite the ecological damage to the jungle underbrush, Kai easily fended off the stray droplets. He summoned more water and nature mana to prolong the tug of war. The rubbery flesh rebuffed his ice blades and melted the roots. He just held on because the toad was unwilling to pull with its entire strength and rip its tongue off. You should have apologized when you had the chance, Mr. Frog. Bullies never end well. Lou charged out of the dense shrubs. He wielded a longsword with both hands, metal brimming with a dark glow. He channeled his momentum into an overhead slash. The black blade cut through 2/3 into the tongue before stopping. Murky blood poured from the wound, but Kai's relief was short-lived. Take cover. Pushed beyond reason by the pain, the toad went berserk. Its mana churned, and the purple warts on its back spewed out a purple mist that melted any plant life into sizzling puddles. Lou tried to run back. His weapon got stuck in the flesh, delaying him an instant too long. The deadly tide washed over him. Kai hastily summoned a clear mist to protect him. He grabbed Lou's belt and yanked him back with the full might of Empower. The teen landed beside him, giving Kai the time to properly condense a water shield. He drenched them thoroughly, dragging them to cover. Well, you can't do that with fire or lightning. Are you hurt anywhere? You're welcome. It was nice of you to come back. Yeah, I told Vela to let you die horribly for our sake, but she insisted. Lou chuckled awkwardly. Sorry, that was too soon. No, it's nice to see even rocks can grow some humor. I should have let you get eaten, Lou snorted. Too late, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Half blind and copiously bleeding, the toad thrashed through trees and slammed into a tower. Its croak turned into guttural wheezes of pain. The blackened tongue hung limp and useless from its mouth. It worked even better than severing it fully. Surround it. A dozen soldiers ran out of trees, armed with bows and spears. All but one wore the uniform of the military. Keep away from the acid mist and finish it from a safe distance. The man in charge approached them. We got it handled, he snorted. Run to the forward base for rescue before you get yourself killed. Kai was too shocked to formulate a response. He was pretty sure it was the same yellow guy from the initial charge. Did you stop to take a sandwich along the way? The main team still fought with the croc lizard at the center of the ruins. The gravely growls of the beast shook the leaves of the trees with the frenetic pace of battle. It might have been less than a minute from the toad's first strike. Kai didn't believe for a second that it was a coincidence the military arrived right when Mr. Frog posed no threat. Did they try to get us killed? Nails dug in his clenched fist and blood pumped into his ears. Fury burned his mind, fueling the desire to shove the man into the acid mist. He could use a route to trip them to be more discreet. He didn't care whether it was the bullshit infighting of the Republic or a bunch of cowards scared to risk their lives after their comrade got melted. Someone would pay for this. Lou dragged him away bodily. Let's go. We're safe, it's over. This is so not over. He glared a hole through the fucker's head and committed his cowardly face to memory as Lou carried him away bodily. Not only did they let them almost die, but they also stole the kill. He would be surprised if he got a chip for the carcass. I am going to Murs. Lou covered his mouth before he could finish his threat. Don't be a fool, they can hear you, he whispered in his ear. There is no point warning them to watch their backs. If it was intentional, I'll take care of them. The cold fury in Lou's tone doused his flames. The teen might lack experience fighting doomed battles, but he had an iron hold on his temper. They do say revenge is better served cold. They circled the ruins' outer edge when Vela limped into sight. She stood near the tower they had escaped from, clutching a green vial in each hand. Are you hurt anywhere? I've more than enough potions. We're fine, Mom. Lou hit his injured hand. It's nothing serious. Vela bit her lip, head down in shame. I can't explain how sorry I am. I know I almost got you killed. We should have run away immediately when we escaped the ruins. You don't need to apologize. No one could have predicted this would happen. Kai nodded. He would have gone to look anyway. It's not your fault. Still, if there is anything. Skriech, a slender draconic figure, perched on the window of the tower. Its pearly scales shimmered in the sun while its tail ended in a bleeding stump. Its slit blue eyes set on them with the unmistakable mana signature of a low yellow beast. No, this can't be. Why are there 3 of them? The wormling spread its 2 leathery wings, letting out another piercing screech. It dove towards them with lazy grace. Kai burned his remaining water mana to summon a wall of ice. The shield barely held under the first assault, large cracks forming over its surface. The group scrambled to retreat, but there was no shelter or running from this flying beast. Even the useless soldiers were too far away to help. Lou grabbed on his longsword, stiffly forming his guard. Vela fiddled with her spatial satchel to retrieve her wand, chanting a spell that would take too long to complete. Spirits, what a shit day. There was no other choice. Kai pulled his enchanted crystal sword from his ring, getting ready for another confrontation. His elemental reserve was as good as empty, but he still had enough unattuned mana to fuel Empower. If the soldiers bothered to help, he might even survive the wounded lizard. The wormling's fangs breached the ice. It flicked its forked tongue to taste the air and probably their fear too. It leaped, jaws open in a hungry snarl. Only it never reached them. Its flight ended halfway. The beast hit the ground in 2 separate pieces, missing a wing. Mackin, his faithful porter, stood between them with a bloodied sword. Moving in a blur, he stabbed his blade through the slitted eye and finished off the wormling. He turned to regard them. Are any of you hurt? Kai grinned. The The spirits hadn't forsaken him after all. Have I ever told you how much I love your smiling face? No. His icy eyes fell on his sword. Where did you get that blade? Kai scratched his head in confusion. Improvisation masked his nervousness and the cold sweat down his back. He was happy to avoid a death duel with the wormling, though it peeved him to have revealed his ring for nothing. The beast lay in a widening pool of pale ichor, slitted eyes staring empty at the sky. It was 2 meters of gleaming pearl scales, its tail probably severed during the teleportation. Despite being low yellow and wounded, it was hard to believe how easily Mackin had killed it. The same man who now watched him, expecting an answer. I can still salvage this. You mean this one? Kai looked at the serpent sword in his hands as if he'd just realized it was there. Edgar had helped him cloak the elemental enchantments, though it couldn't hide the fact it had them. It's quite pretty and sharp. Vela gave it to me earlier. He peered at the princess' fat satchel with unconcealed desire. I can't believe all the stuff you fit in that bag. How many weapons do you carry? If he blabbered enough, his companions might decide to go along with him. He was out of better options. Lou nodded along without missing a beat, no doubt planning to question him later. Vela shifted her gaze between him and the sword. She hid her puzzlement behind a prideful smile. As today has proven, it's better to be prepared for any occurrence. You never know when you might need a sword. Even if he gaslit Mackin that the sword had always been there, Vela and Lou would piece together the truth. Kai was confident they wouldn't sell him out or rob him, at least not out of greed. Mackin waved off an approaching soldier. I've got this handled. Go help finish the other beasts and help the wounded. The man tripped on his feet to get away from the steely gaze. Without another soul for 100 meters, his attention switched back to them. I saw you pull it out. The man stated with unwavering certainty. Spirits, I should have picked a dumber porter. Kai raised an eyebrow. So you were watching as we almost got eaten. It explained why hallowed intuition hadn't spiked at the danger. With the ongoing battle in the distance, the whispers were constant in the background. Vela stepped forward with her arms crossed. Why did you wait till the last moment to intervene? She managed to look down her nose despite the height difference. You can be certain the council will learn every detail of today's disappointing performance. The military's incompetence almost cost our lives. Nice Karen mode, you must teach me how to do it. Mackin tempered his stare from polar Arctic to cold professionalism. I was occupied with other duties and had just reached the site, Mom. If there were any cases of gross negligence among the troops, you can be assured they'll be dealt with accordingly. I am sure. The High Counselor will be happy to hear every detail. The man acquiesced with a nod. As for the wormling, Mom, his boot tapped the carcass bleeding pale ichor into the grass. I was keeping a distance to give you some privacy and intervened as soon as I noticed the threat. Since the ice spell fended off the initial assault, I waited for an opening to finish off the beast. It would have been problematic if the wormling escaped to the skies. I apologize if I didn't immediately reveal myself. Yate's mercy, is he a lawyer too? That's a reasonable decision if what you say is true, Vela conceded. I expect to receive a full report and be given full access to investigate today's event. Mackin stood unruffled. I don't have the authority to grant that, Mom, but I'll inform my superior of your request. He looked back at Kai, scanning him from head to toe. It still doesn't change what I saw. You're more persistent than the stain I burned on my wall. Can't you pretend to get gaslighted and forget about it? I should have fired you when I had the chance. Am I required to explain every action I take to you? In a last-ditch effort, Kai stomped his feet like a kid throwing a tantrum. The contract said I'd share my knowledge of the Vastair civilization. This has nothing to do with it. Mackin's gaze grew a few degrees colder, lingering on the silver ring and chain bracelet. You're correct. You aren't forced to answer my questions. Despite the flat tone, the meaning was crystal clear. If not him, whom, you merciless bastard? I can't even be properly mad at you since you just saved us. Damn it. The constant running and fighting for his life crashed on him like a wave. His shoulders sagged as adrenaline left his body. He was exhausted emotionally and physically. Okay, let's talk. You two can go ahead. It had been foolish to believe he could bamboozle the man. Lou looked concerned while Vela scrunched her delicate brows. Are you sure? You can come under my employment. You've been very useful today. Her emerald eyes promised Shed take care of the situation if he wished. You mean to erase the favor I owe you? I hope the offer doesn't expire if this goes wrong. See, you can keep the sword. I've got people to call and letters to write. Come find me when you're done. I'll need your witness account of the events. Vela gracefully limped away. Her request for a meeting would ensure he returned safely. Lou threw him one last glance before following her. Some familiarity was expected after they survived together. She still wanted to pretend they didn't know each other. Mackin might wonder how they met in the ruins, but anything could have happened in the general chaos. Unless Nosy Boy lied on when he got here, but he doesn't strike me as a liar. Officer Surin would have more pressing issues to worry about. Today confirmed that beasts appeared inside the Vastair sites, though not even he knew there would be 3 of them. Spirits have mercy. If it wasn't just the frequency of the accidents increasing but the numbers too, the situation was escalating quicker than anyone predicted. There is nothing that I can do about it now. Alone with Ice Boy, Kai offered an empty grin. He just wanted to be done with this. It's just us. Ask away. Let's find a quieter place. Mackin walked away from the ruins, expecting him to follow. Let's follow Killer Boy into the isolated jungle. What could ever go wrong? Mackin knew Vela expected him back, and it was better they were alone if his secrets got exposed. Wait up. Kai hurried to catch up. Shouldn't you be helping with the croc lizard and toad? The toad is already dead, and there are enough reinforcements to take care of the Blackstone Tarragon without casualties. I won't be needed for the cleanup efforts. When can I expect to get my share of the beasts? Mackin glanced over his shoulders, a look that said he made even less sense than usual. What, me, Fancy Girl and Big Boy did most of the work before those cowards decided to show up and steal the kill. And we also distracted the wormling for you. The command will ascertain what happened. The Vastair sites and everything related to them have been claimed by the Republic to aid in the investigation. This is a total scam. Kai stomped on the lush underbrush, flaring his mana to keep the buzzing insects at bay. Are you telling me the Republic doesn't reward the soldiers who put down a beast? You're a contracted scholar, not a soldier, Mackin said with infuriating calm. My contract didn't include getting almost eaten by an overweight toad and fighting for my life. The man slashed the wet branches in their path with a sigh. I'll see if I can get you some credits for your contributions, at the very least. Kai had no idea what these credits were, but beggars can't be choosers. He could perceive nothing but trees in every direction, and even the growls of the dying croc lizard had faded. How much further do we need to go? Is this where you bring kids to butcher them? Only the chatty ones, Mackin said dryly. I'm just making friendly banter here. No hard feelings. Have I told you how nice it was of you to kill that wormling? He beamed. Also, a little tip. People usually change their inflection or expression when they make a joke. I know. Kai forced an awkward laugh. Ah, you're such a jokester. They moved on a path opposite the main camp. With every soldier going to assist at the ruins, no one would stumble upon them besides the chirping parrots perking on the canopies. Creepy Boy stopped in a clearing of ankle-high weeds. This is far enough. You have a spatial artifact. He hasn't tried to skewer me yet. That's a good sign. What do you mean? Kai, my patience has a limit. If you want to talk, I don't want more lies. Not like you've given me much choice. He waved his silver ring. Worst case scenario, he would swallow it, bury it, or give it to Vela for safekeep. He trusted her pride wouldn't allow her to steal it if he played it right. It's cloaked. Do I need to show you how it works? No. There wasn't a twitch on his face. He looked at the priceless artifact with mild curiosity. His smooth expression made any tiny emotion stick out like paint on a white canvas. I assume it was given to you by your previous masters. Few can afford such an expensive gift. Yes, and they'd be really upset if someone else were to take it from me. Mackin scoffed. I'm not a thief. I didn't bring you here to rob you. Why then, indeed, if Mackin wanted to rob him, it would have been easier to stay silent and not raise his guard. He could then strike when Kai least expected. A mugging in the night, drugging his soup to take the ring while he slept. The ways abounded. The soldier was smart enough to come up with ideas of his own. If it's not to steal or coerce me into giving it up, what else? To kidnap or kill me? That makes even less sense. While hallowed intuition wasn't always reliable with its warning, it would have given a sign by now. Did Mackin just want to confirm his suspicions? Could it be that simple? Either that, or he hasn't decided what to do yet. Are you going to report my ring? It's my job. I can't hide important information from my superior officer. Great. It'll earn me enough time to get to Vela if this fails. Kai waved his hand. That's just robbing with extra steps. You might as well take it now and be done with it. If you write it in a report, the voice will spread and someone will get greedy. There are laws in the Republic. The army isn't a group of criminals, Mackin coldly said. Strangely, he showed no anger or indignation this time. Are you telling me you've never met any corrupt officer who abused their power? Someone will break the law if the reward is high enough. Mackin pressed his lips shut. His eyes blinked with fury, though it didn't seem directed at him. Can you ensure nothing will happen to me? Kai pressed his advantage. My ring isn't relevant to the investigation, but it might get me killed if it gets revealed. I won't be much help then. He held his gaze with determination, confident in his assessment of the porter. Mackin drummed his finger on the hilt of his sword. I can keep this matter private, but I need something in return. That was unexpected, but not unwelcome. Kai'd trust him more if they both got something out of the deal. What do you want? The man raised 3 fingers. No more lies. No more harassing my ear with pointless prattle. Y'all do what I say in any matter regarding the investigation. As long as you don't break these rules, I won't report the artifact. What's this slander? I was just trying to be friendly, when you say. This isn't a negotiation. You're such a bully. I guess your requests are reasonable. Fine, we have a deal. Kai shook his cold hand, bones creaking under the brute's grip. This was as good of an outcome as he could have hoped. One step at a time, I'll lead you to the dark side, my side. Mackin showed a rare smile. What's your true grade and profession? Remember, no lies. You wouldn't want to break the pact already, he said with surprising cheerfulness. No one at your grade could have summoned a wall of ice that fast. I'll also keep this secret if you don't break your word. Wait a second. A disturbing idea chipped at his mind. Who had played who? Like the first tile of a domino, the thought brought him down an inevitable path. Was this why Mackin had brought him here? Use information he didn't value to make him agree to a convenient deal. When the man agreed to keep his mouth shut, Kai had been too relieved to even bargain. You sneaky bastard. Kai clenched his jaw. He could be wrong, but it all fit so perfectly. The deal is not to lie. I don't have to tell you my grade. Mackin nailed him with an icy stare. Do you want to play the game of literal interpretations? You just got me because I had to fight a chunky toad and am exhausted. This won't happen again. If anything happens to me or my ring, I'll make sure the entire archipelago knows it was you. Kai attempted to retain some sliver of pride. He pulled off the bracelet. The enchantment peeled off his channels with a tingle. Is this good enough? Yes. Mackin inspected him, back in his impassive mask. It was a waste to take a profession so early. If I didn't, it'd be in the belly of a yellow beast, though not the one you think. His expression darkened. That's true. Sometimes you must pick the lesser evil. Moans of pain echoed from the healers' tents. Soldiers shouted orders and hurried to their tasks. Kai stood still amidst the whirlwind of activity, too busy glaring a hole in the back of one particular officer. There must be a skill to make looks kill. He could almost taste the smugness as Mackin strode back to the ruins. After confirming their deal, the man had accompanied him back to camp without another word, but Kai knew he was internally gloating. This was just a momentary setback. A small loss in a larger war. If I ditch the ring, hell lose his leverage over me, revealing he was an enhancement higher than he showed wasn't the end of the world. Cloaking enchantments were widespread, and the older he got, the less orange meant. No one could see his progress toward yellow, and having a profession would be seen as an unfortunate curiosity by most. To think I considered him a good porter. Spirits, I need some good news. Ding. Profession XB Domain, 1434. Name Kai Thailand. Race, human 73,800, 129,472, 300,000 XB. Profession, Monochild LV6, 85,911,000 XB. Body stats. Strength 21, 22. Dexterity 23, 24. Constitution 25, 26. Mind 35, 37, 29, plus 8. Spirit 42, 46, 34, plus 12. Perception 26, 27, 23, plus 4. Favor 37, 38. MHMM, that's better. It had already been an eventful week before he got tangled in his second spatial anomaly. While Monochild wasn't a fighting profession, nothing pushed his magic skills like fighting for his life. I still want to punch that soldier, but I didn't lose much by not killing the toad. I didn't have enough water mana anyway, and to think his reserves would be a third without his profession. Kai couldn't regret his choice. He fiddled with the silver band on his finger. Problem was different. Mackin had got him good. If he buried the ring or used Vela to hide it, there was always the chance something went wrong. More importantly, he would give up one of his greatest assets. He'd have been Donzo against the Wormling without his sword or Mackin's intervention. He's still a jerk. Kai could carry a blade for safety from now on, but the spatial closet also contained a store of potions, tools, and other weapons. He'd rather face the challenges head-on than cripple himself. And that obnoxious deal reassured him he wouldn't get robbed. Let's wrap up this mess. I need a nap. He downed a potion to heal his body from overcharging in power. Vela had openly announced her intentions to meet him. It would be strange if he didn't go. She wasn't hard to find. He followed the stream of blue uniforms to a blue tent. Despite the relatively modest design and size, the shiny fabric woven with runes stood out like a mana pearl in the low tide. I wonder if it has a shower. No one gave him a second glance till a gnarly woman barred his path with a spear. Her severe eyes narrowed on him. Do we know each other? He was spared the embarrassment of answering when Lou pushed aside the flap of the tent. Let him through, Furla. Vela asked him to come. How could I forget the friendly bodyguard who hid in the shadows? How have you been? Kai moved the pointy stick away from his nose and flashed a grin. The woman didn't reciprocate. He was pulled inside the tent before he got the chance to win her over with his friendly banter. We're all a bit tense after what happened today and are looking to tighten security. Lou sealed the entrance behind him. You can talk freely. The tent is warded against eavesdropping. Furla blames herself for not coming to the ruins, even if it wasn't her decision. Yeah, Kai took in the interior. A bowl of fruit and tarts sat on a gilded table. Even the air smelled better without the sweat and blood of the camp. There was no shower in sight, though half the space was hidden behind a curtain going from the ceiling to the embroidered carpets on the floor. How much does it cost to buy one? I'm not sure. It was a gift. Father insisted I take it since I am representing the council. Vela sat behind a little desk, going through some documents with a maid. She's Nalia. I trust her with my life. It's neat. Definitely better than his accommodation. He smiled at Nalia, who replied with a disapproving frown, turning back to her work. Did I lose my touch, or do I have something in my teeth? Did everything go well with that officer? Yes. Vela met his gaze. I can get you back to High Arbor if he threatened you, or she glanced at his enchanted accessories. I'll do my best to help. Kai fought the impulse to cover the ring. It's really fine. We just had a nice chat. He won't be a problem. He was too embarrassed to go into details. Do you need anything else? I am really tired. One last thing. Vela pulled a black sheet of paper and a pen. I need your signed testimony of today's events. Do you know how to make one? Yeah. Good, I've made you a draft, so our stories fit. She pulled 5 papers covered in writing front and back. I skipped over your exact abilities. Just stick to the facts and add any detail you're willing to share. Also, memorize it in case the military questions you. Yes, Mom. Kai meant it to be teasing, but Vela just nodded and went back to her work. Lou gave him a sympathetic look. He stoically guarded the entrance like he expected an assassin to strike in at any moment. This is going to be fun. Kai got to work, matching his version with Vela's. It was like being back in school. He put down his signature to turn in his assignment, then he bolted from the tent before she could grade him. Vela and Lou hadn't inquired about his spatial artifact, though they must have put together something, not asking which item held the enchantment to reassure him of their intentions. Props to them, I wouldn't have resisted the curiosity. He had one last thing to check before he could take a nap. The notification that had been dismissed during the fight was pinging in the corner of his vision. Ding. Nature Magic has reached LV50, requisite for the first milestone met. Congratulations. A downpour battered the camp. Thunder broke the monotonous patter, an appropriate end to an already cursed day. The damp and cold air crept into her study, 4 walls of cast stone and a window veiled with privacy runes. Both crafts had been executed with middling skill. It was a constant struggle to stretch her 200 gold budget over a month. Ariane always despised the snooty officers who refused a job on the frontier. No one could achieve anything noteworthy without getting their hands dirty, but being stuck in a dirt cube on a backwater rock made her rethink some choices. Pull yourself together. If Mother did it, so can you. She tugged her hair into a tight bun on the back of her head. There was a reason why she would climb the ranks faster than her peers. She was going to do whatever it took to succeed and leave this mana-starved archipelago. The cold, crystal light on the desk made the room look even bleaker. The only luxury she allowed herself was a black leather chair from High Arbor. Rummaging in her spatial bag, she took out a bottle of moonfire and poured herself a glass. The bitter liquor burned her throat, spreading warmth and tranquility. Let's sort this mess. The final list just came in. 29 injured, 7 dead and 2 missing, which meant more bodies to be found under the rubble. Because naturally, it had to be a blackstone pteragon on top of everything. A C-rank species with innate magic abilities that could crack the towers. No one could have predicted the appearance of 3 beasts, but that wouldn't stop the commander from laying the blame at her feet. Confirming the origin of the phenomenon wasn't enough to justify the loss of these many resources. Ariane checked the names, hoping she hadn't lost anyone too valuable. The worst losses were a half-step yellow sergeant and 2 mana researchers who ran straight into the maw of the pteragon, heartless moons above. She downed the remaining liquor and threw the glass with enough strength that only sparkly dust reached the floor. She would bash their heads in if they weren't already dead. They were investigating the appearance of yellow beasts. What did they expect to happen running into a mana anomaly? At least the dirt mages had the sense to flee when they noticed the disturbance and brought the diggers with them. It was probably to protect their useless lives more than wisdom, but cowardice had its uses. Even second circle half-mages were difficult to replace here, and the loss of half her mana research team on Kauai was going to be a significant setback. Patience, ill do without them. It's not like they've achieved much of anything. Ariane flipped through the preliminary report. Among the wounded, 9 would require extensive leave and 4 were too crippled to continue their service. They didn't have enough contribution credits to afford regenerative healing, and none of the soldiers here could pay out of pocket. They'd get an early retirement or a desk job if they were lucky. Cut your losses and move on. She had to reassess her plans given the new information. The headquarters would need to reinforce the troops quarantining the Vastaire sites and update the engagement protocols. Ariane drafted the orders as her mind analyzed the situation. Was the appearance of multiple beasts an exception, or the herald of what was to come? The local garrison wouldn't have enough personnel to cover the sites if the threats kept increasing in number. They'd be forced to pull back, or maybe not. Her lips curved into a thin smile, never stopping to write. The governor and council had tried to impose their guards for months. Why not put them to good use? She could turn an inconvenience into a meat shield and gain more time. She'd lose some control over the minor sites, but it was a necessary risk. As long as she uncovered the anomaly, it wouldn't matter. Captain Surine stamped the seal over her signature at the end of the document, her pen tapping on the desk. Her instincts had been right. The ruins were better than an untapped vein of mana gems. In truth, she might have underestimated the scale. The creatures weren't artificial life forms or constructs, they were flesh beings coming from somewhere. The question was how many there were, how many the ruins could summon at a time, and how many more the archipelago could shoulder before the mainland intervened. If she reported the potential value to the Central Command, they might send professionals in a day and crack the mystery in a week. They'd also take over the operation and the rewards. It'd be lucky to get a transfer off to some second-rate location. Why should she share her efforts when she took all the risks? The garrison commander was too proud to request reinforcements, and the governor too jealous of his power to invite a larger military presence on the islands. Neither of them would tip off the mainland till the archipelago burst up in flames. She had to crack the case before it reached that point. With proof of a spatial anomaly linked to the ruins, she could focus the entire garrison on a solid lead. There was no way 3 teleportations hadn't left some clue. She had to figure this out no matter what. As she finished drafting the new orders, a familiar presence approached the door with 2 crisp knocks. "Come in." The words left her mouth by habit before she remembered the shattered glass and the bottle of moonfare on the desk. The door swung open too late to remedy. She stilled her hands from any guilty jolt. A captain can't be expected to renounce every comfort. Mackin strode inside dripping like a wet cat, not that she had carpets to worry about. He made no comment when his boots crunched on the glass dust, saluting with stoic discipline. "I am here to report, Mom." "At rest, Sergeant, your shift was over half an hour ago." She gestured to the blue bottle of moonfare. There was nothing to hide. "Do you care for a glass? It has been a hard day for everyone." "I don't drink, Mom. How surprising. Take a seat." "Do you have new information?" "The cleanup crews have finished searching the site and collected the carcasses to be examined. There were no signs to indicate a 4th beast. The last 2 soldiers have also been found and confirmed dead. They're awaiting your instructions on how to dispose of the bodies. Organize them to be buried in Eastwind when the barges come, unless they've set up different dispositions. It would kill morale to have a cemetery within sight of the camp. While writing a will was mandatory, privates rarely went further. Maybe the researchers had paid to be cremated and shipped back home. "Yes, Mom." His pale blue eyes observed her impassively. "I'll find some mages to preserve the remains till the transportation arrives. As long as it doesn't get in the way of their other duties. Their loss is a tragedy, but we can't spare more resources at this critical juncture. The safety of the territory will be at risk if the situation worsens." "Did the teams find any clue to the origin of the anomaly?" "None so far, Mom. The mana cloud has dispersed, and the site has returned to standard levels with no detectable changes. It's possible we'll uncover more tomorrow." The researchers were hesitant to return to the site after the attack, and the storm didn't help, scared of some water and their shadows. She had been trapped in her office dealing with the fallout, and they had found an excuse to slack off. They can rest for today, since she was too late to intervene. But we can't let our losses be for nothing. Every person with some expertise will search the ruins from dawn till dusk starting tomorrow. We need to figure out what causes the anomalies before the trail goes cold. I'll inform the officers, Mom. She tidied up the documents on her desk. "Do we have any mage skilled in spatial magic? Maybe as a secondary discipline or personal interest." The Mana researchers had studied spatial theory at the academy. It was why she had picked them for her team, though she was beginning to suspect studied meant they read a couple books and understood a word in 10, and 2 of them had to get themselves killed. "Not that they've made known, Mom. I can make some inquiry in case we miss someone. Do it and send the same request to the other teams." It was a long shot. Anyone with a passing ability in spatial magic would put it on top of their qualifications. She had scoured every file in the central archive, and the 5 researchers were the best she found. It was possible the blue tunics had been hiding someone, though not likely. Space experts were in demand even on the mainland. Why would one bother to sail to the archipelago for work? "The commander might be able to pull some strings if I sell it to him correctly. He loves playing the knight in adamantine armor." "There's also something else, Mom," Mackin continued. "As you know, Vela Hydide was visiting the ruins during the accident and was nearly killed by the acid toad. It appears one of our teams delayed providing help. Gods, and how did they even manage to fail?" She rubbed her temples. "Are you sure?" "Yes, Mom. I've cross-referenced the witnesses and the stories didn't add up. The team captain claimed he was waiting for reinforcements to engage the beast and didn't notice the girl was in danger. I'm working to confirm his intentions. That won't be necessary. Should rather maintain plausible deniability. Most officers were aware of the tensions between the military and political wings, but the truth didn't matter. The council would use any excuse to increase their influence on the investigation. While that girl was a thorn in her side, her death would invite a dagger. This time it works in my favor. We'll accept the help of the governor guarding the ruins to ensure this doesn't happen again." Surin smiled. She could see the gears turning in Mackin's head. Perhaps he was too smart. "Is there anything else?" The soldier nodded with a glimmer of satisfaction. "I've secured Kai Thailand's cooperation going forward as requested. There won't be any more problems of insubordination. Better than nothing. I can't forsake even kids here." Maybe hell be worth the hassle. She didn't care to know if Mackin had threatened him with a knife or won his trust with a cookie. Good job, Sergeant. We'll need to use every piece available to prevent the loss of more lives. Droplets fell through the collar of his shirt, drawing icy lines down his back. Kai bit down a curse. The Republic couldn't even provide the appropriate clothing for the job. The rope ladder swayed when he reached with his hand to dry his neck. Don't squirm. Are you trying to make us fall? Darlow's strained voice complained from above. If you were scared of heights, you could have let them lower you down. My bad. Kai was pretty sure the man was the one with acrophobia, but he kept his mouth shut in the name of tranquility. The last thing he needed was a feud when they'd be stuck together the whole day. Not like the fall could kill him. Well, maybe if he lands on his head. They had been woken up with orders for another exploration. The torrential rain of the previous night had turned the camp and the ruins into a swamp of muck. With the sun just rising, it would take hours to dry the landscape outside. Down here, only the spirits knew. The scholars had escaped the beasts unscathed. Darlow's group had never gone underground, while Sonya's had waited it out in a chamber. This morning, the military had assured the ruins were absolutely safe. Do the towers need to recharge? I bet they have no idea if that's true. Kai jumped the last rung of the rope ladder, his shoes squelched into the mud. Amazing. He had given up trying to keep his feet dry with magic. Every step drenched them again, and he was low on elemental mana from the fight. Enchanted globes lit the dark tunnels. The air was choked with humidity and the smell of wet earth. Darlow landed behind him. His audible sigh of relief was cut short by a squeal as he slipped on the slick ground. The scholar landed with a splattering of mud for the third time today. Are you all right, sir? A young soldier tried to help him up. Don't touch me. He slapped the hand away, his face turning a shade of purple. I didn't sign up for this. I am a scholar from Terrasia, not a lowly digger. I demand to leave this place at once. The man was only tolerable when they didn't have to leave the camp. I thought he'd last longer. We just got here. Seeing Darlow have a worse time than him cheered his mood somehow, though the one-sided shouting made him feel bad for the soldier. The poor guy had to fend off shouts and spittle, unable to defend himself. Sonya rushed back from the corridors, hearing the commotion. Darlow, it's just a little mud. She patted him down. Remember why we're here. The ruins showed signs of activity after 8 millennia, and we might be close to solving this mystery. Think of all the stories y'all be able to tell. They can't treat me like this. Of course not. Well, file a complaint tonight, but now we have a job to do. How can we discover what's going on without your sharp mind? The tantrum let the rest of the group catch up. They moved down the tunnels with no aim. The locations where beasts appeared were occupied by mana researchers and mages. They were left wandering old areas where the only notable change were layers of sludge. Lights and voices echoed at almost every corner. The underground complex housed more life than it had seen in millennia. The entire camp had been sent to the ruins. It was not exactly clear what they were supposed to do, except get results. Kai dodged the water dripping from the ceiling. The sea serpent's attack on Yanlan's ruins had left no obvious clues. 3 teleportations might have created more marks, but he tempered his expectations. Can't wait to spend a day in these cold, cramped, drenched, and smelly tunnels while being covered in mud. He exhaled a slow breath. He didn't want to end up like Darlow. He had the perfect means to distract himself, a decision pending in the guide, Nature Magic LV50. As you reach the first milestone, you are presented with 5 choices to continue your journey. Stay the course you want, gain new significant benefits, but y'all deepen the insight into your path. Plant Dominion, devote yourself to the ever-growing verdant life, and make it flourish lusher than ever. Restoring growth, let the beating pulse of nature restore life to its thriving form. Nature's cycle, only rot and decay, can provide the nourishment for other life to blossom. Wild Awakening, commune with the other half of the domain of nature, feral and untamed. The specializations hung before his eyes. He had read them countless times and come no closer to a decision. Nature was a layered element about life thriving in the wild. Due to its complexity, Kai had only been able to use its basic application of manipulating plants. Now the first milestone opened branches that would require years of mastering. What does he mean we have to wait half a day? Darlow's furious tone broke his focus. Do you think my time is worthless? I want to see where the spatial anomaly took place now. The scholar argued with the head of their escort. It was obvious the man didn't have the authority to grant them access, so the conversation was going nowhere. Seems I've got nothing but time. I need to pick something. Plant Domain doubled down on his foundation. It was guaranteed to be useful since it made him better at what he already did. The downside was that devoting himself to plants might make the other aspects of nature harder to unlock. I can't discount the straightforward benefits it offers. It's a safe option. Restoring growth would boost the healing abilities of his spells. He could already restore plants and mushrooms, so he assumed this would extend his abilities to humans and animals. While say life instead of plants, the ability to heal himself in a pinch was invaluable. It would have been an obvious choice if potions didn't already cover his needs. There was no way to say if nature magic would be any better since regeneration was a minor aspect of the element. It might be slower, too expensive, or work poorly on humans. There are too many ifs. It sucks, but restoring growth is out. Kai scrubbed a hand through his hair. There would be more milestones and opportunities. He had to prioritize what he needed now. They had stopped in an underground chamber not linked to any tower. The rain hadn't reached here. He used the chance to dry his shoes and sat on a rock while the scholars argued over a map. Was there any significance in the places where the beasts appeared? No one seemed to care about his opinion. Hurtful. Back to the guide then. There were two more specializations, the singular ones. Nature cycle would subvert what he had learned. Instead of wandering the farmland to leave a trail of overgrown produce like some fey sprite, he'd leave a trail of blighted crops. Life couldn't exist without death. We could almost say it's natural. Kai chuckled at the bad pun. Casting rot and decay wasn't his idea of a good time, but it would boost his offensive potential. He could always use more firepower with his elements. There was also the bit about letting life blossom, probably gaining some type of boost. It wasn't just destruction for destruction's sake. Maybe this will heal me too. I can't exclude it just because it's morbid. Lastly was Wild Awakening. An ecosystem wasn't complete without animals and critters. This was by far the most nebulous option. It would allow him to commune with animals to an unspecified degree. Will I talk to seagulls and fish like some discount Snow White? Lo and behold the clam whisperer. Kai loved to cozy up to furry friends as much as the next guy, but he hadn't seen much of those on Elides. The first thing that flashed to mind were the jaws of a beast snapping at his face. And can I have a conversation with them? Please don't eat me or y'all choke to death. The sea serpent hadn't stopped to listen. Perhaps the Chucky toad would have, though the bugger had been a glutton. Wild Awakening sounded like the path of a druid, not something he had envisioned for himself. He liked his comforts too much to live in a hut with a bear and two skunks as friends. Are druids even a thing here? Maybe they live in air-conditioned palaces. He wouldn't refuse the option outright. The question was whether he'd be able to control animals and beasts. That would be a much more reliable power than negotiating with hungry monsters. It does say feral and untamed. That's not very promising. Nature was wild by definition. It would be an interesting ability to explore, but the effects were too uncertain. Right now, he needed reliable power, not a fun party trick. Maybe at the next milestone. This one is out too. He could also stay the course for a generic buff. Once he mastered nature, he would be able to use those aspects. The specialization was a convenient shortcut. It might take years and a yellow skill to get any result. That's even more unreliable, so I have two options. Yay. They both offered clear benefits. Plant Dominion might be a little stronger, but it was at the expense of future flexibility, and it was bland. His nature affinity had too much potential to be limited to growing pumpkins and cabbages. The circle of life it is. Ding. You chose to delve into the nature cycle. Nature Magic LV50 can now reach LV75. Now I just need a sickle and a black cloak to finish the look. How does this work? The touch of the guide was seamless, a new awareness in his mind. Kai searched the corners of the chamber for a test subject. He saw a skittering spider, but he wasn't ready to try that yet. He ripped a weed with a thin stalk and blue leaves. It shone with the glow of a pseudo-mana plant. Perfect. I should imagine it dying. This is completely healthy and normal. Summoning a marble of nature mana, he pictured the weed decaying in his hand. When he opened his eyes, the plant shriveled like someone pushed the forward button on a time-lapse. The leaves turned brown and fell. The dry stalk flopped and cracked into specks. Kai watched transfixed when the green mana flowed back into his palm, denser than before. Death was the nourishment of life. I am the god of rot, and I've never tasted defeat. Are you okay, Kai? Sonya asked, spectacled eyes peering at him too close for comfort. You've been making strange noises. He jolted upright, getting rid of the evidence behind his back. I'm fine. I was lost in my thoughts. Sonya gave him a knowing smile. Talking to yourself, eh? Nothing to be ashamed of. I do it all the time. Helps clear the voices in my head. She winked. Yeah. Since they were in a dry chamber, the scholars ended up studying one of his dad's journals as a protest. Did we make any progress? Not much. There is no change in the ruins, apart from the section blown up by the stone lizard. We'll have our chance to visit the site of the spatial anomaly soon. Come, let me show you. A large boulder worked as a table. It displayed 3 maps depicting the layers of the underground complex. A maze of chambers and corridors still partially buried. 2 circles had been drawn on opposite sides of the central area. Kai looked puzzled. Why are there only 2 marks? Have you not been listening to us? Sonya gave him a scolding look. His ears burned fiercely. Sorry, I was dealing with the guide. Oh, skill milestone or evolution. Those can be quite grueling. So many beautiful possibilities and you're forced to pick one. She stared blankly for a moment, then her attention snapped on him. You were asking about the map. According to the trackers, the stone lizard and the worm appeared in the same chamber. That's why there are only 2 marks. Kai bit his cheek. Oh, that's not good. Why do you say that? Well, he ignored her intense gaze. If more than one can appear in the same chamber, it means there can be multiple teleports in a row. And they said it was absolutely safe to be here. Maybe the beasts were transported together, Sonya pointed out. He shook his head. Two yellow beasts of different species can't stay that close without fighting, and the wormling had its tail severed by spatial forces. If they were teleported together, it'd make more sense for the Terragon to be hit since it was much larger, but it didn't have even a nick. I can think of other explanations, though they'd be nitpicking. Sonia adjusted her lenses on the maps. If they were teleported one after the other, it's strain. Kai propped her with rolls switched. Don't leave me hanging. During the event, I sat down to observe the cloud of mana, she said like that was a perfectly normal reaction. The mana vortex continued to rise till it was crossed by a shock and started to wane with no break. I thought the shock was caused by the teleportations, maybe the toad and stone lizard overlapping, but if the worm was transported later. Her frown deepened. There could be many explanations. I don't know much about space magic, but that was why I thought the beasts all appeared together. It was indeed odd. Kai was sure every teleportation on that scale would create ripples. It was as if the space rupture had happened once, but the beasts came out at different times. Finally, it was about time they showed us. Darlo walked to a new guard, speaking with their escort. What are you waiting for? Let's go see this. They gathered maps, journals, and bags and headed back into the tunnels. Kai wasn't thrilled to leave behind the dry chamber for the squelching mud. His feet were drenched in cold water in seconds. Crossing a few turns and rooms, voices echoed from up ahead and sunlight joined the cold crystals. Turning a corridor, the floor was cracked by a 2-meter hole, and a much larger breach in the ivory ceiling showed a sliver of sky. 24 people shuffled in the chamber below. Kai recognized the elegant and impractical robes. It must have taken quite an effort to keep their clothes spotless. The earth mages and mana professionals must see it as a worthwhile use of their mana. This is where the Blackstone Terragon emerged and made its way outside. Their guide led them to another rope ladder. Darlo groaned. He leaned on a wall like a lizard playing dead, suddenly not so eager. Kai went ahead. The air buzzed with an energy that was both familiar and alien. Iridescent space mana flickered in the air. A whisper brushed his thoughts just out of reach. It wasn't a warning danger, quite the opposite. It beckoned him to move closer. Come, Kai followed the ethereal whispers. He couldn't tell how, but they were different from hallowed intuition. Indistinct voices called him forward. A vast ancestral presence at the edge of his consciousness reached out to him. Come closer. He didn't realize he had climbed down the ladder into the chamber till a figure barred his path. He stopped half a step short of crashing into a bright saffron robe. Kai looked up, jolted awake. The man had flaming red hair and a stiff upper lip. His enchanted robe did nothing to hide his yellow grade. What's a child doing here? We're trying to work. Where are your parents? He scanned the hall over his head. Kai vainly tried to hold on to the sensation. The bizarre pull dissipated like a dream upon waking, leaving only the awareness that something had happened. He scowled at the annoying guy. Few things triggered him more than being called a child. There was no trace of the whispering presence. The chamber had been cleaned of debris, spotless ivory stone marked by cracks and claw marks. Thank the spirits, the Terragon had left the hall before going on his destructive rampage, or there'd be nothing to inspect. We're scholars. Sonia descended beside him with a beaming smile, investigating the link between Vastaire remnants and the anomalies. And you are, Mage Shavinci. He puffed his chest like he expected them to recognize the name. I pursue mana theory and mastery. And I'm also an expert in spatial magic, a bit self-obsessed. Kai gave him a second look. Space magic. His face turned a shade closer to his hair. I studied its underlying principles and workings, so you can't cast any spells. Kai spelled out loud, head hung low. Space was such a confusing affinity. It would have been nice to meet another Userevan if he was a douche. We can't choose our affinities. Shev harumphed and crossed his arms. I am the best theoretical expert y'all find in this archipelago. A few chuckles echoed from the other mages in the chamber. The redhead silenced them with a glare. Is there no one who can use spatial magic? Shev scratched his non-existent beard. Child. I'm almost 13. Kid, it's rare to have a major affinity for space and rarer still to learn how to use it. There are a couple of people with a minor affinity. He glanced over his shoulders, raising his tone. But it's too low to do anything with it. It's better to use tools to detect the spatial residuum and study the mana ripples with our skills. I see. Kai nodded. He had no idea if what Shev said made any sense, but he didn't mind playing along if it earned him more information. Even basic magic knowledge was inaccessible in the archipelago. Anyway, you shouldn't be here. Haven't you heard about the beasts? This place is dangerous. How can the Republic stoop so low to bring a child? He shook his head. It's embarrassing. I didn't think things were this bad on the frontier. Does he live on the moons? Well, I'm already here. Can't you show us around, Mr. Mage? Kai said with a naive smile. Since the guy interrupted him, he might as well make himself useful. You seem to be very knowledgeable, sir. Well, I am. That'd be wonderful, Sonia joined in. It would save us so much time to hear the opinion of an expert. And who knows, maybe you'll get inspired from a different perspective. Chev blushed under her intense gaze. Sure, miss, I needed a break anyway. Several crates and tables had been set against the walls. Food rations, water, and a wealth of enchanted equipment Kai couldn't wait to borrow. Despite the 24 people present, the hall was large enough to not be cramped. What was that strange call? He stretched his ears and mind for any mystical sign. Nothing. It was a little disturbing how he had followed the whispers, but he couldn't perceive any malicious intent even now. His own instincts told him to go. Either the presence meant no harm, or it was a whole other level of scary. It can't be a coincidence it happened here. It must be linked to what's causing the spatial anomalies. They might even have the same cause. Iridescent space motes blinked everywhere he looked, twice as many as in the sea serpent's chamber. His higher mana sense and specialized inspect played a factor, but the difference was stark. The double teleport had left a mark. Kai absorbed the particles flickering close to him. Mindful he was in a room full of mages, he suppressed the impulse to reach for them with his mana or hands. No one suspected he had an affinity for space, and his hidden aces were running dangerously low. Chev walked them to the center of the chamber, gesturing to an empty patch of air. There are clear traces of spatial magic, and the dimensional veil is thinner. It might be why this place was chosen in the first place. The mage took out a sphere made of 7 interlocking rings, each piece covered in runes. The inner golden loops spun with snappy shifts contrasted by the slow motion of the outer layer. What's strange is that the ripples tracing the origin of the teleport lead nowhere. Not concealed, but it's as if the anomaly came from here. He gestured to the chamber. That's obviously not possible. Kai half listened as the man rambled to himself. An argument broke out between a group of mages near the end of the hall. A few worrying words caught his ears. What are they talking about? Chev gave them a distracted glance. They want to excavate the chamber to look for a spatial array or anchor. What? You mean they want to rip apart this place? Kai struggled to keep his tone even. Nothing so drastic, more like carefully bisecting the stone to look for runes. Chev waved it off. The anomalies must be linked to the ruins since no beasts appeared from the sites that had been destroyed. It's not too unusual to hide delicate enchantments beneath the rock to keep them safe, and it would answer many questions. Can't we look for it without wrecking the ruins? Kai said with a choked voice. Trust me, we've been trying for months. Well, I've just joined. Though I can assure you that whatever it is, it's hidden extremely well. We won't make any breakthrough unless the stiff faces have been hiding a fourth circle mage specialized in mana analysis. His mind whirred for a way to stop this. Wouldn't the workers who mined the sites have found something if there was an array beneath the rock? Maybe. Chev shrugged. It has been many years since, from what I heard. Any sign has probably been erased. I don't want to speak ill of them, but workers are often brutes. I wouldn't be surprised if they destroyed the enchantment without realizing it, or they noticed and ignored it. Still. Kid, your passion is admirable, but let the experts do their job. I've studied mana for 9 years at Acantha to become a researcher. This is our best shot at finding a clue and stopping the accidents. Now's time you go. Don't you have a nanny or something to look after you? He looked around. Sonya had gone back to the other scholars. Wait, kid, where are you going? Not again. Kai strode away. Suddenly, everyone in the chamber seemed to be discussing how and where to mine the ruins. Earth mages wanted to use stone spells. Others argued that magic might ruin their finding. Better to use a professional chisel and scalpel. This is madness. Why was everyone's first instinct to cut apart something they didn't understand? What if they broke it further? His eyes darted about, desperate for a ray of hope. He spotted a familiar figure talking to another mage. You need to stop them. Excuse me a moment, Mackin said to the woman dressed in a ruby overcoat who turned up her nose. He dragged him to the side with a scolding look. Remember the part about behaving? Kai matched his gaze. They want to destroy the chamber. The beasts began appearing after the governor mined the sites for stone. What if it makes more beasts appear? They climbed the ladder to a nearby room. The soldier took out a black crystal ball glowing with sound and cloaking runes. It projected a bubble of mana around them. Speak. The beast attacks started rising 7 years ago, right after the governor quarried the Vastaire ruins. They broke something that lasted 8 millennia, and this is the result. Now you want to smash more things before understanding what's going on. Kai heaved for breath. Ice Boy watched him unruffled. We know. What do you mean you know? You aren't the only person who can read numbers. Mackin studied him with a pensive look, but we can't sit still. The attacks are increasing, and this is our shot to find a solution. What if it makes the situation worse? It's a risk. Do you have a better idea? Kai squeezed his brains for a solution. We can keep searching. It's not been a full day since the anomaly. Many people have been looking into the beast attacks for almost a year, and for months into these ruins. There might be a clue we missed, but it's unlikely we'll find it anytime soon. If we wait and still make no progress, it'll be worse when we're forced to excavate the chamber. But no matter how he racked his brains, Kai couldn't come up with a solid argument. Everything will be fine. The situation might look overwhelming, but the Republic deals with much harder cases every month. Mackin looked about to pat his head when he pulled his hand back. Is he trying to comfort me? I am fine. Mackin's expression fell back to stone. Did you discover anything useful? Actually, yes, Kai reported his and Sonya's speculations about the arrival of the stone lizard and wormling. He wandered back into the summoning chamber, eavesdropping on the mages. Sometimes wisps of mana wove around them. Any of his questions was met with scorn and invites to scram. Where did they find these haggard historians? An old hag laughed with her colleagues, not even pretending to lower her voice. The solution is clearly magical. If they let me open the ground, we'd be done before supper. Our mages all insufferable jerks. Being forced to wake up at dawn to search the ruins hadn't helped the overall mood. He didn't understand half of what they said about dimensional ripples and tears, but he kept gathering a stash of iridescent motes for emergencies. He might have been more helpful if he had taken the space magic skill. Not that I have any idea what to discard. Kai joined with the scholars, discussing the glyphs etched in the wall. They compared his dad's notes and their own experience to put together a rough translation. The people Vastair thanked the untranslated deity's name for the guidance through the darkness waters, to receive the blessing of wealth abundance. May your eternal expanse ocean, and shelter shore, remain untouched by untranslated section. They had pored over the obscure verses since the anomaly happened in this chamber. Unless they recovered more information, there was a limit to what they could achieve before falling into guesswork. It was a mystery how Relin had arrived at most conclusions. Kai suspected it involved a couple decades of dedicated work and multiple profession skills, not something they could emulate. Is this unnamed deity the entity behind the calling? Does it have anything to do with Yade and Kahali, or did the great spirits appear with the humans? Kai massaged his eyes. It would have been easier if information about gods wasn't considered taboo. Could gods move to new places? Did physical distance even matter for them? He lacked the fundamental basic knowledge of the subject to reach any conclusion, and it was the same for the others. Except for Sonya, they were scandalized by that line of thinking. Merciful moons, Darlo hushed any question. The nature of gods is not something mortals should wonder about, least of all a child. Forgive me. Kai did a discreet job of hiding his sarcasm. He moved to less heretical questions before the man's exclamations called attention to him. Were the beasts the blessing mentioned in the text? A bunch of ravenous monsters was an odd thing to be thankful for, unless they summoned them to be slaughtered. It feels like I'm reaching. You put something underground to protect it or control who has access. The summoning chamber where the toad appeared was no different, except smaller and less crowded. He had shared his expertise without holding back, and they still hadn't gotten far from where they started. Is cutting apart a chamber the only solution? You go ahead, it'll reach you in a moment. He waved Sonya to go on. The other scholars had been all too eager to leave for the surface. What time is it? Globes lit the ivory chamber. They must be well past dusk judging by his grumbling stomach. With the whirling of activity and people, his escort was nowhere to be seen. The chamber was empty beside a few abandoned crates and a table with a jug of purple juice. Kai pushed Mana Sense and Inspect for any hint. The result was the same as the previous 20 times. Nothing. While the mages and mana experts had been a disappointment, there were a few yellow grades between them. If they hadn't found anything, he stood no chance. I might as well try. He had a single advantage that might make the difference. Iridescent space motes fluttered in a blob refracting green, blue, and red, more than he had ever gathered at once. I've got nothing to lose. With elemental magic, the more precise the visualization and intent, the more efficient and powerful a spell was. Repetition then helped refine a cast till it became second nature. This had only become more important after he specialized Mana Sense. Kai ignored all those lessons and focused on a single desire. Show me the origin of the spatial anomaly. Thousands of painstakingly converted motes scattered in a spectacle of electric colors around him. They flickered in and out of reality, some disappearing into the ground, others just blinking out of existence. Kai stood in the empty chamber. Seconds ticked by. It was a long shot anyway. Ding. You've been offered a bargain by the god of the hidden sanctuary, Zervathi. Free my vessel from the ancient shackles and receive wondrous rewards. Do you wish to accept or refuse the bargain? Be warned that a bargain is a binding pact, and you may receive punishment for an infraction. You've been offered a bargain by the god of the hidden sanctuary, Zervathi. Free my vessel from the ancient shackles and receive wondrous rewards. Do you wish to accept or refuse the bargain? Be warned that a bargain is a binding pact, and you may suffer punishment for an infraction. What the fuck? The whispering presence was back, hovering at the edge of his consciousness. Vast, overwhelming, terrifying. His heart drummed in his chest, breath short. The words remained unchanged on the scroll. He wasn't hallucinating, and the guide expected an answer. What are you waiting for? A voice rumbled with impatience, echoed and shattered from a far distance. I do not extend this honor lightly, elfoid monkey child. Excuse me, the overbearing attitude snapped him out of his stupor. A prismatic filament extended from him to the air in the middle of the chamber where it vanished. Hallowed intuition was silent, though the skill might not measure up if he was facing a god. Kai put more stock in the guide to not do anything harmful. I shall accept your apology. Now we may seal this pact. Shit, he can read my thoughts. Don't test my mercy. I shall forgive these crude words, but the time to accept my offer is not infinite. Kai scrunched his brows and reread the notifications. The guide never put time limits on any decision. He had to figure out what was going on. Binding pacts and punishments were quite ominous. Wondrous rewards also sounded scummy as heck. Is he using FOMO tactics? What gibberish do you speak, mortal? Stop reading my thoughts and get out of my head. If you put an end to the screaming in your head, I shall stop listening. Kai drew his sword and slashed the filament that must be the origin of the voice. The prismatic tendril looked like it could be severed by a stiff breeze, but the enchanted blade moved through it with no effect. It's not a physical object. His mana surged into the runes. At the risk of straining on the enchantments, he mixed every element together and his unattuned essence to increase sharpness. The crystal sword quivered and shimmered, half translucent with shadow, water, and earth. Wait, Kai raised the glowing blade to brush the thread. The entity's panic reassured him of his chances. Either the god was powerless to act or the guide was shielding him. Why should I? Why? The voice thundered in his mind, making Kai's vision blur. I'm Zervathi, god and sovereign of the hidden sanctuary, beacon amidst the darkness, shepherd of truth, bestower of gifts, and guardian deity of the Vashir kingdom. That's a very impressive resume. Forgive me if I don't bow. But this puny mortal still doesn't comprehend why he shouldn't evict you from his mind. Kai tightened his hands on the hilt, threatening to cut the connection. A pact with unclear requirements and rewards that could be unilaterally enforced wasn't worth the risk. While the chamber was deserted, a guard might walk in at any moment. He wasn't eager to explain the situation either. Wait. This is your unique chance at receiving my blessing. Mortals can't even comprehend its true value. I've got 2 blessings, and they weren't so rude or bossy about it. It sounds to me like you're the one who needs something. It was interesting to meet the alleged god of the Vasterthat was pronounced Vashir. He'd file away every sentence Zervathi uttered for further examination, but he wasn't going to sell his soul for dubious promises of power. It appears I underestimated your standing. You must be a prince of these elfoid monkeys. We're called humans. Hummins, I see, such a quaint name. And tell me, Hummin Prince Child, did those blessings grant you an invulnerable vessel, shelter your dwelling from darkness, grant the sight to discern truth, or bestow the arcane secrets of space? Perhaps I shall look for a more willing mortal. Kai bit his cheek. He had no idea what most of that was, but they sounded awfully tempting. You could never have enough blessings or favor, especially when you were a nameless kid from the archipelago. What do you need from me? A god does not need for anything. It would be the honor of every mortal to provide assistance and gain my gratitude. Kai forced his conscious thoughts to be irritatingly polite. Zervathi seemed to only hear the thoughts he consciously stated, and not his background impressions and understanding. Then why did you send me a bargain? Accept or refuse my offer. The shackles sealing my cage are already falling. I may still decide to wait the events out. Fine, then I refuse. And what do you desire to know to accept the task? Kai rolled his eyes at the shameless god. What did you ask an immortal entity, an almost unlimited source of knowledge? 100 days wouldn't be enough to answer all his questions. He had to be practical. These ruins are full of people, many stronger and more knowledgeable than me. Why did you pick me? You were the most promising candidate who possessed the requisite for the assignment. Meaning, the tether is growing faint, I shall advise you to hurry. The voice grew fainter and garbled. Kai would have called bullshit if he couldn't see the prismatic filament unraveling into fine fibers. He paced in tight circles around the chamber, careful not to stretch the connection. What do you need me to do in exchange for your blessing? Free my vessel from the shackles keeping me trapped in the hidden sanctuary. Sure, let's free a shady god imprisoned for millennia. What could ever go wrong? I detect coarse sarcasm in your tone, elfoid monkey child, but shade is not part of my domain. I mean no harm to you or your Hummins. My only desire is to be liberated from my chains. Truth is one of my domains, I cannot lie. So you say, ding. Zervathi, god of the hidden sanctuary, is a shepherd of truth, and as such he cannot lie. Kai read the words with mouth agape, his brain trying to make sense of what his eyes were seeing. He checked the hanging notifications from all angles. It was legit and was dismissed by his thoughts. You can manipulate the guide. Order cannot be manipulated. I was granted some leeway as a deity sworn to order. Zervathi's voice unwound into whispers. Our time is running out, Hummin child. Do you have more pernicious qualms about the quest? There were a million things Kai wanted to say, half of them not particularly polite, but the thread had gotten so thin it was invisible in places. How do I know you're not sending me on an impossible mission? What use would I have to see you perish? Reaching out and offering you a bargain already required considerable effort. I'm not fond of waste. So assuming that I believe you, how do I get to this hidden sanctuary and free you? You need to find the altar of covenant on the highest peak. When the shackles have sufficiently weakened, the path shall become clear. Zervathi said in a feeble murmur, the end of our time is imminent. You must make a decision. Kai dried his sweaty palms. When was he going to get another opportunity to bargain with a Godvin, a shabby one? How much would he regret it if he wasted it? Stupid fear of missing out. Okay, I want clear terms for what I need to do and the reward I get. You can't saddle me with some paltry blessing. I also want insurance that you won't harm any humans, and I want half the payment in advance. Can you boost my affinity for space? Ding. You've been offered a bargain by the god of the hidden sanctuary, Zervathi. Reach the hidden sanctuary before the gates fully open and provide Zervathi assistance to escape his shackles. You shall be rewarded with the strongest blessing of your choosing that Zervathi may bestow. In exchange for this undertaking, Zervathi shall endeavor to not intentionally harm any human for 100 years unless first threatened, and provide a minor blessing of space upon the agreement of the pact. Is that to your satisfaction, impertinent human? The commanding voice was barely distinguishable, though the snark pierced through. The prismatic thread snapped into a mist of vanishing color. Kai was ready to curse when he saw the notifications didn't waver. It seemed the connection had only been necessary to communicate and haggle. What do I do now? Kai raked a hand through his hair. He hadn't expected the god to accept his request so readily, or he would have asked for more. While the task wouldn't be easy, it didn't require drastically changing his plans, and the offer was too tempting to be refused out of hand. He had only managed to improve his affinities through blessings, and he had run out of great spirits on the archipelago. From what he knew, it would be near impossible to be accepted by the god of a different pantheon. Zervathi must have been trapped in the hidden realm since the Vastair fell 8,000 years ago and was desperate to get free. That amount of time would exasperate even a divine entity. Spirits, help me. Give me a sign. What's the best decision? Kai looked around the empty chamber. No answer came. Yad and Kahali showed no sign they opposed the bargain. With a simple yes, he could boost his affinity for space magic, the rarest element he possessed. And that was only the appetizer. He'd get an even better blessing when he completed the mission. That would set him apart from the snooty brats of the continent. Calm down. Don't get blinded by the shiny, priceless trinkets you may never get another chance to gain. Think this through. Where's the catch? It was obvious Zervathi had hidden some information. The question was how badly those details would screw him over. With the guide as an intermediary, he should be able to contain the damage. Kai refused to believe a random deity could bend the rules of the greatest power on Elides. Zervathi had purposely been vague about why he picked him. One reason must be his affinity for space, though there must be more, because he thought I'd be an impressionable child. He did keep mentioning my age, and if I were a deity in need of help, I'd keep away from the Republic. The Seven Moons might not like their followers helping another deity. Ultimately, the biggest issue was if he could complete the task. The hidden sanctuary must be the place where the beasts came from. Was it in a faraway land or? It'd be a subdimension. Kai remembered Dora mentioning them in passing, mystic realms that orbited around Elide's main dimension. From the books he found in High Arbor, they were more akin to a myth on the continent that only appeared in tales and legends. Is that the blessing the Vastair were thankful for. The pieces began to fit together in his head. The hidden sanctuary was an ideal paradise if it was swarmed by yellow beasts, but he didn't have to go there alone. Focus on the current problem. How do I reach it? He had to find the altar of Covenant on the highest peak, clear as a mud pit. It was probably somewhere in a Vastair site, so that narrowed the search. He could just let the Republic carry him along. There weren't that many ruins left, and the name of the place sounded grand enough to be recognizable. Yat in Kahali, watch over me. The promised blessing was what tipped him over. Not just for the tempting boost, but because a god imprisoned for millennia must be short on divine power. If Zervathi was willing to invest energies in advance, he must have a decent chance at succeeding. No pain, no gain. Nothing of value is ever easy. Ding. The god of the hidden sanctuary, Zervathi, has bestowed a blessing of space upon you. No favor, what a cheapskate. Ding. You've accepted Zervathi's bargain. A binding pact has been struck. Failure to complete the quest will result in you forfeiting your body to Zervathi. Wait, what? That self-important asshole. I should have also specified the cost for failure. Kai wanted to slap himself. He had known there would be a catch, but he couldn't stop himself from charging into it. He exhaled slowly. Voices and steps echoed closer from the dark corridors. I can do it. This doesn't change anything. There was no choice but to succeed. He didn't know what Zervathi thought provide assistance meant, but to him, it stopped well before getting killed. His plans hadn't changed. He needed to reach the hidden sanctuary to stop the beast attacks. Now he had clues to the nature of the spatial anomalies and the assistance of a god. Until the deity was freed, their interests aligned, and the self-important asshole had sworn an oath to not harm any humans. I should have said sapient species. Damn brain, why didn't you think of that? Kai was about to test the difference in his space affinity when another notification flashed in his vision. His arms slackened at his sides with a groan. What now? Ding. New feat, daring haggler, you have spoken and successfully negotiated a bargain with a minor deity. You are awarded +5 favor. At least the guide isn't a miser. I can use all the favor I get. What are you still doing here? Mackin appeared in the doorway, scanning the chamber for threats. Your shift for the day is over. Kai beamed a smile. Nothing much, just unveiling the mysteries of life. Why, were you worried about me? The soldier regarded him with a flat stare. Simon, there is no need to be ashamed, but I can take care of myself. I was looking for clues before the mad magicians blew up the place. Did you find anything? No. Iridescent mana motes fluttered in his vision. They stood out like stars in the clutter of ambient mana. Their seemingly random motion followed a pattern, congregating in clumps around the room. Kai slumped his posture. Nothing at all. You've tried your best. This is our only lead. The excavation of the main summoning chamber has been set in 2 days. Can I be present? If you want make problems. The soldier peered at him. Kai dutifully bobbed his head. Ill-behave with the respect and reverence owed to a god. Maybe this won't be a complete disaster after all. The frenetic search following the beast attacks gave way to the preparations for the imminent excavation. Soldiers returned to their daily tasks, while mana professionals argued over who would take the lead. Can't wait to find out how bad of an idea this is. It was odd to go back to the scholars after Kai had a divine revelation that shed light on the mystery. Should he drop subtle hints to lead them to the right conclusions, or mislead them from the truth? Under no circumstances could anyone suspect he had struck a bargain with a god. He didn't know half of what was going on with Zervathi and the hidden sanctuary realm, and how they fit together. The few clues he got only raised more questions. He didn't like keeping the truth from Sonya. Her head would burst with excitement if she found out about the bargain. Her reaction would be priceless, maybe when the Republic finds out. What's this? Kai raised his eyes from the glyphs he was translating and accepted a stack of papers from Mackin. The first page was blank with a single word in blocky letters, restricted. With his attention piqued, he didn't wait to leaf through the pages, his eyes widening in wonder. That's the red list of restricted items as agreed by contract. I was beginning to think you had accidentally forgotten. It had escaped Kai's memory, though it was a welcome distraction. His attention darted through names and prices. There was an onslaught of rare potions, crafting and skill knowledge, mana ingredients, enchanted weapons and equipment. They ranged from a few silvers to more than 1 gold. There was the elixir he bought for the baby. Spirits knew if he would be present for the birth. That was only weeks away now, and the Republic wasn't likely to grant him leave. Hopefully, Flynn had found a way to explain his sudden disappearance to his family. The farther away they stay from this, the better. He buried the melancholy and scanned the information. There were a few neat items, but nothing that caught his eye were still red goods. Mackin had chosen to loom like a statue over him and showed no intention of leaving. What's the last column of numbers? That's the price in contribution credits. It's the internal currency of the Myrian Republic rewarded for extraordinary service. Normally, you'd have to join a branch of the Republic, but you've been granted access so long as you're employed by us. You've earned 30 credits for your work with the Beasts and Vastair writings. The soldier gave him a stiff nod. The Republic rewards competence. The army is an opportunity to make a career even if you start from nothing. Oh, is this another attempt to recruit me? Well, feel free to throw me all the money you want. I won't complain. Kai chewed his thumbnail to show how terribly. It was more than the fistful of dust he had expected to receive, but not a sum to leave him breathless. He halted on a page where the prices suddenly skyrocketed. He couldn't recognize half the items listed without the brief description accompanying them, and these are. That's a partial version of the orange list. It's a show of good faith and trust in your capabilities. You'll need that back when you're done reading. You can come to me if you want to purchase anything. Do they think they can bribe me with their shiny trinkets? I've got my fill with a god. No more pact with dubious individuals till that one is solved. His eyebrows climbed up his forehead as he continued to read. While the orange list was shorter, every entry cost at least a gold with many in the tens. There were better versions of the communication cubes Flynn had tracked down, elixirs to help train skills like mana sense and swordsmanship, manuals to learn particular skills, instructions for professions. They sure keep the good stuff for themselves. Greedy hoarders. Kai froze on the last page. Seed of Fire, consumable, grants minor increase to fire affinity 5,000 credits. There was no price listed in Messars, not that he could have afforded to pay 50 golds. If this list was curated for him, they were trying to awe him with goods he could never afford. I hate you all. Mackin leaned to see what had caught his attention. That only works to boost minor affinities, and it's more effective the lower your value is. It's not worth buying it unless you have money to burn. That does make me feel marginally better. You're a terrible salesman. The higher the affinity, the harder it was to improve. He had to bargain with a god for an elemental boost. If money could get him the same, he'd slam his head in the nearest wall. Thank the spirits, things weren't that easy. The list continued with consumables that covered the most common elements such as earth and water. No space, mercifully no space. Kai silently cursed them anyway. Damned bastards, the Myrian Republic is on another level. While it burned to admit, there was no point denying reality. These were the advantages of joining a large organization rubbed in his face, though only a select few might afford the benefits. Kai was ready to put down the list when his eyes widened at the very last line. Distilled Essence Orange grants 1000 XP upon first consumption, 1 gold, 100 credits. You're kidding me. How's that even possible? I thought it was a myth. You drink it and gain a boost to progress your grade, Mackin unhelpfully provided. The ingredients, professions, and production methods are a state secret, but you might learn them one day if you join the alchemy branch. 1 gold coin for 1000 XP was a steep price. Even putting together every chip he had ever earned, he wouldn't get more than 10. His hands clutched the paper, crumpling the edges. Does this mean that if someone has 300 gold messars to burn they could skip orange? How's that fair? Cheating brats. You only gain the full benefits from the first couple of elixirs. Mackin doused the fire of injustice with his impassive tone. They lose most of their effectiveness after 20 and stop working after 50. It's completely fair then. Were you for only getting what? 20-something thousand free XP? Simon Kai take a deep breath. Together, orange is more than 500,000, so it's not too much. Mackin showed the slightest smile as the world crumbled around Kai, and the soldier wasn't done torturing him. That is unless you change to a different recipe. There are other similar potions held by a few organizations and old families, though they all suffer from the same problem and are generally more expensive to make. If only I could get my hands around your necks. I hate you all so much. Is that how you reached yellow so young? Kai stared daggers at him. I'm 38, there are many younger than me, and no, my family wasn't that rich. I was born at the last stage of red and climbed from there. Mackin lowered his voice. You should also know that using more than a couple bottles of distilled essence will cut the status feats you get from the guide. Though most people don't care much about fate, that did make a difference for him. Kai chuckled. You really are the worst salesman on Elides. Mackin pursed his lips. Stop speaking nonsense and tell me if you want something. I have other duties to attend to. Of course, sir. You showed me these lists with no ulterior motives whatsoever. Kai reciprocated the honesty. You are limited to 2 purchases on the orange list, and keep in mind it may take some time to receive the items. Mackin fell into his monotone voice. Kai browsed the pages. He wasn't short for money, but neither was he swimming in it. There was nothing he needed in the red list. His attention moved to the orange pages. Ignoring the half he couldn't afford, it left about 50 items to consider. What do I need? Definitely to fulfill Zervath's bargain. Nothing else matters if I fail. There was a lack of manuals on how to access hidden realms and free-chained gods, a truly embarrassing oversight. No information on space magic or dimensions either. 2 books caught his attention: The 7 Pillars of Faith, Treaty on the Gods, 1 gold, 100 credits, and The Lost Sister, a study of the effects of fate, 2 golds, 200 credits. What are the odds that they contain useful information besides religious preaching? I need better odds than that. Given the steep prices and limited purchases, Kai couldn't justify going for them. He wasn't going to find the information he needed on the list of the Republic, at least not on the orange one. He didn't need a weapon either. His sea serpent sword was far better than anything on sale. It was too soon to buy the potions to discard his profession. He hadn't made a decision yet. The alchemy and enchanting materials were also of little use since he wasn't going to get many chances to craft. That left a few defensive enchantments and a slew of potential potions with the most disparate effects. Kai gave the papers back to Mackin. He'll need some time to think about it. No more getting pressured into hasty decisions. He could afford to wait a day or two. A thin drizzle covered the jungle, slipping over the tree canopies in large drops. A line of mana professions and elite soldiers marched towards the ruins, followed by a small contingent of blue uniforms led by Viola. Kai walked somewhere in the middle. The other scholars hadn't been invited, leaving him the odd one out. The weather was pleasant to stave off the heat now that he had the elemental reserves to shield himself. For the other mages, not so much. A few had water-repellent robes or rigid umbrellas. The others slumped forward, spewing complaints about lacking civilization. Isn't water one of the most common affinities, or is it different on the mainland? Many earth mages and general mana professionals were soaked like wet cats, a significant blow to their distinguished demeanor. A couple threw him scornful glances, though most didn't notice him. Maybe they're just incompetent. He had seen them raise houses from the ground and move boulders with a gesture, but that was all they did. While the mana researchers spent every day arguing about mana theory and occasionally shaped intricate constructs with no application. Once Kai got beyond his initial awe, these renowned experts were a harsh downgrade from the all-powerful mage ideal in his head. Vuria, Dora, and Elijah had performed extraordinary feats with casual ease, and they never emptied their bag of tricks. I know it's not a fair comparison, but they're disappointing. Beyond the outer ring of the Vastaire site, most trees had fallen under the rampage of the beast or the axes of the laborers. A field of mud and weeds surrounded the ivory spike where the Terragon had made its last stance. A rock path had been erected to give direct access to the underground chamber. Heading into the dark tunnels, Kai couldn't get rid of his somber mood. Hallowed intuition was silent. Probably it was his dislike of destroying one of the few remaining sites. He vividly remembered the timeless towers collapsing on Yaddle as a child. I can't stop this, but I can make it worth it if I get more clues on the spatial anomalies. He had debated whether to learn space magic, though it would be of little use at a low level, and he had absolutely no skill to discard. His improved affinity helped spot elemental motes, but they were still pitifully scarce outside the summoning chambers. It'd be a slog to train, and the discard will knock me out 2 days and less. The mages were setting up their equipment just outside the hall when a young researcher said something that sent them squabbling over their roles. He had seen children with more discipline. Lou walked behind him and poked with his gruff mana sense. Oh, you've gotten sneaky, though you should really work on that skill. I'll give you a few lessons for old time's sake. Kai waited a minute before following him into a corridor. The teen led him deeper without exchanging a word till they reached a chamber covered in moss. Vela waited with Furla at her side. The princess activated an enchanted cube that muffled the sounds and perception around them. Does everyone have one of these now? Where's my spy gadget? You want to talk now? What better time than when everyone's attention is on excavation? The mages will argue for another hour at least. Did she set up that argument? Vela scrunched her brows. Are you all right? My offer to get you out still stands. I am fine and dandy. Kai hid his worries behind a grin. I simply wish we'd be more cautious with the excavation. I thought these mages would be more skilled. What's the point of their silk robes and shiny tools if their solution is to blow things up? If only Vela gave him a half smile. Do you know what defines a mage? Kai scrunched his brow. This sounded like a trick question. Their ability to use magic. Everyone can use magic. You just need to evolve a skill or a profession enough times. What distinguishes mages is flexibility. We can take mana and shape it according to our needs. Vela summoned a flickering light, making it dance between her fingers. Any true magus needs to master at least one field to earn their title, such as a language of power, rituals, unattuned weaving, or elemental magic. She threw a peeved glance at the mossy wall behind his back. The earth shapers here are half mages. They've given up flexibility and specialized their skills to do the heavy lifting. They're great at moving and compacting dirt, but if they face any other challenge, they're helpless like a flipped turtle. That does explain a few things. Vela blushed. Please don't call them that. Half-mage can be taken as an insult by some. He bobbed his head. I'll make sure they don't hear me. That's not what I meant. She ruefully shook her head, pulling a hazel lock behind her ear. Anyway, do you have new information? A few things. Kai recounted the scholars' work on the Vastair and the speculations on the spatial anomalies. Vela wrote it all down in a notebook. That'll be useful. Is there nothing else? That's all I got. Well, learn more today. Or wreck another ruin for nothing and worsen the emergency. That might happen even if they succeed. Guilt prickled him, but they didn't share the blind trust to confess about a divine bargain. The stakes were too high. Vale peered at him. You know, I'm trying to help the archipelago, and the governor's interests. Either she's ridiculously perceptive or she's fishing for information. I'll let you know when we know more. Let's go find out if those half-mages will blow us up or not. Kai tapped his foot on the mossy floor waiting for the hourglass to empty. He had yet to decide whether he liked these spy subterfuges. Like any other kid on Earth, he had once fantasized about being a secret agent, but dreams rarely survived the encounter with reality. He was tired of sneaking under the nose of the Republic, and while racing to solve the spatial anomalies first was more exciting than keeping a low profile, it was still stifling. Like the muffling devices to have private conversations, there was a sea of unknown skills and professions. He could never know if his ploys to deceive the Republic were effective. He was playing a game where he didn't know all the pieces and rules. Perhaps a team of soldiers was monitoring him at this moment through an unknown scrying method. Kai waved at the air. No one responded except for the dripping moisture from the ceiling. How rude, unless it's Morse code. Getting recruited by the Republic had shed some light on the giant looming over his life. The garrison in the archipelago wasn't the most savvy except for a few individuals. At the same time, their roots extended deeper than he could understand. No matter how cautious or clever he was, he couldn't work around the obstacles he didn't know existed. The lack of information was frustrating. Spirits willing, Vela knew what she was doing. Even if she genuinely cared about the archipelago, she was playing into the hands of the Republic and the governor. If you can't beat them, join them, I guess. The last grain of sand trickled down the neck of the hourglass. It should be long enough. Kai stored it in his ring and headed into the damp tunnels. He took a circuitous route before rejoining the main group at the summoning chamber. The non-essential personnel for the excavation waited on the upper level, looking down at the crack in the ceiling where the Terragon had clawed its way out. The aperture in the ivory stone had been enlarged and smoothed to let the soldiers intervene in case of danger. No one seemed to notice his return from his wanderings. Vela stood on the other side of the hall with a dignified pose. Captain Surin was also present, arguing with the mana professionals in the chamber below. It was rare to see her on the field. She usually stayed holed up in her office at camp. From the cold smile plastered on her face, she wasn't pleased with the delay. "Where have you been?" Kai jolted. "Did you really have to do that?" The hands that were raised to face the threat fell back down. "I went to stretch my legs. It looked like the mages would take a while to set up and they still haven't." Mackin watched him unapologetic. "It's not safe to wander alone in these tunnels, you should know that." The mana went crazy before the beasts appeared. There was no danger apart from that. Kai waved at the hall below. "The best defense was attack. The destruction of the site started the accidents, and this will make it worse. We don't know that for certain." Kai gave him a look. "It seems pretty damn likely to me. I'll bet you my contribution credits on it." He offered to shake his hand to seal the deal. "It's against protocol to use credits for betting." Stuffy Boy ignored him. "Ask a guard to accompany you if you need to wander around again." He left to talk with a squad of soldiers. Kai sat on the cleaned ivory floor to wait. A few iridescent particles blinked in his vision. The higher density was strangely confined by the walls of the summoning chamber. They gathered in small, fluttering clumps, but if there was a hidden meaning, he couldn't tell what it was. "Please tell me I won't have to study spatial theory. That sounds as much fun as astrophysics. It's better enjoyed from a safe distance." The boost to his affinity was obvious, probably around 10 points. He did need a suitable ritual to know the exact value. Space was a hard element to test even in High Arbor. Without being able to gather the motes, Kai soon regretted not having brought a book to kill time. It took another hour before the Earth mages were ready to begin. Vela outdid herself to make them squabble. The experts had decided to use magic for the excavation. Enchanted tools would also risk damaging their findings, and they didn't have skilled manpower. Knowing the Earth Shapers made up most of the mana professions might have also played a role. A portly man with a purple hat gathered his silk robes, hands extended dramatically on a square section at the edge of the chamber. The expedition tensed with bated breath. Every eye zeroed in. Soldiers gripped their weapons. Mages pushed their mana sense, Kai included. The flamboyant mage separated a thin sheet of ivory stone and lifted it to reveal more plain ivory. No runes, no fluctuations in the ambient mana or in the space motes. A collective sigh filled the hall. The tension rose and ebbed like the tides for the first dozen cuts. People fell soon into the rhythm of the monotonous work, the hushed tones rising to casual chatting and jokes. 5 stone shapers joined the excavation to speed up the process, while the panes of stone were examined and prodded by the mana researchers. The superficial layer of the floor and walls was removed without revealing any runes or causing any arcane reaction. Well, they're being careful at least. He sacrificed his copied reading skill to create an echo of their stone cutting skill. Earth and stone were close enough that he could crack a rock with his own spells, but it had an outrageous cost. Kai relaxed his mana sense and inspect when the copy started to hit a plateau. He couldn't risk skill strain before anything interesting happened. It might be wise to increase the thickness of the cuts, the portly mage said to his colleagues, patting his forehead with a lavender handkerchief. "Well run out of elemental reserves if we have to remove 1.5 meters of stone at this pace." Yade's mercy, not even my thoughts are safe from jinxing. Kai was ready to jump down to slap his lazy face when a familiar redhead beat him to it. "That's not the plan we agreed on." Shev stood up. "We get a single shot at this. It's better to take all the time required. Easy for you to talk when you're not the one putting in the effort. That's because your group insisted on handling it alone. I am perfectly willing to take your place." Lacking in affinities, Shev clenched his fist at his sides, his face taking an enraged tint. "Say that again." Surin loudly cleared her throat. "Esteemed Magi, may I remind everyone you've been employed by the Republic. While your expertise and brilliant minds are appreciated, this is a military operation." Mackin leaned in to whisper. The captain nodded. "Well, continue to tread with caution as planned. If your reserves run too low, well, resume the work tomorrow. Is that acceptable?" Her gaze bore down on the mages till they lowered their heads in acquiescence. Shev threw a smug smile to his rival, who harumphed back to work in a fluttering of robes. Thin sheets of stone piled up while the summoning chamber grew larger, and there might be nothing to find. For all I know, the origin of the teleportations was entirely placed in the hidden sanctuary. The sliver of sky in the ceiling above dimmed with the rays of late afternoon when an excited squeal rippled through the hall. A woman in sky-blue robes gripped a sheet of ivory stone, hand pointing to the center of the chamber. Soldiers and mana experts snapped to attention. "What is it?" Surin hopped down a wooden ladder. "Let me see. What's this about?" Mana sense wasn't picking up anything but plain stone. With a perplexed frown, Kai closed in to the opening to see. The mages huddled in a circle, obscuring his view till they were forced to step aside for their captain. A web of inky and glowing lines marred the ivory floor in chaotic tangles. The runes were too small to read even with his perception, and continued beneath the floor revealed, more complex than the Zeppelin or the crafts in Edgar's workshop. I can't believe they were right. Enchantments that masked themselves weren't a new concept. though not even the gnome had managed something so seamless. It was on the level of Vuria and Elijah's cloaking, too far beyond his abilities to measure. To think they lasted for millennia. "Stop there, kid," a soldier barred him from jumping below with a stern look. Already tense for the development, it wouldn't be ideal to test their resolve. Kai squinted to make out the network of thin lines from above, black splintered symbols interwoven with a flowing script that shimmered in the light. He couldn't make sense of them, and the issue wasn't just their size. Those aren't the same runes I learned. Runes were a written language of power capable of channeling and shaping mana. These enchantments used two entirely different alphabets and tongues. The glowing lines vaguely reminded him of the runes engraved on the fate fulcrum he'd need to examine them closer to be sure, while the sharp, inky lines were completely alien to him. Shev and two other mana researchers ordered everyone back. They look like an archaic elvish dialect, and these resemble the old shade sigils, as much as a merman resembles a siren's butt. No, that's. In a series of crystal snaps and puffs of mana, the flowing filaments came undone. Losing their anchor, the jagged inky runes quickly followed suit and dispersed in dark wisps. A wave of ominous murmurs soared in his mind, the intensity rising with each second. The direction of the threat was nebulous, probably the result of spatial interference, though ultimately the danger would appear somewhere. I had fucking warned them. "Stop gawking and do something," Suren yelled, pointing her fingers at the fading enhancements. "We need to study and figure out the anomaly." Waking from their daze, two researchers stepped forward to attempt to stop the runes from decaying. "There is nothing we can do, Mom." Kai didn't pay them any attention. Adrenaline rushed into his limbs, ready to bolt. Should he stay with the elite soldiers or seek safety away from there? The troops threw weary looks at their surroundings, but maintained their confident demeanor. They got into ranks on the upper level, while a team of 7 formed a perimeter around Suren, who was still yelling at the mages. Should I warn them? Defeating multiple yellow beasts shouldn't be a problem with the military might gathered here. None of them would listen to a child, and the howls from hallowed intuition kept worsening. Kai dashed to where Vela and Lu were standing in the blue group. Furla stepped forward to stop him, spear raised. He halted with a glare. "Something dangerous is coming. We need to leave." Vela pursed her lips, likely annoyed he had approached her in the open. She waved her bodyguard off. "What's happening? Not again. Can't you do as I say and argue later?" Kai gritted his teeth and forced his tone to stay level. "Remember last time? This one is worse. Probably." It was hard to interpret the manic whispers. He'd rather cry wolf for nothing than stay underground, waiting for another stone lizard to blow them up. Vela shifted her gaze between him and the unraveling runes in the chamber below. "Let's move towards the exit in case." The rumble in his head spiked. A wave of spatial particles burst from the floor below, flooding outward into the ruins. That's not good. An iridescent string formed above the exposed runes. A mana researcher extended her hand to prod it before thinking better. The strand drifted through her arm. Her confusion was replaced by screams of agony as her arm flopped to the ground in a gush of blood. Fuck. The spatial distortion innocently blinked out of existence, but more fluctuating threads of rainbow colors grew and shrank. A yellow soldier got bisected at the waist. His sword clattered to the floor in 2 useless pieces. Screams and commands tore the air as the expedition jumped into frantic activity. The confidence evaporated from the soldiers, and the ranks loosened. The portly mage rushed to climb the ladder. His rush sent the mana professionals into a full-blown panic, tramping on each other to reach safety. They should have brought more ladders. Kai got no more time to ponder the gross lapse in logistics. The spatial distortions were floating to the upper floor and beyond into the ruins. A cloud of space mana condensed before his nose. Dodge. Kai ducked and threw himself to the side as the deadly string whizzed over him. A spray of warm blood splashed on his face. One of the guards of Vela's escort held the bloody uniform at his side with a pained grimace. Head for the exit. Now, before she had finished giving commands, the dozen people in her group were moving with some semblance of order. 2 guards carried the weight of their injured companion. A pair of hands grabbed Kai and lifted him on the go. "Are you injured?" Lu didn't look at him, eyes fixed on their surroundings for the spatial distortions. They formed without warning, whizzing through the air and disappearing just as quickly. Kai got to his feet. "I am fine." Chaos had fallen into the military ranks, retreating towards the edges of the upper level and into the side corridors. Blood and screams soaked the air. This wasn't something they could fight. Why couldn't it just be more beasts? The stone bridge leading outside was 50 meters from them. The flamboyant Earthshaper was somehow already climbing it, his purple hat lost somewhere in the rush. A 2-meter-long multicolored string formed before him. To the man's brief luck or favor, the spatial tier didn't drift towards him, but downwards, cutting through the bridge like butter. The passage collapsed in a roar of rock and dust, destroying their direct route to safety. Dirt and mud fell over the rubble from the surface. Fucking. Dodge left. Kai empowered himself for an abrupt turn. For once, no one doubted his command and jerked to the side. An iridescent thread zoomed on their right. Head for the corridor. He dashed to the nearest exit across from them. There was no time to care about what everyone else was doing. If he slowed down, they'd have to worry about tears from behind too. On our right, the distortion nicked Furla's arm, who pushed Vela out of the way. The stern woman didn't glance at her wound, getting the princess on her feet and continuing to run. The space density still climbed, mana swirling around them. Kai found himself at the head of the group. With hallowed intuition warning of danger all around, he pushed the limits of mana sense and inspect to scan their surroundings. Left, duck. He dove into the dark corridor as the immaculate ivory was slashed. The group followed behind. All the 11 mana signatures were present despite a few bright bleeding wounds. Kai raced ahead, aware that the cramped corridor could turn into a death trap at any moment. They needed to outrun the spreading spatial distortions. The next room had a single door leading deeper. He was about to dash for it when the mana swirled again. Halt! A colorful bubble barred their exit, standing strangely stationary. His doubts didn't last when a bristled pink snout emerged from it. The pink snout turned into a bristled muzzle with 3 pairs of tusks. A yellow boar the size of a minivan stood on stout legs. The iridescent bubble collapsed on itself, cutting a few hairs on its stubby tail. Anomalies shouldn't appear outside the summoning chamber, yet they did. The consequences for breaking those enchantments were worse than he imagined. They were portals, not teleports. How did he not see it sooner? No one had witnessed the appearance of a beast and lived to tell the tale. The portal that brought the Terragon and the Wormling must have allowed more than one to pass. The connections must be growing more stable, perhaps due to the failing shackles of the hidden sanctuary that Zervathi mentioned. His lack of knowledge of spatial magic left him with more speculations than facts. Could he cross them to get to the hidden sanctuary? Should he? It seemed. Oink! 15 meters across the chamber, large beady eyes studied him. The boar puffed a warm, fetid breath. The group came to a forceful halt behind him. Kai didn't dare avert his eyes, hand on the hilt of his sword. There was no time to strategize. While the hall was more spacious than the corridors, a stocky beast and 12 people would leave little freedom to maneuver. Space and ambient mana swirled with no sign of abating. The boar barred the way forward, and the spatial tears spread at their backs, extinguishing any chance of retreat. Can't we all be friends? Would you mind moving your moderately sized butt out of the way? The boar took away his indecision by charging. Its hard-nailed feet skittered on the ivory floor, eating the distance in a breath. Watch out. He couldn't block a frontal assault or spare the mind to check on Lu and Vela. Empower flowed into his legs. Hallowed intuition had the decency to give him more precise directions. When the boar was one stride from running over him too close to adjust, Kai dodged left and released his water spell. A layer of ice coated the floor of the chamber. The ice immediately cracked under the weight of the beast, making the boar skid out of control. 3 tons of pork barreled past him. A shield of water pushed him out of the tusk's way. Lu was on the right flank, and the group had the common sense to disperse to the sides, except one man who spent an instant too long frozen in terror. The boar trampled over him with a sickening crunch and crashed into the opposite entrance. Kai landed with a roll. One look at the bloody mincemeat on the floor was enough to know the man was already dead. Fuck, should I press the advantage to kill it? Spells wouldn't be enough. He'd need to use his sword up close to carve the thick hide. If he failed, he might get entangled in a long battle. Yellow beasts were stupidly resilient. The sea serpent had taken minutes to die even as he ripped at it from the inside. Move. He waved the frozen guards to the next corridor. Now, the spatial wrens blinked within his mana sense range, expanding outwards. The boar might barely squeeze through the passage, but it was better than waiting here. They just needed to reach a chamber with a link to the towers and move outside. Half the group hurried past him. Vela stood by the doorway, commanding everyone to move forward. She stared at the bloody remains on the floor, face pale, a wisp of light floating around her. As the overgrown swine was already getting up, barely dazed, a colorful string fluttered into existence, cutting crimson ribbons in its side. The beast let out a shrill squeal and crashed into a wall to escape the spatial tear. Sorry, Piggy, you should have taken the friendship deal. Verla dashed towards it, shrouded in shadow. Her spear glowed with mana. Wielding the weapon with both hands, she planted it through the skull of the panicked boar. Eek! The beast jerked to slash the bodyguard with its tusks and forced the woman to abandon her weapon and retreat. The boar refused to peacefully die and thrashed madly despite the stick in its brains. The bodyguard appeared beside him, grabbed Vela and dragged her away. Hurry, miss. It'll take a while to die, but it won't be able to follow. I wouldn't be so sure. That was fuck. Kai dashed for the corridor. With a wet grunt, the boar charged in their direction, blazing with enough mana to visibly glow. Its black eyes were blind with rage and pain. The broken shaft of a spear poked like a horn from its head. Why me? I didn't do anything. Kai cast another ice spell on the floor, but the berserk boar trampled over it without even slowing. He was ready to vault over it, though hallowed intuition had warned him he would be safe. By fate or its cracked skull, the boar missed the tight passage and caught the corner of the entrance with its head. The walls of the chamber shook. The beast didn't get up this time, dead or unconscious. Kai didn't go back to check. blinking motes swarmed together. Dodge right, Vela veered her run without hesitation. An iridescent string zoomed through the corridor on their left. It sliced the immaculate walls before dissipating. Kai closed the line behind her, hoping that whoever led the group wasn't fleeing in panic. The wrens were sparser, but space mana was still dense and frenetic. Earth, rocks, and moss coated the floor, slowing his run in the dimmed light. They crossed 3 chambers before stopping. Mud squelched under his shoes. A cascade of vines dangled from the opening in the ceiling, letting through a gust of chill breeze. A man and a woman in blue uniforms were already upstairs, divided between keeping guard and helping the others follow. They were yellow, while most of the guards below were orange. In the rush to run, no one had thought to take a rope. The mud sucking on their feet hampered them from taking a proper jump. You go first. Vela assumed a commanding tone between her labored breaths, gesturing to the uncertain guards. Miss Furla used the harsh look she usually reserved for strangers. We're here to protect you. Let us do our job. We're losing time. Vela bit her lip. What if they can't make the leap? Make space. Kai stepped forward, but no one paid him any mind. Without the imminent threat of death, his authority had already expired. Damn, it was nice while it lasted. I can make a ladder. Kai pushed through the blockade of bodies. He didn't stop to explain and cast a vibrant ball of mana. The vines hanging from the aperture writhed and grew thicker, extending like ropes to the floor. They'll hold a couple of people if you guys upstairs keep them steady. The guards gaped at the magic display, some awed, some wary as if the vine bridge might rise to strangle them. What, have you never seen a competent mage? Now would be a good time to move. We have no idea how far the spatial tiers can extend, and I'd rather not find out. The yell got the desired effect. Vela was placed on the leafy vines by Furla and reluctantly climbed. When Kai stood aside, the guards threw him strange glances, refusing to meet his gaze. It would have been nice if someone attempted to make him go first, but it didn't matter. With hallowed intuition and his spatial affinity, he had the greatest survivability, even higher than the yellow grades. You should go, Lou said, guarding the 3 tunnels leading into the chamber. Arguing would only waste more time. It can hold both of us. Kai climbed the vines. He lifted himself up with his arms alone. Shouts and rumbling growls echoed from the main group. Spirits willing. It wasn't another stone lizard. Yellow beasts shouldn't be a problem with the number of yellow soldiers the military brought. Once they escaped the spatial instability, they would be fine. Well, most of them. Kai pushed back the flashes of limbs and torsos. There had been no chance they would listen to him. He couldn't help such a large group. I had fucking told them this would end badly. A flood of thoughts and worries threatened to sweep his mind, ramifications from what happened today. It wasn't time to analyze them. Kai stepped on the upper floor. The pale light of a dying sun peeked from the next opening. The ceiling was low. The guards had formed a line to help each other up. Casting another ladder of vines might save a few seconds, not enough to bother. The mana was still noticeably denser and chaotic, but there had been no spatial tiers since Kai observed the area with mana sense. He took Lu's hand to hoist him up. You too. There was no need to close the group. I am more suited to spot the threats. Then shouldn't you scout ahead? Kai shook his head. The spatial anomalies are expanding from the summoning chamber. The main danger is underground. And shouldn't you be protecting Vela for your mysterious plans? She was already in the upper chamber with Furla at her side. The princess threw worried glances at the group below with a bone-white wand in hand. She has enough people looking after her. Lu sighed, meeting his gaze with clear eyes. Kai, if you didn't come to warn and lead us out, we would have suffered many more losses. You've already helped enough. Let me do at least this for you. What do I say to that? Okay, he crouched to touch the vine stair, hoping he didn't look too awkward. He had done some experiments since the last specialization. Instead of casting a spell, he pulled on the mana still present in the plant. The vine withered beneath his touch, returning about half the nature mana spent. I still have room for improvement. That's new. Lu positioned his large frame to shield him from the main group, the seriousness replaced by a wry smile. You know, sometimes I'm tempted to shake you upside down to see how many tricks fall out. Kai rolled his eyes. You've seen almost everything after tonight. It would be hard to hide his space affinity, though it was possible the military hadn't noticed in the mayhem. He could blame his ability to sense unhallowed intuition. It wasn't entirely false. Almost. The bulky teen looked amused. Yes, almost. What kind of mage reveals all his tricks? Most of them, I believe. At least among those I met, they were all eager to show off their abilities if you gave them an excuse. If they were like the Earth half-mages, that's not surprising. It must be an ego boost to come to the archipelago where there are almost no mana professions. You shouldn't take as an example the mages you meet, and I'm technically an apprentice. Also, I'm not the only one with a few tricks. I saw a few glowing skills here and there. What are you hiding, big boy? Lu stared at his boots with an awkward look. It's fine, you don't have to tell me if you're a forbidden by you-know-what. The last thing I need is carrying your unconscious lumbering body out of here. It's not that. Lu lowered his tone to a whisper. They're mostly evolved skills. I'm not particularly magically talented, but I've got a small affinity for water and an average one for darkness. That was easy. I should have asked sooner. Cool. Kai had his suspicions after the fight with the toad. He didn't know much about darkness, except it shared a link with shadow, though not as strong as water and ice or earth and stone. While shadow was focused on concealing and slipping away, darkness was about expanding and devouring. Lou chuckled. That's not the reaction I usually get, it's just an affinity. Hurry up, we need to get out of here, Vela yelled from upstairs. There was a single guard apart from them, a graying man at yellow helping those who needed a push. Simon, you go first, Lou smiled. Fine, Kai was about to take the runner-up when space mana surged. In a split second, an iridescent bubble swallowed half the chamber. Hallowed intuition screamed of danger. Rotting ancestors, are you kidding me? There was no time to jump, the only way out was back into the tunnels. A pair of long, hairy legs poked into the room 2 meters from him, followed by another identical pair and the most disgusting spidery face Kai had ever seen. It had 8 bulbous eyes and a pair of fangs larger than any respectable arachnid should carry. I'm so done with this shit. The spider let out a rasping screech. No arachnid should be allowed to produce sounds either. The monstrosity tried to emerge from the portal with its fat, hairy body. Fuck no, Kai raised his hand. He didn't waste time for efficient casting. He directed every mode of water mana in his body forward. A wave flooded the beast to push it back, replacing the screeches with a low gurgling. The spell wouldn't harm a yellow beast. It didn't need to. While Kai didn't know the first thing about space magic, he knew 2 things. Those portals were unstable, and he was good at destroying cups. Maintaining the jet of water, he gathered the space mana he had stocked since Zervathi boosted his affinity and threw it at the pulsing bubble. No visualization, who needed precision when you just wanted to mess things up. The bubble writhed and fluctuated wildly as the spider glowed with shadow mana and pushed back the wave. With a whistle, the portal collapsed on the abdomen of the beast. Shreds of meat, chitin and green ichor exploded into the chamber. The rear of the spider wasn't bisected as much as obliterated. The surviving head and hairy legs slumped on the floor, and Mana sense confirmed that not even a yellow beast could survive that. Kai retched at the slimy something that landed on his shoulder. There was a sour taste in his mouth he didn't wish to examine. He remembered once finding a barrel of fish gut left to rot for weeks in the sun. This was so much worse. Without hesitation, he turned the water jet onto himself. He spit, retched, and washed himself again. Are you fine? Vela shouted from above, covering her nose with a handkerchief. Never been better. That was the most disgusting thing I've ever done. Lou stood still with his eyes closed, dripping green ichor and unidentified organs. Please help, he spoke without opening his mouth. Kai considered teasing him, but that would have been too cruel even for him, so he summoned a second flow. In such a short battle, he had burned through more than half his water mana. Lou didn't have to beg Kai to be the first one out. Pumping his legs with empower, he jumped to the upper floor. Trees were visible through the windows. Most of the group was already out, and Kai was eager to get away from the reeking chamber. A red twilight tinged the sky above the jungle in the west. Screams, growls, and roars. A group of soldiers and mages stood in the middle of the ruins, besieged by 4 bright yellow signatures. Kai swept his surroundings for any other mana signature. There were only 4 beasts. Peeking from a leafy shrub, he glimpsed a group of mean-looking lizards circling the soldiers near the broken tower. That's strange. They all belonged to the same species, perhaps another quirk of the spatial anomalies. Low, wiry bodies armored in black scales, horned heads and swishing tails. They were similar to the drakes he fought in Virid, though leaner and double the size. Their veins were a shade brighter than the boar, and the largest one was comparable to the pterygon, still better than a giant hairy spider, probably. The memory made him gag. He could faintly smell the remains of the battle wafting from the tower and his own clothes. The space motes had fallen to ordinary levels. He'd allow the Republic to take care of the carcass as a show of good faith. They were the professionals after all. A rumbling growl snapped his head back to the battle. The soldiers kept the drakes back with spears and shields, while the earth mages raised rocks from the ground to slow their movements. One of the smaller lizards struck too close before retreating. It was about to get skewered by a spear when the alpha flashed with mana. The soldier pulled back the attack just as the beast spewed a jet of flames at the formation. The fire clashed over a shimmering barrier and washed to the sides of the formation. Weeds turned to ash, sludgy mud hissed and cracked. Thank Yade, they stood in the central clearing, away from the vegetation. The last thing they needed was to start a forest fire. Darlo and the scholars will be overjoyed to have been left behind today. The expedition counted 2/3 of the troops who left the camp that morning, a few missing limbs and many bleeding wounds. It was possible some were lost in the ruins, but the death toll was heavy. Captain Surin shouted orders from the center of the formation, surrounded by half-mages and wounded. Somehow the portly Earth Shaper was there too, shaking like mango jelly. Kai didn't see Mackin, but it was hard to distinguish the faces of the frontline soldiers behind shields. Hell be fine. He was probably the fastest person in the summoning chamber. He must have gotten out. Kai couldn't contemplate any other possibility. The remaining guards had reached him outside the tower, using the breather to check the injuries they suffered during their escape. Their team was sheltered by the vegetation, easily able to circle around the battle and find safety. Unlike last time, he wasn't the one being chased by a beast. Kai scanned his party. There were 3 people at yellow, Furla and 2 old guards who had recently advanced. From the white knuckles gripping their spears, they weren't eager to test their abilities. Playing hero one time was enough. The Republic can deal with its own mess. We should group back at camp. We should go help them. Vela scowled at him. Do we have to? They got it handled. Well, just complicate things. And how are we going to block those flames if they attack us? My mana is running low, and a shield isn't going to cut it. Furla gave a look that skimmed unapproving. I am with the apprentice on this one, miss. This area isn't safe. I've lost my spear against the boar, and we don't have the might to provide assistance without risking further losses. She swept her gaze on the fight. The military claimed command of all combat matters. They can handle those themselves. Our duty is to oversee the investigation on behalf of the council. We need to report what happened. The guards looked pale at the idea of rejoining the fray. Instead of rebutting, Vela turned pensive and examined their group. Her emerald eyes lingered on him. Can you tell if the spatial anomalies will spread to the surface? Oh boy, why couldn't she just be a cold-hearted schemer? Give me a second. He did another sweep of their surroundings and pushed mana sense inside the tower. From the ambient mana, it looks like it's staying underground, but I can't say for sure. I don't know spatial theory. I followed my danger sense to get us out. Your danger sense? Furla narrowed her eyes. Mine couldn't predict the location of the tears till they appeared. Kai chewed his cheek. Mine is at yellow and works with favor. The revelation sent a wave of gasps and whispers among the guards. He had to give something to conceal his space affinity, and it was obvious he had a danger sensing skill after he had warned them in the summoning chamber. The favor part would make the story believable. It was a given that anyone born at the bottom of red would have a high 7th stat if they advanced quickly. He hadn't given away anything that a clever observer couldn't deduce by themselves. The point of concealing his abilities was to save them for when it mattered, and he was in well over his head. Vela didn't look surprised. I'll send one group back to the campsite to contact the council while we provide assistance from a safe distance. Her words calmed most of the guards, at least those that would leave. Almost every orange guard was selected to head back, except Lou and another young islander who insisted on staying, likely another recruit from the shady program. Furla wasn't pleased. Miss, I must advise against this plan. I appreciate it, but you don't need to worry. I don't intend to put myself or anybody else in danger. If we manage to distract one beast and land an attack, I'll be satisfied. Gaining the reluctant nod of her bodyguard, Vela asked the obvious question. Kai, are you willing to stay with us? I'll take care of the flames if they attack. You don't need to fight, just warn us if you perceive anything, so well, retreat. You mean more than being in a war zone. His comment crashed on flat faces. With multiple pairs of hopeful eyes on him, he couldn't bring himself to say no. Sure, I can do that. There were a few things I wanted to buy from the orange list. They circled the outer rim of the site. Half of the group proceeded back towards the camp and gave their spears to Furla. The remaining 6 approached the central clearing, keeping a direct route for retreat. The fight in the ruins was in a stalemate. Both sides were unwilling to commit to an attack. A drake had gotten a long slash on its foreleg. Another had an arrow sticking from its eye. Despite that, Kai wasn't sure who held the advantage, and he still couldn't spot Mackin. Damn it. The soldiers were at a disadvantage since they had to endure the attacks head-on to protect the wounded and non-combatants in their midst. Earthshaper's spells were too slow to be effective against the beasts. If the mage casting the barrier ran out of mana, they'd be literally toasted and probably lose half the expedition. Vela stopped on the last ring of trees for cover, a tower on their left. She fumbled her bone wand, missing her earlier confidence. The princess would be their main damage dealer. They had no archers among them, and Furla wouldn't engage unless she was forced to. How does that work? Kai waved at the wand to break her tension. It was made from yellow materials and heavily enchanted, though he couldn't pierce the cloaking. This. Vela looked at her magic stick. It's a focus for casting. It makes my spells stronger and more efficient. You don't have one. Number Kai pursed his lips. I've never seen one on sale. There had been none even on the restricted list of the Republic. Oh, I see. Since mage artifacts require complicated enchantments, they classify as yellow weapons or higher, even when they're made for apprentices. They must be hard to find in the archipelago if you don't know the right people. She nodded to herself. Okay, I am ready. I'll aim at the injured one on the right. Under the cover of the vegetation, the yellow guards nodded, preparing their spears for a throw. Be careful, miss. Furla glowered at the drakes. With a grim face, she changed her grasp, ready to fling her weapon. A shroud of shadows crept around them. Certain beasts can perceive mana more accurately than mages. I can cloak us for a few minutes. We'll get one chance to strike. We might as well make it count. I apologize for making your job harder, Vela said. The stern woman looked at her charge and fought off a smile. That's what keeps it interesting, miss. One volley, then we retreat. I'm too old for these reckless fights. Deal. Vela bobbed her head and began chanting under her breath. Avim vesh ivles. Kai soon gave up trying to memorize the words. It all sounded like gibberish to him. It's kinda slow, though it might be effective if you have a cover or frontline. Blue motes gathered on her wand. They were a shade lighter than water, their swirls slower and sharper. Vela must have a main affinity for ice that swallowed the one for water. She also used fire against the toad, and maybe light. I didn't hear her casting when she summoned her shining wisps in the tunnels. From what Vuria told him, a language of power gave mages access to a wider variety of elements if they knew the words and how to pronounce them, though the spells would still be weak without an affinity to back them up. Kai readied his sword, hoping he wouldn't have to use it. Those drakes lacked the colossal size of the other yellow beasts he had seen, which was no benefit at all. His body wouldn't survive a direct hit anyway. Slow and heavy was better than fast and nimble. Why did I get roped into this again? Shouts of pain and fury reached his ears. The soldiers were struggling to hold the line. Kai swallowed his reluctance. Veil or not, he couldn't run away without at least trying to help Evan if some of them were exploitative assholes. While he would never like the Republic for what they had done to his home, he recognized most were just humans trying to get by. Some might deserve to get punched in the face, but not to get burned alive by a beast. Only the top of the pyramid had actual power and agency. Spirits, it was easier when they were just an indistinct entity I could hate. The injured drake on the right whipped its tail at the defenders, and its largest cousin released another torrent of flames. The mana barrier cracked under the physical strike, letting a stream of orange flames seep through. The smaller beast dismissed its torched tail with a growl. Shit. Vela took the chance to release a dazzling white comet, far denser than the one he remembered. With 3 snaps, Furla and the 2 guards flung their spears. The projectiles whistled through the clearing. Committed to the tail strike, the drake jerked his head back in time to eat an ice beam in the face. The freezing spell crackled on his scales when the first glowing spear hit the injured leg. The beast staggered forward, and 2 more poked its belly, one piercing the black scales. Maybe I should have joined too. Long-distance casting isn't my forte. Unable to open its jaws, the drake let out a strangled growl, falling towards the soldiers. Though a few hesitated, many weapons and skills flashed to take advantage of the opportunity. It wasn't going to get up again. The 3 remaining beasts roared, striking the forward. 2 were too far from the fallen comrade, while the alpha was unable to spew fire without a break. It charged the formation, uncaring of the spears pointed its way. In a flare of mana, the head of one of the smaller drakes separated from its body as it retreated. The attack didn't come from the formation either. Observing the fight through mana sense, Kai recognized the familiar signature. That's my porter. I'll give you a raise. Mackin turned to face the second drake. The cheeky bugger must have been waiting for an opportunity to strike again. He had a long cut on the side of his blood-soaked uniform too precise to not be the result of a spatial tear. He should have listened to. Hallowed intuition flared to life, rumbling in his mind. Retreat. Instead of fighting to avenge its pack, the alpha turned to flee without caring for its last member. Naturally, it chose their direction. Kai could swear its burning eyes set straight on him before he turned to run. I didn't even attack. Wait Furla scooped Vela and disappeared into a flutter of shadows. The other yellow guards had already turned their tail, while Lu and the native girl had been waiting further back. Kai could read Lu's hesitation in his mana flow. He could catch up to them, though that would hardly help. Run left. The soldiers were following the beast at a slower pace. Brimming with empower, Kai turned a few degrees right. The drake aimed for him, eating his head start. Oh well, just another day at work. He jumped into an ivory window and landed in a roll. Noticing the turbulent mana and spatial tears underground, Kai boosted his leg to leap into the upper floor. He was about to get to the top of the tower when hallowed intuition told him better. A stream of flames flew from a window. Positioning against a wall, a simple water barrier took care of the rest. The shield boiled and hissed, but easily held. Since the drake went through the trouble of heating the water, Kai sent it back when a scaled head poked through the window. The attack was timed with the whispers of danger, spilling over the beast's eyes and snout before it could leap back. It crashed backward into a tree, roaring in pain. Honestly, you could have just gotten away without stopping for a snack. He stuck his hand out to send a volley of icicles before the drake could get back on its feet, just for good measure. A flash of mana bolted towards the beast and left a sword through its skull. You must really love waiting for an opening. Mackin stepped back from the thrashing drake. The injury at his side wasn't bleeding, but he looked deathly pale. Are you okay? I should be the one to ask you that. Here, I'll lend you mine. Kai threw down his sword. By the time he descended the tower, the beast had gone silent, and he had a notification blinking. His faithful porter waited for him with a bloody blade. Mackin stared back with not a hint of humor. I am fine. I already took one. Well, this one's for blood loss, and don't tell me you don't need it. You're a welcome. I can't have my employee die on the job. By the way, I was joking about the sword. I'll be fine with 25%. Kai patted his shoulder. Though the potion is another 25%, that's premium quality. Just cut the nonsense and say it already, Mackin grumbled, leaning against the tower. What do you mean, oh that? Yes, I did tell you this would end badly half a dozen times. I mean, it could have gone worse. How? I don't know. You could have blown up the summoning chamber or destroyed the other one too. Mackin scrunched his brows. And how would we know if that happened? Well, Kai pushed his sensing skill through the ground and inspected the raging mana swirled underneath. Spatial wrens cut into the ivory stone. I think we better leave. A thin drizzle fell from the cowl of clouds. The night was lit by dim crystal. Everyone was cold and miserable. Patience was stitched together by the common desire to get away from the epicenter of the anomaly. The order of evacuation had come as they set foot back into the main camp. The emergency barges were bound to arrive soon. There wasn't space for everyone. A group would have to march along the western coast before getting picked up by a second round of vessels. Only a small team would remain near Kaue's ruins to report on the situation. When they left the Vastaire site, the spatial tears had given no sign of dying down, and the mana levels were still growing. No one was able to descend into the underground complex to verify, but the consensus was that both summoning chambers must have been destroyed. Thankfully, yellow beasts were equally vulnerable to spatial wrens, and half the howls carried torturous notes of pain. The remaining half would be more than enough to overwhelm them, but in the absence of humans, the beasts were happy to battle it out among themselves. Another piercing roar echoed from the jungle. People had stopped screaming after the first dozen, most even stopped flinching. They hurried faster to pack and carry supplies in silence. Many soldiers and mages had been killed or severely injured, piling on top of the losses of the previous accident just a few days prior. If the military hadn't given the evacuation order, Kai wouldn't have been surprised by the guards deserting. And who could have predicted this? To be fair, nothing had happened the last time the governor quarried the Vastaire sites for stone, though that had been before the anomaly started. The destruction of the summoning chambers must have shaken the failing enchantments in the hidden sanctuary. Kai stuffed his dad's journals inside the spatial bag. The scholars had kept a few volumes for themselves. Sonia and Darlo had drowned him in questions, only held back when they had been called to be consulted by the command. Mackin and Vela had also disappeared when they left the Vastaire site. A young guard in a blue uniform knocked on the door to their shared room. Kai Thailand, come with me. I'll be on the first vessel to Eastwind. No drenched nightly march from me. Yea, the remaining scholars will be evacuated in the second round. You need to be ready to embark when the barges arrive. We can't delay your departure. Why are they not coming? I wasn't informed, sir. I've received orders to bring you on board. His tone and eyes prayed and demanded to not make things difficult. Kai suppressed the desire to argue. Give me a second. He did one last sweep of the room to check if he had forgotten something. There were dozens of spare sheets of paper, hopefully nothing important. He double-checked the latches of his spatial backpack before walking into the cold drizzle outside. The last thing he needed was soggy books. The sea churned restlessly 200 meters from camp, still no sign of the barges. Medics hustled between the rows of injured near the shore. Kai stopped counting the missing limbs after getting to 10. The metallic smell of blood was thick enough to pierce the rain. Spirits knew how many more lay dead in the ruin or the belly of a beast. Should I have told them about Zervassi? The moaning of the wounded deafened the calls and filled him with guilt. Could he have prevented these deaths? Even disregarding the consequences for his own person, there was no certainty Surin wouldn't have proceeded with the excavation anyway. I don't want to imagine what will happen when the Republic learns about the hidden realm. Things were bound to get worse before they improved. He still had some notifications pending. He pushed them away, not in the mood to look at his gains when he was surrounded by so much death. The guard left him with a crowd of people staring at the dark horizon, mainly mana professionals and crates of supplies. He briefly considered going to look for the scholars. In the night and chaos, he was just as likely to miss them, and even if he found them, he didn't have the authority to evacuate them. Kai casually wandered under a large turquoise umbrella. The owner was facing the opposite side, ranting with his colleagues. No matter the situation, the mages couldn't stop squabbling over who was right. It was probably their way of coping with stress. The spatial veil between dimensions will heal itself. Mage Shev's voice rose over the rest. If permanently damaging the veil were so easy, every land on Elides would be a wasteland. You also said there was no chance of instability this large, Mage Shavinci. A female responded, her figure hidden by the crowd. Yes, and you agreed with me, Mage Alana. We were clearly mistaken about the origin of the anomalies. They aren't accidental teleportations but portals. You saw the drakes emerge from an unstable spatial bubble before they attacked us. That blob of spatial energies could have been anything, Alana said. We didn't take any proper measurements. It was likely the byproduct of an erratic teleportation. Why would anyone open a gate to use it like a teleportation? The mana cost alone would be ludicrously inefficient. These enchantments are incredibly ancient and not working as intended. There could literally be a million reasons. We have no idea of the Vastaire's capabilities. Alana loudly scoffed. Look around us. We're in a mana-starved archipelago that barely qualifies as a red area. We can't assume this is the work of some magically advanced civilization just from a piece of over-engineered rune script. If none of us recognized the runic alphabets, they must have been inferior to the Akele's runes and forgotten by time. That's a ridiculous leap in logic. We don't know enough about the situation 8 millennia ago, and mana density can shift over eons. Not this drastically. That theory has never been proven. It has. Your old timely bunch just refuses to accept reason. Rubarth and Cerveny have published 6 volumes with their surveys of the Almani Peninsula. The meta-analysis of the essence sediments shows that more unknown names were thrown out like Pokémon trainers trying to counter each other. Kai quickly lost track of the conversation. If that's what mages were like on the mainland, he was glad he didn't receive a formal education. It was somewhat reassuring when an Earth Shaper threw out the idea of a sub-dimensional space and was laughed off. Should I hope they figure out the truth? It would be easier to figure out how to get into the hidden realm with the help of someone who knew how it worked. His pact with Zervathi didn't require him to be the first inside or to go alone. The problem was if the Republic allowed him inside at all. I do need to get there before the gates fully open. I don't think breaking those enchantments helped my schedule. The word fully gave him hope there was still time. For now, he'd wait and see how the situation developed. The Mana researchers were convinced the spatial instability would settle down, though the timeline began another fierce debate. Their speculations ranged from hours to months. A wave of relief swept through the crowd when 4 flickering lights appeared on the horizon. The barges soon became more distinct on the dark sea and lined up to approach the single pier. 2 officers checked a list of names before letting anyone through with just a small scuffle when 2 diggers tried to sneak aboard. This situation sucks. The injured boarded first, followed by the mages. Kai stuck close to Shev. While Mana professionals could be exhausting, he needed all the information he could get. The hold of the ship was occupied by crates, bodies were pressed on the deck. Made Shavinci. Kai lightly pulled his sleeve. The redhead turned, lowering his gaze on him. What are you doing here? Are you alone? May the moons light our path. He elbowed another passenger to draw 7 points on his heart. This wasn't the place for a kid, even before all this madness. Y'all get sick if you stay out here under the rain. There is no need to worry about me, made Shavinci. Kai took the required advice with a patient smile. May I ask you a question? The man looked around at the crowded deck and shook his head with a scowl. Go ahead. I doubt we're going to get a chance to rest before reaching land. Kai bobbed his head to satisfy the man. Is it true what you were saying earlier? Are the beasts really coming through a gateway? You've been eavesdropping on our conversations. Shev looked at him disapproving. Being born in a rural place isn't an excuse for bad manners. Don't glare, don't glare, don't glare. I'm sorry, Kai lowered his gaze, repentant. Well, I can't fault you for looking for a distraction in this situation. Indeed, a gate is the most reasonable explanation. The question is where they are coming from. Can't we just jump in one to find out? Kai mused while his heart tensed. That would be much easier than to find the altar of Covenant on the highest peak. Unless I end up in a beast's den, but there must be a limit to their numbers if they all come here. We'd have to find a madman willing to jump into an unstable spatial gate. Shev chuckled and patted his head. It's nice to be a young dreamer, so it would never work. I guess it's theoretically possible. I can't be sure without a careful analysis. Awakened beasts are much more resilient than humans. One would most likely die, squished or sliced by spatial forces. Or those gates might work one way only, stranding you in the empty space between realms. Shev pursed his lips. And it's also possible they aren't gates at all, but just a bubble of space energy ferrying the beasts between 2 places. Let's put them as the very last resort. Zervathi would have mentioned it if the solution were that easy. Kai didn't need to fake his disappointment. I see there is no easier way to distinguish a gate. I heard that with some stable portals, you can see your destination like watching through a window, but I've never witnessed it myself. Gates aren't practical in low mana areas. Now, let's go search for a dry place in the cargo for you. Kai sat on his cot inside the buzzing Zeppelin bound for Hawkfield. A spotless sky outside the round window lit the cabin. He had directly embarked when they touched land in Eastwind. He wasn't entirely sure if it was Surin or Vela who was pulling him along or what they were planning to do next. Better than being left behind, I guess. It was time to see what the whole debacle had netted him. Profession XP Domain, 1534. It was a little morbid how death always brought such rewards. The XP was another step towards his advancement. Yellow before 14 was becoming a much more concrete possibility. 1533 XP are equivalent to 1.5 gold messars. If I bought the Republic's distilled essence, some people must have money to burn. Ding. Intercom LV1 Calamities. Pain and death want chip at your rationality. Assess the situation and decide the best course forward. I can learn to do most of those things on my own with experience, though ignoring pain would be neat. It was infinitely better than pain resistance since he could level the skill through its other aspects without hurting himself. He'd consider it when he unlocked more slots. Ding. New feat, Giant Slayer. You've contributed to the defeat of numerous yellow beasts, proving your ability to cross the chasm between grades. You are awarded +1 favor. Getting involved in deathly shenanigans sure is profitable. He'd probably not get more from killing yellow beasts unless he defeated 100. Favor would strengthen his bond with hallowed intuition, which had leveled for the 4th time since he found 2 enforcers outside his door a couple weeks ago. A knock woke him up from his musings. "Come in," he called, already knowing who was there. Vela entered his cabin, closing the door behind her. She raised her hand to stall his question and took out her cube enchanted against eavesdropping. Better to be safe. The dark circles under her eyes made him suspect she hadn't closed them since the accident. "Make yourself at home," Kai gestured to the cramped space. Cabin was even smaller than the one he got on his way to Kauai, and he had to share it with another person. "Is everything all right? I mean, besides the obvious fiasco?" Vela winced. "You can't imagine ours wasn't the only site hit. Every ruin on the archipelago spewed out beasts after the summoning chambers were destroyed." Blood drained from his face. "You mean they also experienced spatial tears?" He couldn't even imagine the destruction. Yade's mercy, what if they destroyed all the summoning chambers? No, it wasn't as extreme in other places. There were 2 or 3 beast attacks per site. The teams recognized the mana gathering and dealt with them. The spatial instability on Kauai appeared to have settled down, or at least the scout teams didn't see any more beasts exiting the ruins in the last she checked a pocket watch. 13.5 hours. Not the apocalypse yet then. What are they going to do about all the beasts on Kauai? Scouts will be posted to keep an eye on the situation, but probably nothing for now. Nothing. It's possible they've not informed me of their plans. Most settlements are on the other side of the island, and there are no nearby villages after the relocation 7 years ago. Vela said, "Yellow beasts can't sustain themselves or mate in the thin mana of the archipelago, so they'll weaken and be easier to hunt." She gave him a tired smile. "You're welcome. The military will probably suspect our relationship after you escaped the accident with us. Sorry about that. Don't be ridiculous, you saved our lives." She pursed her lips and stared at her shoes. "I thought I'd be able to keep a level head no matter what happened, especially after last time. But it all happened too fast and I didn't know what to do." Again, Kai chuckled at her peeved face. "I heard no one can be good at everything. It's normal to panic in dangerous situations if you're not used to it. You're welcome. Spirits, they'll definitely suspect us if we behave like this." They share an awkward smile. "Anyway, do you know why we're going to Hawkfield?" Vela raised an eyebrow. "No one told you." The military suspects there is an undiscovered vastaire site near the heart of the Virid jungle. Fields of golden wheat, barley and rye extended for miles. Kai pressed his nose against the cold window pane. He had heard Hawkfield was the breadbasket of the Republic, but it was different seeing it in person. The ears of wheat swayed like waves touched by the wind, the fields crossed by a network of shimmering canals and little houses with tiled roofs. They would need an army of farmers to plant and harvest everything by hand. And what kind of skills do you get from a farming profession? Waking up at dawn to till, sow, and tend the crops. The hours of mindless physical labor sounded enticing after courting death in the last few days. If he added skills and levels to the mix, it might even be fun. He had gotten quite good at nurturing cabbages and turnips with nature magic. Who knew, maybe he had the potential to become the best farmer in the Republic. He'd get bored after a while. If he squinted, he could glimpse large silos and buildings rising in the distance, where the promising youth of the archipelago came to be brainwashed. Flynn told him that Hawkfield was a Republic town built from the foundations up. Everyone there worked for the government one way or another. It was an isolated enclave surrounded by farmland for miles and miles. The little news that got out were the stories of the kids in the program, though they weren't reliable sources. Anna must be down there too. She has 4 more months till she gets her profession. The Zeppelin zipped over Hawkfield, gliding over buildings of white plaster and stone. They were set along a grid of perpendicular streets and interspaced by mowed fields of grass. Everywhere Kai looked, blue banners with the soaring hawk flapped or hung draped from balconies and windows. It was an idyllic place compared to the wild and muddy jungle of Kauai, yet it had something profoundly unsettling about it. Maybe the too clean lines of the architecture, or the military efficiency with which the tiny passersby below seemed to move. There were no markets, no children running around, not even a tiny aquamarine line of sea on the horizon. Despite standing in the middle of Yanlan, the largest and central island of the Baquer archipelago, Hawkfield had nothing of the native charm. It was a piece of the Republic through and through. The Zeppelin was anchored to the berth tower by long metallic chains. No one came calling for him. Kai gathered his bags and headed for the holding door of the vessel. He queued behind Lou and Vela's group, hoping to go unnoticed. They had agreed to keep the distance of a professional relationship, acquainted but not familiar. Surin was there too. Heavy lines marked her face. She was either ready to fall asleep or have a manic episode. Kai'd rather not be there to find out which one. She was the first to exit when the hatch opened, followed by a squad of soldiers and crates. Will she get fired or demoted? He descended the winding stairs of the birth tower. The air had the clean and dry smell of farmland ready to be harvested. He took a lungful of oxygen. There wasn't even a hint of salt. The impression he got from the air was only reinforced. Everything looked so foreign. Where exactly do I go? Did I lose a memo, or did they actually forget about me? Men and women in many shades of uniform walked down the gravel roads. The minutes ticked by, no one so much as looked in his direction. Should he snoop around, pretend to get lost and run away? The nearest settlement was dozens of miles away across the Republic farmland. Should I ask for directions? Lou strolled from a corner, his boots crunching on the gravel gave away his arrival. Are you lost, kid? I am just suffering from the Republic's poor organization. Kai crossed his arms with a scowl. Can you believe their rudeness? Truly unforgivable. Lou shook his head, pointing to a large 4 stories building in the distance. Simon, it has been a few hectic days. If you can bear the insult a little longer, I'll find you a place to stay. It better be nice, with a proper bed and a large bathroom. It had been too long since he took a warm shower. He'd also need to buy appropriate gear to explore a buried ruin since the Republic couldn't be trusted with that. By the way, do you know who brought me here? We put you on the barge to Eastwind and the military on the Zeppelin. They probably expected you to follow them. They'll realize you're missing in a couple of hours and send someone to look for you. Lou gave him a little smirk. I had a hunch that this would happen and came to check. I'm an external contractor, not their employee. How is it my fault when no one tells me anything? So shouldn't I wait for them? That's not necessary. The military doesn't have enough sway in Hawkfield to push things. Like you said, it's their fault for the poor organization. Your contract with them will end soon, and the council will want to hire such a capable expert too. Might want say no to a bidding war. When are we moving out to search Virid for? Lou's hand bolted to hush him. Okay, I'm pretty sure you also signed a contract of silence about our investigation. He lowered his tone to a whisper and glanced at the passers-by before letting him go. Aren't we in a Republic stronghold? It's not that simple. The Republic doesn't freely share classified intel among its members. That does make a lot of sense. Right? Kai could feel his ears heating up. Sorry, I was just used to being around the camp where everyone knew about that. It's fine, just be mindful of your surroundings. You're lucky it's me. The punishment for violating a clause won't be a scolding if an officer overhears you. Wait till we get inside a private room if you want to discuss an ongoing investigation. Yes, sir. Kai followed him into a large governmental building. The ground floor was filled by busy clerks, while the upper floors housed a half-empty dormitory. Nothing says civilization like the smell of paperwork. His room had a single bed, no more sharing spaces with strangers, though the bathroom was in common with 3 other lodgings. Kai plopped down on the clean sheets, not as fluffy as he'd like but passable. When are we leaving? Did the Mana researchers find anything else? What's the plan now? Lou massaged his eyes and sat in a chair across from him. I don't know, a few days to a week. Can I count on you to be more discreet? When am I not? Like 20 minutes ago. That was the exception that confirms the rule. Kai gave him a brilliant smile. I've no idea what that means. Me neither. Now tell me what you know. I promise to be silent as a fish. There isn't much. Lou scratched his stubble. Both the military and political wings didn't expect things to escalate this quickly or drastically. Right now, the upper brass is scrambling to decide what to do next. Some people are calling to ask reinforcements from the mainland and let them handle it. Just what I needed. It's already crowded enough. I won't ever get to the hidden sanctuary if more parties get involved. His value was dependent on the lack of resources in the archipelago. If a professional team arrived from the continent, they might not need his expertise or give him far less leeway. He might have to escape and look for the entrance to the sub-dimension on his own. Kai ignored his twisting guts to keep his voice even. How likely is that to happen? I'm barely an officer. I don't have access to that kind of information. This is more what I overheard from Viola. I've already said more than I should. Please, it's important. It wasn't fair to ask, but he needed to know. The answer would determine his path forward. Kai could already see Lou filing the information for later. Lou observed him pensive before finally continuing. Among the ranks, most soldiers had wanted to call for help for a while. The new guards were more hesitant to invite strangers to take over, but opinions have been changing after the last events. However, neither the governor nor the commander wants to hand over their authority to the mainland. So we're safe. That's not the word I would use, but neither side will call for reinforcements for now. Lou was still peering strangely at him. If there are more casualties, voices will reach the mainland one way or another. Vela also thinks the governor will cut his losses before it gets to that, so the council can negotiate the terms. Basically, one more fuck-up and I'm screwed too. Great. And what about the ruins in Virid? I thought we were headed there. We are, but it's a long shot. Many doubt those ruins even exist. All the other Vastaire sites were located near the sea. It's also weird that there have been no signs of spatial anomalies. If a bunch of yellow beasts appeared in the jungle, we should have noticed something by now. So either they don't exist, or those ruins are special. Kai nodded distractedly. That's only fair. I'll tell her I forced you to speak. There is no need, it was my choice. Please don't do anything stupid. When do I ever? Kai positioned the 3 boxes on the table before him. Their polished surface reflected his smiling face. 3 days of rest and 2 marching on the road. He had been worried he wouldn't get his goods in time. The temporary lodging he was assigned in Wildepoint, the forward settlement of the Republic near Virid, was half the size of the one he got in Hawkfield, and a third as comfortable. Still better than camping in the jungle. Spirits, I didn't even get a week of civilization. At dawn, they'd be trekking through Virid. No matter how the expedition went, he probably wouldn't get the chance to spend his credits. He had signed another contract with the military till the beast attacks were stopped. The council hadn't been able to match their offer, or maybe they just weren't as desperate. Surain had managed to maintain command of the operation, likely through some underhand tactic. Each time she appeared, her confident demeanor looked a little less believable, the cracks stitched together with prayers and wishes. Why else would she offer me a gold a week? She must know I escaped the ruins with Vela. That was on top of the other benefits, 200 credits for outstanding service, and the ability to buy 3 restricted items on the complete orange list. While not officially stated, both rewards were contingent on signing with the military, and too tempting to refuse. Kai lifted the lid of the largest box. It held a white booklet with the title in elegant black letters, 100 Shades of Power. He leafed through the pages covered in runes. The manual detailed how to precisely measure an affinity. The drawback of checking a single element at a time didn't affect him, and for 150 credits, it had been too convenient to pass up. He'd much rather be self-sufficient than pay a ritual specialist. After the boost from Zervatha's blessing, he wouldn't trust the ritualist in Hyarbor to not leak his affinity for space. Drawing the runes wouldn't be a problem with a little practice, and the ingredients weren't hard to find either. He could provide the elemental motes to fuel the ritual himself. He'll have to wait till after the expedition is over. The next box contained a single vial filled with a dense red liquid, Swift Absolution Orange. A less exciting purchase, though it fit within his remaining budget for only a gold messar. If the Republic didn't lie, the potion would protect him from the backlash of discarding an orange skill. He still hadn't decided whether he would use it to learn space magic, but it was convenient to have the option open. Unfortunately, it didn't work with yellow skills, or he could have discarded mana engraving, losing only 3 levels. Every orange skill in his status took years of work and served a clear purpose, even if he didn't end up using Swift Absolution. Flynn would certainly find a use for it. I hope Mom didn't chew his head off when he told them I disappeared. The baby was due in days or might already be born. Kai directed his thoughts to the remaining oblong box before the tide of worries could wash over him. He could apologize and make it up to them after he survived this ordeal. He needed to stay focused. He'd eat his new boots if the expedition into the Virid went without a hitch. And the best for last. The last item cost him all his credits and most of his savings. A dark blue wand with a pale wooden handle sat on a bed of velvet. The glossy surface pulsed with a web of runes, title Wand Peak Orange. The corner of his mouth pulled up in a toothy grin. Kai reverently picked up the wand, his fingers finding purchase on the handle. He waved it dramatically at his wardrobe. Avada Kedavra. The wardrobe was deader than dead, and he realized one of his lifelong dreams. When he saw the wand on the list of items, he knew he had to buy it. The orange list only had a small selection of focuses for spellcasting, but it covered all the basic elements. Kai let his water mana flow through the runes and summoned a cube of ice. It was about a fifth larger than he expected. It was the largest boost to his offensive potential he could hope for. Not bad. It'll take some getting used to it, but this might just make the difference. The tidal wand only improved a single element and cost 5 golds between credits and messars. He'd rather not know how much Vela's was worth. His stomach grumbled. Kai stored the booklet and potion in his ring and the wand in his right pocket, the opposite side of his sword. He walked down 2 flights of stairs, heading for the mess hall. Wildepoint was a military outpost. From the main street, he could see both the iron gates of the palisade enclosing the settlement. The outpost was swarming with soldiers in preparation for the expedition. Kai entered the large building and got in line for his bowl of stew with half-cooked vegetables and suspicious pieces of stringy meat. The food wasn't likely to improve in the next few days. He had a spoonful halfway to his mouth when a young woman with auburn hair and a pixie cut approached his table. "Can I sit with you? Looks like we're both new here, and I don't like eating alone." Her smile made a dimple appear on her cheek. "I'm Anal, by the way. Nice to meet you." "No," Kai said, letting her hand hang before him. Anal halted mid-motion, one leg over the bench to sit, her face scrunched in genuine puzzlement. "What do you mean? Trust me, I am as confused as you." Improvisation took hold of the interaction. He focused on a red, fibrous vegetable in his stew and shyly stirred with the spoon. "You asked if you could sit. I'm sorry, but I'd prefer to eat alone." A sprinkle of brutal honesty against social norms. He didn't even need to lie. Soft whispers brushed against his thoughts. He couldn't make out what hallowed intuition was saying, but it started acting out when Anal approached his table. He didn't need any more reasons than that. the skill rarely activated out of combat unless he was about to receive a physical blow of some kind. The easiest solution was to avoid the set course of action. Anna looked at him, lips wordlessly parted. Clearly, she had intended the request as a rhetorical question. Her tray of food was already set on the table before him. That's a bit presumptuous with someone you just met. Who are you? Kai bit his cheek. I wouldn't make great company. Still avoiding her eyes, he pointed to a table in a corner of the mess hall. Why don't you go with that girl over there? She's alone too, and she'll make better conversation. He was happy to eat alone. What kind of woman invited herself to the table of a kid? Either she was a saint, who used the excuse of her loneliness to approach without hurting his pride, or she was a weirdo. The whispers in his mind pointed to the second option. Anal, did I hear that name before? It stuck out since it wasn't a common name in the archipelago, but he might just have read it in a book. Her pretty face and large hazel eyes didn't ring any bells. He was sure this was the first time they had met. The memory skill doesn't give me anything either, though it's only an echo. There is no need to be shy. The interloper took a seat, smiling like his words had been nothing but an amusing quip. Don't worry about me, I'm sure you're a very interesting young man. Go away, I don't want you here. Telling her to get lost again would clash with the timid persona. He should have been more direct in his rejection, but it might have made no difference if she was so determined to strike up a conversation. As usual, hallowed intuition refused to provide clear instructions. The murmurs rose and settled, tickling his mind. They lacked the desperate frenzy displayed when his life was threatened. Was the danger not that big, or simply of a different nature? Stupid, obscure messages. How many more levels till I get a written note? Anal chewed the stringy stew in no hurry. This is not very good, is it? The cook must be low level or not a professional at all. She looked at him for solidarity. MHMM. He stuffed his mouth to avoid answering. If he finished his meal quickly, she would have no chance to chat. The interloper wasn't deferred by his silence. Kai, right, I heard a couple soldiers mention your name. She rested her chin on her crossed hands and leaned forward with a warm smile. I must admit I recognized you earlier. I was curious to meet you. It's not every day you hear of such a promising young man who's helping an important investigation. Her intervention was timed right as Kai was about to take another bite. I can't talk about it. Oh, the silence clause, you really put me to shame. Anal winked at him. It's fine, everyone in Wilderpoint knows about the beast attacks. They've been scouring the jungle for unusual sightings, and they're the one who located the ruins. Kai couldn't stop his curiosity. They found the site. He needed to learn more about the situation. Anal nodded. The scouts have just returned, one of them at least. They ran into a dangerous yellow beast and had to separate. How did she get access to information? Are you a soldier joining the expedition? That might explain her interest in him and the potential danger down the line. As long as he was the one asking questions, it should be fine. She had no calluses on her hands and a dainty physique, but looks could be deceiving. Her profession showed as early yellow. A soldier. No, I take care of logistics. You know, supplies, equipment, and making sure everyone does their job, that boring stuff. She waved it all away, pulling a lock of auburn hair behind her ear. I hope I didn't scare you by telling you of the beast. There'll be plenty of strong soldiers to defend the expedition. You are a scholar, right? How did you end up becoming so knowledgeable in the ruins? My dad. Kai slurped the last spoonful of his meal and downed a glass of water. Sorry, I need to go prepare. He scuttled away before she could drag him deeper into the conversation. Going to put back his tray and plate, he watched her in his peripheral vision. Anal continued to idly eat with no sign of annoyance at his rude behavior. Again, either she was one of the nicest people he had ever met, or something was off. Goodbye, strange lady. He might ask Vela if she were here. He hadn't seen her since leaving Hawkfield. He hadn't seen many blue uniforms around at all. Probably another internal power play. Hallowed intuition stopped bugging him when he left the mess hall. The tension left his shoulders. He must have handled it well enough, or he had completely misinterpreted the warning. He considered checking whether Anal really worked for the logistical department, though that would give away he suspected something. If she approached me off the books, either she doesn't want me to know what her deal is, or she can't act freely. Better to keep it that way. It's nice to see you again. I told you I managed logistics. Anal sat behind a desk, cheerfully waving a notebook and pen. I need to confirm a few details to ensure you get paid appropriately. You know how clerks are with their paperwork. They'll take any excuse to complicate things. Persistent and annoying, Kai took the only free seat inside the plain office room. A dying Ardevia flower hung on the windowsill. Fires and crystals illuminated the night outside. He had been ordered to turn in his will standard procedure in case of death on the job and ambushed by the interloper. Well, I can exclude Anal being a serial killer. She's not acting independently. She needed some pull with the upper ranks to bring him here, or more likely, she was working for a faction of the Republic. The issue was which one, was she with the military or the governor? And why is she using stupid excuses to talk to me? Okay, first question, Anal announced with a brilliant smile. You were born in a small village called Whiteshore, correct? Yes. Kai sped through the list of mundane questions. Hallowed intuition buzzed in the background, alerting him of the importance of his answers. Is it a truth-sensing ability, or is she digging for some particular information? Gradually, the questions turned less innocent. I've never signed any contract other than the one with the merchant named Rizhi and the Republic. Anal noted down the answer without ever losing her jolly attitude. Not even with the mage who taught you magic. No, she leafed through the pages. You were very fortunate then. You were taught elemental magic by a mage who lived on the road to Silspring. Kai raised his eyes to meet her gaze. Next time he would go with arrogance instead of shyness. How's that relevant to the expedition? I've not been hired for my magical abilities. Oh, it's standard procedure to confirm the abilities of external contractors who are paid at least a gold messar. Did you just make up that rule, or is this why Surens offered me that much? Either way, it didn't change his situation. I had 3 teachers who taught me magic. What circle did they belong to? Kai furrowed his brows. What's a circle? It's one of those ancient traditions that mages like to throw around to complicate things. Anal shrugged like she thought it ridiculous. It means the grade of their highest profession. I don't know. Did your teachers give you any valuable resources to help your training? Such as specific knowledge of skill or alchemical solutions. This is definitely not standard procedure. Lady Vuria wanted to see how far I could go without external means. Though her time can probably be considered a valuable resource, Kai curtly said. He was ready to storm off, but when his legs tensed to stand up, so did the whispers. Just the slightest fluctuations, enough to tell him that wasn't the solution either. My teachers were private people. They didn't like to discuss their lives. Of course, I am sorry. I let my curiosity get the best of me. It's not every day you get to hear about such powerful figures. If she expected him to add more, Kai was happy to disappoint her. He watched her blankly till she let out a nervous chuckle. Let's get back on topic, shall we? We're almost done. Speaking of the expedition, you can translate the glyphs found in the Vastair sites, more or less. I am the best at it, but any translation contains some amount of guesswork. Of course, what's important is that you didn't hold back any information regarding the Vastair. Anal gave him an apologetic smile. The Republic has invested a lot in you, so I need to confirm your statement that you've been holding nothing back. It's just a formality. Kai didn't need a skill to know she was lying. The bulk of the information is in my dad's journals, but I shared my expertise to the best of my abilities whenever required. A pity no one had asked his opinion about spatial anomalies and forgotten gods. Is that good enough? Anal scribbled down the answer. Did you break any clause of your contract with the Republic? Not to my knowledge. Did you sign any other contract that could interfere with your work for the military or receive bribes? No. Well, Vela didn't pay me for those, and it was just a verbal agreement. Perfect. This is the last question. It's a bit personal, but I've been asked to confirm a fact during the last spatial anomaly on Kawe. Do you possess a yellow danger sensing skill that allows you to avoid spatial tears? It must be Surin after all. A wave of relief washed over him. A known threat was always preferable. Yes, I was able to dodge the spatial tears. Can I go now? He marched out of the door before Anal had finished nodding, not stopping till Kai strode through the narrow streets of the outpost. The whispers lingered in the back of his mind, fading with excruciating slowness. An ominous feeling loomed in his gut. He could understand how they wanted to confirm his abilities before the final expedition, but what were those questions about his teachers and his skills? He had skirted around most questions without any outright lies, but something was off. Anal let him get away with too much. It was always possible that she was simply incompetent, or she couldn't press him because half her questions were off the books. I never thought it'd be eager to trek into the jungle and leave all this behind. I probably better make myself scarce when this is over. The captain had her eyes glued to the list of names on the report, with poorly concealed dismay. All those born in the central regions always thought they were chosen by the moons themselves. Did all these traitors disclose classified information about the investigation to foreign forces? Anal fought not to roll her eyes. Reporting information to the local governor or officers on the mainland could hardly be considered disloyalty, no more than enlisting the help of a truth-teller with a false authorization. Social acumen and emotional insight told her everything she needed to know about the captain. It required a ludicrous amount of desperation or arrogance to think she would get away with it. The training of a truth-teller was far more extensive than their signature profession and skills. They were trained to detect lies in all their forms, including those on paper and flesh. As I wrote in my report, only one is suspected of contacting a foreign nation, she calmly said. That had been a worthwhile use of her talents. To think spies had already infiltrated this forgotten corner of the Republic. I can confirm the others at least believe they're following lawful orders. They're breaking mine. Her hand slammed on the desk. Anal maintained a placid smile. Orders from high-ranking officers can supersede those of lower officials under conditions of suspected threat to national interest. Do you want me to contact the Central Command to confirm? No, a beautiful sliver of panic flashed in the captain's eyes. There is no need. Have you verified the kid's claims? I did. He's not hiding any information regarding the investigation. The captain sat straighter in the chair. Annal bowed her head just enough to let her hang on to the illusion of control. No, he was honest in his efforts. That was debatable at best. Another misconception about truth-tellers was that they couldn't lie. She was under no obligation to report every detail of an unlawful order. And can he reliably predict the spatial tiers? Yes, that one was at least true, though her skills had told her there was more to it. The kid had been a pit of half-truths and misleading answers. Truth was much more malleable than people assumed, influenced by both personal beliefs and unknown realities. She itched to put him through an actual interrogation. Just an hour would be enough to dig out his secrets. It was a pity he had given just enough to rob her of the excuse. Her suspicions weren't enough without an order. With your permission, Mom. Anna left with a slight bow. No doubt the governor would also demand a report on his wife's behalf. It was easier to go along, though these provincial squabbles were becoming tedious. Just because truth-tellers were soul-bound to not meddle in politics or take personal initiative, some fools thought they were servants with no will. Her only loyalty was to the Myrian Republic. Everything would be reported back to the headquarters. Perhaps the command would grant her leave to interrogate the kid after she sent in the report. Kai removed the chair and the glass shards of broken vials from the door and windowsill. No one had come for him that night. Already jittery for the expedition, he had slept little and woken up with just darkness outside. Hallowed intuition had stayed quiet since he had left that office, but the encounter with Annal hung in his mind. He wouldn't blindly trust a skill. The fate fulcrum and the spatial anomalies had both muffled the whispers. While those were unintended side effects, there must be abilities that could obscure a favor-based skill. Once they were inside the jungle, he'd be too far to reach. Let's hope these are the ruins. Zervathi promised a safe passage to the hidden sanctuary if I got to the altar of Covenant when the time was right. There weren't that many sites remaining. While the passage might stay hidden without godly guidance, the Republic had scoured every other ruin. The only other possibility might be Velu, where the spirits dwelled. To respect their will, the island remained uninhabited except for the occasional pilgrimage. It housed the largest Vastair site that had been discovered, and Kai had seen reports of yellow beasts appearing. With divinities being real, the Republic was hesitant to profane their land. They left a small team to quarantine the ruins after failing to find any clue. Kai didn't want to consider the final possibility, that the altar had been destroyed 7 years ago by the governor and his whole quest was doomed. If that were true, he'd need to take more drastic and risky actions. All the enchantments seemed anchored to the hidden sanctuary. A god should know right. Kai put on his waterproof pants and boots. Hawkfield had a nice selection of shops to trek into the wild. No more days spent drenched wading through mud. He left most of his dad's journals behind and filled his backpack with rations that would last him weeks. The military was supposed to provide the meals, but there were too many unknown variables. Dawn was warming the barren outpost. A small crowd had already gathered in ranks in the central square. Half the soldiers and mana professionals were new faces, many reaching half-step yellow or higher. Vela and Lou were there too with a small contingent of guards. Verla stood by her side. Even by her standards, she looked less than pleased. They had also stepped up their average grade, though their numbers were a third of the military. Given the death toll of the last operation, he'd be surprised if everything went smoothly. I should ask her what's the deal with Annal. She's the most likely to know and least likely to be involved. Vela was busy talking with another grisly guard. He was about to nonchalantly wander to their group when Mackin stood in his path. I sent a man to escort you, or I must have missed him. I woke up early since the expedition is on a strict schedule. Could I ask him? He doesn't usually lie outright that I know of. Given their agreed collaboration, Mackin shouldn't be involved with that strange woman either. The soldier was pretty good at reading between his bullshit. He would have asked him directly if he wanted something, unless I misjudged him and they're all playing me. Damn, this is annoying. There are too many ears to ask anyway. The soldier gave him a curt nod. We're almost ready to depart. Go get briefed and do as you're told. The Virid jungle is a mana zone. You can't be careless. Boy, I hunted among those trees since I was a child while you were probably still bigger than me, but you had no idea the place existed. Be careful. Kai marched to the group of non-combatants. Barely concealed mutters for his age quickly spread, with more amused glances at the scabbard he was carrying. What's a kid doing here? Look at the sword he's carrying. Is the little soldier here to protect us? I mean, he's not bad for his age, but he doesn't have a profession. I didn't know we'd be getting a mascot. This is going to be great. You're here too. A hand grabbed his shoulder. Kai found himself a palm from Sonia's beaming smile, teal irises watching him from behind her glasses. She squeezed him into a hug before he could respond. It's so nice to see you. Things got pretty crazy that night, didn't they? They told me you were safe, but I wanted to confirm with my eyes. I'm glad to see you too. Kai slowly patted her back. He was relieved to have one friendly face and not have to awkwardly stand by himself. Is it only you? Of our group, yes, there are two scholars who studied the ruins of Velo. Hey, Maven and Ivan, this is Kai, the one I was telling you about. Sonya energetically waved to a man with white streaked hair and his bald companion. Both immediately turned away, acting as if they didn't know her. What a funny pair. Sonya leaned closer, lowering her voice. They're a bit stuffy, but Maven is very knowledgeable about ancient languages and cultures. Darlo was also offered to join the expedition, but you know him. Not a fan of long walks in beast-infested areas, something like that. He was upset we had to walk in the rain before getting picked up that night. He said he'd look for a milder adventure away from this beautiful and mysterious archipelago. Kai raised an eyebrow. Those were his exact words. Of course, that's what he meant in his heart. He was a big softie. Okay, listen up. A soldier spoke uncomfortably loudly to get their attention. I am Sergeant Sable. I'll go through your instructions for this expedition in case someone hasn't been to a mana zone before. We can only protect you if you don't endanger yourself, so you need to. Kai quickly tuned out the speech. The briefing boiled down to staying in the center of the group and doing nothing unless specifically requested. Don't touch anything, don't pick up anything, don't wander off without a soldier even if you're about to soil yourself. Imagine protecting a group is much harder than protecting yourself. It still sounds overkill outside the heart of Virid. His eardrums were severely tested before they were allowed to head out the southern gate. Wilder Point had been built on the edge of the jungle, clearing a circle of trees for half a mile around the outpost. A wide dirt path led into the green sea. It received frequent use, judging from the lack of any wild weeds reclaiming their territory. The twins did say they were brought here for the scholarship program. The expedition counted about 100 people, less than half the camp on Kawe, though their offensive potential and expertise were far superior. Kai was relegated to the center of the convoy, walking behind half a dozen men carrying large, expanded backpacks. The novelty of having a kid in their midst had quickly worn off as the trees loomed over them. Leafy canopies shield them from the morning light, though they do little to shield them from the heat when the sun rose above them. I missed this. It had been half a year since he had last visited Virid. The smell of wet vegetation, lush, vibrant plants and parrots chirping in the distance, it all brought back many fond memories. His first fight with a red boa, countless crossing to and from the estate, getting abandoned in the inner regions by the butler. While he had never entered from this side, the air carried a hint of familiarity. Now if only he wasn't surrounded by dozens of sweaty men and forced to march in ranks, it would be perfect. How pretty, Sonya cleaned the glasses on her sleeve. There is something different from the jungle in Kawe. Kai nodded, admiring lilac flowers on a vine. This place always felt more alive. That was the only way to describe it, and nature motes thrummed around him in agreement. There was an undeniable difference from any other green patch in the archipelago. Perhaps it has to do with Yade. I'm not sure what's the connection with the colossal tree near Greenside, but I did get my blessing. It's probably due to the mana. Sonya picked up an emerald leaf from a nearby bush. The density is about the same near the outskirts. Sometimes I forget you've never seen the world outside the archipelago. Mana can stunt as much as it helps a tree grow. It all depends on the elemental composition. You mean like nature mana, and also earth, light, water, plant, life, and many others. Every environment needs the right balance for it to flourish. The vegetation will adapt to their circumstances, but it takes time. A sudden elemental shift can destroy a forest even when the density remains the same. You know a lot, Kai mused. 4 years at the estate hadn't been enough to receive a complete education when he had to grind his skills, and Dora's lessons had focused on singular plants rather than ecosystems. Just bits and pieces, Sonya waved away the compliment. Ancient civilizations aren't my only interest. Some things look obvious after you visit many places. You should see the luminescent meadows of Amish when you get the chance. The flora there is a perfect example of an elemental shift. The manas slowly climbed as they crossed the outer ring of Virid. The plants grew lusher, leafier, and taller throughout it all. Sonya never stopped her downpour of stories. When half the non-combatants heaved for breath, she didn't show a drop of sweat, always lively chatting like they were on a casual excursion. Kai was happy to leave the burden of the conversation to her, only occasionally chipping in to ask questions about life on the mainland. Her stories of cities made of glass, haunted valleys, and sunken kingdoms reignited his desire to sail to the continent. Once the pact is fulfilled, I might leave the archipelago early and get away from the snoopers of the Republic. I'd bet a hand that Anal will bring more trouble. There were so many places to visit and explore that one lifetime wouldn't be enough. Thankfully, he would get access to several if he advanced his race, a couple centuries at yellow if he reached it early in life. While attributes were attributes, a higher grade only lengthened the time you had remaining. It was the disadvantage of being born at red. The clock ticked against you the longer you took to climb. Kai hadn't noticed since the slowed aging only kicked in after puberty. He was on course to gain the full benefits from yellow. Chatting with Sonya helped stave off the boredom. Kai hadn't considered how long it would take to move such a large group. Their pace only slowed as the beaten path grew thinner and the jungle denser. He didn't dare to imagine their speed when the trail ended, and they had to trek through a wall of ferns, shrubs, and vines. Yade have mercy, it'll take days to get to the heart. Despite all the recommendations, no beasts came within sight of the convoy. The march proceeded with no holdup, except a few insect bites and a furry spider dropping on the robe of a mage. They set up camp by the edge of the inner area. The stew was surprisingly tastier than the one he had eaten at the mess hall of Wildepoint. He got no chance to speak with Viola, or anyone else for that matter. Her group kept to themselves, and with the military's paranoia, he was never farther than 2 steps from another human. Worse yet, he had to share a tent with 5 other people, one of whom snored. Spirits grant me patience. If there is no space, why does Suren get her own private tent? The next day began much the same, with more recommendations since they were actually entering a dangerous area, and a hard cracker that tasted of sawdust for breakfast. Kai was tempted to reach inside his bag for his own food, but worried the group would fall on him like a pack of rabid seagulls. Worst case scenario, he might be forced to surrender his supplies. Heading into the inner reaches, the mana density was distinctly higher. Around mid-morning, a feral screech in the soldiers halted the expedition. The beast was killed before he could glimpse the fight. From then on, the attacks kept repeating every hour or so. It was always over in seconds. The non-combatants stuck close to the middle, and the soldiers cut away through the dense greenery, careful of where the trees grew too thick. There were myriad places where a threat could hide, though mana sense made most of them trivial. Why do they keep attacking? Awakened beasts were naturally aggressive since hunting was their faster way to grow stronger, but they weren't suicidal. They should be wary of a larger group. Maybe we crossed their territory, Sonya shrugged. Crossing a mana zone in a large group always attracts attention, especially where such expeditions are rare. If they're hungry enough, an unknown enemy might be a better bet than another beast they know they can't defeat. And guess the precautions weren't for nothing. The mana-saturated jungle made for a much more interesting environment. He had found 3 high red herbs and an orange one, though none of the soldiers was willing to make a detour to pick it, which wasn't helping his mood. They were forced to slow down further, and Sonya's banter could only help so much. That night the camp was even more cramped, set on a small hill around a towering rubber tree. If this goes well, I can ditch them on the way back. People didn't smell too nice after 2 days of marching. A world without deodorant had accustomed him to a different standard, but there was still a limit to it if he had to share the tent with them. When he kindly offered to wash them with water magic, they got them mad at him. It's not my fault if you stink. That's an objective fact. Worse yet, there was an extra snorer in his tent, and the beast attacks picked up under the cover of the dark. He woke up cranky from a stilted sleep. He took out a bag of whiteberry cookies he had bought in Hawkfield, consequences be damned. They were a bit stale, but they still beat the tasteless crackers by miles. Munching on his food, he dared any of the fools in his tent to come closer. Revenge never tasted so crunchy or sweet. What are those? Sonya peeked over his shoulder. Can I have one? You can have the bag, just don't let any of those 5 get a crumb. Kai pointed at the faces one by one and marched off. He had caught sight of another, familiar person. We're going on a walk, Kai informed Mackin. How does he look as good as the day we departed? The soldier gave him a once-over. We're about to set out, I don't have time. We can easily follow them. I need to guard the convoy. How many yellow professionals do you need to bully a red monkey? Simon, we can walk ahead and act as scouts. Anything you want, just get me away from here. While I sympathize with your plight, I can't entertain you. Fine, I'll share my candies. Kai grabbed a paper bag from his backpack and jiggled it in front of him. He couldn't endure another day of this without having tried everything in his power. I bought this one in the upper city of High Arbor. You won't find anything better in the archipelago. Mackin examined the bag of hard candies. Still no. Fine. You can have the whole bag, you greedy boys. Kai gritted his teeth and pulled out a second bag, whatever it took. 2 bags, last offer. I'll inform the vanguard I'll be joining the scouting party for today. Mackin grabbed both bags with one hand. Wait here. Vireed rustled with life and chirps. Deep into the inner reaches of the jungle, parrots and canaries didn't fail to let their presence be known. There was no whiff of unwashed bodies. The air smelled of wet, verdant plants not yet choked by the humidity of the day. Lost in his surroundings, his boots scraped on a moss-covered root. Kai grabbed a vine and stepped on the spongy ground to balance himself. Damn, I am rusty. Once upon a time, he could silently glide through the forest, hopping among the trees without a footprint or broken branch in his trail. Unlike proper skills that never lost their edge, a learned expertise was different, and he hadn't kept up the practice after he left the estate and moved to High Arbor. Elijah always insisted I learn to skulk through a forest. It was a pretty weird fixation, though if I can cross thick greenery, any other place will seem easier. Vireed was the only place in the archipelago where he might need to avoid roaming beasts. If books and merchants didn't lie, they would have been much more common on the continent. Slowly, the old lessons trickled back. how to step on the soggy ground without squelching, which branch would bend without breaking, the roots and rocks that he could solidly tread, the amber berries to hide his scent. Stop daydreaming before you get yourself killed. Macken's tone fell on his thoughts like a cold shower. The soldier stood on a fallen log, untouched by the vegetation, as if he were strolling in his back garden. The bag of sweets still in his hand, he threw a green and white striped candy into his mouth. Okay, you're passable too. It's not that impressive when your dexterity is 5 times mine, if not more. I am being careful and keeping up with the convoy. Kai leaped over a low stream. Not like anything could happen while you're with me, killer boy. His icy eyes glowered at him. The effect was somewhat weakened when he munched on another sweet. I agreed to bring you scouting, but you either take this seriously or go back. Do I also get my candies back? I would have bargained better if I had known you'd accept. I'm extremely serious. Kai performed a strict military salute. I noticed the red arboreal snake camouflaging in the vines over there, the couple of buried lizards we passed, the macaw in that hollow tree, and the harpy eagle circling over us. Mackin remained expressionless till the last mention. His head snapped up, quickly pinpointing the bird of prey stalking them. It was the only orange beast they had come across in the middle stage. It hid among the higher canopies, skirting the limit of his mana sense, though it couldn't escape hallowed intuition. Don't worry, harpy eagles are pretty smart. It's observing us to see if we're worth the risk. It won't attack now that we've spotted it. Kai could have baited it to swoop if he kept acting unaware, but the birdie wasn't strong enough to be an issue. I told you I make a pretty good scout. Mackin disappeared in a blur of movement. The mana presence dashed among the trees like he was racing on plain ground, too fast for the eyes to follow. A rustle of leaves and broken branches cracked over him, and a piercing screech was cut short before it could peak. With a thud, the soldier landed a few meters away. He held a bag of sweets in one hand, and a large dead bird with a crown of feathers and a curved beak in the other. What a show-off. That was unnecessary. Flying beasts are an insidious threat to guard against. It's better to get rid of them when you get the chance. If it followed the convoy and ambushed the non-combatant, it might have become a problem. That's a lot of ifs. Guess we'll eat overgrown chicken tonight. We're not at the heart of Virid yet. You can leave it with the convoy. It'll be fine on my own. Mackin shifted his gaze between the cumbersome bird and him. I am on scouting duty. Spirits, he's such a stiff sticker for the rules. Worry not, boy. The candies were the first step. Y'all fall to the fun side soon enough. It'd be a waste to leave it here. Do you want to walk around with it? Simon, the cook, will be delighted to have something to add to the stew. Harpy eagles were relatively light, but with its wings and plumage, the carcass was taller than him, which was a lot. It'll take you seconds. I can keep an eye out for beasts on my own. Don't wander. Oh, I was just planning to run away. Would you mind telling me which direction you'd search for last? Mackin watched him with no amusement. I'll be still as a gutted fish, Kai swore with a hand over his heart. Left alone, he observed the sea of unawakened critters in the jungle underbrush. A smattering of rays pierced the dense canopies, making an emerald fern sparkle with morning dew. He almost expected a powerful beast to pounce from a bush, but the deadliest animal was a blue-striped spider. Its bite would burn, but it couldn't chip his orange-tear constitution. How disappointing. My jinxing powers have failed me. You didn't move. Mackin reappeared behind him in a rustle of leaves. I would never disobey your orders. Now that's definitely a skeptical look. You're being hurtful. So where to now? We can't risk the convoy getting ambushed by a red mouse. It might nibble at the boots of the soldiers. Mackin gave up on his ineffective freezing glares and led the way. You shouldn't lower your guard in mana zones, no matter how weak they are. Beasts sometimes roam outside their hunting grounds. The easiest way to die is to be negligent when you don't expect a threat. You'd have gotten along great with the butler, but he has already etched the lesson on my soul. Despite the teasing comments to his porter, Kai had never stopped scanning his surroundings. If these ruins aren't summoning beasts, there should be a single yellow creature to worry about. The Republic must already know about it. The stories were no secrets. Anal had told him the scouts who located the ruins had been attacked by a dangerous monster, possibly the infamous basilisk. A single monster would be easily cut down by the dozens of yellow soldiers. Mackin let out an exasperated breath. Who told you about that? A woman I met in Wilderpoint mentioned it. Kai stretched his senses for any sign of guilt. She said her name was Anal. Did she give a surname or rank? Not a ripple in his mana flow or voice. Better this way. It's odd he doesn't know who she is at all. Was Anal a fake name? Only that she worked in logistics. He glossed over the topic with nonchalance. I already knew about the King of Virid. Most people think it's a tale to keep overconfident fools from getting killed, but I doubt we're that lucky. My stepdad is a hunter and believes it's real. What else do you know? The soldier opened a way through the vegetation with methodical slashes. The scout who made it back was unclear in her report. To think the Republic snoopers haven't learned everything. Or is this still their internal squabbling? It's a basilisk. Mackin turned to loom over him, hand tightening on his sword. He searched his face for signs of a joke. Do you know what species? I've never seen any kind of basilisk in person. Are they more like a snake, a lizard, or a drake? Bestiaries were one of his favorite books to read at the estate. Strange monsters with mystical powers living in exotic environments. It was like reading a DD manual, only it was real. But in a mana-poor archipelago, it wasn't useful knowledge with everything else he had to learn. Their aspect changes with their species and grade. You're sure there is only one. When they say the king kills any other beast that advances to yellow. I don't know if it's true or a rumor added to spice up the stories. Kai scratched his head. Can basilisks really turn people to stone? No, not usually. Transmutation magic is extremely hard to use offensively. Some species can, but not at yellow. Though basilisks have venoms that will leave your body with the mobility of a rock if they don't kill you first. How charming. Don't worry, Kai waved him on. Well, kill it if it's stupid enough to attack. Mackin shook his head. It's not that simple. All species of basilisks are C rank and above. He bisected a blue ferret pouncing from a bush. What do you mean C rank? Kai said, skirting the poor red critter. The archipelago is truly a peculiar territory. The soldier let the impression of a smile slip through. Like sapient races, our attributes and abilities aren't equal simply because we're at the same grade. With beasts, the difference is more extreme. A squirrel and a hydra at green will have wildly different powers. The Republic ranks them from F to A to define their threat. And is C bad? It doesn't sound that high. It is. At that rank, beasts possess innate magic, like the Blackstone Terragon, or other nasty abilities that can dominate foes at their stage, while B and A rank creatures can cross the divide between grades. And we can't be that unlucky. Kai bowed to move under a thorny branch. How do humans fare in the ranking? Assessing the power of sapience is never straightforward. Intelligence and equipment add an entirely new dimension to the equation. If I were to generalize, most people with a fighting profession will fall in D, with some in E and rare exceptions in C, and you are Kai innocently probed. Not that strong. Humans are complicated. It depends on the matchup and battlefield. In real life, you rarely get a fair fight one way or another. Mackin managed to look even more somber. Well, he's great at ambushing beasts. Either he's being modest, or the personnel they stationed on the archipelago is worse than I thought. And basilisks are C rank and above, the soldier reiterated. Depending on the species, it'll be difficult to defeat it without casualties. Yeah, I don't think any soldier in the convoy reached the peak of yellow, though quantity is a quality of its own. This was the most Mackin had ever talked. The man left to brief the scouts about the kind of Virid, coming back just as quickly. They delved through the wet jungle, each with their own thoughts. Ferns, vines, and shrubs pulsed with the highest mana in the archipelago. The greenery was broken by small clearings with claw marks and trampled trees. Mackin frequently stopped to take care of aggressive beasts attracted by the scents and sounds of the convoy. Around most of the archipelago, the vegetation was somewhat Earth-like. Here, it was like entering a different planet. Trees rose like pillars of gnarly wood with leaves and flowers larger than his head. Kai had trekked this far once before with the butler, but the sight still amazed him. He picked 4 orange herbs, growing like silver from the ground. As if he had stepped into the garden of a giant, he craned his neck up to the far jungle tops. Why do bugs have to grow larger too? A fly the size of a ping-pong ball buzzed like a drone near his head. Kai swiped it away, cringing when his hand met the squishy body. He cleaned the back of his palm on a leaf and flared his mana to dissuade more critters from approaching. Manifesting your aura is an invitation to get ambushed if you're not the strongest predator. Mackin indifferently cut away through a net of vines. The heart should still be a couple miles away, but the border wasn't defined enough. Kai retracted his mana to a feeble pulse. Is this better? The soldier gave him a once-over before nodding. Your signature will get lost in the ambient essence. Beasts won't notice you unless you step on them. We won't go farther than this today. They wandered the jungle for a place to set up camp. Sharing their intel with 5 other scouts, they settled for a rocky clearing by a creek. Kai strode back into the convoy with a smile. Even the smell of sweating humans couldn't chip his mood. He chatted with Sonya about the lush jungle, ate a tasty stew, and slipped into the world of dreams. At the crack of dawn, he left the snoring tent to devour his breakfast before the rest of the camp joined him. His hopes for another excursion were quickly dashed when Mackin was nowhere to be found. The soldiers held their weapons with a restless air, whispering to themselves and tightening their patrols. It's reasonable to be a little nervous. We're almost there. The heart covered a large swath of land in the center of the jungle, but they only had to traverse half of it to reach the Vastair site. After the dense vegetation of the inner reaches, the oversized flora was easier to cross. Plants fought for nourishment, greedily covered the sun and smothered their rivals, leaving a sparse underbrush. It can't be a coincidence that the ruins are in the middle of it. Either they're a leaking mana, or they were built there to take advantage of the density. Back on march among the ranks of men, Kai also started to feel jittery. Tension and anticipation mounted without an outlet. Inside the heart, every beast that attacked the convoy was at orange, usually not in the early stage. Though they were quickly dispatched, they kept the expedition on their toes. It would have been problematic if I had come alone. The military can handle the beasts, it's what they get paid for. If the Altar of Covenant was here, he might soon complete his quest and gain another blessing. It was also possible the summoning chamber here had been destroyed long ago, and that was why no yellow beasts had been sighted. Perhaps he was in the wrong place, and the shackles around the hidden sanctuary would fail, dooming him. Don't be stupid. If the spatial anomalies are anything to go for, the entire archipelago will notice when the gates fully open. Halt! The shout echoed throughout the convoy. The soldiers at the front compacted. Kai frowned at the image in his mana vision. There was no threat, just bright pools and pieces strewn around a large shapeless blob, leaking dense streams of mana. An acrid metallic smell wafted to him, linking the pieces of the mystery. By the time he pushed his way through the ranks, Kai wasn't surprised by the sight of gore that awaited him. Fresh crimson blood and shreds of meat covered the jungle floor like a macabre art installation. In the center lay the dead carcass of a something. Kai couldn't tell what the poor sod had been, just that it once had silver fur. From the mana still flowing into the environment, the creature must have been well into yellow tier. Guess we know where the summoned beasts ended up. Kai was about to move closer to inspect the scene when screams of alarm resounded from the tail of the convoy. Form a line, an authoritative shout rose above screams. Everyone below yellow, retreat. Trees cracked, followed by a wetter sound. A rattling hiss pierced the chaos of voices. Half a dozen different people shouted orders. Kai recognized Surin and Vela somewhere ahead. Bodies pressed against him. His instincts urged him to act, to run and swing his sword. Don't be an idiot. He stopped, elbowing his way through the crowd. Even if he reached the front line, he couldn't face a basilisk in a head-on fight. He could barely contend with low yellow beasts by burning through his elemental reserves and empower. If half of what Mackin told him was true, the king was on par with the Blackstone Terragon, or stronger. His physical attributes couldn't keep up. It was uncertain if even his spells would be effective. He'll just get in the way. It was a sour truth to swallow. A deep-rooted part of him rebelled at leaving his fate in the hands of the soldiers, but rationality won. Jumping into the fray for pride was foolish. Kai followed hallowed intuition's plea to get away and focused on his highest orange skill. Mana sensed something he was better at than most of the mana professionals. He needed to gather information to find a way of helping. At the edge of his range, dozens of bright presences shifted in a semblance of order. Some were leaking light on the ground, lifeless or dying. Where is the king? Since they didn't have a profession, beasts possessed a single set of mana veins, channels so bright they looked incandescent. Even red creatures stood out. The basilisk should be akin to a lighthouse, yet he failed to spot it. Kai closed his eyes to focus on the whispers of danger and inspect. He located a wispy presence. The shape moved like a fluttering breeze, almost invisible among the mana density of the heart. Another rattling hiss, and the soldiers' reactions confirmed it was indeed the basilisk. Great, the murder machine can camouflage. It explained how it had sneaked up on them while they were distracted by the other beast's carcass. Kai struggled not to lose track of the basilisk. The long serpentine figure bolted faster than Mackin. It skirted the edge of the convoy, rising and ebbing with the soldiers like an immortal dance. The military adapted to the attacks, making use of their numbers to cover their backs. Then, the fluttering glimmer retreated outside his range. Kai strained his skills till his brain throbbed behind his eyes. The soldier's slow and cautious steps mirrored his confusion. Where is it? Versions of that question echoed from a dozen different mouths. The convoy held its breath as seconds flowed into minutes of confused murmurs. Kai followed the orders of an officer. The expedition rearranged to respond to threats from every angle, anxiously waiting for action. Did it just run away? Can anyone spot that thing? Surin's peeved voice cut the stalemate. Where are the scouts? A shuffling of bodies and voices rose in response. Dozens of people started discussing the attack among themselves. With dangerous beasts in every direction, hallowed intuition never completely quietened. Unless the basilisk moved closer or specifically targeted him, it was hard to parse the clutter of warnings. Kai slipped through the ranks to see the site of the battle, remaining at a safe distance to not provoke the troops. Clawed prints marked the soft jungle ground, amidst uprooted trees and minced vegetation. The tracks were double the size of any drake he met in Virid, though it was hard to make estimates between different species. One look at the soldiers got rid of any idea to ask questions. Grim men kept guard on the dense greenery. One sobbed over a fallen comrade who lay in a pool of blood. 3. Kai counted the bodies. 3 lives had been snuffed out in the brief battle, and many more suffered injuries and bruises. Those seriously wounded had already been hurried away to the medics in the center of the convoy. Are you hurt? Mackin strode from behind him. A fresh bandage on his upper arm was darkened with blood, and his usually spotless uniform was stained in mud. They were minor inconveniences, but the sight disquieted him. That had never happened before. His porter never got hurt or had a wrinkle out of place. I was on the opposite end of the convoy when it attacked. Good, keep to the safe areas with the other non-combatants. His mouth bent in a grim line. You were right, it's a basilisk. Why couldn't the stories be exaggerated, like it was a little cute lizard barely touching yellow or a misunderstood guy accidentally poisoning its friends? Do you know what rank it is? Kai voiced the obvious question. If it had feasted on every other beast that came through the gates, it was no slouch. This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings. Mackin shook his head. We can't say for certain its cloaking blocked the scout's skills. It could be a peak yellow C rank or mid-stage B rank. This ambush was a probing attack for infringing on its territory. It's possible it was holding back its abilities. The basilisk wasn't a species anyone recognized. This just keeps getting better. It must have come from the hidden sanctuary decades ago. It was all wrong. Humans ambushed and hid their powers. Beasts just barreled through all defenses. What kind of creature does retreat like that? The dangerous kind. Come with me, the captain wants to see you. Better and better. Did she say why? No. If Kai was stuck before, he definitely couldn't run when they were stalked by a bloodthirsty lizard. A provisory camp had already been set up, while Earth shapers and soldiers methodically felled the vegetation around them to provide vision and avoid another ambush. They passed beside the medic's tent. 6 people in different states of injury lay on cots. Their bodies were still like statues. Not even their pupils were moving. Kai would doubt they were alive if he couldn't see their mana still flowing at an unbearably slow pace. Mackin opened the flap of an enchanted tent, waving him in. Familiar voices were arguing inside. Yay, the air was chiller and drier inside. 4 people bent over a table showing maps of Virid and battle reports. Captain Surin and a man dressed in the mottled scout uniform stood opposite Vela, while a wrinkly old mage in cream robes sat in the middle, looking half asleep. We need to go back. The princess threw them a frosty look. We've already suffered losses before even reaching the Vastaire site. We have to go back and regroup. Surin stood straighter to highlight their height difference. Let me remind you, you're here just as an observer, she said with a fake smile, using the patient tone of a teacher with their dim pupil. I am in charge of this expedition, and we're not going to return empty-handed while the archipelago and its inhabitants are under threat. We've recovered critical information on the danger we're facing. With the right preparations, we can be back in a couple of weeks. Vela pursed her lips. Waves of irritation rolled off her, though her voice remained even. Continuing now will just be a waste of lives. The convoy isn't equipped to face such a high-level beast. How are we supposed to look for the source of the anomalies with that monster stalking us? Surin covered a chuckle with a hand and dipped her head in apology. Pardon me, sometimes I forget the natives of this little archipelago aren't used to facing adversities. Trust me, dear, we're perfectly capable of taking care of a measly basilisk. Vela gripped the edge of the table, leaning forward to hold her gaze. With how many losses? The captain turned towards them, ignoring the question. Kai, come join us. Maybe you can help solve a point of contention. Wisps of mana darted around Vela in response to the condescending dismissal. She seemed ready to jump over the table and punch Surin in the nose. With a visible effort, she released her grip on the wood and threw him a dirty look. Hey, I didn't do anything. The attention of the tent shifted on him besides the napping fellow. Kai turned his expression into a blank canvas and approached the only free side table. How may I help, Mom? Surin gave him a syrupy smile. I've heard you have a peculiar danger sensing skill that works with fate. Did it work when the basilisk attacked? The princess flames got doused in water. She glared again at the captain before looking down in shame. Well, there was no way it wouldn't get out. Kai was surprised by the Republic's interest after the meeting with Anil, though the request was still odd. Aren't there other people with similar skills? Hallowed intuition couldn't be the only yellow skill of that type in the expedition. Not any that works against this beast. The unnamed scout snorted, intently studying him. The concealment of the basilisk goes beyond camouflage and mana cloaking. And while skills based on the 7th attribute are unreliable, they're harder to counter if the target doesn't have higher fate than you. I can't be sure. Kai wanted to underplay his skill, though they seemed to know more than him, and Surin wouldn't get fooled by his answers. I got a warning when the basilisk attacked. The skill works better if it comes close and I'm directly targeted. Those were universal facts of any danger skill. When it was uncertain whether someone could detect lies, it was better to mix half-truths. Now that he knew what to look for, Kai was confident to notice sooner, though not enough to outrun the beast. I see. You can't involve a civilian in this. Vela's fire rekindled. He is employed as a fighter, and he's not even an adult. His contract is to provide whatever help necessary to stop the anomalies, and he signed with the military, Surin calmly stated, showing a flash of satisfaction at Vela. But I won't force him to do it if he's too frightened. Kai, y'all be protected at all times. You just need to join the patrols and warn us when your skill reacts. Are you up to the task? At least try something better than some dumb reverse psychology. That's insulting, will I? Naturally, this will count towards your contributions. Pride and money, really. He gulped for dramatic effect. Moving around the soldiers would give him access to more information and freedom. He might even get a few levels in his skill. Can I have Officer Mackin to protect me? The bush on the left, Kai commanded. A volley of javelins and arrows shot to decimate a lush patch of shrubbery with star-shaped leaves. An emerald shadow dashed deeper into the greenery with a rattling hiss. More projectiles flew in after the king, missing by a wide margin. None of the soldiers attempted the chase. The basilisk was more agile and faster than any of them combined inside Virid. Unless it revealed itself to attack, Mana's sense couldn't even perceive its wispy presence, and its green hide meshed into the vegetation. Kai remembered when Mui once sold a couple of its scales to Raizhi. The hunter had been unbelievably lucky to find them and live to tell the tale. His fear suddenly made so much sense. Thank Yate, he's not here. Out of courage or stupidity, Kai had never been particularly afraid of any beast, not the sea serpent or the chunky toad that almost melted him. The basilisk was different. It wasn't its ridiculous attributes that made him scary, but its sly nature. The king stalked them each step towards the heart, waiting for a soldier to lower their guard to strike without committing to an assault. 2 men had been dragged into the jungle before anyone could react. 1 more had died chasing. Beasts became smarter as they advanced, but Kai never expected them to observe and execute plans like a human. Knowing it would lose in a fair fight, the basilisk used guerrilla tactics to weaken them. Mackin had told him it wasn't a common behavior for a yellow beast, which meant rare but not unheard of, which was disturbing. It's B rank. The porter lowered an enchanted bow taller than him. Kai raised an eyebrow in surprise. Are you sure? I'm not the best archer, but my last shot bounced off its scales, and the medics are having trouble fully neutralizing the venom. It's probably mid-yellow, perhaps high if it's still holding back. Yeah, why not peak stage? Because it would have already killed us all, Mackin said with complete seriousness. Yay. Initially, Kai had little luck spotting the basilisk with hallowed intuition. Whatever cloaking the beast employed, it partially muted the skill that was before he located where it was going to strike on a lucky gamble. The wily lizard must have seen him pointing and switched targets to him. Ironically, being targeted made his skill much more effective. Kai could feel the danger lurking in the jungle, rapidly moving around the convoy. It faded and grew, but it never disappeared. At least I got a level. Gotta appreciate the small things. And we haven't spotted any other beasts since I got a new stalker. The oversized jungle surrounded them on every side, the mana levels still climbing. There was less than an hour of daylight left, and the sun had already disappeared beneath the trees. No one wanted to try to spot the basilisk in the dark, and sooner or later Kai also had to sleep. A hissing echoed from the shadows, outside the range of the archers. After losing half their number, the scouts rejoined the ranks to act as spotters. The damned lizard is taunting us. The convoy marched with an uneasy pace, using crystals to light their way. They were spurred by the need to find shelter and slowed by the awareness that a wrong step might mean death. Behind us. The shout had not left his lips when screams rose from the tail. The basilisk must have figured out there was no point targeting him. Kai didn't know if he should be happy or more terrified. Fuck. Vela was right, we should have gone back, tightened the ranks, and continued to the march. Surain ordered. We can't stop now. I wonder whose idea that was. The dark forest loomed alien around them, rattling with sounds of death. Held by skittish soldiers, arrows were loosened at every bush. The whisper tickled, too obscure to offer direction. Look, a scout pointed to a large shadow ahead of them, a tower. Excited exclamations spread through the group. Kai stepped forward and squinted. The moons were covered by a blanket of clouds. Blinded by the enchanted crystals near him, he shielded his eyes to make out the dark form. A gnarly tree had engulfed the side of a broken tower and morphed it into a grotesque shape. Vines wrapped around the jagged top, with sparse slivers of ivory shining through. Further beyond, similar misshapen giants emerged from the vegetation, till the jungle blended into the undefined background. They had reached the lost Vastair site. The place his dad had never managed to find. It was real. The air was thick with mana over 10 times the archipelago average. The answers they sought were buried here. Thrilled by the hope of a safe shelter, the scout broke the ranks to move forward. Kai tried to reach for the man before stilling. His smile froze as the whispers rose with crystalline precision. Watch out. The scout halted, glancing back, the realization of the situation set on him. He was a short few meters ahead, too far for anyone to reach without compromising the formation. The ranks had frayed at the sight of their destination and hastily reformed. Kai found himself half that distance away from safety, more than he remembered walking. Shit. A rattling hiss cut through the night air and straight through their souls. He aimed his wand to cast a hail of projectiles at the greenery beside the tower. Thin ice shards rained down on the vegetation. He had no hopes of injuring the basilisk, but he might ruin its camouflage and persuade it to run. Behind him, the soldiers readied their weapons. Shoot, Mackin bellowed with an authority he didn't possess. Arrows and javelins rained down following his trail into the darkness. They didn't have to wonder at the unknown for long. A long, wiry beast bolted out of the darkness. It evaded most of the blows, keeping low to let the rest skid off its emerald scales. The scout stood halfway on the side, but the king wasn't aiming at him. As the initial volley abated, a pair of slick golden eyes fixed on Kai with malicious intelligence. "Are you that cranky I ruined your stealth?" The warnings turned into frantic shouts. His brain blitzed with urgency, slowing his perception of time. If he turned to run, the beast would be upon him before he took 3 steps. Honed by years of training, his instinct didn't fail him. Kai doubled down on his attack, commanding his mana to flow into his wand while he unsheathed his sword with his right hand. A stream of ice and water shot toward the crouching beast. The basilisk ignored the projectiles and sprung in an emerald blur towards him. As life and death brushed together, the outside world stopped existing. His mind and spirit bore on his arsenal of mana skills to condense the stream. Kai remembered images from his previous life. With enough speed and pressure, water could cut through metal. Intent is everything. The basilisk bent its body and darted at sharp angles. It deflected magic and arrows off its hide, turning them into glancing blows. The thin jet of water cut through shrubs and earth without effort. The strongest spell he ever cast made no difference if he couldn't hit his target. It only delayed the inevitable. The monster had actually been holding back when it acted, scared of a frontal assault. Kai had already crossed his limits. He had nothing else to give. No one could save him if the basilisk was willing to pay the price. A few chipped scales and surface wounds to get rid of the bug who ruined its stealth. He tightened his grip on the enchanted blade. Empower flooded his body to brace for impact. If the lizard thought it could get away with this, it was dead wrong. I'm not going down alone. Kai was ready to abandon his wand to wield the sword with both hands. Then the jungle turned into day. A second sun rose behind him, illuminating the verdant plants, the dilapidated ivory towers, and the charging basilisk. Taken aback by the flash, the king of Vireed staggered to an abrupt halt. Its long, muscular body coiled, wiry limbs dug into the ground to arrest its momentum. The beast came into full focus. The basilisk measured over 3 meters across. Emerald scales refracted a rainbow of hues. The sudden light broke the cloaking to reveal a weave of burning channels. The draconic head sported a crown of horns and 2 symmetrical crests. It took shelter behind the front limbs, while the long tail ending in a curved bone flexed for balance. In the brief halt, the attacks caught up with the slippery beast. Pressurized water and enchanted metal carved lines into the beautiful hide. Black ichor spilled on the ground. The basilisk let out a furious, piercing hiss, and the gaping maw showed rows of curved fangs glinting with venom. Not so smug anymore, eh? A pulse of mana enveloped the king to reassert its cloaking, and it bolted away into the broken tower and the underbrush beyond. The only signs of the fight were a terrified scout lying on the ground and a trail of dark green ichor, eating through the plants it touched. They weren't the only ones to bleed anymore. Fucking coward. Halt, don't follow it. Mackin commanded again, "You're not in charge." The scout leader from the tent spoke up. "It's wounded. We can finish it." The cheering soldiers paused, shifting their attention between them. Back into ranks, Surain appeared to address the troops. "We need to set up camp. The beast should leave us alone for now, but we're not going to take any chances. I want eyes in every direction." After delivering a series of orders in quick succession, Surain lingered on Mackin. "I understand the urgency of the situation, but we have a chain of command for a reason. Don't overstep your boundaries, Sergeant." Mackin bowed his head. "It won't happen again. Damn, my porter is going through his rebellious phase. I'm so proud." Surain looked at him with a studious look. "Good job, Kai. You can rest for tonight. Tomorrow your ability will be required to help the exploration of the site." "I can even sleep. How generous." "Yes, Mom. I'll do my best to help." Apart from the near-death experience, everything was going according to plan. He'd get a front row seat to look for clues. "I just need to stay alive." Why couldn't that psychotic lizard just die? In the middle of the marching convoy, Kai looked up at his porter. "You good?" Mackin grunted in assent. "I wasn't the one who almost died. Stepping outside to bring back someone else was foolish." "I should have stopped you too. You're not going to step out of my shadow from now on." "Yes, boss. One time was enough. That lizard is such a meanie." Mackin watched him with a weird expression. "Are you all right?" If it were on anyone else, Kai would have said it resembled warmness, but that wasn't something his faithful porter did. He grinned brightly. "I'm great." "Why, your hand is shaking." Kai looked down at the hand still gripping the wand. Fumbling to sheath his weapons, he hid his hands in his pockets. "I'm just tired. The jungle gets cold at night." Mackin gave him a slow nod. "By the way, you were correct." Kai spoke before the man would. "The basilisk dropped its cloaking when it was blinded by that light. It's higher than mid-yellow, though not quite at the high stage." His scan confirmed the king must be a B-rank creature. He didn't know whether to be relieved to finally have an answer, or terrified it still had room to grow. "You're fast at assessing grades. I was the closest one. Now if y'all excuse me, I need to thank my savior." Kai strolled inside the convoy towards a group of blue uniforms. Cheerfully waving at Furla and Lu, he looked beyond them. "I'm assuming that light was your doing." Vela let him through, her shoulders slumped. "It was. I wish I could have done more and stopped it for good." 2 guards from her group counted towards the people they had lost to the beast today. "Don't be ridiculous. That was plenty. Your spell was timed perfectly to save my life." Kai wiggled its eyebrows. What else could you wish for? Spirits, she cannot take a win. You did great. If you acted earlier, you wouldn't have caught the basilisk at its most vulnerable moment within range of our attacks. Kai patted her shoulder while Furla stared daggers at him. It's a pity the same trick won't work twice with that sneaky lizard. Kai jolted awake, striking the hand on his shoulder. With his eyes focused, Mackin stood over him to wake him up. He was sleeping on a cot inside the camp safe. The dusty vault of an ivory chamber closed around him. Sorry, you took me by surprise. The soldier dismissed the scratch on his arm. It's almost time to go. I thought you'd like to eat your breakfast in peace. How long did I sleep? It felt no more than a few minutes since he closed his eyes, and it was hard to tell time underground. It had taken hours to properly set up camp inside a cluster of chambers. He usually had no trouble falling asleep, but the basilisk's rattling hiss kept echoing in the night until the earth shapers had walled the entrances. Boorish lizard with its stupid whining, such a sore loser. Kai stretched his limbs with a groan. He couldn't properly relax as long as the king stalked outside their camp. No doubt, it was licking its wounds, ready to strike when they lowered their guard. With his grade, he'd survive one night of shitty sleep. Your backpack is over there. Mackin pointed behind him. I can tell them you need to take the day off if you're not feeling well. Kai looked up to Mackin, surprised. His porter was taking the bodyguard job very seriously. And Surin won't mind. No one can force you to use your skill. Fair point, I am good. It's not the first time I've come into varied or hunted beasts. I imagine the other times you were accompanied by your mentor, and you could go back to safety after it was over. Mackin stiffly sat on the cot beside him, gazing straight ahead. Being stalked by an overwhelming foe isn't the same thing. It can be overwhelming, Kai helpfully provided. Yes, especially if it's your first time. Even on the mainland, you rarely meet such nasty beasts outside high-danger areas. It's normal to be scared. Mireille kinda bad at this, but I appreciate the effort. It was nice knowing that someone saw him as more than a useful pawn, though taking a day to rest or not, he still had to do it. And the sooner he could return to civilization, the better. Do you want a cookie? Mackin definitely had a sweet tooth. He ended up eating too with a little coaxing. The camp had been set up across 6 chambers at the edge of the underground complex. The largest part of the varied site was buried and crossed by large tunnels, another proof that the basilisk likely originated from the ruins and wanted them out of its house. The earth mages had moved and compacted the ground to free up space, though the place still smelled of stale mold. If it was the price of being surrounded by solid walls, Kai was happy to pay it. Long slabs of rock covered the entrances, enough to offer a warning in case the basilisk decided to break through. Kai followed his porter to a side chamber where a group had already gathered. 8 soldiers and 4 mana professionals. Everyone was fully at yellow. They were supposed to map the ruin and locate any point of interest for the main group. You're late. The head of the scouts greeted them with a snort. We're already ready to head out. You know your role, kid. I think someone's called Vert, or was it Bert? I'll warn you if I feel anything. Kai smiled as numerous pairs of eyes examined him. The people in the team ranged from curious to skeptical, but most remained indifferent. Bert set the formation of the party with Kai and the mages in the center. There was a minor scuffle when he wanted Mackin to act as the front line. His porter glared icicles till he was assigned a better position to be his bodyguard. Good boy, I'll give you another cookie tonight. Let's go. Bert scowled. The reports say this site is on par with the one on Kauai, if not larger. We'll move underground along the edge in a spiral till we reach the center. Inside the narrow chambers and corridors, it would be easier to counter the basilisk's agility if the beast showed up. The earth mages rolled the boulder, blocking the entrance to reveal a tunnel covered in bluish moss and layers of dirt. They entered 2 by 2, swords and shields and then spears. Mackin equipped his longbow, staying before the mages. Kai keened his senses for anything out of place. The damp air hummed with mana on par with the estate. It's even higher than outside. Zervathi did say the Altar of Covenant was on top of the highest tower, so we're not going to find it even if it's here. It was probably better that way. He needed time to plan and learn the terrain. Space mana had double the standard concentration, slightly lower than inside the summoning chambers. It was harder to tell minute differences with such high density. The motes whirled in chaotic streams according to their nature. He stood no chance to make sense of them unless they moved deeper. They methodically moved through outer corridors and chambers. Some showed recent claw marks and moved earth. Most were untouched groves. No beast or rattling hiss disturbed their march. The king had gone silent. Hallowed intuition thrummed like static in the background, as calm as it would go inside the heart of Virid. Walking about a mile of winding passages, they stopped before a buried corridor. The basilisk must have gotten lazy halfway through its work. Bert scowled at the dirt like it was a personal affront to him. Can you open a way? A mage with raven hair in an elaborate chignon walked forward. She placed her hand on the wall and closed her eyes with a concentrated look. A pulse of earth mana delved into the tunnel. You could have done the same without moving a step. Kai rolled his eyes at the theater. The mage shook her head. It goes on too deep. Well, burn through our reserves to reach the end. Then we'll head deeper in to see how far the blockade goes, Bert snorted. There might be easier places to cross. The number of obstructed ways kept increasing. The area where they entered was probably an exception that had given them an optimistic view. They followed a winding path of tunnels, often backtracking when hitting a dead end. With the whispers quieting, Kai dedicated his time to unraveling the messy streams of mana, to find logic in the chaos. Though the streams folded on themselves, he was certain they must have an origin somewhere inside the ruins. The solution was to isolate the elemental currents that flowed more consistently, if only he could freely move. Deng. Mana Sense has reached LV 100. Requisites for skill evolution met. Congratulations. Kai watched the notification hanging in the air. His boot got caught in a root, but Mackin grabbed his backpack before he had any chance of tripping. The people who turned at the commotion quickly lost interest. Only Bert grumbled something unkind under his breath. Any danger? His porter peered at the bend in the tunnel. It was nice knowing the man had enough confidence in him to expect he wouldn't trip for no reason. Alas, Kai couldn't discuss the matter with 12 other people present, all quiet. The king must know it'd be at a disadvantage down here. He tried to contain the smile tugging at his lips and dismissed the guide. Whether Mackin believed him or not, the man gave a curt nod and went back to studying the path for threats. Mages and soldiers trudged through the meandering tunnels without a squeak from the evil lizard. The lack of any remarkable discovery brought them into a monotonous rhythm. No one realized something remarkable had happened, a life-changing event in the dripping quiet of the underground. Like all goals someone pursued for years, he was so used to them feeling unreachable that his mind struggled to wrap around his success. I did it. I brought a skill up to yellow. Disbelief morphed into elation as the reality of the situation sank in. He had acquired Mana Sense on his second birthday, more than 10 years ago, the third skill he had ever learned. Now it had ticked the last level, ready to evolve. Kai had earned 4 levels since the Republic recruited him a little more than 2 weeks before. It was a ridiculous pace even with gifted novice boosting his gains, though the guide rewarded risk and new experiences. He had been involved in 2 mana anomalies on Kawe, scoured ancient ruins, fought multiple yellow beasts, talked with a god, avoided spatial tears, and got stalked by an elite monster. Throughout all that, he had never stopped using Mana Sense for a moment. It might not be so outrageous after all. Should I wait to see the evolutions? They were treading in the most dangerous place Kai ever visited. The basilisk had dug out sections of the underground with no apparent logic. He would have suspected it was a ploy to lead them deeper, but the overgrown tunnels were too old for any amount of devious planning. They had passed a skeletal old tree, its roots extending into the nearby rooms. Carpets of vines and flowers covered entire chambers where scant rays of light filtered from the broken towers. Walls of mushrooms filled the damp tunnels in between. Even if incomplete, the number of excavated tunnels was astonishing. It must have been the work of a bored king over its long rule, or perhaps the continuous effort of a long line of them. The site had the highest concentration of mana in Virid. Any dominant specimen throughout the millennia must have burrowed around here. While there wasped a whisper of danger, broken plants and clawed imprints served as fresh reminders of the king. There were no other awakened beasts around, and strangely enough, much fewer mana herbs than Kai expected to find. Okay, show me what I got. Mana Sense LV 100. As you reach the final milestone, you are presented with 4 choices to continue your journey to new heights. Advanced Mana Sense LV1 persist on your path. The essence of the world has many bottomless depths waiting to be explored. Elemental Vision LV1 detect and understand mana embedded with the meaning of an element. Your ability to sense it will be proportional to your affinities. Mana Observer LV1 cast your attention on a subject to untangle its mysteries. Focusing on a specific target will reduce the clarity of your surroundings in proportional measure. Mana Sight LV1 channel your ability to sense mana through your eyes to see as far as your sight can reach. Your ability to sense your surroundings will neither wither nor grow. Plenty of choices, yay. Specializing a skill at the milestones allowed him to experiment with different abilities and potentially unlock specific evolutions. They were important decisions, but they weren't final. There would have always been more chances to adjust the aim when the skill advanced to the next grade. Once he evolved Mana Sense, the change would be permanent. He'd be stuck with the skill unless he grinded it back from orange. Since it had taken 10 years the first time, Kai'd rather not screw this up. Yeah, no pressure at all. He kept an eye on the path as he examined the 4 options. Perhaps it would be wiser to postpone his decision till he was back to the camp, though an evolution might help him glean more from the ruins. Spirits knew if he would get any more chances to explore these tunnels. Walking beside him, Mackin would soon notice if he hadn't already. The porter was too keen to miss his eyes moving back and forth on words that weren't there. It was enough not to attract everyone else's attention. Now the fun part. What do I pick? Not every skill possessed a straightforward evolution, though it came as no surprise that Mana Sense did. Even at level 100, his skill still had a wide margin of improvement in both range and precision. Advanced Mana Sense was the safe option if there was no alternative. It would give him no distinct advantage and close no door. Mana might have countless depths to explore, but my time is limited. I can't do everything. I'll put it aside for now. If he picked elemental vision, 100 lifetimes wouldn't be enough to learn everything there was to know about that field. Shaping the elements was his preferred school of magic, and his main offensive weapon. There was a simple elegance he had grown fond of. Elemental spells offered room for creativity and proficiency without overly complicated rules. He could spend months making an ice bolt stronger and more efficient, or he could chuck mana at the problem to overwhelm his foes. Still, he would be more tempted if he were evolving mana manipulation. Mana Sense would only give him a minor boost to his elemental casting. It would be convenient to detect space motes, especially in his current situation, but it sounded like a wasted upgrade with his other affinities. It does also mention understanding. Improving his grasp on an element would strengthen his spells, though understanding required time and study. It would offer little help for completing Zervath's quest. Elemental vision might also allow him to use his minor affinities, like wind and fire. They'd be neat to have while brewing elemental herbs in alchemy, though it wasn't essential, and not particularly useful in combat. Okay, let's move on to Mana Observer. The time spent crafting and solving Vuria's riddle had not gone unnoticed. This evolution would help when he brewed and carved runes. He could think of many enchantments he would like to spend hours studying, like the ones he had seen in the summoning chamber. He had to focus on one thing at the expense of everything else. While Mana Observer would be of great help in his lab, on a battlefield, he rarely had the luxury of dedicating his attention to a single subject for any amount of time, though it might help to spot the sneaky lizard. As long as I am not fighting more than one enemy, it might be useful. Last was Mana Sight. While he had never purposefully worked for it, any human had inevitably tried using Mana Sense through their eyes. Now he could do it without feeling stupid. To see essence wherever he turned, no matter the distance, would be. What would that even look like? To look at the sky and see swirling currents of mana. His senses had long surpassed those of a normal human. He could recognize people walking miles away. His skill would scale with his perception, as much as spirit and mind. The trade-off was equally meaningful. Mana Sight would cripple his ability to sense essence around him in the long term. If he reached green, having the equivalent of Mana Sense at orange would be like not sensing anything at all. How far would his sight be able to reach behind a wall or underground? Even if the limit wasn't insurmountable, he would be blind to anyone approaching him from outside his field of view. Nope. No matter the benefits, he would be too vulnerable to ambushes, and he couldn't even imagine fighting without being able to perceive what was going on around him. It would be a death sentence, perhaps if I was a scout. With all the information on the table, the choice appeared blatantly obvious. While elemental vision didn't explicitly cripple him like Mana Sight, a skill focused on the elements wouldn't improve anything else to a meaningful degree. Unattuned mana was crucial to crafting, and materials with an affinity were rare. But the benefits this evolution offered couldn't justify forsaking alchemy and enchanting. The pros of advanced Mana Sense were that it closed no doors and offered a boost to every aspect. Mana Observer was broad enough, and he'd gladly pay a minor loss in efficiency. Focusing on a single target at the expense of his surroundings could get him killed, though the skill didn't force him to do it at every moment. I'm going to find you, evil lizard. Are you sure you want to evolve Mana Sense LV100 into Mana Observer LV1? Be aware this choice is irreversible. Yep, and don't you dare give me second thoughts. Congratulations, Mana Sense LV100 has successfully evolved into Mana Observer LV1. Kai clenched his jaw to hide his excitement behind an indifferent visage. The manic energy of triumph urged him to run and explore his new skill. Instead, he had to keep the monotonous pace of the soldiers. Be patient. We shall feast with a stale cookie tonight. He had just wrapped his body under control when another light blinked in his vision. New feat for evolving an orange skill to yellow through your own efforts before your 14th birthday. You are awarded +1 favor. That's a bit cheap, but I'll take it. Grasping to the stingy nature of the guide, Kai got his euphoria under control with the help of improvisation. The reward of the feat would have probably been higher if he was still restricted by his second seal, and netted him nothing at all if he had used elixirs to boost his skill. Overall, he was pretty satisfied. It would have taken him another year to evolve Mana Sense without a profession. Good news, I assume. Mackin gave him a vaguely amused look. His voice was barely a whisper. Yes, Kai focused on their surroundings in case anyone else noticed. They had reached a vast chamber overgrown with pale blue flowers. Each plant was a red herb near the peak of the grade, and there were hundreds. The garden was marred by 5 random claw imprints, as if the basilisk couldn't stand its beauty. Activating his skill, the meadow turned alight with flowing water mana. Inside such a dense area, Kai was momentarily overwhelmed by the number of motes he could perceive. Colorful elemental particles swirled around him as if his affinities had all been blessed again. Even elusive space mana stood out with no trouble. The details and range of his skill had doubled and that wasn't even the selling point of the evolution. When he focused on a single bell-shaped flower, it was like pointing a spotlight on a dark stage. Every single channel and capillary transporting mana appeared in excruciating detail as if it were a palm from his nose. Kai blinked to divert his attention, and the world returned to his new normality. It would take some time to get used to the blinding colors. His gaping had not passed unnoticed. Bert was watching him with a sneer and shared a chuckle with another soldier. It seemed everyone attributed it to the small fortune at their feet. The rest of the team was less obvious than him, throwing cool glances at their surroundings. These weren't the first mana herbs they encountered, though they were the most numerous by far. Why are there no flowers that reach orange? Kai wondered aloud to sell them on their fantasy. A bit greedy are you, boy? Bert snorted. Everything you see belongs to the Republic. Then you have the nerve to call me greedy. The basilisk probably eats them as they mature. The Earth Shaper spoke up, attracting everyone's attention. She bent to pick a flower with an elegant bow and gestured to the claw marks around the meadow. The whole underground complex must be its garden. It probably harvested the plants early when we invaded its den. A bearded mage dismissively waved his hand. Even if that beast had the foresight to tend a garden, which is debatable, it cannot consume random plants. The basilisk will need to share an affinity or some other attribute to not get poisoned. The woman stored the flower in her robe with no hurry or annoyance. If it were an orange beast, you might be right. But this so-called king of Virid must be a C or B ranked beast. It won't have a problem digesting them. Even if the benefits are minimal, it's not like it costs him anything. Okay, I changed my mind. That lizard is the greediest of all. That's just a theory, the bearded mage said, soon falling into another debate with his fellows. Taking advantage of the impromptu stop, Kai checked his progress. Name, Kai Thailand. Race, human 129,472, 141,830, 300,000 XP. Profession, Mana Child LV, 5,907,313,000 XP. Body stats, Strength 22, Dexterity 24, Constitution 26, Mind 3729 plus 8, Spirit 4634 plus 12, Perception 2723 plus 4, Favor 3845. Profession skills, Gifted Novice LV 7096. Mana Echo LV 79 100. General skills, Hallowed Intuition LV 1318. Mana Engraving LV 13. Mana Observer LV 1. Mana Manipulation LV 8387. Empower LV 7779. Inspect LV 7779. Runes LV 6768. Water Magic LV 6165. Blessed Swimmer LV 57. Alchemy LV 57. Nature Magic LV 50. Herbology Advanced LV 47. Swordsmanship Advanced LV 4041. Improvisation LV 2832. Risking his neck had paid off. After making a pact with Zervathi, his favor had almost regained its rightful place in the light. It was a pity he couldn't evolve Mana Echo without evolving his profession first. Oh well, I cannot complain. Hallowed Intuition made up a third on its own. Using Mana Observer to get used to the changes, Kai was ever more sure the swirling essence around them must have an origin. The currents were chaotic but not random. He might just have a way to find where they led. Even without the sun as guidance, his grumbling stomach didn't forget to remind him it was dinner time. They wandered the underground maze to chart the site. They found no more traces of the basilisk than claw marks and ripped weeds. I can't believe that lizard got even more evil. How can it eat my money as a snack? Does the king have no shame? Kai had nicked the most interesting plants with an affinity. He recognized a few from Dora's book. By chance or planning, the entire mana flora of the archipelago appeared to grow in these tunnels. He liked to imagine his teacher had come shopping inside these ruins with the basilisk grumbling in the corner. At the red tier, rare herbs weren't worth more than a handful of silver. They belonged to the Republic, and that was enough of a reason to pick them. Mackin gave him a disapproving frown each time he swiped one, but he did nothing to stop him. How much longer do we need to go? Ruins extended on multiple levels and buried passages complicated things. Kai had long abandoned any attempt to create a mental map and only had a vague idea of their relative position. Though there hadn't been much action, it was exhausting to move in the basilisk's shadow. Hallowed intuition required constant attention. Kai could never release the hold on his skills in case the king chose to strike. The other mages looked fatigued, but their yellow race granted them a considerable attribute advantage. They threw him cool glances, hoping he would speak up and offer them an excuse to go back. I can keep going another day. Kai went back to his current riddle. The mana density tended to grow towards the center with many inconsistencies and fluctuations. Streams of essence twisted on themselves to create higher areas in random spots that never stopped shifting. It was a cheating puzzle that changed as he solved it. More than once, the streams presented a new configuration when the team backtracked a blocked tunnel. It would have taken days to make sense of it without his evolved skill. Mana Observer had a very broad definition of target. It could be a chamber, a field of weeds, a patch of land, or just a current of mana. The only limit was how far he could stretch his focus. The area and number of details would increase with his mind stat, allowing him to cast a wider net and reducing his blind spots. It was the best pick. Nature and water were the easiest moats to track through the winding paths. Kai was still awed by how bright and sharp everything looked, using the chance to refill a small stash of space mana. They were closing into the center when a rotten stench wafted over them, strong enough to make his eyes water. Kai watched the passage for an ambush, breathing through his mouth. No whispers came. What's this smell? Nelena pulled a white handkerchief over her nose, quickly imitated by her fellow mages. The soldiers grimaced and held their weapons steady. A little smell won't kill you. Bert scoffed, adding a line to the map he was drawing. Let's move, we must have found its den. Crossing into a tunnel covered in pale thorny vines, Kai noticed space mana thrumming ahead of them. He had found the summoning chamber. They entered a large room with a vaulted ceiling. The passage to the upper level was buried by debris, and the only source of light was their enchanted crystals. A dozen carcasses were strewn at the edges of the room in messy orders. Some were piles of bones and scales. Others had shreds of blackened meat and fur hanging from their skeletons. The air was choked with the stench of rot and decay and the droning of flies. With a retch, one of the mages bent to vomit, causing a chain reaction through the ranks. Kai covered his nose and looked away. The sounds of gagging were enough to make him feel sick. He could taste acrid stomach acid in his mouth. Take a deep breath. Wait, no. Focus on the iridescent lights. Form up, you fools. Bert sucked his teeth and spat on the grimy ground. We're in the den of a beast. Fear pulled the formation back together. The vomit could hardly ruin the putrid air of the chamber. Does your skill pick up anything, boy? Number Kai tersely answered. I didn't think basilisks could be such cowards. The scout scowled out loud as if the beast could hear and understand him. It can't even defend its own home. It's smart enough to pick its battles. Or it's waiting for its wounds to heal. Can we head back? The bearded mage Kevik said what was on everyone's mind. He patted his sweaty forehead and kept his nose high up to avoid looking at the graveyard around them. We've already mapped most of the underground anyway. Most is not everything. The rest of the map can be deduced with what we have. Nelena agreed with Kevik for the first time during this mission. We have our orders. To Bert swept his gaze over the team, gauging the general mood. Well, return to camp after sweeping this den. Look around to see if you can find anything useful. There must be a reason why the basilisk built its den here. The soldiers guarded the only open entrance leading into the chamber while the mages spread to carry out the search. Kai felt the touch of multiple mana senses brush against his being. He moved to examine the remains. Mana Observer spared him the need to touch them. Every carcass belonged to a yellow beast, eliminating any doubts about what happened. The King of Virid had turned the mana anomalies into a delivery service for fresh snacks. There are way more beasts here than in the other ruins. Is it for the mana density, or is this place special? Kai pitied the poor beasts that exchanged the hidden sanctuary for the waiting jaws of the basilisk. He turned to his porter. Do you think the king let us find the first carcass on purpose? Mackin moved through the slaughter scene with the practical ease of someone used to such sights. It's unlikely. It's possible the basilisk dragged it in our path when it noticed us coming, but we were too many miles away to be set up. That teleported beast must have escaped as we were nearing the heart and ran in our direction by chance. So, it's a lucky lizard too. Probably why hallowed intuition has a hard time warning about it. Kai analyzed the thick streams of mana congregating in the chamber. They shifted under his gaze, but he was pretty sure this room wasn't the origin of the anomalous concentration. He looked at the blocked passage in the ceiling. Maybe it's outside. Zervathi said the altar was on the highest peak, or the streams might not have anything to do with it. He turned back to the decomposing remains. 3 presented the horned snout and scales of a draconic species. The others were harder to determine. There was the broken chitinous carapace of some monstrous insect and the curved fangs of a big cat. The question is how many bones I can fit inside my ring. Even in such poor conditions, he must be looking at several gold coins in value just lying around, enough to touch the rotting carcasses. Why do yellow beasts need to be so massive? It's better to focus on mana herbs. I'm getting a strange reading on the spatial residue. Across the chamber, Kevik excitedly waved some kind of enchanted fan. I think we're in a summoning chamber. Who would have thought? Are you sure? Bert strode up to him. Quite, the variation in the dimensional. I found some glyphs, Nelena interrupted him. With a wave of her hand, she made a thick layer of dirt and moss fall to the ground. Another swipe revealed a pure ivory wall with a series of etched symbols. They might be important since they're in this chamber. Can anyone copy them? Mackin lightly cleared his throat. Fine, I'll do it. Kai took out a small notebook and pen from his pocket and walked up to the glyphs. Several skeptical eyes followed him. These aren't random wiggles. Bert scowled. You have to copy them precisely for the experts to examine. Somebody didn't bother to read my file. I think I got it. Kai refrained from mentioning this was his field of expertise, so they wouldn't demand he translate the writings on the spot. There were many lines of elegant glyphs. It wasn't the usual prayer to an unknown god or the historical record. He had only seen around a third of those symbols before. He'd need to check the journals in case he forgot something. This might actually be the real deal. Are you sure that line is correct? Nelena peered over his shoulder. Apparently, the woman was unable to copy them herself, but could drone over him while he worked. Yes, Kai drew the last glyph and did another check, fixing a line not the one she pointed out. There were several mentions of the blessing he now knew indicated the hidden sanctuary. With the context from Zervathi, it was much easier to guess the meaning. He doodled his rough ideas in English, making sure his writing was bad enough that not even someone from Earth could guess the meaning. Blessed be untranslated Vastair, name for untranslated peace, and to the shores archipelago. May his name always be honored and untranslated peace. We renew our pledge to Zervathi for sheltering the Vastair from the enemy darkness. We renew our gratitude for the bestowal of the altar. To lead the Vastair to the hidden sanctuary, we renew our dedication to respect the vow pact, untranslated peace. Are you done? Bert grabbed his notebook from his hands. He compared it to the glyphs on the wall and stored it in his pocket. Good enough. Okay, soldiers, it is time to make our way back. Kai clenched his fists. There was a limit to the obnoxious behavior and to his patience. I won't feel guilty when I mistranslate the glyphs. Holding back the knowledge acquired from Zervathi would be enough to delay the scholars, though the text contained some crucial pieces of information. It was only a matter of time before the Republic put things together. I'll get your journal back when we return to camp, Mackin said. Did you find anything interesting? I didn't have time to finish. Kai went to join the ranks. He'd need more time to check his journals, but he was reasonably sure the text spoke of the altar. It meant he was in the right place. Now I just need to find it. Kai watched the swift flow of mana. The origin must be nearby. If only there wasn't an evil lizard stalking the ruins, he could sneak out and find it tonight. It must have a link with the entrance to the hidden sanctuary. I can why. Look out, Kai pointed at the tunnel the soldiers were entering. Scouring the ruins with no sign of the basilisk throughout the whole day, their formation had grown slack. Realization and dread fell on the young faces, spears and swords rising too late. A scaled emerald snout leaped out of the shadows, twisting around the weapons to chop down on the extended arm of a soldier. Gleaming golden eyes gazed at him with glee. There was no sign of the wounds from the previous night. Mana bent around the basilisk as if it were the very source of the streams. His elemental reserves responded readily. There wasn't enough space to aim his ice spells without hitting the soldiers. Kai hurled his nature mana at the thorny vines around the beast while an arrow whistled past his ear. The greedy king was unwilling to release its prey, giving the pale creeper the chance to wrap around its body. In the instant it took the beast to rip through the plant, the dart plunged into its triumphant eye. A piercing hiss rattled the tunnels. The basilisk jerked its head back without releasing its bite. The soldier was pulled into the shadow without a sound, already paralyzed by the beast's venom. Swords and spears crashed on the empty ground. Arrows and spells were equally useless. Soldiers screamed the name of the lost companion. Chase it, Bert yelled, already darting after it. He was fast, but the king was faster. Kai focused mana observer on the fleeing presence. He pushed the skill till the basilisk was the only light in a world of shadows. He pierced its cloak to reveal its incandescent veins in frightening details. Compared to the king, the soldiers were like flickering flames. The ichor leaking from its eye did little to slow it down, as did the limp man in its jaws. The distance between the chasing party grew with each leap. When it escaped their sight, the basilisk attempted to reassert its camouflage. Kai had to fight not to let the presence slip from his focus. Even after doubling his range, farther targets remained harder to observe. If he couldn't track it directly, he could track the mana it disturbed. Streams of essence flowed around the king. The more he watched, the more puzzled he became. How is this possible? Switching the skill focus on the streams, there was no denying it. Mana swayed around the basilisk to an unnatural degree, pulsing from a spot on its back in particular. A spot of absolute vacuum with not a speck of mana. Spirits tell me that's not the altar. Kai pressed his lips in a thin line. It had been dark when they arrived at the site 2 nights before, letting him hope his hunch was wrong. The cruel light of day slayed those illusions. Verdant trees and lush underbrush couldn't hide the chunks of ivory stone. Beneath the greenery lay a scene of devastation. Whoever attacked the Vastaire millennia ago had done a thorough job. Every rising spire had been cut down with no exception. Towers only grew shorter and more jagged towards the center where a broken stump of rock covered the basilisk's den. What are the chances that's not the highest peak? Damn, Zervathi and his stupid instructions. There was always the possibility of a mistranslation with ancient texts, the tiny, insignificant chance he was in the wrong place. Kai didn't delude himself. Together with the other scholars, they had poured their minds over the glyphs he recovered. The writings were one of a kind. They narrated how the Vastaire struck a pact with Zervathi and gained access to the hidden sanctuary. The exact sequence of events was mudded. He bet his blessings that the altar of Covenant was in these ruins. The highest peak must have been shattered when the Vastaire fell, but the altar survivador at least a piece of it. It might be the cause of the anomalous mana density in Virid. The king had probably perceived the streams of essence and decided to carry it around. That was his best theory. He had long debated whether to confide in Sanya for a second opinion. He could never be sure who was listening in the overcrowded camp, and the stakes were too high to take the risk. Even without his knowledge, the scholars slowly limped closer to the truth. Kai limited his contributions to ideas of no value. He couldn't bring himself to lead them astray. In part, he didn't want to lie to Sanya, and he wasn't certain he could pull off the misdirection. This wasn't his expertise, and they were professionals with numerous skills dedicated to their job. Did you find what you were looking for? We need to go back. Makin observed the vegetation, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. We're exposed out here. Kai glanced at the dozens of mages and soldiers working around them. Unless the basilisk decided to jump from a tower, he couldn't see how he'd be in danger. I've recorded everything I can see from this position. The disposition of the buildings is very interesting. Kai put away his sketches of the ruins with a wise look. After carefully studying the architecture, he had come to the conclusion the site was large, probably larger than the one on Kauai or Velo. He jumped down from the ivory boulder to appease his porter. The soldier had his gratitude for recovering the notebook and accompanying him outside. If Surin had her way, she would have stashed him in a box until she required his skill. As long as she doesn't pay attention to what else I can do. His boots squelched on the muddy ground. The earth shapers had created a clearing. They pushed back the vegetation and sealed the towers with slabs of ivory. The half-mages weren't good enough to mold stone after cutting it, so they opted to secure the slabs with tons of rock and debris. It wasn't a terrible plan. The king's greatest advantages were stealth and agility. The idea was to mold the battlefield so they controlled only the entrance and could trap the basilisk. No beast would come out without earth magic or one of its subsets. It was a massive project given the size of the site. The undertaking was further slowed by overgrown plants and the threat of attacks. 50 meters of leveled ground weren't a great buffer against the king's speed. It stalked the edges of their formation, haunting them with its rattling hiss. Despite Suren's assurance of safety, everyone knew the beast could barrel through the soldiers and kill any of them. It had been unwilling to risk another confrontation thus far, grown cautious after their last encounter. Apparently, basilisks couldn't regrow their eyes at yellow. Such a pity, though the king must possess a keen sense of mana to have identified the altar. Kai didn't like his chances if the basilisk were completely blind and missing a limb. His strongest spells barely made a dent in the emerald scales. The chasm wasn't something he could bridge with planning and tactics. His sea serpent sword might pierce the hide if he overworked the enchantments. The problem was landing a hit before he got gored or poisoned. His mind could barely follow its speed, and he was entirely outmatched in physical stats. Unless the king decided to stand still to be killed, he stood no chance. Yade's mercy, why me? Playing hide and seek with a sadistic lizard wasn't enough. Now I need to go pet it to recover the altar. He didn't want to end up like the soldier the basilisk dragged away in its jaws. Everyone thought the man had died till his screams echoed in the tunnels that night. Whether it was a tactic to lure them or plain cruelty, the sounds of a human being getting devoured were enough to terrify him. Kai suppressed a shiver as they descended into the safety of the underground. A frontal assault was out of question. He needed to find a better way to recover the artifact. Makin removed his hand from his sword and stopped him. You know it's for your safety, among many other reasons. Of course, Kai dutifully bobbed his head. That's why the captain sent me to lead the vanguard and map the basilisk's den. Her concern brings tears to my soul. The soldier looked about to say something but tersely shook his head. Let me know if you need to go out again, or any help with your research. At least his plan to corrupt Makin one cookie at a time was proceeding smoothly. While the soldier wouldn't break any rule, he could make space within them given the right excuse. Kai strolled off to find a quiet place to think. He'd need all his brainpower, and then some to figure out how to get the altar. The camp had expanded to include 9 chambers in a closed loop with a single point of access outside and 2 to the underground tunnels. Every other entrance had received the same treatment as the towers, sealed with a slab of ivory and tons of rock. No one would define the place as comfortable, livable perhaps. He had been moved away from the other scholars into the official's chamber. Either Surin valued his ability to sense the basilisk that highly, or she wanted to keep an eye on him. The woman acted like she owed him since he had signed the contract. If it helped lower her guard, Kai was willing to play the obedient errand boy. The more they underestimated him, the greater his chances of success when he acted. Well, see who laughs last. The captain might have caught on to his mingling with Viola. Outside the commonly shared duties of defense and upkeep of the camp, the blue contingent had been confined to 3 chambers. Kai had been warned that entering any area without authorization could compromise the safety of the camp, and it would be met with harsh punishment. He'd rather not test them for now. Away from any form of civilization, the laws of the Republic held even less sway. Not this jerk again. He was almost thrown off his feet as a man run into him. Kai only avoided the fall because his back crashed into a wall. Damn, ill need to waste another healing potion. Watch where you're going, boy, Bert sneered. Didn't your skills warn you? Kai gritted his teeth not to wince. It did. I wasn't fast enough to react. A whisper was no help when a yellow professional went out of his way to bump into him. He could have used Empower to dodge, but odds were Bert would have just hit him harder. After chasing the basilisk through the tunnels had inevitably failed, the man had blamed him for not warning them sooner. It hadn't gotten better when the soldiers' agonizing screams had filled the tunnels. Kai had replayed the scene many times in his head. The basilisk had struck too fast, hallowed intuition didn't work as well when he wasn't targeted directly. Perhaps if Bert hadn't grown complacent and allowed the formation to grow slack, his comrade might still be alive. Guilt must be eating at you. Wasn't a problem he could win with reason. Kai walked away without looking back. Inside this chamber, the air was almost free from the smell of bodies, and the floors had been scrubbed clean of dirt to reveal the polished ivory underneath. It was as good as it got down there, though the treatment didn't extend to his lodging. Surin had made the earth mages erect a series of walls to divide the space for the officers. The mages must not have planned correctly, leaving a long and narrow space against the ivory wall. More like a short corridor than a room with a sheet serving as the door. Kai climbed over a crate to reach his cot and the table beyond with his backpack. While he considered himself a connoisseur of cramped places, this was definitely the most awkward to move in. If the basilisk broke into the camp, it would get stuck between the walls before reaching me. That's at least half a star of value. Kai took out pen and paper, writing in English in case anyone spied on what he was doing. Later, he'd burn it or store it in his ring. How do I steal the treasure from an evil lizard and survive? The easiest way was to wait for the soldiers to kill the beast and then steal the altar. That presented its own set of problems. How long would it take to set up the battlefield and hunt the beast? The basilisk had shown it wasn't above running away when it was outmatched. If it decided to flee, he'd be screwed. Let's focus on what I can affect first. Counting on the Republic to kill it, what were his chances to loot a priceless artifact, run away, and open a way to the hidden sanctuary? That was taking for granted that the gate would still work with a fragment. Fuck my life. Kai took a deep breath. If he hadn't taken Mana Observer, he would never have found the artifact. It was possible no one would notice it until they examined the body of the basilisk. Flynn had shown him how to pickpocket someone a couple times. Could he swipe the altar from the carcass under everyone's eyes? Improvisation and his spatial ring might give him a chance, though it would also expose his secret if he failed. The issues would only multiply after the Republic identified the altar. That's my best chance to do it. I can't miss it. He needed to ensure he would be present when the soldiers fought the basilisk. He tapped the pen on his chin before adding another line. If he set aside matters of personal satisfaction, killing the beast wasn't a necessary part of the plan. He just needed its treasure, though the idea of getting close enough to steal from the king sounded even crazier. Even if he used a spell to do it, there was no way to safely approach that monster. I need to be ready if the chance arises, but I can't plan for it. There was only one more possibility to reach his goal. Macken's arrow had shown that for how terrifyingly strong it was, the king wasn't immortal. His chances to loot the carcass would drastically increase if they killed the basilisk without the whole expedition watching, which is also something that can't be planned. He could think of a few ways to engineer a battle, come up with a random translation of the glyphs that required them to explore the underground, contact and convince Vela they needed to hunt the basilisk before the Republic, have Macken accompany him outside and taunt the beast till it attacked them. Neither of these plans had a high likelihood of success, though any was more than zero. They would also all lead to more deaths. It was like murder with extra steps. He couldn't lead a group of people into a deadly fight on the slim chance he recovered the altar. Well, it's not like I expected this to be easy. Goal: how do I steal the treasure of an evil lizard and survive? Let the Republic do the work. Pickpocket the evil lizard. Find another way to kill the evil lizard. All 3 solutions had issues that could arise outside of his control. from not being able to approach the carcass to getting found out or dying. There was no way to ensure success, though he could increase his chances. Kai played every scenario in his head, trying to come up with a countermeasure. He needed to figure out the details of the Republic's hunting plan to improve his odds. Outside of that, the more fights with the basilisk he was in, the higher his chances to get the altar. While he wouldn't instigate a suicide mission, he could jump in if someone else had the brilliant idea, which meant he had to convince Surin to send him along on any expedition. Great, I need to play the dutiful little soldier. With a groan, Kai destroyed his notes and left his room to make himself available for any task. Captain Cern spent most of her days inside her new office. The woman was obsessed with finding herself 4 walls to sit in. Between empty discussions with the other scholars and tedious errands around the camp, Kai had to wait 2 more days before he got his chance. The mana of the site started to churn and rise beyond its normal density in preparation for a spatial anomaly. Kai scrambled off the chair, grabbed his sword, and almost tripped on his backpack to get out of the long closet serving as his room. He extended his senses through the ruins. It was time to roll the dice. People shuffled around him in a frenzy of activity on par with the churning mana. Essence was streaming into the underground tunnels just like in the recorded anomalies, but the Virid's site was unique. The already dense mana was rising beyond anything he had experienced before. From the remains in the basilisk's den, the beasts must either be summoned more frequently or in greater numbers. Ranks of men and women ran with wrinkled uniforms to their assigned tasks for the emergency. Everyone had received orders on how to behave in case of an anomaly, though the unease remained palpable. When dealing with obscure magical phenomena, there was always a degree of unpredictability. No amount of preparation could guarantee their safety. Kai could feel tense anticipation brewing in his gut. The last few anomalies had brought grim surprises and acquainted him with death. Calm down, this is the chance you need. Being an external contractor, Kai had not been made privy to the internal plans. His only duty was to be available for any command. He set himself by the door of the officer's chamber, sword hanging from his belt and wand stored in his pocket. He was the personification of a model soldier ready to be deployed. Yurei looking too eager. Improvisation set his face in a somber grimace just in time for Surin to emerge from her room flanked by 6 other officials. Given the position he chose, her eyes soon landed on him. She waved him closer without stopping her march. Yal joined the team heading to the summoning chamber. So much for not forcing me into danger, not that I can complain. Kai strode after her, trying to find a place in the group of people. Yes, Mom, Bert scrunched in a scowl. Mom, we don't need. Not now, the captain hushed the chief scout down with a hard glance, turning back to him. Be ready by the western exit in 1 minute. With a curt nod, Kai headed for the designated place. He had been cultivating the image of a kid in way over his head, resigned to do what he was told. His contribution to the scholar's research had been negligible, and his only talent was hallowed intuition. From the 2 levels in improvisation, he was doing a discreet job at it. Besides Mackin, everyone else hardly realized he was there. The more they overlooked him, the easier it would be to steal the altar from under the Republic's nose. 30 people assembled in the western chamber, more joined each second. There were only 2 possible ways to deal with a mana anomaly, bunker down or go to meet it head-on. From the soldiers he overheard, Surin had made plans for both. Thankfully, she hadn't picked a cautious approach in the end. Mackin might have helped sway her decision. Kai hadn't failed to point out the disastrous consequences that the appearance of another beast with innate earth magic would have brought. Not only could it ruin their plan to trap the basilisk underground, but the summoning chamber could also be destroyed. Spirits knew what the consequences might be. Fall in, well, head out immediately. Captain Surin came to lead the group personally. Well, I didn't expect that, though she's bringing most of the camp with her. Vela and her cohort came to see them leave. Her face was a blank canvas. Knowing her, she must be vexed at being sidelined, but she still preferred to keep her contingent out of danger given the choice. Nelena and another Earthshaper stepped forward to unlock the exit. Boulders and slabs of ivory rolled over with a staggered rumble. The departing group smoothly divided into 3 teams to be more maneuverable inside the narrow tunnels. A vanguard of 12 people jogged into the dark first. To his surprise, Surin placed him in the main group behind her and an old mage. If he were to take a guess, his safety wasn't what she was worried about. Speak up if you perceive any danger. Despite being away from action, Kai was relieved. He wasn't that eager to face the basilisk again. He'd be close to the people making decisions to react accordingly. It'd be so much easier if the altar was some random rock no one cared about. Why does it have to be in the jaws of a basilisk? Kai exhaled a slow breath as they moved out into the tunnels. He had tried not to indulge in pointless commiseration, but heading towards danger, he couldn't help cursing the evil lizard. That king had turned an easy quest into an uncertain venture with its greed. He'd continued to search the ruins for the slim chance the artifact he perceived on the basilisk wasn't the altar, but at this point, the chances were very slim. It had been a couple minutes since the disturbance started. Colorful currents of mana still streamed underground. The flow of essence was in complete chaos. While Mana Observer had proved it could pierce the basilisk's cloaking, he held little hope of spotting it in these conditions. The group marched at a reckless pace, weaving around the obstructed passages for the summoning chamber in the center. Kai was forced to run to keep up with the yellow professionals. Surrounded by unfamiliar faces, he felt exposed without his faithful porter watching his back. Mackin had been assigned to the rearguard, who followed from a distance to ensure the basilisk wouldn't strike the main group from behind. In an ideal scenario, the soldiers would ambush any confused beast as it stepped through the spatial bubbles, collect the carcass, and head back to camp. If there was one thing Kai had learned, it was that plans rarely went smoothly. They might have missed a second chamber in the initial scouting, though the most worrying unknown was the king. Would it quietly give up its snack without a fight? Beasts grew more powerful by hunting and consuming other creatures. Kai didn't know enough about the biology of a basilisk to tell how many meals would make a difference, but any chance that the monster might advance to the late stages of yellow had to be avoided at all costs. The stench of death and rotting carcasses welcomed them in its den. Kai couldn't help gagging even if he expected it. The vanguard made space to let them enter and secured the only entrance. Do something about the smell, Surain ordered, carefully stepping on the grimy floor. The graying mage nodded with an equally disgusted expression. He chanted arcane words under his breath and summoned a gust of wind to sweep the room. Without proper ventilation, the spell hardly made any difference. We actually made it in time. Mana was still swirling, countless iridescent motes whizzed around them. Subdued whispers of danger tickled his mind, not yet to alarming levels. If Kai had to pick a problem, it might be the number of soldiers. While the summoning chamber was large, 40 people would leave little space to maneuver in a battle. Reaching an agreement, space mana swarmed in the center of the room. It's coming, Kai warned. Multiple gazes snapped between him and the forming anomaly. Be ready to engage. Pulsing bubble emerged from nothing to light the chamber in shades morphing from violet to green and teal. The soldiers arranged a circle of spears and shield bearers with archers and reserves behind them. Whispers rose as the gate writhed and bent on itself to expand. Spatial magic was a fascinating sight when he didn't have to run for his life. Dimension appeared to lose any sense of logic when he peered into the forming gate. The space inside was sometimes larger and smaller. Could you move faster? Kai glared at the anomaly. A dozen mana professionals were already waving their bizarre, enchanted instruments and taking notes. At this pace, the Republic would put together this Wasta teleport. Damn, you're getting chunky. Spirits willing. The size of the bubble was just a side effect of the abnormal mana density and not a measure of the threat. The gate continued to twist and swell like a balloon floating a palm off the ground. It was in no hurry to pop a beast out and get the show going. Worried murmurs spread through the ranks at the nerve-wracking wait. Silence, Surain commanded. Strike as soon as you have line of sight and don't give it any time to react. With another mind-bending shift, the bubble presented a clear surface fraying at the edges. White, green, and black swarmed like blobs of color on a pale silver canvas to create a drawing of wriggling lines. A green patch wrapped around ivory and brown spots with darker shadows moving in between. Shit, Kai looked around the chamber. Most looked deeply puzzled, but there were also sparks of understanding. The old mage squinted at the portal through a monocle. That's not possible, it looks like. A dark furry shape with curved fangs pounced out of the gate. It had 6 limbs and a snout somewhere between a feline and a bear. Kai had no time to examine the creature. Its growls turned into gurgling sounds as 24 spears and arrows pierced it. At least that worked. Kai retreated with his back against the walls of the chamber and clutched his wand. Despite its mortal wounds, the yellow beast still struggled. Burning mana shone around its forms when a spear through its skull put an end to its suffering. Just in time for another 6-legged bear to jump out of the portal. Without a shred of hesitation for the unfamiliar environment or a look at its dead companion, the beast used the distraction to charge the encirclement. Shields glowed with skills in response. The soldiers quickly served it with the same flurry of strikes, but the ranks were compromised when a third bear arrived. How many more are there? With 3 creatures the size of small cars, the confines of the chambers were getting crowded. The portal had shrunk with each beast that crossed it, back into a writhing mess of iridescent colors, but the damage had been done. Any person with a brain could tell it was a portal. Worse yet, it even showed a glimpse of the plane on the other side. Surain stared with spirited eyes, not at the soldiers fighting for their lives, but at the spatial gate. Could it be? If I said no, would it help? Probably not. And his emergency plan to jump into a portal was equally doomed. Whether the yellow beasts were attracted by the anomalies, or the hidden sanctuary was chock full of them, it'd be like facing the basilisk on his own. Wait a second, where is Mackin? Kai scanned the chamber, skulking to the entrance. The rearguard should have caught up with them by now. Fuck, he must be all right. Mom. Surain turned to him with her eyelids wide open. Another danger? No, it's the... I don't care, you don't understand what this means. The High Command will want a piece, but it's mine. I found it. Her voice turned into incomprehensible whispers. Either she lost it or she has put together the pieces. Mom, it's important. Hallowed intuition howled in his mind, urging Kai to pay attention to the fight. The portal had blinked out of existence. The soldiers had managed to kill the second six-legged bear. One more lay dying in a pool of blood, and a fourth one was engulfed in burning essence. Not just to his mana sight, actual flames danced on its pitch-black fur, growing brighter. Kill it now. If the soldiers heard him, it didn't make a difference. With 2 spears stuck in its torso, the creature stood over the bodies of its companions and roared like a living pyre. Kai just had time to raise his wand when the flames burst forward to swallow the chamber. A wall of water formed to meet the surging inferno. He channeled more mana into the shield to stop it from evaporating and expanded it to include more people. Beyond the rippling spell, fire quickly consumed the oxygen of the chamber and died down. A searing wave of air washed over him when he lowered the barrier, the stinking rot replaced with an unpleasant burnt smell. Fuck. At the epicenter of the blast, 3 soldiers had turned into charred husks together with the spiteful bear. Further away, people moaned in pain with severe burns, some saved by their shield skills or high attributes. Kai cast his hose spell to cover the chamber in a drizzle and lower the temperature, overwhelmed by the amount of destruction around him. He didn't know how to help. It wasn't supposed to go this way, not even in his worst-case scenarios. Elemental affinities meant those mutant bears had been at least C rank, and they got 4 of them. In a moment, the situation had turned into a bloodbath. A dozen people were down with severe injuries. There was another clear patch where a mage had summoned a transparent shield, while more had found shelter by jumping back into the tunnel. Soldiers run to help the fallen companions and distribute healing potions, though those would hardly be enough. Captain, what are your orders? Bert was unscathed with the rest of the vanguard guarding the entrance. Surine stared at the scene with a transfixed look. Retreat to camp. Now, what about the wounded? Have someone carry them. We can't waste time. This is a matter of extreme urgency. She scanned the devastation with a grimace. Whereas Sergeant Mackin, Bert avoided her gaze. The rearguard never reached us. We were still waiting for them when the anomaly appeared. Cursed gods, why can't anyone do their job? We can't wait for them. Prepare the wounded to be transported, but we might not have enough men to carry everyone and protect ourselves from the basilisk. Then leave the dead behind and get them later. I don't care how, just find a way to get us moving. Surin waved him away and went back to mutter to herself. A rising anger woke him from the shock of the event. Kai marched into her path. Keeping himself from shouting in her face was the hardest thing he had done today. Only his worry for Mackin made him maintain a tone of forced politeness. We're in the den of a basilisk. You can't just leave them behind to get eaten. If we send someone to search for the rearguard, we'll have enough people to transport everyone. When I need the opinion of a child, I'll let you know, she scoffed. You don't even understand what's at stake. This is more important than any one person. I need to contact the mainland immediately to salvage this. His nails dug into his palms. Self-control wavered. Would it be so bad to stab an officer of the Republic? To think he had extended his shield to save her from the fire. What an idiot. Kai was about to vent a long list of curses when he perceived a new group approaching the chamber. Only 2 people remained from the rearguard, leaking trickles of light. Mana observers zeroed in on the limping duo. One looked familiar, though Kai couldn't be sure. He had never studied Mackin's channels closely after how the man reacted the first time. Why are there only 2 of them? Sight would solve his doubts. He ran to the entrance of the chamber, heart beating in his throat. The wounded were being rounded up amidst pain moans, leaving only 4 soldiers to defend the passage. Should I push through? He was no healer. Running up to them would save a few seconds and be of no help. Finally, the guards heard the heavy steps. Their stances rose to prepare for a fight before recognition lowered their weapons. 2 bleeding figures limped forward. One used a broken spear as a crutch. He leaned on a taller man who walked backward to keep an eye on the tunnel. His faithful porter was fine. Reaching the light of the main group, Mackin relaxed enough to show a sliver of relief. He had lost his bow and still gripped a sword wet with dark green ichor. There had been 10 people in the rearguard, a squadron of elite soldiers who had advanced to yellow with at least their profession. 2 were all that remained. Thank Yade, he's alive. Kai hadn't realized when he started liking the man. It had been amusing to tease him, and frustrating when he had to reveal his spatial artifact. Now they had reached a comforting understanding. It was probably an insidious side effect of having him constantly around while being surrounded by hostile strangers. You sneaky boy, only I should be allowed to corrupt you. One of the soldiers on guard broke the formation to help them inside. She searched behind the duo, her mouth open to ask a question when Mackin beat her to it. We were ambushed by the basilisk. Seskel and I are the only ones left. The limping man, Seskel, accepted the help to sit down in the relative safety of the room. His empty eyes fixed on the scorched ground. What happened here? Mackin swept his gaze over him to the devastation beyond with a grimace. We heard the echo of an explosion. Yeah, what didn't happen? And we still had it better than you. We were attacked. The woman gazed at the dark corridors as if she still hoped to see someone else. The ruins summoned for six-legged flaming bears. Kai jumped in to clarify. It was going well till the last one decided to blow itself up. We had no way to avoid the explosion inside the chamber. Mackin looked at the massive burnt husks remaining from the fight. C ranks, that's my guess, though you told me they were rare. He couldn't prevent a hint of accusation from seeping through. No one could have predicted this, and his mind struggled to accept there could be so much death without an explanation. Mackin spoke almost as an afterthought. His attention was on the severely burned people being hastily tended. They should be rare. A single C-rank species is enough to lord over a forest, and they're usually territorial. These summoned beasts must be coming from a high-danger area. This just keeps getting better. Why are they moving the wounded? Mackin growled. This is an easily defensible position. It might kill them if we don't treat their injuries properly. Kai's anger reignited with no delay. Suren's orders. She wants to return to camp immediately. Don't. If the man expected to see the hints of a joke on his face, he was disappointed. I need to go report what happened. Mackin marched to where Captain Suren was speaking with a circle of mages. Despite being physically unscathed, the mana professionals didn't take the situation well. Many shook with pale lips, sobbing or catatonic. Mom, Sergeant Mackin. Suren's eyes flashed around. Where is the rear guard? She asked, ignoring Kai's glares. Me and Seskel are the only survivors, Mom. We were guarding the back of the party from threats, but the basilisk slipped in between us and the main group and ambushed us in a chamber. No one expected it to try a frontal assault after how cautious it acted. Damn it. Suren pursed her lips. Did you at least manage to kill it? Wait. Shaken by the event, Kai had yet to consider the possibility. How else would they have gotten away with the two of them? He couldn't stop the excitement from bubbling in his mind, and he hated himself for it. How could he think of his benefit in the middle of such a tragedy? And yet a carcass laying unguarded underground, he couldn't and hadn't even considered such a perfect scenario. I'm sorry, but I must make the most of the hand I am dealt. No, Mackin cut off his dreams before they could soar. It's possible it succumbed to its wounds, but it's unlikely given the considerable resilience it showed. Suren pursed her lips. How did you survive? The basilisk fled after I took his other eye. I thought it was better to come to inform you than to attempt to give chase, Mackin said, back behind his impassive facade. I request a team to go to retrieve the bodies of the fallen for burial, Mom. I'll be back by the time the wounded have been stabilized to be safely moved. I can't spare the men. Returning to camp is our highest priority. Suren examined the preparation. Mackin pressed his lips and kept his tone even. Forgive me, Mom, but what could possibly be so important? It will be a very short delay. That's not for you to know, Sergeant. This matter can't wait. There has been an unexpected development. I need to access the long-range communication equipment at camp. What difference do minutes make when we're alone in the middle of Virid? Are you afraid someone else will put together what you saw? Mackin stood rigid like an ice statue, as if scared that any movement would betray unacceptable emotions. Yes, Mom. I'll go help the wounded. What? That's it. Kai rushed after him. Can't you do something? You said moving the wounded is dangerous. I'm not in charge. Besides making suggestions, there is nothing I can do. Mackin paused as his voice started to rise, exhaling slowly. My job is to follow orders. If the captain says we must not be delayed, she must have her reasons. What sort of bullshit is that? What if those orders are wrong? Following wrong orders is better than everyone going with their own head whenever they think they know best. Trust me, human beings create and follow rules for a reason. Even when they're not perfect, it's the best we have. Kai stood rooted. His rational side could understand the reasoning, while every other part of him vehemently opposed it. Suren was full of shit, and her hurry was guided by her self-interest. People won't listen to me no matter what I do or say. Bonking the woman on the head would cause panic and possibly a life sentence. He could shout how the ruins summoned beasts from a hidden realm, but that would mess with her plans as much as his. It's not worth dragging us both down. Wait for me. Kai followed his fastidious porter. Mackin was wrapping a white gauze on a young man with severe burns on half his face and the better part of his torso. The skin was red and blistered, wet with blood where it cracked. A green paste had been clumsily applied. Even the best healing remedy couldn't cure such wounds in minutes, and this balm was high orange at best, probably not made for burns. Y'all be fine. Mackin stopped him from touching his disfigured face. His tone carried certainty that didn't leave space for doubts. The young soldier weakly nodded, eyes hazy under the effect of some painkiller. He rasped his breath and passed out. You might want to use this for the burns. Kai offered him a cyan jar. It'll prevent any infection. It's lucky you brought it with you, isn't it? Mackin uncorked the potion and applied the balm. It must have fallen out of my pocket. You can be quite clumsy. Kai forced a smile. Using the ring with so many people around was a risk, but he couldn't sit back while men died. The mages weren't in the conditions to spy on him with mana sense, and sleight of hand did the rest. They moved between the worst wounded. A look from Mackin was enough to dissuade anyone from hurrying them. Not that most soldiers needed much convincing. When they assembled to move, Suren was fuming. Perhaps the solution was to say yes to your superior officer and do whatever you wanted. It was far too soon to move the most injured. Hopefully they would survive. I still have Dora's potions. Other than a few drops, they still rested in the engraved wooden case she gifted him, too conspicuous to bring out even if he wanted. Despite his progress, he was still many years away from brewing something on that level. A couple healing vials won't make a difference for 20 people. A chorus of suppressed cries and curses accompanied them into the underground maze. They didn't have enough material to build stretchers for everyone. Those who could walk hobbled along in the middle of the group, while the others were awkwardly carried. At Yellow, no one lacked the strength to lift a body. Worse were the ones they left behind. After much insistence, the mages had sealed the chamber with a rock wall, as if cast stone could stop a determined beast, and even in the best scenario, they'd be food for the next summon unless they came back to get them. They were still better off than the rearguard. The metallic stench drifted over them even if they walked around the scene. It hadn't been since the raid on Silspring that Kai had seen so much death. Lives snuffed out with nothing to show for, just the greed of an uncaring officer who didn't consider anyone beyond herself. Out of mercy or strategy, Vela had made a wise decision by staying at camp. He'd tell her about what they saw. If the military was going to learn it anyway, it would be better to inform as many factions as possible. The harder question was what he was going to do now. How badly did you injure the basilisk? Kai asked for a distraction. Mackin walked in front, carrying the other end of a stretcher with a passed-out woman. 5 slashes and more minor cuts. The only lasting blows will probably be the ones to its eyes and tail, unless it can regrow them. Blind and crippled, it would have been nice if it lost its head too. Do you think it ran away for good? Most beasts would look for another territory, but this basilisk has already behaved unpredictably. That's a no. There are no other mana-dense areas that can sustain it on the archipelago. It would slowly weaken if it left the heart. The only way it has to recover is to improve its grade. It's probably better than if it disappeared. What do I do? The situation was slipping out of his grasp no matter what he tried. Lost in his own head, Kai risked dropping the stretcher when they came to a sudden halt. Careful, Mackin snapped. Sorry. The unconscious woman was Finipart from the life-threatening injuries. With a grinding of stone, the gate was opened, and they filed into camp. Bright artificial crystals and a small crowd of people greeted them. Kai left the stretcher to a medic as mayhem of questions rained down on them. Shock and horror were the most common reactions, though he also observed bits of schadenfreude. What happened? Vela stood out flanked by her bodyguards. There were more beasts than we anticipated with an affinity for fire. Surin curtly said, "Y'all be briefed after the injured are looked after." She ignored every question, beelining for her quarters and whatever tools she kept there. Kai was about to slip away when an unpleasant man barred his path. "You boy, come with me. The captain wants to talk with you." Bert didn't wait for an answer and grabbed his arm to drag him roughly. She just walked away. Couldn't she tell me when we were stuck together in a room? This day was severely testing his self-control. He had never wanted to stab people so badly. I can walk. He tried to jerk himself free only to hurt himself. There were probably manacles with more give than the scout's grip. Where did my porter go? Damned physical professions. Bert shoved him inside a storage room and closed the door. "We wait here, shouldn't we go to her quarters if she wants to see me? This affair stank like a rotting fish. The captain's busy. She'll call you when you're needed." Did she notice the ring? Improvisation strained to maintain his outer calm. "Can't I go grab something from my lodgings?" he asked with a yawn. "No, it's just a few meters away. It will take like 20 seconds. Kai reached for the door. He barely had time to react when Bert forcibly shoved him back. Empower surged to absorb the blow, but his ribs still painfully crashed into a crate. "Sit and shut up. Next time I won't be so gentle." You're making a very good case for the stabbing plan. With the scout's eyes fixed on him, Kai couldn't even swallow his ring. He needed to get rid of the jerk if he wanted to run. But once he crossed that line, there was no turning back. He'd be a criminal or a fugitive at best. Bert never glanced at my finger, so at least he doesn't know. With that crazy captain, it might be anything. After considering all the ways he could castrate Bert with a well-aimed spell, Kai opted for caution. He couldn't jump to conclusions. He had never shown his earth magic to anyone in the expedition except Lou and perhaps Viola. There would be more chances to run. He'd be ready to swallow the ring just in case. Kai jolted when the door finally opened to reveal his porter. Better late than never. Mackin glanced at him with a somber look. "The captain wants to see him." "Oh great, what's going on?" Kai whispered as soon as they were out. He gave a subtle hint in his hand. "Is it about?" "No, thank the spirits." "What then?" The situation changed. There was no time to ask for clarification. Surin's office was a few steps away. Inside, the woman waited behind her desk with a disturbingly wide smile. Several documents were arranged before her. Translations of the Vastair glyphs, reports on the mana anomalies, and 2 papers covered with an intricate web of mana. "Please take a seat." Kai glanced at his porter for any hint, but the man was back into his frozen aloofness. "How may I help? I know I shouldn't have questioned your decisions earlier." I should have kept the water shield to myself and let you burn. There is no need to apologize. We were all quite shaken after what happened and said things we shouldn't have. She gave him one of her affable smiles. I'll make sure the injured are taken care of as we prepare to return to Wildepoint, and I'll send Sergeant Vert to retrieve the bodies. We're leaving, Kai blurted out. After all the efforts the Republic had put in, they weren't going to give up. Everyone knew Surin was tied arms and legs to the success of this mission. I'm afraid we've all underestimated this task. Rest assured the military will take care of the matter and make the archipelago safe for all its people. She must have sold the information. That's very nice to hear, Mom, but why am I here? I was getting to it. You're a bright kid, right, Kai? Guess it depends on who you ask. Don't be humble. Everyone praises your contributions to the Vastaire research, or at least they did. Lately, it seems you've stopped trying. She offered him the document with the most recent translation. Do you have any idea about the blessing the writings keep mentioning? What do you mean? Kai stopped himself from making any nervous motion, though stillness could be suspicious too. He rose in his seat, letting some irritation seep into his voice. If I knew how to stop the beast attacks, I would have done so a long time ago and spared the archipelago. The smile plastered on Surin's face didn't waver in front of his outburst. She was about to open her mouth when improvisation urged him to keep the initiative. Blessing might not even be a proper translation. It could be how they referred to their monarch or kingdom. Without the cultural and historical context of the Vastaire, we're doing a lot of guesswork. As if he had suddenly realized he was almost shouting to the leader of the expedition, Kai lowered his gaze. I'm doing my best to help, Mom. After presenting the scholars with my father's research, I let them take the lead since they have more experience. Surin showed the smallest crease of confusion between her sharp eyebrows, a breach into her certainties. She glanced behind him, a silent consultation with Mackin to confirm his words. What he said was misleading, but it wasn't a lie. Surin must suspect he knew about the hidden realm. She can't imagine I've spoken to a god. Will she try to shut me up over her speculations? While many had seen the blurry shapes inside the spatial gate, few would understand what they meant, especially in the aftermath of the tragedy. Even if they realized the beasts arrived through gates and not teleports, it was a huge mental leap to imagine there was a hidden dimension connected to the ruins. The ones with the necessary knowledge to arrive at such a wild conclusion were the mana professionals and the scholars. Is that why she went talking to the mages after the explosion, and he was the only scholar present? Now her accusations of incompetence made more sense. Someone would stop trying to solve a mystery if they had already found the answer and wanted to keep it to themselves. You haven't answered my question. Surin focused back on him. Her affable pretense had turned into a vexed gaze. Do you know what this blessing is? Kai shrugged with all the nonchalance he could muster. Your guess is as good as mine. I need you to tell me yes or no. The captain pressed him with a disquieting wide grin. She must be using a skill. Improvisation failed to offer any viable solution. Silence or more deflections would be like admitting directly he was lying. From what Flynn told him, these kinds of skills still latched onto his reactions to establish the truth. He might just have a chance. Kai kept his mana flow steady, praying his sweaty palms wouldn't give him away. It was normal to be nervous when being interrogated, and despite all the evidence, he had never been to the hidden sanctuary. He couldn't be sure it was real. It's not clear-cut. No, I don't. Surin intently peered at him, jaw clenched in concentration. After several tense seconds, she brushed her hair back to hide a blush of embarrassment and looked at Mackin again. Kai couldn't resist turning. Those icy eyes lingered on him, his usual composed demeanor muddled by complicated emotions. Then the soldier focused on his superior officer and spoke. He's lying. Fuck you too. The man wouldn't disobey a direct order. Surprising, just disappointing. Kai stiffly sat in his chair. There was nothing else he could do. He might have had a chance to take Bert by surprise, but Mackin wasn't so foolish. What would they do to shut him up? While the truth couldn't be kept forever, the first party to move had a considerable advantage. Surin had already proven she didn't care about any casualties standing between her and her goals. I knew you were a smart kid. Did you hide your knowledge of the glyphs? She smiled triumphantly. You must have put it together when I said the situation changed beyond your understanding. Didn't your mother teach you that eavesdropping would get you in trouble? You literally blurted that out to my face, and don't flatter yourself. I found out much earlier. Kai crossed his arms, trying to maintain a neutral expression. Not sharing a wild hypothesis no one would believe isn't a crime. I wasn't sure before today. You've broken your contract by withholding information relevant to the mission. The reason doesn't matter. I'll pay the penalty. I'm afraid it's not that easy, Surin said with mock regret. She picked one of the documents woven with mana. The crest of the Republic took the first page. Only the hawk carried a sword in its beak. Below it was a flowing signature. The 4th General of the Northern Front has declared this affair a state secret and granted me complete authority till the reinforcements arrive. Every citizen, even if not officially part of the military and underage, will be subject to martial law for the safety of the Myrian Republic. You'll be detained till the extent of your crime can be ascertained in a trial. Better than getting killed, I guess. To his own surprise, his rage quickly evaporated. The Republic's bullshit left him a single path forward. Whether dangerous or doomed to failure, he now knew what he had to do. Suren continued her speech to stroke her ego. Given your age, they might commute your sentence into active military service. I shouldn't need to remind you that sharing any information about our current situation will be a much more serious crime. Do you have any questions? And here's the cherry on top. You didn't want to miss anything, just one. Why does this say of Verlaine Varlet Suren? That's the name of the general, right? Does she have any relation with you? Is that why you called her? Kai observed with fascination as the captain's triumphant visage reddened to a ripe tomato. Did I strike a nerve? Let me guess, mommy issues. Her finger pointed to the door, shaking slightly. Get him out of here. He won't talk or leave his cell till we depart. If that woman didn't have the power of life and death over him, Kai would have laughed in her face. Instead, he waited till he was out the door before chuckling out loud. Take this more seriously, Mackin growled, guiding him to another chamber. Of course, Kai was hit by another burst of hilarity. Uncaring about the looks he received, he dried a tear from his eye. He was fucked and he couldn't bring himself to care. Spirits, I am losing it, but this is so funny. We agreed that you wouldn't hold back any important information for the investigation, and I've kept my end of the deal. He does have a point. You're right, though it's not like anyone would have believed me or it would have stopped the beast attacks. Mackin sighed heavily. You don't understand what's at stake. They stopped in the storage area in front of a stone cube with no windows. The door was just a wooden panel leaning against the aperture. Y'all stay here till we're ready to depart. I'll send someone to bring you stew later. I didn't know we had a cell. The inside revealed an equally plain interior half filled with empty crates, a dim crystal, and a bucket. The only notable features were the sound-dampening enchantments hidden in the walls. It's bigger than my room. It's temporary. Mackin produced a pair of thick manacles. More worrying were the enchantments that covered the steel. Kai had never seen anything similar, but he could imagine their purpose. Your hands. Humor quickly drained off him as he took a step back. This wasn't an obstacle he had anticipated. Are you serious? Where would I even run? It's protocol to shackle a suspect awaiting trial when there isn't a proper holding cell. He spoke with a tone that left no room for compromise. His back hit the wall of the storage unit. I broke a clause of a contract by omission, which has not even been proven. I didn't murder anybody. Half the camp could wipe the floor with me if they get the first strike, which is why you're only getting your hands cuffed. Don't make this more difficult than it has to be. Every person in the expedition is subject to martial law. The captain was very explicit. That's bullshit and you know it. Suren's afraid the opposing factions will learn of what's going on. The reason's not relevant. Breaking the law has consequences. Mackin advanced till he loomed over him. It's either this or I'll seize your ring and you still get handcuffed. Fine. Kai reluctantly surrendered his arms. The cold steel locked on his wrists with a metallic clank. The enchantment quickly proved his worst fears. He lost his connection to Mana Observer, and his flowing essence became sluggish and unresponsive. It's only till we leave Virid. Don't try to use active skills or mana. You'll only hurt yourself. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Mackin didn't answer. He just unfastened his scabbard. I'll keep it for you. Do you have any other weapons besides your wand? Not on me. Somehow it hadn't occurred to him that a prisoner wouldn't be allowed to carry a sword. Another setback to his plans. He might have underestimated the difficulty of escaping a tad bit. Anything else? Do you want me to sign a soul contract to not breathe too hard? Just don't try anything stupid. You'll get caught and the consequences will be more than a slap on the wrist. Mackin hesitated in the doorway. Do you know how many lesser realms have been found in the entire Republic? What's this about? Kai considered ignoring him out of spite. His curiosity won. I don't know, about a dozen. While hidden dimensions were rare, their domain on the mainland was more than 100 times that of the archipelago. 2. Oh. So they're really rare. There are probably more that have not been publicly disclosed, but the number is incredibly small. If news of this one got out before the Republic secured this island, the man paused as if he lacked the words to describe it. It wouldn't be surprising if another kingdom invaded this territory or destroyed it to prevent us from getting our hands on it. By not disclosing your suspicion, you could have caused a calamity. Okay, I didn't know that. But it's not like I plan to tell anyone else either. What's so special about them anyway? Isn't it just a hidden corner of the world? He couldn't imagine how that worked, probably some mind-bending spatial nonsense. That's classified information. Of course it is. Kai gave him a flat glare. Leading him on like this had been just cruel. He now understood why they made such a big fuss. Hidden realms must have some kind of strategic or material value beyond their rarity. Once more Mackin lingered and spoke again. After the Republic secures the area, you must agree to sign a binding contract to keep silent on this matter. Given your age, you'll get away with 2 or 3 years of military service if you're a cooperative. How generous. I'll be my most agreeable self. The soldier gave him a frozen look. Do you need anything before I go? I am good. Kai jiggled the manacles. I'll just sit and admire my new pair of fashionable bracelets. Do they also come in a different color? Plain metal clashes with my eyes. The wooden panel that passed as a door closed. Something heavy got dragged over it, and more things were piled on top. If moved, they just needed to cause enough noise to attract a soldier. Given the size of the camp, there was no way he wouldn't be heard. At least there is no guard. Surin must be paranoid that I might give information away. Hearing steps grow faint, Kai searched the room for anything useful. The place had been erected the day before. From the smell, the empty crates must have contained food rations. He could break the wood to recover a nail. With the silencing enchantments in the wall, no one would notice till they came to check. The issue was he had no idea how to pick a lock. The handcuff's tiny keyhole looked too well crafted for an amateur. I'll ask Flynn to teach me all his shady tricks once this is over. A wave of melancholy swept over him. Things wouldn't get back to normal for Willaf ever. He was going to miss his new sibling's birth, his friends, and his family. Sorry, Mom, your son is a bit of an idiot sometimes. The deal with Zervathi should have been a breeze, then everything that could go wrong did. The basilisk, the broken altar, and the Republic. He could blame it on bad luck, but he had chosen to take the risk. When betting with his life, unforeseeable issues were bound to arise. Enough moping around. I need to escape and hunt down a blind basilisk. If he failed to uphold his end of the bargain before the gate to the hidden sanctuary fully opened, Zervathi would own his body, whatever that meant. It couldn't be good. It would be hard to recover the altar, possibly deadly, and get him in trouble with the Republic even if he succeeded. Yet, it was the only solution. The expedition was preparing to leave, and he wouldn't get another chance to visit the ruins once reinforcements arrived. Kai examined the manacles on his wrists. Mackin had not tightened them excessively, but there would be no way to free himself without dislocating his thumb. Those things were never as easy as in movies. The runes had also been engraved inside two bands of metal fused together. There was no way to scratch them off. I'm a freaking mage. How hard can it be to break an enchantment made to prevent exactly that? The answer was somewhere between a lot and extremely. Most of his skills refused to activate, even the ones from his profession. His mana was like a dense syrup that dissipated as soon as it left his body. If Mackin let me keep the wand and the ring, I must have no way to use them. And I didn't pack a hacksaw anyway. His only minor success was with mana observer likely because of its higher grade. An inch was like stretching a rubber band to its maximum length. He wrapped his arm around the metal to study the runes. The enchantment had been cloaked to prevent tampering. It was decently made, though it must not have been a priority since whoever was cuffed shouldn't be able to look. Compared to Edgar's standards, it was subpar. With much patience and a growing headache, Kai managed to pierce the veil. He recognized half runes that had been used in ways he hadn't seen before. There was no obvious flaw. If the military used them to restrain criminals, that was to be expected. Though if they could mass-produce them for all their units, they must cut some corners too. By the time Mackin brought him a bland dinner and warned him they'd be leaving in the morning, Kai began to doubt it was even possible. The handcuffs siphoned his essence to sustain themselves, so there was no way to overwhelm the enchantments with sheer mana. He could spot the fault lines he needed to break, but he had no way to touch them without his mana. If only he had access to his skills for 5 seconds. Wait, I am an idiot. If his hands hadn't been tied, Kai would have slapped himself. How could he forget he had another skill at yellow, one he never got a chance to use, one that was made specifically to mess with runes? True to his prediction, he could use yellow skills, though they were still inhibited. Kai ignored the strain mounting in his head to fight the shackles with a single-minded focus. He needed to stretch mana engraving outside his body. He would get out of this cell no matter the cost. If the Republic thought they could throw him away when he was no longer useful, they were delusional. They could come up with 100 excuses for why they were the lesser evil, how they saved the archipelago, and whatnot. But the only thing that motivated Surin was self-interest. He wasn't going to waste years of his life working for the military. Simon, Edgar's skill can't be stopped by a mundane enchantment. Kai had never gotten the chance to fully explore what mana engraving was capable of, and this was definitely an unorthodox use. The handcuffs warmed beneath his wrists. The ineffable pattern of the skill stretched and contracted between his desires and the enchanted manacles. Break. As if a fissure caused the whole dam to collapse, a dozen filaments breached the surface of his skin. Gritting his teeth, Kai channeled more mana to maintain the skill. If he faltered for a single moment, mana engraving would snap back and make his efforts vain. He didn't have the mind to break the bonds again, not if he wanted to be in shape for what came after. Kai carefully guided the threads into the steel shackles. He had studied these runes for hours. They were elegant in their design without any obvious flaws. The original schematics must be the work of a master enchanter. The same could not be said for the person who crafted this pair. The faulty balance and poor assimilation with the steel were too minor to exploit unless he was willing to spend months. Luckily, there was a larger defect. The link between the mana siphon, the restraints it fueled wasn't properly traced or had been damaged when they were assembled. It's time my favor did something. He just had to nudge the faulty link to cause a chain reaction that would render the handcuffs useless for a while hopefully. He didn't have the time or energy to recheck his calculations. Here goes nothing. A tendril no wider than a hair prodded the glowing line and dissipated, blown away by the mana coursing through the runes. Kai bit down a curse. I've got 11 more tries, slow and steady. Desperation led to urgency, which led to mistakes. With sweat pouring down his head, Kai guided his treads to alter the fault line. He needed the tiniest of changes to bring the enchantment off balance. 10, 9, 8. Why don't you fucking work? The brief lapse in concentration made one of his last 3 tendrils scatter into the ambient mana. Kai suppressed a wave of frustration and screamed with closed lips. Raw emotions could boost as much as disrupt his capabilities if he didn't channel them properly. Calm down. Think. A mage always finds a way. Mana engraving was meant to forge runes from pure essence, at least ideally. Not even Edgar had reached that level, using it in conjunction with physical ink. It might be possible to create a rune without for a brief while, but not while being restricted by the manacles. Kai didn't have enough power to overwrite the runes engraved into the steel, and he couldn't squeeze any more mana out of his restraints. He needed to use enchanting ink or a catalyst of some kind. I should have a batch in my ring. The tendril barely moved towards the silver band before dissipating. Damn it, I should have known. Where do I find a catalyst here? His gaze wandered over the plain walls and crates, the half-finished stew and the feeble crystal lighting his cell. Nothing he could use. His pockets were empty except for his wand and an empty vial. There was nothing else. Maybe. In its most fundamental definition, enchanting ink was a solution that could hold and channel mana. Naturally, there were 1,000 more details to consider depending on the runes someone wanted to engrave, but right now he didn't need to craft a masterpiece for the ages. Kai bit hard on his lip, fighting through the instinctual reluctance to hurt himself. Blood dripped down his chin into the seam protecting the runes of his handcuffs. As a mage at the peak of orange, mana flowed through every part of his being. Simon. He lightly shook the steel to make blood seep inside. Thankfully, the manacles hadn't been welded completely. With excruciating precision, he aligned his last tendril on the section he wanted to alter and imbued the skill into his own blood. He just needed a tiny temporary modification to the mana flow. It has to work. Kai released a slow breath, a coppery taste in his mouth. Isolated by dampening enchantments, he could hear his blood dripping on the floor, forgetting to even breathe. He didn't have the energy for another try. His eyes fixed on the glowing manacles as seconds ticked away with unbearable slowness. The runes sizzled in a cascade effect throughout the metal loops. A tingle of pleasure crossed his body as the bonds that had cut off his skill were disrupted. Kai stopped Mana Observer from flooding into the chamber around him. You fools thought this was enough to contain my genius. Linked to his blood, the runes had completely fried. Despite his confidence, he didn't wait to see if the damage was permanent. His elemental mana responded to his command with barely an effort. Kai condensed a jet of water to cut the metal chain linking his shiny bracelets. I am free. Since they had isolated the cell with such care, Kai didn't have to contain his triumph. For now, he kept the steel bands on his wrists. Even without the enchantments active, they had been made to restrain physical as much as mana professions. He didn't want to risk sending shrapnel into his arms if he tried to cut them. Okay, the easy part is over. Kai took a moment to gather his thoughts and apply a healing potion on his lip. He carefully extended Mana Observer beyond the walls of his prison. Even a mage would struggle to recognize his touch if he didn't specifically focus on them, but he wasn't going to take any chances. Each entrance to the chamber had a soldier stationed. Neither of them was looking at his cell. Kai wouldn't be surprised if Surin had kept his arrest a secret. He stored the pieces of the broken manacles to leave no clues behind. He was about to also clean the blood on the floor when he reconsidered. That would add a nice dramatic touch. Let them wonder what happened here. Standing before the walls of rough-cast stone, Kai steeled his resolve. He was crossing a line he couldn't walk back. Unless Makin had lied about the importance of the hidden realm, Surin would come looking for him no matter what. I just need to give her something else to worry about. He kneeled by the wall facing away from the guards and drew a finger in an arc to guide Mana Echo. The stone parted beneath his touch. The copy had been perfected by watching the Earth Shaper work for hours. It was only capable of a single action, cutting, but it was damn good at it. Kai grabbed the block of rock with his magic before it fell. The murmurs of idle chat flooded in. The soldiers were quite relaxed, probably relieved they were leaving the heart in the morning. He crawled outside and resealed the hole, spending significant chunk of mana to make the result seamless. Even if they assumed he broke through the manacles, no one knew about his affinity for Earth. A pity I won't be here to see their reactions. Just imagining them finding the cell empty in the morning was enough to put a smile on his lips. With a little luck, he might throw off the Republic long enough to finish his business. Kai wrapped himself in a cloak of shadow and crept to a different wall using crates in the stone rooms as cover. The ivory confines of the chamber were thicker and required more mana to part, but it still opened for him. His finger dug into the cold, damp soil of a tunnel. He prevented any dirt from falling into the chamber with a wave of earth and nature. Melding the stone of the ruins was beyond his abilities, but the cut was so smooth no one would notice unless they examined the entire chamber. Let's get going, I've a few stops to make. The camp had been set in a closed cluster of chambers with the officer quarter in the center. The easiest way to recover what he needed while remaining unseen was by walking outside of it. Kai took out a crystal light and kept his hand on the wall to orient himself. He refilled his reserves in the rich mana ambience. While he had no skill for them, earth and shadow were the most abundant elements in the underground complex. He would need quite a bit of it before the night was over. This should be right. The ruins blocked his perception. If he had taken the wrong measurements, his majestic escape would end before it began. Kai cleared a wall with another pulse of mana and cut the most unassuming hole he could manage. Light leaked from inside. There were no exclamations or sounds of alarms. Kai bent and slipped in. He had barely taken a step when a hand dragged him inside, the carpet partially absorbing the fall. Hey. Kai raised his hand in surrender, smiling brightly despite the two blades pointed at his throat and crotch respectively. Nice to see you two. Sorry for coming uninvited. The room wasn't large. A table and a bed occupied most of the space. He had only peeked at the layout of this chamber once before the military forbade him from wandering. His memory hadn't betrayed him. Kai, Vela gaped at him and lowered her wand. What are you doing here? I'm just passing by to keep my end of the deal. He shrugged, glad Lu had withdrawn his sword with an equally surprised expression. Only Furla didn't waver. Do you mind telling the tenebrous lady to lower her spear? Furla, it's fine. He's not a threat. I'm harmless. Kai bobbed his head in agreement. The bodyguard scowled. Miss, he could be conspiring with the military. Vela considered the notion for an instant before shaking her head. They're already winning. This would be too convoluted to be worth it. She held Furla's gaze till the woman reluctantly lowered her spear, still watching him with suspicion. Why would he break into your room at this hour if he didn't have nefarious intentions? That's not fair. Just because something looks bad, smells of wet tunnels and comes in through a wall, it doesn't mean you shouldn't trust it. Are you okay? The teen watched him with a worried frown. His eyes lingered on the wound closing on his lip and his shiny steel bracelets. I was worried something happened, but the soldiers refused to let me see you. Vela offered him a chair and a glass of berry juice, which Kai gratefully accepted. They told us you were too scared by what happened in the summoning chamber and refused to leave your room. Those damn fuckers. Is it safe to talk here? There were no windows and the makeshift door was barred, but what he was about to reveal was already considered a state secret. The room is warded. She took out her enchanted cube. Just for caution, no one can hear us. Why did you come here? This could land you in serious trouble if the military finds out. Oh, I think we're well beyond that. Kai took a sip of the sweet berry juice to wash the taste of blood from his mouth. He tapped his fingers on the glass to cool it. Revenge was best served cold, and he was about to make Surin very mad. Remember how I agreed to keep you updated on my research? I've been arrested for finding out what's going on. Kai stopped their exclamation by raising a hand. The beasts are arriving through spatial gates connected to a hidden dimension. The room fell silent as they elaborated the meaning of his words. Then Vela and Furla started talking at once while Lu just looked at him, searching for the truth on his face. That's ridiculous. They must have sent him here to trick us. Are you sure you didn't misunderstand something? Kai finished his drink as he waited for the clamor to die down. I've seen through the portal with my eyes, but you don't need to believe me. Captain Surin has contacted the military on the mainland. That's why she decided to retreat. They'll be arriving soon. You can probably estimate the timeline better than me. I thought she chose to retreat not to lose more people. Vela looked thoughtful, but this does make more sense than her suddenly growing a conscience. Can you tell me exactly what happened? It's not that I don't believe you, but I need some proof to present to the council. It's fine, just don't tell them it was me who provided the intel. Kai spent the next half an hour going through every detail and clue. The strangeness of the teleportations, the rare species in the Vastair glyphs. Furla asked questions to poke holes in his story that ended up reinforcing it. Excuse me, I need to send a message. With a pale face, Vela left the room with her bodyguard. Lu sat beside him, a dark expression and fist clenched. Kai, he pronounced his name like a curse. Then he deflated, leaving only worry behind. You shouldn't have broken out from the military's custody. Vela is well-intentioned, but she can't protect you if they want to take revenge on you for this. They'll know it was you who told us. I don't plan to stick around and find out. The words refused to come out, choked in his throat. Amidst all the revelations, Lu was focused on what was best for him. He had discovered a hidden realm that would forever change the archipelago, and the boy was thinking about him. What had he done to deserve it? I must have done an amazing job at raising you. Kai wanted to tell him there was nothing to worry about, but he also didn't want to lie with a half-truth or worry him about the extent of the danger. So they just sat in silence till Vela burst into the room. I am sorry, time was of the essence. She froze upon noticing them. Is there anything I can do for you? This went well beyond our deal. You can hide until we're back in Harbor. I know a lawyer that can help your case. I can cross the jungle on my own. Kai tried to sound nonchalant, but if you want to help, I could use a little distraction in, let's say, 20 minutes, something to get the officers away from their quarters. His path had already been set. He needed to get his sword to mug a big evil lizard. Of course, it shouldn't be a problem. I already planned to go test her intentions after the order of retreat. Vela drummed her fingers on the table. What do you need to steal? Maybe I can get it for you. He'd have rather not gone into details and needless worries, though he couldn't resent her for looking out for him. Her help would make the attempt considerably less dangerous. Escaping an unguarded cell was different from sneaking past yellow professionals. You should hide here till morning. Lou failed to hide his simmering irritation, a rare breach in his usual composure. Planning to cross the heart alone is already a bad idea. Your danger sense won't save you from the basilisk. I have it on good authority that the lizard has been blinded and crippled. If it's half as smart as it has shown, it won't show its ugly snout for a while. Kai projected all the confidence he could muster. And to be precise, I'm not stealing anything. I'm just getting back my belongings. What is it you need? Can't you just stay safe for once? Lou rumbled with a silent plea. I really wish I could do that. As Kai watched into the deep eyes of his friend, Lou would probably try to stop him. Vela was harder to predict, her mind still busy with the ramifications of the hidden realm. It would be complicated to slip away in the confines of the room if Furla came back. Not to mention, he would be giving up their help to retrieve his belongings. Damn Zervathi and damn my greed. The bargain had already been struck, and he couldn't take back his choice. Improvisation offered him a castle of lies to get what he wanted. After the shocking news he brought, anything else would be easily believed enough to last the night. They deserved better. He had yearned to reconnect with his childhood friends and work to bridge the years apart. Now that Lou had accepted him back, Kai couldn't repay care with lies. I need to get my sword back. Do you need it right now? Vela looked perplexed. It'll be easier to recover when the expedition disbands, and I can lend you one if it's urgent. It needs to be my sword. It has been engraved with enchantments specifically suited for me. Kai bit his cheek. If anything happened to him, it was better someone knew what. Do you mind using your stealth cube thingy? Sure. Vela brought out her enchanted cube again, isolating them inside a bubble of magic and runes. What is it? Lou read behind his intentions before he could answer. What do you need your sword for? He's definitely going to strangle me. Kai forced as much of the truth out before his conviction wavered. I've struck a bargain with a divinity. It's a quest I need to complete in these ruins. After that, I'll meet you back in Harbor. Lou massaged his temples. Tell me you're not being serious. Vela quickly recovered from her mute disbelief, her emerald eyes fully focused on him. Which of the great spirits contacted you? And what are the requirements to complete the quest? Kai didn't feel the need to specify it wasn't either Kahali or Yade he dealt with. He was frankly surprised they knew what a divine bargain was and didn't question him. I can't explain. I know I should have been more cautious. The request didn't seem difficult before some unexpected obstacles arose. I'd feel safer if I had my sword with me. Can I count on your help? The underground tunnels are still dangerous even if the basilisk is injured. Vela tried to be diplomatic. We can find a safer way to solve this when things settle down, if only. He shook his head. It's something that needs to be done specifically at this Vastair site, and the military won't let anyone come close after the news of the hidden dimension. This is my only chance. I'll come with you to watch your back. Lou suddenly stood up. 2 is better than 1. No, you're not. The idea horrified him. He was only taking this risk because his back was against a wall. He wouldn't be dragging anyone else on this gamble against all odds. Did the spirits ask you to do it alone? No, but Kai racked his brains. Lou wouldn't buckle with a random excuse. He needed a concrete reason, so he summoned a veil of shadow around himself, the last affinity he had kept hidden. It wasn't as impressive in a well-lit room, but it made his presence slippery if they didn't focus on him. You can't do this. I plan to avoid a fight if possible. I see. Lou examined him with a critical gaze, a half smile and not in the least surprised. A shroud of darkness swallowed his hulking form as if the light itself dimmed around him. I think I can manage to be stealthy too. Even his voice came out muffled. Damn it. Kai wanted to argue it wasn't good enough. Darkness didn't have the same elusive qualities of shadow, though his presence was little more of a void to his senses. He had to focus Mana Observer to pierce the cloak. It was probably a dedicated skill, much more effective than freeform magic. Why did he even learn this? Lou looked at Vela, suddenly tense and formal. Permission to leave, Mom. If there is no other way, she looked between them with resignation. Permission granted. You can't come, Kai blurted out, wishing he sounded more convincing to his own ears. Lou regarded him with painfully honest eyes. Would you not help me if I was in trouble? He hesitated, losing any chance Lou would believe his lie. This isn't your mistake to fix. Stupid truth policy. What do you think will happen if you get yourself killed? Lou glowered at him. Do you think your family and friends will just mourn a day and move on? What happens to you also affects the people you care about. The burly teen slumped. I want standby and watch you march into a suicide mission. Even if it's your own foolish head that landed you in it. I've no intention of repeating this mess, Kai said, and he meant it. There were good reasons why he had accepted the bargain, though it had been stupid to lock himself in an uncertain deal with no way out. I still need to retrieve my sword. I can meet you here when I'm done. I'm going to scream your name if I don't see you. Lou threatened with a smile. Damn stubborn boy. It could have all been avoided if he had lied to their faces, though Kai couldn't bring himself to regret it, and his plans didn't include letting Lou anywhere near the basilisk, crippled or not. He'll count on you for the distraction. Slipping back into the dark tunnels, the damp cold helped him focus on his current task. If he got blinded by the risk ahead, he'd trip right into the one before him. Mackin had said he would keep his sword safe, which hopefully meant his lodgings. He wasn't going to have time to check too many places. While no one would be expecting him to infiltrate the camp, the officer chambers housed the strongest professionals in the expedition. Shadow magic wouldn't protect him if he walked in their direct sight, or maybe even their peripheral. That's why he needed Veil as distraction. Kai jogged through a mossy corridor and checked his mental map to get into position. Having learned his lesson from jumping into Vela's room, he cut a hole thinner than his pinky and sent his senses through to observe the situation. The chamber he picked was the one dedicated to the bathroom, and it shared a wall with his goal. Squares of beige cloth had been hung between the improvised stalls to provide privacy. There were 3 people, less than he expected. This chamber was sure to always have someone present, but it was also the least guarded. A wooden pane covered the exit to stop the lack of ventilation from spreading the stench of human waste through the camp. No one would go to investigate if they heard a suspicious sound. Adjusting his angle of entry behind a latrine, Kai cut a round hole and slipped inside. His cloak of shadow surrounded him in case anyone decided to stretch their mana sense. He froze at the sound of a satisfied sigh and a wet plop on his right. Clearly, the person wasn't focused on him. He crept closer to the inner wall, hiding behind a large square cube of stone boxes where the earth shapers had sealed a filled latrine. Simon, it should be about time. A handful of seconds later, a ruckus of voices rose in the distance, prompting the 3 occupants to finish their business. Alone in the chamber, Kai didn't abandon his cover and steadied his fingers to cut a thinner hole. Make my favor be worth something. The room wasn't one he recognized. Clothes lay abandoned on an unmade bed and floor, as if the occupant had just left. Not knowing how much time he had, Kai hurried to open a way inside and slid the ivory block back into place. The stone was so perfectly smooth, no one would notice unless they pushed against it. The voices were louder and angrier now. Surin responded with sneering outrage to Vela's demand for answers. He could just make out the words when steps shuffled outside the room. Kai threw himself underneath the bed, wrapping the veil of shadow tighter around him. Few people were important enough to have a real frame and mattress. He prayed he hadn't left any obvious sign. A man strode inside. The mottled leather boot stopped a palm from his nose. He grabbed something from the bed. A stupid whore who doesn't know her place, he grumbled under his breath. His heart stilled, recognizing Bert's voice. Kai prayed his heart to slow its incessant beating, too afraid to breathe. Another voice called from outside. I am coming. The scout had marched out, slamming the door. I need to hurry. Extending Mana Observer as lightly as he could, Kai exited upon a short corridor between 2 rows of rooms. He didn't waste a breath to empower his legs and jump, just enough to grab the edge of the roof and silently pull himself up. The overworked Earthshapers hadn't bothered to cast anything more than stone boxes, giving him a convenient plane surface to move onto. Kai had considered walking around as if he belonged to the expedition. He was confident that whether Surin had kept his arrest secret or not, she wouldn't have bothered to make an announcement. But being the only kid in the camp, his figure was too recognizable. Even if no one stopped him, people might remember seeing him. He overlapped the layout in his mind with what he was seeing. He crawled forth with his fingers and toes, his cheek and shirt grated against the rough stone. Judging by the loud arguing, Surin and Vela weren't close to concluding their dispute. There were 3 soldiers still in the chamber who might decide to wander around at any moment. Grim luck made his endeavor much easier. The camp would be far more crowded and guarded if they hadn't lost so many people, with dozens of wounded resting in the healing tent. A third of the beds are probably empty. Why did I have to pick Bert's? Kai crept 20 meters to Macken's lodgings, one of the few places he had bothered to remember. The room was empty. He didn't have to search hard to spot the sea serpent sword inside. Wait for me, Daddy's here. He considered cutting a hole in the ceiling, but the cast stone was more brittle than the ivory one. It would create dust and be difficult to realign. If he had to bet on someone to notice minor details, it would be Macken. Fine. 2 soldiers stood just outside his line of sight. Kai kept his attention on the corner they would need to cross to spot him. He didn't want to focus on them in case they were perceptive to mana skills. He lowered himself in front of the door and bent his knees to quietly absorb the impact. Locks were a luxury the military hadn't thought necessary except for Surin's office. With a simple push, Kai was inside. There wasn't a speck of dust or other clue that a human lived here. The place looked like the room of a Spartan inn. The only sign of habitation was the folded uniform on the tight sheets of the bed. The few personal effects were stored in a plain wooden chest by the Walhai's goal. Almost there. In his rush, Kai almost missed the cloaked enchantment on the aperture. Almost. You sneaky boy. I know some tricks too. The runes unraveled under the focus of Mana Observer. It was an alarm made to send a signal of some kind. Without any restrictions on his skill, interrupting the flow of mana was laughably easy. His sea serpent sword had been laid on top in all its shiny glory. Kai stored it into his ring. He wouldn't have bothered to go through Macken's possessions if the alarm hadn't piqued his curiosity. While he understood the soldier's point of view, the man had still screwed him over. Let's see. Time for retribution. The contents were terribly mundane. Perfectly folded clothes, a pair of black boots, a set of serrated knives, material for the upkeep of various equipment, generic potions, and a small bag of money. Kai hadn't fallen so low to steal cold cash. Since it would be obvious someone opened the chest, he carefully dug deeper. This is better. Beneath the shirts there was a bag of sweets, his bag of sweets. It'll be too obvious it was me if I take it. He turned his attention to the remaining items. A very photorealistic picture of a group of late teens in military uniforms. From the festive mood in the man with graying hair standing in the middle, it must be some kind of graduation class. Kai squinted to recognize a younger Macken. Weirder yet, he was smiling. Not his thin smirk or faint smile, but a full-blown grin. Creepy. This is too sentimental. Kai discarded the photo of a little boy and a pretty woman with dark indigo hair for the same reason. His revenge didn't quite reach that point. He knocked on the bottom of the chest to be thorough, and his eyes widened when the sound wasn't quite right. Bingo. Another enchantment hit a fake bottom, even better concealed than the alarm. There were only two objects inside, a broken arrowhead, probably some kind of personal memento, and a black notebook. Kai put the book in his spatial closet without a second thought. It might add another layer to the mystery of his escape. He could always discard it if the content was too personal. Satisfied with his loot, he hurried to reorder the chest. It had taken less than a minute altogether. Macken would suspect him of the sword's disappearance, but without proof, Kai'd have plausible deniability. How could a kid accomplish all this alone? He must have a partner. Captain Surin was paranoid enough to make up a wacky conspiracy and hopefully bring her search away from him. The two soldiers hadn't moved from their position. Kai climbed over the rooms again. He made a quick stop by his lodging, helped by the fact it had no roof, and filled his ring with supplies. With that, he had accomplished his main goals while the argument in the next chamber wasn't close to waning. Vela must be giving her all. Why not go wild? Since he was already here, he might add one final layer to his deceptions. Surin's office was only a dozen meters away and definitely empty. It would throw off the military further and deliver justice in one fell swoop. Since the door was locked and in full view of a guard, Kai was forced to open a hole in the ceiling and lift the slab with earth magic. He jumped inside. There wasn't time to read through the pile of documents on the desk. Letting his favor guide him, he picked a random folder with classified on the cover and climbed back outside, using what remained of his mana to seal the breach. He retraced his steps to Bert's room. The coast was clear. He slipped inside, cutting a secret compartment in the stone wall to hide the folder. It would ensure that the scout wouldn't find it first and make the espionage more believable if they came looking. It was clear that whatever devious mind was responsible for his breakout and the stolen documents had access to stone magic. I think I've sown enough chaos for today. With his work completed, Kai hurried towards the tunnels. It was time for some fun and possibly deadly work. Kai realigned the block of ivory stone and cast a layer of dark moss to make the patch indistinguishable from the rest. Heading down the muddy tunnels towards the meeting point, he repeated the process again for the first exit used to escape the storage chamber. Once his breakout was discovered, someone would put together that cutting through stone was the only way to leave the camp unnoticed. The camouflage wouldn't stand up to scrutiny if an Earthshaper examined the walls, though Surin might not want to involve them. It'll be even more awkward to explain if no one knew I had been arrested. Her intention to leave the heart in the morning, together with the seeds of chaos he planted, should delay any organized response. If everything went according to plan, he would be long gone by the time an organized party came searching for him. And when did anything ever go as planned? His lips curved in a rueful smile. It should be good enough. I've other problems to worry about right now. A large shadow stood by the passage into Vela's room. You're here. Lou took out a crystal light at the sound of his steps. His low voice carried the barest hint of surprise. He wore tight-fitting clothes with numerous pockets, a longsword in one hand and a round shield reinforced with steel plates in the other. Nothing extraordinary, but with his muscular frame, Lou looked like an adventurer ready to face a ferocious beast. I just need to make sure he doesn't get eaten. If Kai had his way, Lou wouldn't come close to the basilisk. The teen looked down at himself with a shrug. If the basilisk is blind, enchantments are more likely to attract its attention than to help. I didn't have any armor that could block its claws and fangs, so I aimed for stealth like you said. That's a good idea, though your weapon and shield are enchanted. Kai pointed out with a casual wave at his equipment. They must have cost a pretty messar. He would have missed them if he wasn't already on alert from infiltrating the camp. The suffused glow of the runes got lost in the dense ambient essence until Mana Observer focused on them. Standard sharpness and sturdiness bundle, with a pinch of elemental flair for darkness. Effects hidden underneath the cloak were less impressive, but still well made. How many enchantments must he have come across without realizing? The only cloaking he recognized were those that were poorly made, giving him a biased view of what was out there. Now I really want to test Mana Observer and Higherber. Lou grimaced at his blade. They told me no human below yellow would realize. I thought they'd be good enough to hide from the king, but I can go fetch some unenchanted equipment. Don't, they're a good. Kai patted his shoulder, suspiciously well made. While most beasts could intuitively perceive mana, their instinct wasn't comparable to a specialized ability unless they had a talent for it, and basilisks lacked that specific gift among their deadly repertoires. My skill is just really good at piercing veils. That's quite a niche specialization to take. Lou furrowed his brows in thought before his eyes widened a fraction. Have you already evolved your skill? Damn boy, I can't say a word without you pulling 3 more. No comment. Kai looked down at his sea serpent sword he had gone through so much trouble to recover. He could obscure it with shadow or use a more practical solution. In a blink, the white opaque blade disappeared into his ring. It wasn't the time to hold back secrets. He had already used it in front of Lou when a wormling attacked them during their first spatial anomaly. The big boy scrubbed a hand through his hair. He cautiously waved his hand around him and poked him with a finger. It's not an illusion, you really have a spatial artifact. A scream of dramatic shock would have been appreciated. Kai slapped away his hand and flashed the silver band in front of his studious face. Stop looking at me like I am some kind of exotic creature. One of my teachers gave it to me as a goodbye gift when they left the archipelago. Sorry, I suspected something, but I never thought I'd see one for real. Lou stopped pacing around him, though kept peering at him with interest. You're like a walking bundle of mysteries. Most people can only dream of possessing such an artifact or striking a bargain with a divinity. Well, after tonight it'll be an open book, Kai said with some sourness. You can be the mysterious one. I've got no more secrets to give. Almost none. Lou lost his amused glint. You know, I've told you everything I can about that. His jaw clenched, forcing the words out. And it's nothing quite as exciting. Just a shady deal to take advantage of the archipelago's lack of resources. Yeah, I know, I don't need you to faint right now. We must get going. Kai took out a casket of polished cherry wood from his spatial closet and knelt on a carpet of moss to open it. He'll have to get used to that, Lou grumbled at the sudden appearance. The rows of gleaming potions inside quickly caught his interest. Seems like you're not out of surprises just yet. 2 vials for each of the 7 strongest recipes Dora created. Kai had been saving them. He had only taken a sip of Kai's nullifier to eliminate the drug when the rebels had kidnapped him, and a few drops of Kai's second wind to recover. Once he finished them, they'd be gone for good. If this isn't an emergency, I don't know what is. Lou crouched beside him. I'm not an expert, but I've never seen this many high-tier potions. Are they all yellow grade? And why is this labeled Kai's prowess? Did you use code names in case someone stole them? He said with a smirk. That's exactly why. Good guess. Kai snatched the golden potion from his hands. They're a goodbye gift from my alchemy teacher, all peak yellow. He selected another vial containing a silver solution and poured a single drop of each in 2 empty vials, diluting them with water. There was another reason why he had saved them till now. These are enhancing potions. The silver is for mental attributes and the gold for physical ones, but they're not made to be used at our grade. The recipe book said early yellow in both race and profession. A few side effects are better than being dead. It's just a drop. Thinking again, he took out 4 more vials and added a few drops of Kai's second wind and Kai's restoring light. It was incredibly wasteful to use them this way, but he couldn't gamble with their lives. This one is for slow recovery. And this for fast healing. Should I add one for the basilisk's venom as well? If I'm hit, I won't be able to move, and that's already a death sentence. Lou carefully stored the vial in his pocket. What do we need to do exactly? You didn't say what your bargain involved. The plan is to avoid the basilisk, right? How well he gathered his courage to push out the words. I need an artifact that's on the basilisk. Lou advanced on him with a threatening posture. You're kidding me. Please tell me that's a joke. If it helps, I wish it was. I didn't know when the god offered me the bargain. Kai raised his hands to pacify the growling teen. From what I was told, I needed to find a piece of inert rock in some ruin. The king must have perceived it was special. You don't have to come with me. Yes, I should just let you get eaten. Why didn't I think of that? Lou nailed him with a furious gaze, making a clear effort to keep his hand at his sides. His fists clenched till his knuckles whitened. Are you absolutely sure the basilisk is carrying what you need and that there is no other way around this? It's the only thing that makes sense. Lou cursed under his breath. Fine, we're going to do this. But if we survive, y'all tell me the whole story and why you thought getting pulled into the affairs of a divinity was a good idea. I promise, Kai bobbed his head. I have no plan to repeat this. Good, Lou gave a humorless chuckle. To think I considered keeping the twins out of trouble difficult. You're on a whole other level. I was serious when I said I can deal with this mess on my own. I've got a plan. Kai was warmed by his willingness to help, but it'd be easier if he was the only one in danger. I'm not backing down just because it's dangerous. I've already made my decision. Lu loomed over him again, looking offended at the notion. If hallowed intuition hadn't stayed silent, Kai would think he was about to get hit. Spirits help me, Lu sighed. I don't know whether to curse or bless the day you fell back into our lives. Can you promise me you won't get yourself killed? Only if you do the same. Deal. Lu pulled him in a bone-crushing hug and lifted him off the ground. I also swear I'll stab you myself if you do something so foolish again. Duly noted. Okay, put me down. We need to move, Kai managed to squeeze out. The burly teen released him with a chuckle. Yes, little shrimp. I can stab you from down here just fine. Kai elbowed him in the stomach to reinforce the point. We need to find and then mug the basilisk. I've got a plan to minimize the risks involved with recovering the artifact. Lu slumped in relief. You know, I was scared your idea was to sneak up to the king and hope it wouldn't notice you pickpocket it. The nerve on this one. He couldn't tell if the impertinent teen was teasing him. Don't forget who taught you to write. You mean your dad. And who helped you out when you couldn't understand a lesson. Exactly. I'll admit this situation has worsened beyond my expectations and I take full responsibility. But if you want to help me, you need to do as I say. Kai held his gaze till Lu offered him a half nod. How can I assist? 2 minds are better than 1. He clearly wasn't sold but seemed willing to listen. That's good enough. Kai explained the idea that had been brewing in his mind ever since Mackin had told him the basilisk was blinded. Not having to do everything alone required some adjustments. When all the pieces fell into place, he was quite proud of the result given the nature of threat and his limited resources. Lu crossed his arms. So you want me to act as a distraction and wait aside while you do all the dangerous parts? Yep, that's the most sensible distribution of tasks given our talents. Look, neither of us can face the king head-on even if it's injured, but you don't have a danger or mana sensing skill at yellow. If the stealth fails, I'll be able to tell immediately and escape. I don't like it. We could ask Vela for help. There are many high grades in our camp. Kai shook his head. The king will run away if we bring too many people. Not to mention, the military would suspect something. Apart from us, everyone's primary issue will be the hidden realm. The only person I trust is Vela, and she's not equipped for this. That was without considering all the secrets he'd have to reveal. There was no way to contact the princess without at least Furla learning of what was going on. He honestly doubted Vela would even accept. She always put the archipelago first in her list of priorities, and whether it was true or not, the hidden realm was far too disruptive to leave everything behind just to help him. I trained my skills too. I can move faster than you if I need to dash. For how much Lu disliked the idea, he couldn't argue with the facts. They discussed the plan, ironing out the details till neither of them could improve upon it. I might even survive. Kai covered the entrance to Vela's chamber with a layer of moss and mud, though it would still be suspicious if the military discovered the entrance. To avoid any future trouble, he circled the outer edge of the camp and cut a dozen more holes. Now she's beyond any accusation. May chaos fester. Let's move. Y'all need to be back before dawn to avoid attracting suspicion. One last thing. Lu rummaged through one of his pockets and took out a black jar with the distinct glow of an orange concoction. It's odorless powder. Not as fancy as your potions, but it'll be good enough to hide our scents. Even a yellow beast shouldn't be able to smell us if we keep away from its snout. Why didn't you tell me sooner you had that, so we don't have to cover ourselves in mud and weeds? Kai couldn't hide his relief. If they wanted to have any hope of not being perceived by the basilisk, physical camouflage was as important as the mana one. It's better to use both. A little sprinkle on your clothes should last for half a day. Lu took out a pinch of a fine gray powder to show him. Great. When the transformation was complete, Kai felt like a failed ninja. He was covered in mud and random leaves. He had a cloth over his mouth and nose to conceal his breath. It was probably overkill, but he wouldn't refuse anything even if it only had a 1 in a million chance of helping. All bow to the hobo of the woods. If the evil lizard could see me, it might die laughing. Lu was in a similar attire, though he must have had experience camouflaging because it didn't look nearly as bad on him. He consulted a map he had borrowed from Vela before heading out. They advanced into the underground maze cloaked in their respective skills. While Kai continuously replenished his elemental reserves, Lu's skill-supported shroud was far more efficient. They had already decided on every major detail, so they wouldn't have to speak and make noise. Looking for the king was the biggest uncertainty in the plan. They were counting on the beast being too prideful to leave the site. The ruins were its home and hunting ground, possessing the mana density it would need to recover. I am so screwed if it left. Lu patted his shoulder with a frown. Kai gave a thumb up to proceed, careful to heed any whisper of danger. They would set up the battleground near the center of the ruins, just clear of the summoning chamber. Kai'd rather not mess with the stone anywhere near. If the enchantments had been woven into the walls, it'd be disastrous. He had considered intentionally causing another calamity before dismissing the idea. If beasts and spatial tears started flooding the ruins, the king would be much faster at fleeing to safety. It might also annihilate the camp, along with a chance to get himself killed. The basilisk's speed was the main threat they needed to neutralize. They reached the central area without a hitch. Kai was about to start the preparation when a rattling hiss made him freeze. Whisper of danger bloomed in the distance. Did our stealth fail already? Kai reached for the enhancing vial in his pocket, his fingers closed in on the cold glass. Once he drank it, he would be on a timer. If he didn't steal the altar from the basilisk and get to safety before the effects run out, he'd be screwed, either by getting eaten or by failing his quest. Don't be rash. Mana Observer flooded through the maze of corridors and chambers, but the high density outshone the subtle twinkling of the beast. To pierce the basilisk's camouflage, he needed to focus his skill on a specific spot at the detriment of everything else. The odds of picking the exact place over hundreds of meters of tunnels weren't high. Where has that damned lizard gone? The murmurs in his head fizzled out with the echo of the hiss. They sounded more like a suggestion than a scream to flee for his life. It hasn't spotted us yet, or it's a trap to lower our guard. Waiting in ambush, the king had come close to crunching his skull several times. It had grown into an all-powerful monster in his head. Kai had to stay rational. The basilisk was a beast, an extremely clever and devious one, but a beast nonetheless. If it didn't commit mistakes, it wouldn't have been blinded and crippled by Mackin. Lu lightly nudged him, gesturing to the potion with a silent question. His taut figure was hard to make out behind the shroud of darkness even when the skill wasn't running at full power. It's not after us, Kai whispered. He concentrated Mana Observer on Lu to see him clearly. Confirming their target was still nearby saved them considerable hassle, though it also hastened their plans. They needed to get the battlefield ready without attracting its attention. We better hurry. Lu nodded and pointed to a wall. It was honestly irritating how the teen had memorized the underground map faster than him. Guess mind isn't everything. The admittedly brilliant idea that made his plan not a complete suicide was simple. Hallowed Intuition's warnings made no difference if they couldn't escape or fight back, so they would create a way. Kai withered the creeping vine covering the ivory wall and traced his finger on the cold rock with precision. He cut a thin and long passage into the chamber on the other side. Due to the obstructed tunnels, reaching it would require a 5 minutes detour. While the basilisk was several times faster, it couldn't teleport or break the sturdy rock. It should give us enough time to disappear. At worst, we can jump back and forth till it gets tired. While the king was agile and wiry, it was still a huge beast. The passage was large enough for a human to squeeze through on the side and no more. In any other place in the archipelago, their plan would be folly, but here had a chance. Playing hide and seek through a maze of tunnels only they could split. Kai cut the passage with a slight incline, so the chunk of stone slid out without the need for a spell. Suppressing a grunt of effort, they laid the slab down as silently as possible. He easily darted into the chamber on the other side and looked back at his bulky friend. Is it too tight? I'd tease him mercilessly if he weren't risking his life for me. Such a waste of an opportunity. Life is so unfair. Lu took measures and sprung through in a single jump. His muscular frame angled to the side, brushing the edges with millimetric precision. He landed in a roll on the soft moss and stood up in the same motion. I'm good. Show off. Was that necessary? I needed to know how quickly I could cross it in case of emergency. Come on, I'll lead while you make sure the basilisk doesn't sneak on us. Don't speak unless you notice something. Fine. Lu could be a bit bossy, probably because he was so used to acting as the responsible adult with the twins and Anna. It was slightly annoying, but Kai couldn't argue since they were solving his mess. It didn't matter who was in charge as long as they followed his plan. We'll talk once this is over. While he couldn't spot the basilisk, he could set Mana Observer on the crossings the beast needed to pass to reach them. His attention remained on his perception skills till Lu pointed him to a new passage to clear. They moved between chambers and corridors, opening a new set of cramped doorways throughout the center of the site. They kept working on the same level, though they set a few slits on the floor for an emergency exit. Another rattling hiss split the darkness of the underground. Without needing to exchange a word, they retreated through the previous passage in a quiet hurry and didn't stop before they passed 5 more. The king was becoming restless. It must have found the cut slabs of stone, and the idea of a pair of moles digging holes through its home didn't seem to thrill him. The intervals between its hisses were getting shorter, while whispers in his mind lingered longer and longer. Damn lizard. Given the basilisk's pesky talent for camouflage, hallowed intuition only warned him when the beast growled or purposely targeted him. They'd be dead before realizing it if they stumbled upon it in between 2 passages. The king had hissed 3 more times before it crossed the threshold that Kai watched with Mana Observer. He had just finished cutting into another corridor. The stone slab was slowly sliding in their fingers. He tapped Lu's shoulder twice in the agreed signal. The threat was close, but they hadn't been spotted yet. If they ran, the stone would crash on the floor. They were 20 meters from the closest passage on the opposite side of the chamber, and 80 quickly shortening meters from the basilisk. His skill clung to the beast, disregarding the rest of the world to pierce the cloak and peek at the incandescent veins beneath. Kai noticed the uneven flow where its eyes used to be. The last segment of the tale abruptly ended in a stump. Mackin didn't lie. He got it good. More importantly, he spotted the shard of void among its crown of horns. The streams of essence flowing through the ruins bent around the altar. The king stilled a couple strides outside their room. Blood froze in his veins, but the beast didn't dart towards them. The draconic snout twisted around as if it were trying to pinpoint something. It must have perceived my skill. Beasts usually couldn't feel his touch, though the king had never cared to abide by conventional rules. Perhaps he should be thankful it couldn't locate the source, same as human beings. At least it looks like our stealth is holding. I didn't cover myself in mud for nothing. The slab finally slid out the hole, multiplying its weight manyfold. Empower and spells would weaken the veil of shadow, a risky move when the basilisk was already alerted. His muscles strained to hold the stone. Kai was worried the beast would hear his bones cracking even with Lu taking most of the burden. You're not a lumbering giant for nothing. They delicately lowered the slab onto the mossy ground. His arms relaxed right as the stone crushed a creeping vine. It wasn't a dead or dry plant. It didn't creak like a siren, just the quietest squelch. The basilisk snapped in their direction, mana surging before it even moved. Fuck. Run. Empower strengthened his body. Already handling earth mana to cut the stone, Kai gathered the remaining motes to send the chunk of ivory towards the rampaging lizard. The slab flew powered by his magic and strength. It was too dark to see with his eyes, though Kai rejoiced when a deafening crash and a pained growl shook the chamber. Even though it was blind, the slippery lizard had managed to duck its head at the last moment and took the impact on its back. He had no time to revel in his victory. Lu dragged him inside the newly opened passage as the lizard darted towards them despite having been just hit with a boulder. Claws extended into the aperture, producing a strident screech against the ivory stone like nails on a chalkboard. Good throw. Lu led to another passage without hesitation. Can you do it again? No, it took most of my earth reserves. It was more luck than skill that he found his target. The devious lizard wouldn't be caught by the same trick twice. Couldn't you get squished and spare me the trouble? Mana Observer was locked onto the beast. Kai took out a light crystal knot to trip. The basilisk's enraged hiss echoed behind them. It had already given up its futile endeavor and was traversing the tunnel with frightening speed. We need to go ahead with the next step. We're still missing 6 passages to complete the chain. Lu lowered his shroud. His pupils were widened with all the fear and worry his stealth skill had concealed. Being stalked by a deadly predator must have taken its toll. I've already asked too much of him. It'll have to be enough. It's too dangerous to continue. Kai took out the vial in which he had mixed the enhancing potions Dora left him. The effects should last about half an hour. See you later. Stay safe. Without giving him a chance to protest, Kai downed the liquid and darted in another direction. The diluted potion burned down his throat. He had no time to consider whether he had been too cautious or careless with the dosage. A wave of mana swept through his body like liquid fire. In a single stride, he crossed twice the distance. He would have crashed into a wall if his enhanced dexterity didn't compensate. The pain quickly subsided to leave a feeling of euphoria. Kai stopped beside one of the breaches he cut. Keeping track of the king and piercing its camouflage only required a third of his mind. He could even disengage his skill for a moment without losing track of it. Well, damn, this is miles ahead of anything I can brew. He should have remembered that Dora always stated things exactly as they were regarding her brews. If she wrote this was meant for yellow grades at the bare minimum, she meant it. One more drop and I would have killed us both. Higher he soared, the more crushing the fall. Thankfully, he hadn't been stingy with the healing potion. The side effects would be brutal. He had to close this before the enhancement ran out. A look at the king propelling itself confirmed the chasm between them had shrunk but wasn't near to closing. Slowed by its injuries, the beast moved at 4 times his speed. Why is it so damn fast? Hey, sadistic lizard, I'm here. Kai shouted at the empty room. 3 tunnels away, the basilisk switched direction towards him. The map of the ruins and their network of doorways appeared with crystal clarity in his head. Kai dashed to the aperture on the other side of the room and threw 3 more to his planned spot. He lay in wait squished between 2 ivory walls and strengthened the cloak of shadow around him. The basilisk released a piercing hiss in the empty chamber he had been in a handful of seconds earlier. It flickered its forked tongue, trying to get his trail. The stealthy predator fails to find its prey. I hope you appreciate the irony. He patiently waited in the cramped passage for the king to get bored. It was too wary of its surroundings to be ambushed inside the chamber. When it failed to find any clue, it wandered outside with a low growl. 2 tunnels headed out of the chamber's spirits must be with him because the beast picked his direction. Closer. Come a little closer. Kai took out his wand and readied his water mana. With the enhancing potion flowing through his veins, the intentions of his spell manifested as lifelike images in his mind. The basilisk ambled along, frustrated by its slippery prey. Its posture was lopsided on the shoulder that the boulder had hit, and it moved with a slow sprint. Now, Kai released as much mana as he was capable of. This chance was too perfect to hold back. The spell took effect as the beast crossed his hiding place. Water flooded into the tunnel to slow and distract the king, while a stream froze around his prize and yanked it back. The altar was stuck among the basilisk's spikes. Knowing his cast wouldn't hold much longer, Kai fed more elemental motes into the spell. The spike of void broke free and flew in a wide arc through the water into his waiting hands. His fingers tingled with mana. In the dark, it was a smooth, multifaceted object, long as his forearm. I can't believe that it worked on the first try. He had been prepared to play tag with the basilisk through the maze of passages. He had dozens of distractions and creative spells ready to steal the altar. None of that was necessary. He was almost disappointed. Obviously, it succeeded. I designed the plan. Heeding hallowed intuition, Kai retreated beyond the basilisk's reach. The claws sent droplets and wind to brush his hair, its furious hiss muffled by the water still filling the tunnel. Sorry, I don't mingle with losers. He just had to lose the dumb lizard and pick up Lou. With the network of passages they had created and their stealth abilities, neither would be a problem. They had already set up 3 meeting points, depending on the basilisk's position. Kai ignored the whiny lizard throwing a tantrum behind him and dashed through the tunnels to shake it off. This quest had turned out to be far more problematic than he expected, but it was finally complete. Why doesn't this thing go in my ring? No matter how many times he connected to his spatial closet, the shard of the altar remained in his hands. He took out a crystal to examine the artifact. It looked like an obscenely large, polished diamond. When the light hit it, the gem cast 1,000 colorful shades on the walls around him like a disco ball, a physical representation of the myriad currents of mana starting from its shiny surface, because it's a spatial artifact as well, you dummy. He should have expected it from the god of a hidden dimension, though it wasn't heavy or cumbersome to move. Then he noticed another problem. Instead of wandering aimlessly, the basilisk was heading straight for him. Kai tried taking an abrupt turn, but the beast quickly adjusted its route, gaining ground on him. He checked his muddy clothes and shadow spell. His camouflage was intact. On a grim hunch, his eyes fell on the altar and the streams of mana revolving around it. Fuck. Damn it, work bearing down with the full might of his enhanced mind and spirit. Kai imagined an impenetrable cloak of shadow enveloping the altar. Dark motes flowed out of him in droves and wrapped around the artifact. It worked for exactly half a second. Then the veil swelled and burst into a torrent of colorful lights. I can't run from a murder lizard while I'm carrying a magic beacon. The streams of essence couldn't be contained or cut off from the mana flow of the ruins. Kai interrupted the cast before the spell could burn through the rest of his shadow reserves. The boosting potion and dense ambient mana increased his regeneration, but it was a losing battle. He had spent a huge chunk of water and earth to set up and execute his trap. A loud thump sent a vibration through the tunnels, as if another boulder had slammed on the floor. That would have been the plan if his attempt at snatching the altar had failed. Lou would create a distraction every 5 minutes to give him a breather and confuse the basilisk. They'd string the beast back and forth till an opportunity presented itself. It wasn't a spell-proof plan, but it was pretty decent given the grade difference at play. My plan would have worked if this altar wasn't defective. The king barely flinched at the commotion in its relentless pursuit. It must have carried the artifact around for years, if not decades, becoming familiar with the underground flow. Can't you take the loss with dignity and fuck off? Kai wove through the chain of passages. His legs burned with pain and power far beyond his limits. He pushed against the mossy ground and jumped through a breach in the wall. They'd cut 6 intersecting loops around the summoning chamber. Each time he changed direction, he forced the basilisk to retrace its steps and lose ground, but his zigzagging run became less effective with distance. The best he could do was maintain his lead. Not every awakened beast had more endurance than humans, but this was a B-rank basilisk a grade over him. He stood no chance of outlasting it, especially with a timer over his head. I've got about 24 minutes before the potion runs out. Once the side effects kicked in, his chances of escaping would be nil, even if the mixture of Kai's restoring light and second wind healed him to prime condition, which was unlikely the basilisk would catch up to him without the boost. Can I have something go smoothly for once? Kai leaped into another passage, never slowing his run, and he squeezed what he could spare of his brains for a solution. The king wouldn't be stupid enough to get robbed twice if he threw away the altar. The only people who could rid him of the threat were at the camp, but he had sowed too much chaos to go back without getting arrested. Not to mention the beast would catch him if he left the network of passages. I could escape to the hidden sanctuary. His left hand tightened around the shard. He would have preferred to ensure Lou was back to safety before he calmly figured out how it worked. Alas, the world had never cared for his desires. Zervathi had promised the path would be revealed once he reached the altar. How easy, though. The portal might take minutes to open or require a ritual. The basilisk could follow him inside, though he wouldn't need the artifact once the portal was open. A rumbling thump shook the center of the site as Lou tried to attract the attention of the basilisk again. 5 more minutes had passed, 20 left. The only change in the stalemate was moving closer to exhaustion. Well, I'm not drowning in choice. Hey, Zervathi, can you hear me? Kai spoke to the crystal between his huffing breaths. I found the altar. How do I get to the hidden sanctuary? He infused his mana into the artifact, attempting to transmit his thoughts. Each mote was a precious resource, and they all disappeared as if he poured water into a bottomless abyss. Does it need more, or am I doing something wrong? In the lack of light, his boot slipped on a patch of slimy mushrooms and sent him crashing into a wall. Kai clenched his teeth to ignore the pain on his shin and stood up. He couldn't rest, he had to keep moving. The rattling hiss of the basilisk resounded closer than ever. He reversed into the previous passage to salvage his light. The god was silent. There was no mystical light or divine sign showing him the way. Damn douchebag. Answer me. Kai desperately tried not to think of the worst possibility. The altar had been irreparably damaged and couldn't work. More likely, Zervathi had a different concept of a clear path. There must be some condition to activate the altar. He touched the gem with a tendril of iridescent mana. If he needed to contact another dimension, there was no better element than space. That was how they had spoken the last time, and probably why he got chosen in the first place. The altar pulled on the thread, forcing Kai to feed more mana into it in a tug of war. Well, it wasn't that complicated. The shard glowed brighter and brighter from within. It cast the grim underground into a rainbow of morphing colors. As if a magical beacon wasn't eye-catching enough. Why didn't you play trumpets too? I had high hopes for you. You're truly a superb specimen, elfoid monkey child. The thunderous laugh that rocked his mind cut off into a furious cry. What have you done to the altar of covenant? Why is there only my unbreakable divine shard left? Dazed by the shouts, Kai lost his footing again. He used the oblong gem to hook on a corner and redirect his momentum. I found it like this. And it wasn't on the highest peak like you said. That's appalling. When I ruled, not even the vilest heathen would dare desecrate the divine artifact of a righteous god in such a way. Manners and decorum must have been lost to the turning of the ages. My condolences to you. It must be terrible. Horrendous, really. I've dedicated centuries of my existence to banishing darkness. To think after all my contributions my name would be forgot. Yeah, that must suck. Kai might have felt some sympathy at any other moment. I'm a bit busy running for my life. So if you could take me to the hidden sanctuary, I could free you from your shackles and we can both be happy. Younglings are always so impatient. Kai got the distinct impression that Zervathi was shaking his head. In light of your contributions, I shall forgive your coarse attitude. A barbarian can't be faulted for his lack of education. You. Another futile thump echoed in the distance. Exhaustion and urgency stopped Kai from articulating what he really thought. Once he fulfilled his end of the bargain, he wouldn't have to listen to Zervathi complaining ever again. I see you're eager to carry out your divine duty. How could you stand still? Even with a solidified shard of my essence, transdimensional magic is a delicate art in my diminished state. Of course, how long do you need? A few minutes in any of the chambers you crossed shall suffice. Any movement messes with my calculations. What would be the point of bringing you to the hidden sanctuary if you missed a limb or your head? Mortals can be oddly fragile. If Kai had breath to spare, he would have screamed. He had been forced to listen to this pointless prattle for nothing. Was this what Mackin had felt with him? No, not even on his worst days could he match this. Did you miss the part where I was running for my life? Unless you can stop a yellow beast from chewing me, I can't slow down. Zervathi sent him the impression of a sigh of resignation. Are you humans always so emotional? Let me see. The altar's kaleidoscopic lights brightened till Kai had to close his eyes to not be blinded. Then a pulse of spatial energy rippled around him through the ruins, making him wonder if the spectacle was even necessary. I see the issue. I'm afraid I can't halt that pitiful Barghilith basilisk. What did you do to earn its fury? It was the one to find your altar, and it wants it back. Well, Barghilith basilisks weren't called vindictive death for nothing. Truly scum of the earth. I remember one of my champions attempted to exterminate them once. They're tenacious pests, known for their ability to hold a grudge for centuries. Extremely cunning and elusive with a preference for warmer climates. Fascinating. Is there nothing I can do? Of course, don't despair. You can hide the shard in a place outside its reach and slow it down with your body, so that another worthy champion may take up your mantle and continue the quest after your inevitable demise. I meant a plan that doesn't involve my death. Alas, no. The rumbling voice grew dimmer and sad. I have invested greatly in your success. I must cut the connection to preserve my power. Good fortune to you, child. Even if your attempt fell short, your sacrifice shall be remembered. The thread of space mana snapped and the altar dimmed into a transparent gem. Did that asshole just hang up on me? Kai came to a halt inside one of the longest passages they had cut, a 2 meters corridors between two chambers. He panted for breath, chest heaving and heart drumming. His body was consumed by attributes he hadn't earned. He wanted nothing more than to lie down and rest. Not yet. He hadn't heard Lu's last attempt at a distraction, but the potions must have less than 10 minutes remaining. He wouldn't give up till he was officially doomed. The basilisk hesitated at an intersection before deciding to approach him from his right. Kai deactivated Mana Observer, knowing the beast would notice his touch. His mind rejoiced at having the burden lifted. He focused on tracing an alcove in the smooth ivory, one last cut slightly to his left. It wasn't a terrible idea, besides the dying-for-nothing part. Conscious that a psycho lizard was barreling towards him, he used a spell to remove the stone instead of letting it slide out. The alcove perfectly fit the shard. It was deep, but not too deep. He could have made it unreachable for the basilisk, but what would be the point? He wouldn't be able to recover it before the reinforcements from the Republic locked down the site. Kai dashed to his left, hiding behind the corner in a veil of shadow. His back hit the creeping vines covering the wall as the basilisk burst into the chamber on the other side of the passage. Its forked tongue whipped the air, and the beast released a deep rattling hiss, full of triumph. Okay, it's a shitty plan. The king strode towards the artificial passage. Claws extended into the aperture, screeching against the ivory to reach its stolen treasure. The calls turned shorter and raspier when it failed to grab off the shard. Snout and forelimbs extended into the narrow passage, but the spiky crown on its head rasped against the wall, unable to reach inside. Its body was made to sprint and dart, with powerful though short limbs relative to its size. Kai had to admit he had gotten lucky with the improvised measurement. When it fully extended, the claws could just scratch the edge of the alcove he created, a palm from reaching the crystal shard resting inside. The beast gave no sign of giving up, filling the underground with skin-crawling screeches, one failed attempt after the other. Come on, lizard brain, it's not the time to turn into an idiot. You can't reach the alcove from that side. It could just be his mind playing tricks, but his limbs seemed heavier. He had no idea how much longer the potions would last. He might not even get the full duration since he had only consumed a drop. When the hellish sound stopped, Kai carefully extended Mana Observer. He leaned over to confirm that the basilisk was gone, likely racing towards his position. I'm actually doing this. Empower surged in his legs. He leaped over the passage and infused the creeping vines covering the wall with nature mana. The plants coiled around his arms and legs to hold his weight. Confident they wouldn't snap, Kai took out his sea serpent sword and extended his veil of shadows to cover it. He was surprised by the calm reigning over his mind. In a handful of seconds, he might die, but he was strangely at peace. Maybe it was the physical and emotional exhaustion or a side effect of the potions kicking in, or just the awareness that he had done everything he could. The reason didn't matter. His mind was clear of any thoughts. He hung in a heap of vines to lay his trap, waiting. Without moving a muscle, meek whispers of danger heralded the arrival of the king in the pitch-black chamber. Kai stopped breathing. He felt exposed without Mana Observer monitoring his surroundings, but this was the only way his gamble might succeed. Though blind, the basilisk would notice an enchanted light or the warmth of a torch. The plan he had strung up with hopes and prayers, all bet on the beast's arrogance to succeed. Why should the predator worry about the prey? The little mouse who stole its treasure had run without ever fighting back. The chasm between them was so vast that his best spell tingled its scales. The soft squelch of damp ground moved closer. How could a beast of that size make such little noise was probably magic. Hallowed intuition grew more restless. It didn't suggest him to run. The skill knew that would be a death sentence. Stay still and wait. Pray not to be discovered. There is no other way. A rattling hiss pierced the silence, making him aware the basilisk was below him. So close, Kai could smell its rotten breath, rancid with the beasts and humans it had devoured. The king just had to raise its head, taste the air with its tongue, and eat him like a crunchy snack. The strident screech of its claws against the ivory wall brought a wave of momentary relief. He hadn't been discovered. Kai freed his arms from the vines, in precarious balance with the harness around his legs. A spike of panic almost pierced his calm. He needed to act. He had a single shot. If he failed to inflict a mortal injury, or the basilisk noticed the deception, he was dead. Worse, if the basilisk decided to play with its food. The shard clinked against the floor inside the passage, making the king hiss gleefully and sweep away his hesitation. Kai severed the vine wrapped around his thighs and let himself fall forward. The fall sent a breeze through his hair. Both hands gripped the hilt of his sword. Not a wisp of mana left him till he heard the basilisk's tongue whip the air. Right then, the world bloomed into color with Mana Observers locking onto his target. The basilisk head was extended inside the passage as far as it would go, claws over the shard. Kai infused his sword with earth to increase its weight and unattuned mana for sharpness, aiming for the largest vessel of incandescent mana. Recognizing the danger, the king raised its snout to retreat, but its crown stuck in the narrow entrance. Surprise, motherfucker! The blade penetrated the side of the neck, where the spiky crown gave way to lesser scales. The sword got stuck halfway through when Kai grabbed one of the bony spikes to get the leverage to push it deeper. The wound would have killed any orange grade on the spot, but the basilisk refused its fate. He twisted his blade and held on for his life as the beast thrashed madly beneath him. Something nicked his left leg, sending a wave of numbness through his body. Before the venom could fully paralyze him, Kai cast a torrent of water and ice to push himself through the passage. His shoulder hit the corner of the wall, slowing his flight. He landed roughly with his legs halfway into the narrow corridor, Mana flowing through his veins turned dense as honey and unresponsive. You need to be a douche till the bitter end, don't you? More accursed screeching filled the underground as the basilisk tried to claw for him. Oh well, the plan worked better than I could hope for. On the other side of the passage, the basilisk refused to die despite the blade stuck through its neck. The beast gurgled hisses with manic fury, its claws screeching on the ivory stone at his feet. You know, this could have been resolved peacefully if you left me the shard. I would have even given it back once I was done. Kai stared at the darkness overhead, unable to blink, robbed of any physical sensation beyond sight and hearing. His skills and mana were slow to respond. Mana Observer required his full focus to just expand over the beast. He couldn't pierce its cloaking, but he could see bright ichor gushing from its wound. The basilisk painted a ghastly outline by thrashing in the enlarging pool of its own blood. It slammed his head through the narrow passage to reach him, determined to tear him apart in one last act of spite, though its claws were too far to threaten him. Can't you be quiet? I'm trying to focus. Since the king didn't run to his chamber, it was either too mad to reason or too injured to cross the distance. Both bode well for him. Kai was pretty sure he had severed a major artery when he twisted his sword. With a crack, the beast broke one of the bony spikes on its head and reached deeper into the passage. A claw scratched the sole of his boot, failing to find purchase. Damned lizard. The enhancing potions could wear off at any moment and doom him. Kai reached for the vibrant green motes plodding along inside his veins. He was back to his first lesson with Dora, slowly gathering each mote as if picking colorful pebbles from the beach. The claw poked his foot again, this time dragging him a hair closer before it cut through the leather of his boot and lost purchase. It has to be enough. Kai released the spell, praying Yade it would be successful. A green marble of essence flew into a pale shrub. A branch creaked to wrap around his wrist and drag him to safety. Come on, little plant, pull. The shrub had just started to move him when a claw hooked his toe and stopped the progress. For an instant, the two forces were evenly matched, the insignificant plant and the deadly claw. Then the branch snapped right as the basilisk lost its grip. You absolute jerk. The beast managed one gurgling growl, too weak for a proper celebration, but strong enough to drag him toward its waiting jaws. There wasn't time to cast another spell. He had moved less than a palm towards the basilisk, an insignificant distance and yet far too close. Spirits, help me, don't you want to look after your investment? We can strike a bargain if you lend me a little help now. Unable or unwilling, no one answered him. Kai demanded his body to move, his magic and skills to activate, but willpower alone couldn't defeat the basilisk's venom. He was trapped inside his body. The claws screeched on the ivory floor, cutting into his foot. Please anyone, I don't care who. His body moved away from the beast. Without his sense of touch, he took a second to realize it wasn't a miracle. A hand had grabbed him, pulling him to safety. Kai recognized the rough mana sense scanning his body. He wasn't about to get eaten by a vindictive beast. It was over. The barricade he had erected in his mind crumbled. A flood of emotions threatened to overwhelm him. Nothing showed up on his paralyzed face, or perhaps he was crying, he couldn't tell. Are you okay? Lu lowered his stealth skill and took out a crystal light. Panting for breath, he checked his body for injuries. When the basilisk didn't come looking for me, I didn't know what to do. What happened? Well, what didn't happen? There was a defective artifact, a self-centered god, and a very stupid plan that ended up succeeding. A few seconds earlier would have saved him years of therapy, though Kai couldn't fault him for that. Lu had no skills to locate the basilisk. Each time he moved, he risked running to his death. He was only safe when the beast made enough noise to reveal its location. The king's anguished cries resounded in the maze. Lu observed the dying beast with hard eyes. Is that your sword? How did you even manage that? Your plan didn't include fighting the basilisk head-on. You had promised not to do anything reckless. I swear I can explain. There were a few hiccups along the way. The teen walked out of his field of view with a cold expression. Don't move. Very funny. Wait, it's dangerous. Kai struggled to observe Lu's glowing figure. How could the boy lecture him and then do that? The basilisk had already shown how eager it was to die in company. Even in their death throes, beasts couldn't be underestimated. Come back right now. Lu ignored him and approached the passage, a long sword of flame with mana in his hands. He slashed at the clawed forelimb as if he were chopping wood, out of range of any retaliatory strike. The king couldn't advance and had gone too deep into the passage to easily retreat. Each step it crawled back, Lu followed. Even its hardy scales gave way under the flurry of strikes. Pain growls filled the chambers. Lu pummeled the beast with the efficiency of a butcher. One limb after the other, the lizard was carved to shreds and fell silent. Only then the bulky teen lunged towards the head to pierce the skull through the scarred eyes. Kai observed the macabre spectacle, unsure of how to respond. He would have felt pity if it were any other beast, but the basilisk had gone far beyond hunting to survive. Sorry, Lu said, wiping the droplets of dark green ichor from his face. I wanted to ensure it was dead for good, and I couldn't tell if the wound you inflicted was lethal. No problem, hopefully, you got all your anger out. The side effects of the concoction were kicking in, reversing the boost to his attributes. His mind and senses dulled. Each thought required unbearable effort. His body would likely be in pain if he could feel any part of it. Kai, the world darkened, and Lu's voice slipped away to a muffled background noise. He was about to embrace unconsciousness when a cold fire flowed down his throat. A pleasant chill spread through his body, making his skin tingle. His mind cleared enough to see Lu standing over him with the healing vial he had prepared and drinking one of his own. Is it working? The teen raked a hand through his hair. Cursed gods, I should have gotten better at reading mana flow. Please don't die on me. I advise my intensive program. Just 40 hours a week for a couple months. After I'm done with you, mana sense will become second nature. Still unable to move, Kai reached into his elemental reserves with excruciating slowness and conjured a single drop of water. A soft drip in the damp underground. Thankfully, Lu had always been a smart boy. His frown quickly smoothed into a smile and his posture relaxed. Can you hear me? 1 for yes and 2 for no. Drip. Will you be fine? Drip. Why did you have to fight the basilisk? Lu grumbled with a disapproving scowl. I should bring you back to camp. Drip. Drip. The basilisk's venom took a day to wear off for the yellow soldiers. That was with the help of the healers. I can't leave you here. Drip. Drip. Kai, I'm not. Do you have something for the venom? Drip. Your pockets are empty. Is it in your... Kai created a sliver of mana to connect to his ring. The simple act took as much effort as his strongest spell. Dora's casket clattered beside his hand, and Lu wasted no time browsing through the vials inside. Is it Kai's restoring light? I know their code names, but why did you make them sound so pretentious? Oh, shut up. Drip, drip. Kai's wisdom. No, that name can't be right. Lu didn't bother to hide his chuckles as he read through every label and picked Kai's nullifier for last. Why does it always end like this? It took a third of the vial before the numbness started receding. It was already incredible how Dora had created an antidote that could purge most poisons below green. Coming back to all his senses, Kai was assaulted by a wave of pain as if someone had beaten every inch of him. That was after he had already taken the healing potion. Lu's smile froze on his lips. I didn't do much. You mean apart from saving me from the basilisk and getting eaten by some critter while the venom wore off, I should have come sooner. Why did you fight the basilisk anyway? Lu tried to keep his tone light, though it was clear he was upset. It's a miracle you survived. I'd say it's a mixture of genius and unrivaled skill, but yeah, it was pretty close. Kai looked around for the altar. Are you looking for this? It was in the passage. Lu passed him the crystal shard. Is this the artifact you needed to recover? I've never seen anything like it. That makes 2 of us. It's somehow connected to the mana of the ruins. Kai accepted the shard and explained how he had been forced to face the king. You should go back to camp and rest. The military must not suspect anything in the morning. I can deal with that. The brooding boy dismissed the notion, stretching his arm. I think the side effects are milder for me since I didn't push myself like a madman. It's not that bad. Kai jumped to his feet, only slightly stumbling. It would take a few days to completely recover, but he could move with no issue. Without the king, I can easily deal with any threat below yellow. What should we do with the carcass? We'll leave it here. Lu cut his dreams with no hesitation. Any material we recovered will be a dead giveaway of what happened. The other beasts will take care of dispatching the evidence. You're right, this whole affair was too messy and dangerous to risk it on a bit of coin, though it burned him to leave it behind. Greed and arrogance already killed the lizard. I don't need to follow in its footsteps. They chatted about getting their stories straight and where to meet in High Arbor. No one could guess what would have happened when the military reinforcements arrived, or who would take charge of the hidden realm. They'd need to lay low till the situation settled. Are you sure you'll be fine? Lu glanced at the altar with his pensive gaze, though he didn't ask about its purpose. I did imply I couldn't talk about the bargain. There have been enough revelations for one night. I've got it handled from here. Kai smiled with all the confidence he could muster. I'll see you in a week or 2. Keep away from trouble. I will. He waited till the presence left his range to turn his attention to the altar. Time to close this bargain. Kai wove a thread of space mana. The shard initially repelled it, but after some prodding it accepted the connection. Why are you calling upon me again, mortal child? I have to conserve my divine power, Zervathi thundered. You've stopped running like a Vervakir maniac. Did you solve your issue? Kai placed the altar in the center of the chamber. Is this good enough to open a portal? For one such as I it shall suffice. Stand back and observe carefully, Hummin. You're fortunate to bear witness to magic of such complexity and beauty. The shard shone with a swirl of multicolored lights. Kai closed his eyes before the spectacle could give him a headache and focused on his perception skill. Spatial essence wove around the artifact in a tapestry of runes and mind-bending shapes. For once, Zervathi hadn't exaggerated. The magic was so far beyond his level that he could only admire the display like an art installation. Other worries were poking his thoughts. How long will it take to break your shackles? He'd rather hear a straight answer before he arrived on the site. The god had implied it would be an easy task, though finding the altar should have been too. Once you reach the place where my vessel has been imprisoned, it shall be a simple matter. The cage has already been greatly weakened. I just require a mortal to deliver the finishing blow from outside, so there is no danger or hidden requirement. No, Zervathi huffed in annoyance. The troublesome part was breaching the shackles to open a portal here. Even a trained monkey could assist me. You'll have no problem. Now hush, I need to concentrate. The kaleidoscopic lights had dimmed to a soft glow, while an iridescent portal hovered over the altar. It looked as if it were made from liquid metal, pulsing with rhythmic waves. It expanded till an adult man could comfortably fit inside and turned transparent. The outlines of an ivory chamber appeared crisp as if he were looking through a clear window. The walls were engraved with rows of familiar glyphs, denser than any writing he had recorded, though it was the black, sharp runes that caught his attention. Enhancements like the ones he had seen in the summoning chamber in Kauai covered the pale stone. It's done. Zervathi spoke noticeably quieter. Bask in my power. The ruins opened larger portals in seconds. Kai couldn't stop his thoughts. I'd like to see how you fare after 8 millennia of imprisonment, ignorant hummin. And how can you even compare unstable connections along traveled pathways to my masterpiece? It's so preposterous that your language lacks the terms to describe it. My apologies. He made a dramatic bow to the gate. I've stopped expecting any form of manners from you. Now grab my divine shard and come. I see we're both eager to complete this bargain. Kai sent a vine to grab the crystal, took a deep breath, and crossed the threshold. Kai faltered as the window into the hidden sanctuary stood before him. He had witnessed firsthand how dangerous spatial magic could be in his clumsy attempts at teleporting cups and shells. If Zervathi made a mistake, he would be turned into human mush before realizing it. Is it safe to cross? Of course. Zervathi declared, seemingly offended. As safe as I can make it. That's not the same thing. Kai glared at the shard in his hand, unsure where to direct his irritation. While the god remained quiet, the complexity of the portal reassured him somewhat. The filaments composing the frame were woven so tight, he would have assumed they were solid blocks if he hadn't seen them form. Delicate runes lined the edge, morphing every time he glanced at them. One moment they were vaguely familiar, almost understandable, the next entirely foreign. In what language is this? Overcome by curiosity, Kai focused Mana Observer at a squiggly spiral on his right. It was made of 6 concentric squares, a 7-pointed star and a wavy C, a broken fractal. A headache slammed into his brain, shattering his vision. When he could see again, his head rested on the mossy ground with his skill already deactivated. He stood up wincing and massaged his forehead to soothe the pain. I thought it was safe to look at it. I said you could admire my art, not bash your head through it. Zervathi rumbled. Have you ever heard the concept, look and don't touch? I didn't think I needed to warn you that fire is hot. Mortal minds aren't made to understand the divine. You're fortunate your body has passable survival instincts. You're welcome, monkey elfide child. Now, if you could hurry along. Bracing himself, Kai strode through the window into another world. The surface of the portal rippled and clung to his body with a tingle, but he was too committed to pull back. The silvery gate swallowed him into a frigid embrace, and he staggered into the hidden sanctuary. Kai gasped. The cold air stung his lungs as he reoriented himself. He had crossed the incomprehensible distance between realms with a single step. The temperature drop was more than a side effect of the portal. Goosebumps ran up his arms and his breath condensed in a thin fog before his nose. It worked perfectly. Surprise turned into elation. Naturally, those cursed shackles are no match for my brilliance. Kai ignored the cheering god in his head and wrapped his arms around himself. Even during a winter storm, the weather never dipped below freezing in the archipelago. This was likely the coldest place he had been to in this life. Thank the spirits I was born on a tropical island. I forgot how much I hated the cold. The glyphs and chains of inky splintered runes were the same ones he had seen through the window, only more ominous. While these didn't morph under his gaze, he avoided looking at them with Mana Observer to be safe. He did a quick count of his fingers and toes. Nothing was missing. His body wasn't pulled into a million motes. He hadn't fallen into the void or even felt nauseated. Besides the chill in his bones and a slight itch, it had been no different than crossing a door. That wasn't too bad. Is this how it usually works? Who do you think you're dealing with, child? Zervathi sounded very pleased with himself. Even in my diminished state, I'm a god. Dimensional crossings are within my primary domain. I don't make mistakes. Forgive my ignorance. Kai rolled his eyes. It's my first trans-dimensional travel. I've not studied you humans for long, but your facial expression doesn't seem to align with your words. You can see me. His eyes searched the space. A notification blinked twice as he had coded for feats, but he dismissed it. Apart from the enchantments and glyphs, the chamber was made of ivory stone without a single window or entrance. The only hint of color was the portal showing the underground at his back. I've brought you beyond most of the shackles that bound my prison. I can see and hear everything close to my vessel. Just what I needed. What did you say? Wait, why's the mana so thin? It was more than just the cold, ambient essence was sparser than he believed possible. If he were to count the stray motes swirling around him, he might not reach 1,000. Coming from the heart of Virid, the difference was stark. The air wasn't filling, and his skin felt parched from seconds of standing there. There was almost physical discomfort, a knot in his gut as his body struggled to hold on to his mana. Not pleasant, is it? Try spending a few millennia here. Those heinous bastards sealed the chamber in every material, magical and metaphysical way they could. Sounds like a paranoid bunch. Bah, they were barely competent. They were only lucky to catch me by surprise. Thank order they didn't think to suck out the air already in the chamber, or your lung would have exploded from the lack of pressure. Zervathi chuckled. Hilarious. No, it would be absolutely terrible. He thundered, any trace of humor gone. Do you have any idea of the efforts I went through to bring you here, to have all that wasted in some cheap and crude show? No. Zervathi was as self-absorbed as only a god could be, though Kai sincerely hoped he hadn't gone mad. 8 millennia must not be easy even for immortals. He glanced back at the portal, just a step away. Can't you let in more mana and heat in here? He spoke aloud. Since the god was spying on him, he'd rather keep him out of his thoughts whenever possible. While the shackles are falling, there are still wards in place that would recognize the breach and obliterate your soul, but you need not worry. You shall be safe as a dragon egg in its mother's clutches if you follow my instructions. Given your lack of common sense, I shall remind you not to tamper with the treacherous runes in here. What do I need to do? Kai slowed his breathing to conserve the finite amount of air. Reaching the hidden sanctuary was the first part of their bargain. Now he just had to assist. Zervathi, in escaping his shackles, come to the altar where my vessel is imprisoned. Kai glanced at the shard in his hands with a furrow in his brow. You mean? The altar of communion is 17 strides beyond the spatial gate. Oh, he walked around the portal, careful not to step on the dark enchantments. There was indeed a circular dais hidden behind the window. Chains of splintered runes converged on the 7th layer, becoming so dense that the ivory stone appeared like onyx. A pitch-black sphere rested on top, not much larger than a human head. It was so dark and muted, not a ray of light reflected off its surface like a hole in the fabric of reality. That's odd. Every surface was visible, though there wasn't a light source anywhere, and the world dimmed when he looked at the sphere. Is that ball your vessel? Obviously not. The void crystal is the last layer of my prison. My physical vessel is trapped inside. Zervathi urged him forward. What are you waiting for? I've disabled the pressure component. You can step on the enchantments on the altar. What about the rest of the chamber? I told you not to tamper with them for a reason. Even monkeys, children, and peasants know not to step on defensive arrays. Yet Kai wished the god was free so he could strangle him with his own hands. Thankfully, his paranoia had saved him once again. That isn't common knowledge where I come from. May order watch over me. Civilization must have sunk to the foul depths in the last millennia. What wicked fate must have befallen my archipelago to house such a primitive race? My condolences, Kai snorted. He stopped by the edge of the altar where the enchantments grew too dense to proceed. Up close, he could see many white slivers cut into the stone of the altar, severing inky clusters of runes. The grooves were no more than a few hairs wide, reminding him of the spatial tears he had seen on Kawe. Is there anything else I should know? He'd rather not die because the god had forgot to tell him something that was taken for granted. Don't activate your skills unless I tell you to, and make sure your enchanted items don't touch the altar if they haven't been shielded. Also, it goes without saying that you must isolate yourself. Remind me how that's done. Zervathi sighed deeply. Now's not the time for jokes. Retract your mana from the outer layer of your skin and don't absorb or expel any motes. Of course, Kai bobbed his head. I just wanted to make sure we had the same definition. Keeping his flow contained wasn't easy when his mana desperately wanted to leave his body and fill the void around him. Kai methodically redirected his outer capillaries towards the main veins. It was awkward and uncomfortable to keep hold of so much essence, but he did what was needed. His shirt had a weak cooling enchantment, ideal in the jungle, not so much in the freezing chamber. Kai stored it in his spatial closet alongside the wristband that hid his grade. Will the ring be a problem? Your humor is still lacking, Zervathi scoffed. I told you that shielded items aren't a problem. Just don't let my divine shard touch the enchantments. That could end badly. Kai cautiously lifted his boot onto the first dais, his toes poking out where the basilisk had clawed through the leather. He waited to make sure there was no reaction before switching his weight to keep climbing. With each step, his stomach twisted in anticipation of some death ray coming to reap his soul. This was such a bad idea. There is no danger, I wait. Kai froze as he was about to touch the 4th layer, afraid to even breathe or speak. What? I scratched the confines of my cage by accident. You're free to continue. Are you fucking kidding me? No, my sense of humor is superior to yours. He pressed his lips shut. His arms trembled, though not from the cold. The bone-deep irritation helped him climb to the highest platform of the altar. Up close, his eyes struggled to cope with the tridimensionality of the sphere absorbing the light. What now? Shatter it. What? You want me to punch it? If you like. I told you it'd be easy. Break that vile thing and the bargain shall be fulfilled. Won't it explode or curse me? Can I smash the prison of a god that easily? Don't flatter yourself, I've been working on weakening it for millennia. By now the void crystal is nothing more than a hideous paperweight, but these cursed wards prevent me from destroying it completely. Kai started at the ominous ball of evil. It was more than common rock, though at this point he didn't have much choice. While Surpass was hardly forthright in his explanations, there was no doubt that the inky runes belonged to the invading force, and Kai liked to believe the great spirits would have said something if he was about to unleash a malicious demon on the archipelago. Can I use a weapon? Nothing that is enchanted. You can use your hands, head, or any other part you deem up to the task. There wasn't any weapon in his ring without a rune. He was about to use a journal when he got a better idea. Can I use your shard? The altar was pointy and hard enough to work as a weapon. If you must subject me to this indignity, make it quick. Here goes nothing. Standing as far as he could, Kai slashed the ball with the shard. Crack, his arm swung in a wide arc, not finding the resistance he expected. A wave of darkness burst forth, stealing away his senses and burning his skin. In the time he blinked and shielded himself with his arms, the chamber was brightly lit. The pain was gone too. There wasn't a trace of the black sphere, not even a glass shard or dust. Instead, a new set of cracks had marred the stone of the dais like a white starburst. A delicate white statue slumped in the center. As I've said, a voice chirped. The statue stood up in a flutter of wings and dusted itself off. It adjusted the oversized crown over his pointy ears before deciding to throw it off the altar, clinking on each step. Even a trained monkey could complete the quest. Kai stared at the palm-sized fairy, trying to reconnect the thundering voice to its acute chirping. Is this your true form? Don't be an idiot, human. A vessel is just a means for gods to exert their power on the material realm, though it also makes them vulnerable. This one was a trap to mock and imprison me. Surpass glared at its tiny body and burst into manic laughter. Those fools thought they could imprison me for eternity. They didn't even predict that by sealing the hidden sanctuary, the mana density on my archipelago would fall, causing their enchantments to fail. I see Kai slowly retreated. The portal still hung across the chamber, showing the underground on the other side. He was glad it all worked out, but he'd rather get away from the unhinged doll. If you would give me my blessing, I would get going. Just summon your guide. The fairy scoffed. Ding. New feat, intrepid explorer. As the first sapient to find the entrance to the hidden sanctuary after 8 millennia. You are awarded +10 favor. Kai gawked at the number. That was the notification he had pushed aside earlier. If his accidental prize was this high, he couldn't wait to see the main course. Ding. Congratulations, you fulfilled your end of the bargain with the god of the hidden sanctuary, Surpass. As reward for your efforts, Surpass shall endeavor to not intentionally harm any human for 100 years unless first threatened and grant you with strongest blessing of your choosing he may bestow. Finally, I would like another boost to my space affinity, and what else did you say you could? Deng. The god of the hidden sanctuary, Surpass, has bestowed a blessing upon you to repay your clumsy efforts. You are awarded +2 favor. That's not what I asked. You're not very sharp, are you? The fairy studied his dainty hand as if he could wish it away by staring hard enough. You see, I'm a little short on divine power after my imprisonment. That's the best blessing I'm currently able to bestow as per our agreement. What, you little? Surpass waved him off. You may go ahead and spread the glory of my coming. Just leave my divine shard behind before you walk out. He had risked death more times than he cared to remember and gotten entangled with the Republic all for 2 measly points. Receiving intrepid explorer was the only thing that kept his simmering rage in check. Aren't you a god of truth? You cheated me. Kai clenched his fist. Hallowed intuition had stayed silent since he had crossed the portal. Faced with the slew of esoteric enchantments, the yellow skill must have reached its limit, though it had shown no reaction even after Surpass had destroyed most of the runes with his emergence. The god probably wanted to exhaust his powers before blessing him, the same reason why he only asked for the divine shard now. Kai would bet the artifact could be salvaged for power or some other godly shenanigan. No, I don't think I will. Kai marched towards the portal. I order you to stop right now. Wait, the fairy buzzed in front of his face with an irate expression. Why? Kai calmly smiled. What are you going to do if I don't? Smite me. You dare anger a god. Kai strolled around the annoying bug. You can't do anything, right? You said you're out of divine juice and the bargain forbids you from harming humans anyway. You insolent monkey. That's only valid for a century. The fairy gave a slightly unhinged laugh. What's 100 years after spending millennia imprisoned? I'm immortal. I can wait for as long as it shall be necessary. I should have asked for a longer grace period, though 100 years should be enough to find a solution. Kai scratched his brow with the shard. No doubt the nosy god was still reading his surface thoughts. Guess we'll see each other in a century then. Good luck recovering without your magic rock. Wait, Surpass cried again, buzzing before him with his arms crossed. What do you want in exchange for that shard? For you to stop the beast attacks on the archipelago and a better blessing when you've recovered. That's a ridiculous price just to save me a short decade of toil. The fairy sneered with a smirk. And remember, I can't lie. Damn bug. Then just stop the beasts from crossing. The shackles that imprisoned Zervathi were the same that sealed the sanctuary. No one could predict the consequences of freeing the god. If a single beast as powerful as the basilisk were released, it could turn into a massacre. There could be hundreds or more other beasts. No way he'd trust the Republic to handle it. The fairy pouted. That's still too much. Aren't you the god of the hidden sanctuary? That should be easy for you. At the peak of my power, you'd be correct. It would hardly require a thought. But as we both now know, I'm quite powerless in this state. Zervathi gestured to his fluttering body with a scowl. Doing what you ask would consume almost all the power contained in that shard. I'd be left no better off. Kai chewed his cheek. So you can't stop the beast attacks. I didn't say that. I would be able to do it if I could spare my energy somewhere else. The fairy chuckled darkly, pointing at the portal. Carrying a being unharmed across dimensions is taxing. I've kept enough for a single trip since leaving you here would break our bargain. However, if you agreed to remain, I could use that power to save the archipelago. You want me to freeze to death in this chamber. Kai was willing to forego his rewards and risk his life to keep the islands and his family safe, but certain. Don't be silly, Hummin, I'm not that cruel. Zervathi smiled, showing a row of pointy teeth. I shall open a way out of here. The rest will be up to you. I can assure you there are other ways to leave the hidden sanctuary. What chances would you give me to find them? Disappearing would solve his troubles with the Republic. He would also bet his life again for the sake of the archipelago. Have you such little faith in your abilities, child? I'm not a fucking child. That's not an answer. Kai stepped closer to the portal. I admit you'll probably die, but don't you want the chance to prove me wrong? Not particularly. For all I know, you could open an exit into the den of another basilisk. Fine, I shall sweeten the deal. Zervathi counted on his dainty fingers. I'll ensure your safety out of this temple, and you may seek my help 3 times after. As long as your wishes don't require more than 1/3 of the power I've regained, I shall grant them. Take it or leave it. This is the best deal you're going to get, child. You have my word, you sneaky. Once more truth turned against him. The open-ended nature of the bargain would grant him a lot of flexibility, though the trick was also obvious. The longer he waited, the greater the reward. During the first months, he'd be on his own or be forced to waste his requests with little value. I can pick any reward if you've regained enough power. I meant what I said, the fairy announced with condescending slowness. Before you leave the hidden sanctuary, you may beseech me for anything within the established constraints. And can you help me contact my family first? No, they don't know my name and I've never met them. Keeping the portal open is already draining me. You have 30 seconds to decide before I'll be too weak to send you back and the bargain is off. The damn bug knew how to push his limits. If he had to decide between his family's safety and their peace of mind, he'd choose the first. He had always been good at surviving. Glaring at the fairy, Kai offered him the shard. You've got yourself a deal. Surin forced her palms to lay still on her legs. She had been sitting in the empty hallway for the better part of an hour. Being the one waiting to be summoned was a strange sensation, and not one she enjoyed. Crimson Moon, lend me your strength. A clerk with a thin goatee opened the door. Captain Surin, he read from his clipboard with a disdainful smile as if he didn't remember her name. The general will receive you now. How dare he treat me this way? Keeping a calm expression, she stood up as Sergeant Mackin walked out the office. The soldier disappeared down the corridor with a terse nod. After everything she had done for him, he didn't even greet her properly. I should have left him to rot pushing papers. He let that damn kid escape and made everything go downhill. The sneering clerk went to sift through a pile of documents without giving her another glance. It was all a ruse. The lowlife must be reveling in her humiliation. Captain Surin wouldn't give him the satisfaction of seeing her squirm. She kept a dignified poise as she approached the oak door. To think she had been ordered to wait outside the secretary's office, her mother must have been very displeased. Mother will understand I'm not the one to blame. She dried her sweaty palms on the pants of her uniform and took a slow breath to calm her racing heart. Everything was fine. The general would see reason. It wasn't her fault that she was surrounded by incompetent morons. With an appropriately repentant expression, Surin stepped inside. The office was starker than she remembered. The garish trophies the local commander displayed had been replaced with 6 standard sewn more than she remembered. The bright heraldry stained with blood, each belonged to an army her mother had defeated. Thump, her attention snapped to the stately woman behind the desk, deciding the fate of thousands with the stamp of her seal. The decorated blue uniform couldn't hide the square shoulders and muscled arms. Though she was more than twice her age, not a wrinkle showed on her handsome face. The general had never forgiven her for taking an administrative profession. Surin never understood the appeal of risking her life on the front line like the daughter of some farmers. Her talents were better suited to a command position, where her mind could shine. Mother, I. Sit, she didn't raise her voice, halt her work, or look up, but the word fell with the power of an avalanche. Ariane hurried to do as instructed. Mother never liked to repeat herself. How many times do I have to tell you? It's General Surin when I'm in uniform. I'm sorry, don't apologize, just stop disappointing me. She finished signing the documents with a sigh and turned her dark blue eyes on her. The stunt you pulled will make me the punchline of the Northern Front. And ma'am, no one will laugh when we find the hidden realm. I've brought 2 space warpers in the 4th circle. Do you have any idea how much they cost? Neither could find conclusive evidence of a lesser dimension behind the spatial distortion. The general poured herself a cup of amber liquor smelling of fiery spices. The drink burned with enough fire mana to char the insides of anyone below yellow, though her mother downed it like water. Not a single beast appeared since our arrival. Even your so-called summoning chambers brought no result. Ariane scratched at the cuticles of her fingers. That's impossible, I know what I saw. The extinct species, the ancient enchantments, and the portal to another place. A realm is the only logical explanation. Stop dreaming. There is no lesser dimension hidden on the Backware archipelago. Mother nailed her with a hard gaze. She took out an anti-spy construct from her ruby amulet. A dozen layers of protection sprung around them against eavesdropping, scrying, and divination. That device alone could buy a small ship, not to mention the spatial artifact, awarded by the consul in person for her service. That will be the only story you'll speak of outside this room. What do you mean, Mother? Blessed moons, use your brain and stop embarrassing yourself. What are the possibilities if the mages didn't find anything? Ariane bit her lip, speaking slowly not to stutter. Either there is nothing or someone has hidden it from us, but that would require a colossal effort. There is no way. The general gave her a look full of scorn. The evidence indeed points to a lesser dimension, enough to warrant preparations. The neighboring kingdoms can't mobilize the necessary resources to seal a dimension without alerting our informants. A force from the Heartlands might, but they could just demand we hand over the archipelago. Given the timing, we can also exclude a natural phenomenon. That means we are dealing with either some ancient safeguard or a powerful sentient entity. How Ariane stopped herself to digest the information. The enchantments we found were already crumbling. To seal a dimension would require a powerful spirit or demon. The moons would never allow an outer divinity to intrude, and none of the local divinities have any affinity for space. You're thinking too limited. This entity might belong to the lesser realm or the void, but the details don't concern you. The general scowled. Do you know the only thing worse than mobilizing the army for nothing? Ariane lowered her gaze, knowing her mother expected no answer from her. It's having the prize stolen right under your nose. The Myrian Republic would become the laughingstock of the continent. And be certain that if you make us look weak to our neighbors, it will be your head on the chopping block. And I don't mean metaphorically. This couldn't be happening to her. She didn't deserve this. She had done nothing wrong. Mother, how could I predict? A pressure choked the words in her throat. Ariane was too scared to even breathe. For a second, she thought she was about to get slapped like a child. Then the general retracted her aura. I won't tolerate any more excuses. Now, tell me how you allowed this whole situation to degenerate. It was. Clearly, you aren't a child anymore. Ariane gulped, her mind racing for someone else to take the blame. It was Kai Tylan who sabotaged the expedition. He has probably been working for a foreign power from the start. You're blaming a kid, one with only a red profession and no connection outside his masters. I've ordered a scryer to look into him. His fate led nowhere. At most, he was the pawn in someone else's game, and he's now dead in some ditch. He had a profession, Sergeant Mackin. There is no way the kid would have escaped if he had done his job properly. It was just a passing suspicion, but the man deserved to be punished anyway. The soldier has already been interrogated by a truth-teller. While he admitted some sympathy for the boy, he followed your orders to the letter and checked the manacles to ensure the kid couldn't escape. The general poured another cup of amber liquor, then pulled out a classified folder from a drawer. Do you know what this is? Hoping the general wouldn't notice her hands shaking, Ariane quickly skimmed through the familiar pages. It's a report on the spatial readings inside the Virid site, the last one I compiled. Then tell me why it was left in the ruins, specifically in the room belonging to Sergeant Vert. My team found evident signs of an earth shaper and what must be the basilisk's carcass. Her presence hung heavier with each word. It's clear you had no idea what was going on under your watch. If you weren't my blood, I'd have you executed for this level of incompetence. No, no, no. Why couldn't she see it wasn't her fault, Mother? The general slammed her fist on the table. Another word and you'll be sifting reports for the next 50 years. The commander of the local garrison will be executed for this embarrassment since he put you in charge. You'll receive a note of demerit and be demoted to a petty officer. After destroying any prospects of a future career, the general dismissed her with a wave and went back to stamping orders. Go tell my secretary you'll be working under him. I need to find out who sabotaged us. For your sake, I hope they're equally stumped by the dimension ceiling. Dark clouds crowded the horizon. The subtle smell of a storm brewing was carried by the winds. Lu walked the paved roads of Hyerber to the outer city. For all the vexing restrictions binding him, the oath also brought advantages. The knowledge and resources to obtain his rare profession were the most obvious, but there were more subtle gains too. I vow to serve the office of the governor, the High Council of Hyerber, and the Baquer archipelago as a territory of the Mirian Republic. The deal had been born from a compromise not sanctioned by official channels. There were 5 pages just to establish the hierarchy of command and exceptions he had to follow. Lu hadn't entirely understood the implications when he signed it at 12. It engraved loyalty onto his soul beyond question. The wording was unbreakable when he was following a direct order. When multiple factions of the Republic bickered and he was left to his own devices, the waters got muddier. His involvement had been easily dismissed. He was free to go with the order, not to mention the Vaster's investigation again. While the exchange wasn't equal, the governor had also bound himself with more than the words of the contract. Neither party would gain anything from exposing their deal. The only way the governor would allow the military to interrogate him was as a corpse. Lu was under no illusion he would be made to disappear if he became a liability. Lady Cressida wasn't someone to be weighed down by past investments if they lost their usefulness. Cursed spirits, why didn't I stay? Guilt grappled him. A small part of him had hoped he would be discovered and punished. He should have never let Kai out of his sight. When he found no message at their agreed meeting point, he thought it was a temporary delay, an unforeseen holdup. With each passing day, the logical solution festered in his mind. For all his reckless behavior, Kai wouldn't disappear without a sign. Was he simply stuck somewhere, unable or too scared to send a message? His feeble hopes crumbled when Vela brought him the news. The military had used some arcane way to establish that Kai was dead. Why couldn't you stay out of trouble? Had Kai known death was likely when he smiled and sent him away, or had he merely bitten off more than he could chew? If he had truly gotten involved with the spirits, a myriad of things could have gone wrong, though it couldn't be a coincidence that the beast attacks had stopped on the same day. I'm sorry. He had sworn to himself he would protect him and still failed. Lu stopped in front of a wooden house reminiscent of a time before the Republic, an old building for the standards of Hyrber, still kept in good condition. Privacy enchantments adorned the facade, not something that people in this neighborhood could commonly afford. It had taken a while to track Flynn down. The teen had disappeared after Kai had been recruited. He had visited half the pubs in the city before he found someone who recognized the name and was willing to sell him the address for a price. Lu had never known what to make of Flynn. The boy was easygoing and had also frequented the scholarship program where he fared quite decently. It was unusual he hadn't looked for employment in the Republic, though it was hardly a unique case. Still, there was just something about him that told Lu to stay vigilant. Whatever his personal impressions were, Flynn was the only friend Kai had outside their old group. Vela had insisted on personally meeting Kai's family to deliver the news. He was ashamed of his relief at not having to face them. The least he could do was inform Flynn. Stealing his resolve, Lu knocked. The door opened almost immediately as if Flynn had been waiting on the other side. Lu, Flynn gave him a once-over, pulling back his messy hair. A bright smile flashed on his face. I should have known it was you when they told me a big menacing guy was looking for me. I didn't know how else to contact you. Lu stared at his feet, not missing the glint of the knife that disappeared up his sleeve. I needed to talk to you. What's up? Flynn leaned with an arm on the doorway. Sorry if I don't invite you inside. I've just moved in and this place is still a mess. I should have known. They looked too eager when I asked to rent it. He deserves to know. Lu forced himself to meet the mischievous green eyes. Kai's dead. It was the first time he said it out loud. His eyes stung, forcing him to blink and avert his gaze. What? The smile froze on Flynn's lips. Kai's dead, Lu repeated, the meaning sinking in with the weight of a boulder. He couldn't deny the facts any longer. I'm sorry, I wish I could explain more. Were you there when he died? Flynn stared at him unblinking. No, have you seen the body? No, but... Flynn held up a hand to stop him. Trust me, I don't know how, but he'll come back. He regained his grin. Lu slammed his hand on the door before it could shut. The contract was compelling him to silence, but he squeezed between the cracks. You don't know what happened. There is no way he could have survived, and you don't know Kai like I do. Flynn snorted up with a furious glare. He wouldn't die without letting the world know. It was nice seeing you again. I need to go. Bye. The door closed under Lu's slack-jawed stare. A little part of her died when Vela saw the light dim in Alana's eyes. How? The woman grabbed her hand over the kitchen table with a strength that defied her grade. There was an accident during the expedition. Kai was ambushed by a beast. I'm sorry, he died before the soldiers could get to him. Though I didn't know him for long, he was an incredible person. I'm sure he will be welcomed among the ranks of the ancestors. Vela delivered the official story, fighting to keep her voice steady. That was the only way she had been allowed to communicate the news. The truth was much worse. She had no idea what happened, too busy dealing with the ramifications of the lesser realm he had revealed. Why are the spirits so unfair? The worst part was that even if she could go back, she would have made the same decision. The hidden realm radically altered the future of the archipelago, from a forgotten rock to a strategic location. No matter how much she loathed herself, the fate of her people overshadowed her or any other individual. They'd need to tread carefully if they ever wanted to see the rule of the islands in the hands of a native. there remained a smidgen of hope because no one had found a way to access the lesser dimension, and the beast attacks had ceased. Are you a beautiful young woman with pearl earrings tried to hold back her tears, dabbing her cheeks with a handkerchief. Her face puffy as she tried to find her voice. Are you certain he's dead? I saw the body. He was beyond the skill of any mortal healer. That was a break from the official story, but she couldn't let them hang on to false hopes. Hopefully, this would help them find closure. If it's of any comfort, it looked like he had died on the spot. He didn't suffer. You're lying, a girl around her age screamed. She had a pixie cut and a fiery look that said she would have leaped at her if a burly man didn't hold her back. Let me go. Now, it's not her fault, Kia. She's a liar. She elbowed her way free and stormed out of the room, slamming the door. A baby started crying in the background, prompting the older sister to get up with a lost look. The man moved to console Alana, who was sobbing in the chair. Mui, if Vela remembered correctly. She had rushed here so quickly that she hadn't had time to check their names. What grade was it? He regarded her with a somber look, her brows furrowed. Sorry, what grade was the beast that ambushed Kai? Vela shouldn't have been aware of the details, but she had already gone off script and told them she had been present. Breaking the rules one more time wouldn't matter. It was a peak orange drake near the heart. It's nothing. Understanding she was being dismissed, Vela took out an envelope. Gold couldn't bring their son back, but it could relieve the problems of the living. For now, that was all she could do. Please, contact me if you need anything. About 2 years later, inside the chamber of a forgotten ruin, an iridescent portal bubbled into existence. A ragged young man leaped out, landing in a crouch. His gray eyes studied the room, a white crystal sword in his grip. End of Book 3. A cloudy cloak draped over the moons, leaving only the cold crystal lamps to illuminate the streets of High Arbor. Beyond the shops and stalls of Ring Road, voices and bodies grew sparse. Flynn stole a glance over his shoulder. A band of drunken sailors sang a lewd shanty about the three sirens, while a woman smoked a pipe on a balcony 2 floors up. None of his perception skills detected suspicious individuals, but he couldn't shake the feeling he was being followed. That merchant has made me paranoid. What should have been a done deal had turned into an hours-long argument. Somehow the oily guy had found out the black market price of cloaking spheres and wanted to renegotiate. As if the Free Brothers or the Spirit's Hand would trust a foreign merchant, not even private buyers would step into the same building as him without a trusted intermediary. Why did I trust Nem again? His tips always bring more trouble than they're worth. The demand for privacy wards had soared with the Republic's stifling presence. Restricted goods skirted the line of legality. The wealthy and powerful didn't like being told what they weren't allowed to have, so possession of lower-tiered items wasn't a crime. Trafficking, however, was another matter. Punishment ranged from a hefty fine to a one-way trip to the executioner's block. Flynn had sworn not to deal with anything that Dangerhausen had kept his oath as far as he knew. Possible he wouldn't touch the goods. His talent was in connecting buyers and sellers for a fee, and most people understood they paid for quality and discretion. I should have known no reliable merchant delays a meeting twice. Some people wouldn't believe that jellyfish stung till they touched one. A few fruitless days without a buyer would do more to convince that guy than a divine revelation. Hopefully, the greedy fool would learn before Flynn left High Arbor. A gold or two wasn't worth missing Keen's birthday. The faint crunching of gravel under a boot echoed from the street behind him, causing Hunch to flare. Flynn dashed into the alleyway, running through a series of winding turns without looking back. Keen perception helped him discern a slew of information from how someone walked. Were they arrogant, confident, or uncertain? He'd need to observe them to form a complete picture, but the sound of a stalker's steps was pretty distinct, the muffled movement of someone holding back their weight. If it were an innocuous passerby, Flynn should have heard them coming from a mile away instead of appearing out of nowhere. Moving on gravel was a beginner's mistake, though Hunch told him otherwise. Did they do it on purpose to lure me out? A year ago, he would have turned to face the pursuer, but the scar on his back had stripped him of that arrogance. Since the Republic had covertly doubled its investments in the archipelago, crime became scarcer and a lot more dangerous. Even unparalleled talent and greatness had their limits if he ran into a rogue with double his attributes. As Al-Nasi says, better to exceed in cautiousness than to meet a fool's death. From the paved roads of the upper city to the maze of meandering dirt alleys of the outer circle, High Arbor held no more secrets than the hilt of his serpent dagger. His job was to get to know people and places. New faces stuck out. He could safely find out who was after him in the morning if he cashed in a few favors. A hint of violet shone through the cloudy sky where the wandering moon peeked through. He stopped in the nook between 2 houses to listen. The caw of seagulls, a married couple arguing over who last washed the dishes, the cheery ruckus of a tavern. 5 minutes passed without any sign of his pursuer. Tension faded away. Flynn slipped his knives back into their sheaths under his clothes and headed home. Perhaps the danger wasn't the stalker but their employer. He had always stayed away from the Republic's shady affairs and the true criminals, and despite his greed and oily smile, The merchant hadn't seemed the type to hire thugs to threaten him. He rarely misjudged humans. I guess there is a first time for. The soft drumming just behind the corner sent his instincts flaring. His gut had been right. If the stalker managed to follow him, he must be dangerous. Why did he alert me again? What game is he playing? His hands rose to his throwing daggers before hunch told him that would be a bad idea. Flynn resisted the temptation to exert mana sense over his pursuer. If he was forced into a confrontation, the less information he revealed about his skills, the better. The stranger wasn't the only one holding back. Flynn darted into a closed alley and kicked off the wall to climb over the roof of a dingy house. Out of sight, he melded into shadow and raced a meandering path through the fishing district as quickly as he could keep up his stealth. Damn Nem, I'm going to punch your handsome face next time I see you. He ran circles around the outer city to the merry gale. Lowering his cloak, he wove through the crowd of tipsy customers for a familiar barmaid. Marlene carried a tray of cheap beers with her trademark grin. Exotic red hair fell in pretty locks to her bosom. Can you keep an eye out for me? Suspicion melted into a blooming smile as she recognized him. Sure, why don't you stay for a drink? If anyone's giving you trouble, the boys can take care of it. Marlene gestured to a group of rowdy young men downing ale like water. She grasped the situation on the fly without judgment or questions. That's why he had always liked her. For a while, he thought it might be love, but they would end up a disaster living under the same roof. If only he had understood that a little earlier like she did, he could have spared himself a lot of heartache. You sure do, she winked. I'll add it to your tab. For Yade's sake, don't blush. Flynn pinched himself to free his mind from stupid thoughts. Back into the labyrinthine alleys, he ran half a mile concealed in shadow before halting to listen. 10 minutes, still nothing. What a shitty night. He should be relaxing on his couch with a full stomach, not perched on a shingle over a stinking alley. Someone was also going to have a bad day when he discovered who was behind this. Flynn ran and waited twice more to be certain he had shaken off his pursuer. Or was there more than one? Unless the governor himself was after him, he should be safe. Hunch gave him no warning when he headed back to his neighborhood. Flynn took one last winding path. He would find out who was messing with him, but he always had his best ideas on a full stomach, and he was famished. The stink of fish and humans waned to the crisp azul trees as he walked into the residential district. When he had bought the house, the area was barely outside the slums. As the city expanded, the neighborhood started to house the booming middle class. Freshly painted houses sprouted in ranks, noisy families moved in, and the streets got paved with lamplights at each corner. He had thought of moving, but the pedestrian community offered a new kind of anonymity and more pleasant company. Not to mention his building had tripled in value, one of his best investments without even trying. True genius can't be hidden. A kid with one front tooth missing stood in front of him. Two more little terrors chuckled behind the brat. Large, deadly eyes that could melt any enforcer's heart pointed up at him. Can you play with us, Finn? We need someone to be the evil troll. He sure practiced a lot. Hard work should be rewarded. Flynn crouched on one knee, wishing for nothing more than a meal in his bed. Do you even know what a troll is? He only had a vague idea himself, but as an adult he could feign omniscience. Nimmy looked at his little companions for help and scratched his head. An ugly evil monster. It eats people and it's big like you. He raised his arms to show he was perfect for the role. You little brat. Come on, kids. A stout woman came to his rescue with a patient smile. Flynn must have had a long day. Let him rest. It's time you go to sleep. Nimmy turned his pleading eyes at her. But Ma. No buts, her warmth turned to steel. It's already late. And who taught you to make that look? Are these the skills they teach you at school? They told us we must practice every day to raise our levels. Nimmy articulated with a proud look. Did they? His mother nodded. Then maybe you should practice cleaning your room more often. Pride withered to horror. His little friends exchanged a look and disappeared into their homes. That's not fair. It's time to be brave. Flynn ruffled his hair and slipped in the kid's pocket one of the sweets he had bought in the upper city for Keen. His mother played along, feigning endurance. I'll play with you on my next day off. Flynn walked the last steps to his house. He disabled 2 metal locks, 3 mana wards, and closed the door behind him. In over 2 years of business, he had kept the best enchantments for himself. Within the walls of his house, not even a fate scryer would be able to spy on him. The ship tickets and a jar of copper messars were on the kitchen counter where he left them that morning. He did one last check of the other warning wires covering every window and the stash below his bathroom tiles. Everything was in its place. A relieved breath escaped his lips. Kicking off his shoes, he crashed on the couch and unbuckled all his knives except for 5 to be more comfortable. He really needed a vacation. Between the Republic's shady movements and the new bands of thugs, High Arbor was becoming stressful. The excitement of living in the capital had long faded as he conquered every reasonable challenge High Arbor had to offer. He wanted to check the wild stories of the frozen peaks from where you couldn't spot a hint of sea, and the so-called metropolis on the mainland. The sailors were definitely lying about the size. I can't leave yet, maybe I can prolong my trip. They always ask me to stay longer anyway. Stomach grumbled, reminding him he still had to eat. With a groan, Flynn stood up and lit his stove. He looked in his cold box and took out the few ingredients remaining. He quickly sliced some vegetables and filleted a redfin bass. Turning to grab a pinch of salt, Flynn furrowed his brows at the chopping board. He was pretty sure he had cut the fish into 4 pieces, not 3. Then again, he hadn't been paying too much attention. He yawned and scratched his nose on his wrist. I should sleep. He threw the sliced vegetables into a pan. When he turned back to finish preparing his bass, a pair of violet eyes stared back at him. Meow. A cat with lustrous silver fur sat on his kitchen counter, observing him with idle curiosity. What the fuck? Flynn jolted back, hitting his leg on the corner of the table. Biting back a curse, he raised his kitchen knives to defend himself. Hunch didn't offer any advice. The skill worked best with sapient races, but it would offer some sign if his life was in danger. The majestic feline licked its paw and declared him unworthy of its attention with a lazy meow. It nibbled on another piece of fish. I didn't eat or drink anything the merchant offered. I would have realized if someone drugged me. His senses were sharp as always, and his mana flow showed no alteration. He wasn't hexed, and he definitely wasn't dreaming. A silver cat stood in his kitchen and ate his dinner as if he wasn't standing there. It must have slipped inside when I checked the windows. That's it, I'm just too tired. While it was strange he hadn't noticed, people always told of odd things happening when the lost sister hung in the sky. He had often laughed at such absurd stories. Maybe the spirits were messing with him in retaliation. How did you get in here? Flynn cautiously approached the counter, showing his open palms. Lightning magic would serve him as well as any blade. You're not going to bite me, are you? The cat didn't hiss or raise its silver coat, continuing to watch him with aloof condescension. Flynn took it as a promising sign. He rested his hand before its whiskers, waiting to be touched first. After some 10 seconds, the cat lifted its head to lick his fingers. Meow. It rubbed its neck on his arm, showing its fur was as soft as it looked. Fine, I'll forgive you for stealing my dinner. Flynn scratched behind its ear, eliciting a satisfied purr. But you still owe me an explanation. How did you get in here? A sharp knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. He wasn't expecting anybody. You just stay. The feline had disappeared. Kai had hoped the looks would stop after he bought normal clothes, but passersby kept being rude. People really have no manners. The woman in that tavern had stared daggers at his back just for asking directions. Now a kid was eyeing him from a window like he was some kind of attraction. A single glance sent the toothless brat scrambling back in fright. High Arbor had changed more than he expected, and not for the better it seemed. What am I doing wrong? He had been wandering for the better part of 2 hours. Admittedly, this wasn't the best plan he had ever devised, aimlessly strolling through the city following hallowed intuition. Despite its last specialization, the skill remained finicky as ever to use outside of combat. He had only trained it looking for shelter and treasures inside the sanctuary. It was the first time he used it to track a person. The whispers had led him in random loops throughout the entire outer city. He only persisted because he shouldn't have heard anything if there wasn't someone with a strong bond with him somewhere close. Unless I misinterpreted the description, no, it doesn't make sense. The portal had opened in a submerged ruin off the coast of Kauai. Zervathi had left him stranded in an air bubble, several meters below sea level, though swimming to shore had been quite pleasant without the fear of abyssal sea monsters ripping him to shreds. All the ships he had found in Eastwind headed for the capital. And unless inflation had run rampant while he was away, the only captain who hadn't turned him away fleeced him. People have lost any sense of shame. He shook his head. If this is a bust too, I'll look for a place to stay and leave in the morning. I should probably stop talking to myself. Inside the sanctuary, it had been a way to retain his fluency for when he escaped, or maybe just his sanity. Losing the habit had proved harder than he expected. Who cares? People are staring anyway. Kai stopped in front of a 2-story house. The white walls and blue overlays of the windows were a common aesthetic choice if a little anonymous. What a mess of runes, it's definitely not Vela, and Lu should have better taste. It hurt his soul to see such an assortment of random cloaking enchantments and wards, like a kid who thought more was always better and poured his collection of watercolors on the white canvas. Sure, most of the runeworks weren't much themselves, but even the most incompetent enchanter didn't deserve to have their work disgraced to this extent. I almost hope hallowed intuition is wrong, but no. The whispers definitely told him that was the house. Well, there is only one way to find out. Kai strode closer and knocked. Counting till 10 with no response, he knocked again. Hey, I can tell there's someone in here. Open up. So rude. He was about to shatter the puny magic on the lock for being an eyesore when the door finally opened. Flynn, Kai looked up at the young man before him. Besides the obnoxiously tall, lanky frame and the failed attempt at stubble on his face, he was still the same kid he had met years prior. Damn, I was sure I had caught up with you. The young man chuckled with a lopsided grin. I should have known that strangeness, and you always travel in company. Dinner's almost ready. He walked back inside, leaving the door open. Well, nice to know I was missed. Kai stepped inside. It's good to see you, T. Flynn suddenly stopped still. You're late. You said you'd be fine. His shoulders were shaking, though he didn't turn to face him. It has been 2 years. Yeah, I know, I ran into some complications. It's a long stow. The words choked in his throat when two glassy green eyes met his gaze. Flynn threw his arms around him. I told them you'd be back. His voice cracked, and Kai could feel Flynn trembling against his shoulder. I missed you too. Kai returned the hug. That went better than expected. A rhythmic tapping sounded from the kitchen. Kai sat on the couch, trying to ignore the gaze fixed on him. I'm not going to disappear if you blink. Sorry, I had a weird day. Flynn turned to his minced onion. It's still strange seeing you here in my house. All good. I can't fault you after vanishing into the hidden sanctuary for 2 years. He had been such a fool to think surviving in an unknown realm would be just another challenge. Zervathi had pressured him into an impossible decision, but it was his arrogance that made him readily accept. Kai had yet to decide whether he regretted the decision. He wasn't blind to the upsides, though he would not return even for all the gold in the Republic. His mind had already connected to the sword in his spatial closet when he caught himself. Caressing a blade for reassurance wouldn't scream mentally stable. I'm safe here. No beast would attack him in the living room. For the first time in 2 years, hallowed intuition was eerily silent. Even in case of attack, the clutter of enchantments around the house would give him ample time to respond. Kai realized the chopping had stopped, and Flynn was gawking at him again. What did I do now? Why do people keep staring? You mean you were trapped in a lesser dimension? Oh, that. Yes. Kai let his arm hang over the back of the couch, though it's better if you don't go around telling people. The Republic was very touchy about the subject when I left. Also, I think you're burning something. He pointed to the smoke rising from the pan. Flynn snapped back to turn off the stove, muttering something under his breath. A pocket dimension, I thought of it, but it seemed too far-fetched to be true. Is that why they've been crowding around the Vastaire ruins? You now need special permission to visit any of the sites. Probably. That's where the passages between the realms were built, though Zervathi isn't going to let anyone through until he recovers his power. Zervathi, the mighty god of the hidden sanctuary and annoying stuff. Kai rolled his eyes with a dramatic voice. A buzzing fairy who uses the fact he can't lie to trick you into terrible deals. You're not joking. Flynn completely gave up on the stove to stare at him. Why would I? He's nothing special, really, not for at least another couple centuries. He lost most of his power during his torturous imprisonment. He can never shut up about it. Flynn warily looked around him as if he expected to be smited. I don't think you should speak like that about a god. What if he hears you? Why don't we ask him? He's listening right now. Say hi to the old snooper. Kai waved a hand through his air. Instead of chuckling, Flynn went 2 shades paler, leaning against the kitchen counter for balance. Hey, I was just kidding. I can tell when he's looking since he blessed me. Kai, why don't you go take a shower while I try to salvage our dinner? We can talk after we eat. He pointed to a corridor with a strained smile. It's the first door on the right. You can use the clean towels on the shelf. Okay, I thought my joke was funny. Do I need to work on my humor too? Apparently, talking to himself, beasts and minor divinities wasn't enough to stave off the rust. The people on the streets had been plain rude, but he couldn't tell what he had done wrong with Flynn. Were social interactions always so hard? I should have kept improvisation. Kai sighed. He had been forced to abandon the skill for space magic during his first month. By the time he advanced to yellow, there had been too many alluring options to pick a skill that wouldn't help him survive or escape. I just need a little training. Thankfully, I didn't meet my family first. What am I even going to tell them? Despite the thousands of reunions he had played out in his head, the thought of facing his mother and sisters filled him with fright. He'd much rather face a chasm crawler in close combat than meet his mom's gaze. Perhaps I should ask Flynn. He's always been good at dealing with people. No point in worrying now. Getting lost in his head had almost gotten him killed before he learned to focus on the present. The bathroom was small and clean. Glossy white tiles painted in blue geometric patterns, a fluffy carpet with a dancing crab, and most important of all, a shower installed over the tub. Spirits be blessed. Kai drew a curtain over the small window and shed the cheap clothes bought in Eastwind. The runework was simple and solid, with an actual heating enchantment in place. He couldn't remember the last time he showered. Water magic was functional to keep him clean, but it wasn't relaxing. Kai left his sea serpent sword leaning against the tub and abandoned himself to the flowing warm water. He scrubbed his body with a piece of scented soap, closing the plug to lie down. Makeshift basins and improvised fire runes couldn't replace the real thing, and not fearing an ambush in the back of his mind helped too. It'll be fine. He wished he was still small enough to let the warm water submerge him, but had to settle for his head while his legs dangled over the edge. Most of the teens I saw weren't taller than me. It's him who's grown abnormally tall. A double knock woke him from his trance. Are you okay in there? Did you find everything you need? I'm good. Kai stood upright, splashing water all around. He hurried to close the faucet. The water had already built up to the edge of the tub. You aren't flooding my bathroom, right? No. He opened the plug with his toe, directing all the water with a flick of his wrist. Your crabby carpet is perfectly dry. It was a gift. Flynn sounded slightly defensive. They have good taste. It was definitely a statement. I'll be out in a minute. Every drop of water flowed off him into the tub as Kai stepped onto the dancing crab. No point wasting a towel. Smelling his clothes, he cast a sphere of soapy water and threw them in. His high perception made sense difficult to ignore, especially on himself. It wasn't the same as a proper wash, but he had only worn them for a couple of days. He scrubbed a hand through his messy hair and looked into the mirror. His reflection peered back with the sharp clarity a bowl of water couldn't match. Tan skin and locks bleached by the strange sunstar of the hidden sanctuary. A diet of mostly beast meat had turned him into a slightly buff teenager. He truly didn't understand why people kept staring. Sure, he had a few pale scars, but most were hidden underneath his shirt. His pale facial hair remained in that awkward limbo between childhood and adulthood. On a whim, he decided to shave it off with a blade of water. He had worried it would become too much of a bother to take care when he was trapped. Water is definitely the most versatile element. Most natives in the archipelago didn't grow a full beard. He didn't remember his dad doing so either, though that might have been a choice. Minor details like that kept slipping his memories. Kai retrieved his clothes. He was about to walk out when he noticed a casket concealed beneath the bathroom tiles. The runes easily unraveled under his gaze. He had almost missed it amidst the random assortment of enchantments. That's quite a bit of gold. He must be doing well for himself. Kai strolled into the living room. The table had already been set with 2 plates of roasted vegetables and fish in a purple sauce. Flynn was twirling a knife between his fingers and staring at the kitchen cupboard with a deep frown. Welcome back to civilization. He turned to give him a once-over. I had less stored than I remembered. It's not my finest creation, but it should be edible. It looks great. After being forced to eat raw meat and gnarly tubers, anything cooked was a win in his book. The zesty sauce made him moan in appreciation. You've gotten better. It's one of my skillless talents. Flynn gave him a long look before glancing behind him. Wait to try something actually decent. Did I say something weird? Kai savored every bite. How did your table manners improve after being stranded in the wild? His friend chuckled. Your mom will be happy after she finishes strangling you. That's something. Kai dabbed his face with a napkin and took a sip of water. It amused me to act snobbish while I ate burnt drake thighs in a cave. One of the many small habits he did to keep his sanity. Flynn burst into a quick laugh before he awkwardly covered his mouth. Oh, you're not joking. How was this hidden sanctuary exactly? The name is nice, pretty and twice as deadly. It's kind of like a huge island, maybe 3 times the size of Yanlan or so. He waved his fork to paint the picture. There are a few smaller isles, but you want to stay away from the deeper waters. Most areas have mana dense enough to breed yellow beasts at maturity, though you can also find sparser pockets. That sounds like a death trap. Yeah, Zervathi certainly hoped so at one point. That stingy bug. Kai chuckled. The first weeks were pretty rough, though it wasn't that bad afterward. Hallowed intuition warned me about the routes to take and places to avoid. The rest simply was a matter of running fast enough to not get eaten. One problem had been the giant spider guarding the resources he needed to escape. From the gaping look Flynn gave him, he decided to keep that story for another time. What about you? You must have stashed at least a dozen golds in your bathroom. Kai tried to redirect the conversation towards a safe topic. Flynn's smile strained while he kept looking behind him. You looked through my things. No, of course not. I just counted through the cloaking wards, like briefly glancing as I was passing. It's not the same thing, right? Those are the best wards I have. They're worth half the contents of that safe. They are. He had spent a significant chunk of the past 2 years decoding arcane enhancements from millennia ago. His mind already cracked runes before his brain caught up. I almost did miss them. They might have worked better if they were arranged properly. The person who installed Did You Do It Yourself? Why am I so bad at this? Who else would you trust to secure your house? Well, it's not terrible for an amateur. You don't need to lie to me. Flynn grimaced. You're already being too nice. It's weirding me out. I was always nice. Kai stabbed a carrot with his fork. He might have just been a tad more mindful since it was their first meeting in years. His friend gave him a disbelieving stare. You were understanding if I pointed something out, usually kind where it mattered, but you were as nice as a cat thrown into the sea on most days. Ouch, I remember no such thing. Not to say I actually mind it. Flynn hurried to add, it's good you've grown more than just in height. You're still taller, Kai pointed out, still a bit sour. Measuring yourself against perfection will lead to disappointment. Flynn flashed his old smug grin and winked. You're the second best thing. One day you might even reach some of my greatness. Let's say about a third, half if you follow my teachings. Kai rolled his eyes with an unwilling smile, glad his friend hadn't lost his foolishness. I'll keep that in mind. While washing the dishes, they idly chatted about the change in High Arbor. His family and Lou were fine as well. Flynn kept glancing over his shoulder, perhaps a new mannerism he picked up. Sitting on the couch, the conversation fell back to the sanctuary. Kai had prepared a speech to explain how he ended up trapped there and why it had taken 2 years to come back. What he hadn't predicted was the flood of questions that quickly hijacked his preparations. The guide assured me that Zervathi couldn't lie. I was a bit naive, I know, but I couldn't let a horde of yellow beasts swarm into the archipelago when I got there. At least on that, he had confirmed the danger had been real. Any other questions? Quite a few, but you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. I don't mind. Ask me anything. You spent years alone in what doesn't sound like a very nice place. Flynn gave him a worried look, ready to pull him into another hug. You're allowed to not be okay, but I'm fine, Kai beamed. I've survived, and I told you it wasn't all that bad. Flynn opened then closed his mouth, swallowing whatever disagreement he had. I do have another question. His eyes wandered behind him again. It's not exactly related, and it might seem a little odd. The only sapient being I've chatted with for the last 2 years was a narcissistic divinity with a god complex. I know how it sounds, but I bet the 7 moons combined can't match his self-obsessed rants. Point is, you could grow a second head, and it would be less strange than the things I had to endure. His friend bobbed his head, hugging a pillow. Have you seen a cat? A cat. Yes, a feline with silver fur and violet eyes. They could also be teal or green. I don't know, it changes every time I look. It has been haunting me all night and stealing my food. One moment it's there and the next time I blink it's gone again. So that's where you were. That pest's always causing mischief. Right there, Flynn stood up. His finger pointed behind him with wide eyes. I'm not crazy. Kai turned to see Hobbs sprawled on a carpet, head between his paws to groom his furry butt. He raised his royal eyes on them, one yellow and the other blue, too intelligent for a common animal. Deeming them unworthy, he returned to his business with unhurried practice. Tell me you're also seeing it. Flynn pleaded, grabbing his arm. You mean the carpet, right? Kai cocked his head. I guess the pattern could resemble a cat. It'd be a crime to waste such a perfect opportunity. And he did say I was being too nice. There's a live, breathing cat there. His friend sounded a little frantic, rousing a sliver of guilt and pity. The devious beast had once also made him believe he was imagining things. You must be seeing it too. The second Flynn turned to glance at him. Hobbs blinked away in a silver flash. No, I saw it. It was right there. I've also touched it. I'm not imagining things, it's real. Damn cat, you made me wait 3 months to touch your fur. How's that fair? It's okay. Kai patted his shoulder with a straight face and helped him sit down. I've heard that severe stress can cause hallucinations. Have you been sleeping enough? Consumed any unknown substances? Flynn shook his head. I don't think I did. A silver cat blinked in Kai's lap, lazily stretching his limbs. Meow. He must be in a merciful mood or got bored. There. Again, how can you not see it? Oh, you meant Hobbs. Kai widened his eyes in dramatic realization and scratched the diabolical furball behind his ears. Viridian River swirled overhead, a fault line in the confines of his prison. Its eerie light bathed the jungle on the western side of the spike, granting a moment of sight. Colossal trees surrounded him, indifferent beholders to the carnage below. Rat-sized insects skittered for cover in the underbrush as slit yellow eyes searched for prey. The spatial disturbance dispersed from the starless sky, plunging the world into darkness. Kai heaved for breath. Nights lasted longer in this realm. He had lost track of where he was or how long he had been awake. As if boulders had been chained to each of his limbs, he pushed himself forward, ignoring his body's plea for rest. He didn't know how much longer until the false dawn brought him relief. Daylight carried its own danger, still better than the ravenous predators that stalked the moonless hours. Somewhere on his right, an elder drake shook the ground with a raspy roar. A chorus of howling snarls rose behind him in response. Weak species didn't survive in the sanctuary. Blood crawlers hunted in packs, making up for their lack of sheer strength with cunning and savagery. A sharp branch tore into his arm. Kai stumbled, clamping his wound shut to staunch the bleeding. How long had he been running? Pushed beyond exhaustion and covered in an array of cuts and bruises, hallowed intuition urged him onwards with a requiem of whispers. I can't stop. That single truth held him together. Peril lurked from every patch of grass and silent tree. Slowing meant certain death. Kai rushed where the murmurs seemed most feeble. He couldn't die without letting his family know what happened. His grazed bare feet scrambled over a chitinous carapace. Under the might of Empower, the insect crunched loudly, spraying his foot with a slimy gore that stung his skin. Another somber tune joined the chorus of warnings in his head. Venom wasn't a priority. I need to keep running. Kai leapt over a ditch. In the dark, he landed at the wrong angle and twisted his ankle. His face slammed into the ground, the force of the jump rattling his brain. Unconsciousness was ready to embrace him and end the suffering. What was the point of struggling anyway? The howls of his pursuers sang with the thrill of a meal. I can't stop. Kai dragged himself up and stumbled on. He gritted his teeth to ignore the pain in his leg and sent the last wisps of mana to fuel Empower. As the thumping claws beat the ground behind him, hallowed intuition continued its morning song, 100 ways to die woven in one. He couldn't outrun the pack. I need to find shelter. Conscious it would give his position away, he scanned his surroundings with Mana Observer. There, the hungry howls were almost upon him. Kai stepped towards a dark pond. He rubbed his blood-slick fingers on a stick and threw it forward. Deactivating his skill, he bolted in the opposite direction. He threw himself under a fallen trunk and scraped his mana veins far below the safety threshold to wrap shadow around him. The blood crawlers would rip him to shreds far quicker than overstrain. The log smelled of death and decay. He pressed a hand over his mouth, ignoring his need for oxygen to muffle his breathing. Tiny legs skittered over his back. Kai paid them no mind. Pained snarls and angry howls resounded in the jungle as the forward hunters clashed with whatever horror lurked in the pond. Water and acrid blood splashed around him. Kai allowed himself a half-breath of reprieve. His end had been pushed a few hours further. He flicked off the centipede trying to burrow under his clothes and began to restore his reserves from the dense essence, careful to avoid drawing the attention of the pack. Another hour, another chance to survive. I must. The rotten log burst apart. Sharp jaws closed around his shin. Kai screamed, trying to kick off the blood crawler, but another beast seized his foot and dragged him outside. A sign disturbance snaked through the sky, revealing the obsidian maws and segmented limbs of the predators before darkness swallowed them again. Empower and water magic surged amidst the agony to free himself. Ice blades cut into the thick hide. He swung his sword towards the slit yellow eyes. For a moment he thought he would succeed, then more crawlers chomped onto his arms to force him still. Jaws ripped into his flesh and crunched bone in no hurry to kill him. No matter how much he struggled and overdrew his mana, more beasts kept coming to tear him to pieces, his screams drowned by the blood gurgling in his throat. His eyes shot open. Kai jolted back in a crouch and took stock of his surroundings. White plaster walls, a torn blanket, wooden splinters, and a toppled leather couch. A crystal half illuminated the shadow looming over him. A young man approached with open palms, speaking, "Okay, Flynn, are you okay?" Flynn repeated and offered him a hand. "You were screaming in your sleep, so I tried to wake you. I'm safe. I've escaped." Kai released the hold over Empower and Elemental Mana, glad he hadn't cast any spells. He accepted the offer to stand up, realizing too late his palms were clammy. "I'm good, just had a bad dream. It must have been quite the nightmare." His friend forced a smile, standing awkwardly. Yeah, Kai dried his cold sweat on the torn blanket and straightened the makeshift bed, though he couldn't do anything for the broken armrest. "I'm sorry about the blanket." His eyes shifted down, and the couch. He had finally escaped the island, yet his mind insisted on dragging him back. Flynn dismissed his worries with a casual wave. "I was thinking of buying a new one anyway." A bruise was swelling beneath his eye, though he angled himself away from the light. "Did I? Fuck, I'm sorry about your face too. I didn't mean to hit you. It's never happened before." Kai rummaged through the clutter of mana materials in his spatial closet. He had already consumed the potions he brought into the sanctuary, and brewing more had been a challenge until he crafted a passable cauldron. Here, he took out a balm. Flynn eyed the weird dwarf coconut carved into a jar. "I'm fine, you just grazed me. It'll be gone in the morning." The lie crumbled under another grimace, blood already darkening the bruise. "Not even one night, and I've already fucked it up. Thank the spirits I didn't summon my sword and started swinging." "You don't need to lie to make me feel better. This is the least I can do. I know how hard I hit." Flynn sat on the broken couch with a sigh. It was like getting hit by an iron bat. Shouldn't mages be all brains with scrawny bodies and stick arms? Kai welcomed the attempt to lighten the mood with a laugh, perhaps a bit too loud. "I must have missed the memo. And I've also reached yellow." "Of course you did." Flynn winced when the balm brushed his cheek. "Don't take it personally, but next time I need to wake you up, I'll use a stick. That's only fair. I can sleep in a tavern till I find a place to stay. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not letting you out of my sight until I'm certain you won't disappear into some fairy kingdom again. But if you say something that stupid again, I'll be the one to punch you." From the challenging stare Flynn threw at him, he wasn't kidding. Kai considered getting hit to ease his guilt. "Okay, good." Flynn tentatively touched his cheekbone, raising his brows in surprise. "What's in this balm anyway? It smells of lemons and the pain is already fading. Just a couple of yellow herbs I found on the island. I also added a few orange ones to improve the consistency and give it a citrus scent." Since the space in his ring was limited, there was no point in saving weaker herbs. Flynn grabbed Kai's hand to stop him from applying more. "Tell me you're not being serious. Do you have any idea how much yellow ingredients sell for?" "About half a gold." Few arrived in the archipelago, so he had never worked with those materials before the sanctuary. "We're not talking about beast parts. Healing plants range from 3 golds to more than 20, depending on their stage and rarity." "What were they?" Kai scratched his nose. "I think the root was mid-yellow. Same for the water stalk, though it also had an elemental affinity. Ouch." He massaged his arm where Flynn punched him. "I told you I'd hit you if you said something stupid." He cracked his knuckles. "I could have bought 3 new couches with this." He pointed to the balm on his cheekbone as if he wanted to scrape it off. "Isn't your face worth more?" "Well, you might have a point," he conceded, a reluctant grin cutting through his exasperation. "Still, you could have warned me your home remedy was liquid gold. Why are you keeping it in a nut?" "I was out of glass jars." Kai shrugged. "With the enchantments, it should have no problem storing the balm. The coconut was yellow too, if that helps." Flynn exhaled a slow breath, raising his hands towards him. "Please let me strangle you, just a tiny bit." Meow. Hobbs blinked on the couch, staring at Kai with the deep-rooted disappointment of a life of broken expectations. Hey, don't you try to take the moral high ground with me. I've seen you rip a patch of yellow flowers just because their scent made you sneeze. Oh yes, I remember every detail perfectly. Unused to the cat's shenanigans, Flynn was taken aback and leaned to pick him up. More surprisingly, his silver majesty didn't claw his eyes out. Instead, he contently slumped into his arms. See, Hobbs understands me. Flynn grinned at Kai. You're impossible. He scratched the demon overlord behind the neck, eliciting a pleased purr. Now try to get some sleep. We have a busy day tomorrow. We do. I told you I'd help contact your family. We sail for Sill Spring at noon, and we have many errands to run before that. They had only a couple hours to chat, hardly enough to catch up. This was all news to him. I thought you meant the communication cube. It's on cooldown. I spent the extra charges to organize Keen's second birthday, which is in 3 days, by the way. What? I haven't bought a seat on any ship. Kai stammered. He wasn't ready to face his mom or his little brother. Did Keen even know about him? Had the elixirs worked to raise his grade? Don't worry, I always buy 2 tickets just in case. Flynn waved to him on the stairs. I'll poke you awake at dawn. Hobbs rested his head on Flynn's shoulder, enjoying the pats with a triumphant look enhanced through their bond. You ungrateful kitten. I should have made a pillow with your fur. We'll see who you'll whine to next time you're hungry. Kai laid his head on the remaining armrest of the couch. Eyes closed, despite knowing he wouldn't be getting a wink of sleep tonight. Advancing to yellow had reduced his need for rest. Not enough to live on a couple of fitful hours, but he had survived with less for far longer in the sanctuary. His thoughts were a chaotic whirlwind about his family. What was he going to say to them? Hi, I'm not dead. Sorry for disappearing without an explanation for the past 2 years. It was kinda my fault, though I also helped save the archipelago. So please don't be too angry. I'm so screwed. The ideas he had didn't even work in his head. Hours passed as he imagined an endless sequence of speeches and scenes. The stream of thoughts ended abruptly when an ice cube hit his collarbone and bounced into his shirt. Kai sat upright and melted the ice with a thought. I'm awake, I know. Flynn waved at him from across the living room with a mischievous grin. Didn't you say you'd use a stick? I couldn't find a cane long enough to safely poke you, and the ice looked like fun. I'm going to him. He welcomed me into his house while I punched his face and broke his furniture. I guess I owe him a couple years of free torment. What time is it? Sparse rays of light filtered through the curtains. It was close to dawn, though that told him little. His internal clock was set on the weird day-night cycle of the sanctuary. We have about 6 hours till our ship leaves. Flynn elucidated, probably reading his confusion, but we have a ton of things to do. Better get to the market before the streets are packed with people. Kai scratched the lines of scars on his shin. I don't need anything. Yes, he gave him a judging look. We need to buy supplies. You also need to get a gift for Keen's birthday, and you can't walk around in that state. What's wrong with these? He looked down at his saffron shirt and deep purple pants. The merchant in Eastwind said he looked great. The price tag definitely helped, but still. Apart from a few wrinkles from sleeping in them and a small tear, they were more intact than anything he had worn in the last 2 years. Spirits. Flynn scanned him from head to toe with a judging gaze. Your clothes are completely mismatched. And what about your hair? It looks like the barber gave up halfway through. Do you want your family to see you for the first time like this? I cut it myself, Kai grumbled on the defensive. He didn't think to pack any decent mirrors before getting stuck in the sanctuary. Well, I'm glad to know you're not talented at everything. A blade appeared in his hand. Come on, let me fix you up. I can at least make your haircut symmetrical and lend you some clothes. I won't be able to live in this city if someone sees me walking around with you. He waved a circle around Kai, like that. Wind swept his face with a spray of salty water. Kai sat on the prow of the Alina, gripping the railing as if his life depended on it. His guts twisted each time he glanced at the endless blue expanse. Only the thin coastline on the horizon prevented him from panicking. There is no danger. Hallowed intuition remained silent. The strongest beasts Mana Observer could detect were innocuous red coral sharks. He still couldn't help feeling exposed and vulnerable. The open sea meant certain death. Years of habit and horrific sights had ingrained that knowledge deeper than reason. Get a hold of yourself. I'm not going to fear the freaking ocean. Eldritch tentacles weren't going to drag him to the dark depths to devour his flesh, mind, and soul. The shallow sea was one of the safest stretches of water on Elides, but it seemed with each passing day, his mind found more and more foolish reasons to complicate his life. I could swim alongside the ship till my brain gets over this stupidity. He had been fine when he arrived at the submerged site. Blessed Swimmer strengthened his danger sense and bestowed an innate tranquility while he was underwater. It was subtle, but without any actual threat, he could indulge in the sensation. Will the crew complain if I jump in? People continued to stare even after Flynn had fixed his hair and bought him a new wardrobe. Kai had to admit the blue outfit with silver buttons looked good on him. His old clothes were 3 sizes too small. Thankfully, Flynn had also kept his alchemy and enchanting equipment. I'll need to upgrade them when Risey sails back to the archipelago. Now to dive or not to dive. Before Kai could decide whether to tell the sailors to not jump after him, Flynn leaned on the railing beside him. We'll make landfall in Old Port and reach Silspring by morning. He smiled at the shimmering waves, glancing at him. It must have been a while since you boarded a ship. Yeah. The underlying worry was obvious. Kai pried his fingers off the rails, but he couldn't hide where his nails had chipped the black paint of the ship. He simply needed time to adapt. I'm just enjoying the sun. MMH Flynn didn't let anything slip from his face, and when he spoke up, the question wasn't what Kai expected. Are you sure Hobbs is fine? I still think we should have carried him on board. Yade have mercy, that cat let you touch his silky fur once, and he already owns you. Hobbs got on the ship before us. He's enjoying snooping around. The silver furball was sampling the supplies of salted fish in the ship's cargo hold. His Majesty still preferred it fresh, but he wasn't beyond indulging in the food of peasants for a change. It was rare for Hobbs to take the initiative to share his experiences through the partner skill. The cat had held a grudge for over a month the last time Kai shut down the bond, though His Majesty didn't have any qualms about ignoring him. I must be the mature one. Leading by example, Kai sent an acknowledgement mixed with praise for the valiant discovery and regal taste. Warm contentment spread through the link before Hobbs hurriedly cut the connection with a wave of panic. Is he looking for my approval, or does he just need somebody to stroke his ego? What if a sailor or another passenger sees him? Flynn lowered his tone. You can tell at a glance he isn't an ordinary pet. They might try to catch him, or worse. Oh boy. He really has you tied to his little paw. Have you ever tried to catch a space cat? Kai stared at the foaming waves that crashed on the prow of the ship, demanding his body to relax. I have. It'd be easier to grab a fly with chopsticks. That's enough for now. Flynn furrowed his brow. What are chopsticks? You know, it doesn't matter. What if someone on board who has a trapping skill or Hobbs gets tired or takes a nap? I've seen a pack of grown lightning hawks fail to brush his fur. There is no danger. You know Hobbs is an awakened beast, right? Yes, but he's so tiny and soft. Flynn waved with his hands to illustrate the inoffensive size. Kai sighed at the smitten fool. Strength isn't his talent, but he advanced to yellow just before we left the sanctuary, and I'm not sure if he has reached full maturity. Hobbs is a yellow beast, his friend stammered. The realization that he had snuggled with a murder kitten sank in, his expression paling. How? I didn't perceive anything. Hunch would have warned me if he were a threat. Spatial travel isn't his only specialty. There wouldn't be much point in sneaking around if he couldn't make himself look inconspicuous. Kai patted his shoulder, making sure Flynn didn't topple over the railing. Don't worry, Hobbs considers himself above the rough means of violence. You should have seen the fit he threw last time blood got on his coat. How? Meow, Hobbs paraded between them, tail straight like a fluffy banner. Despite their bond being closed, Kai got the distinct impression the furball knew they were talking about him. Speak of the devil and he shall be summoned. Looking for cuddles after the snack, the traitor's cat wove around his leg before heading for Flynn. His friend stood straight like a block of wood, chewing his lip, though he didn't flinch back. Cautiously, he bent to rub a hand through the lustrous silver fur. You're not going to claw my eyes out, right? Miu, Hobbs flopped onto the wooden boards of the ship's deck, pawing the air. Two adorable violet eyes stared up with innocent confusion and a hint of sadness. The fool immediately fell for the act, crouching to give him belly rubs. Sorry for such a silly question. I know, Kai's the violent one. Of course you wouldn't hurt a fly. Hey, I only answered your question. When I said Hobbs doesn't like fighting, I didn't mean he was completely harmless. Don't try to besmirch the name of this blameless kitten. Flynn scowled, holding the devious feline in his arms. How did you even manage to befriend him with your rough and scary demeanor? How did I ever think having a familiar was a good idea? I should have picked a taming skill instead of a partner bond. That kitten was more than eager to beg and act adorable when he was hungry. Is that the truth, Hobbs? Did you sell yourself to this guy to fill your belly? Flynn scratched the purring cat and raised a disapproving gaze at Kai. How could you take advantage of this naive little baby? That's not what happened. Where is it? I had more left. Kai rummaged through the hollow hole he called his home. Despite the clutter of moldy pelts, engraved bones, and other failed pieces of enchantments, the cave measured no more than 2 meters across. It didn't take long to confirm he hadn't misplaced his homemade jerky and bubble fruits. Damn it, 4 months of constant fear and exhaustion. Perhaps it shouldn't be a surprise that he misremembered something, only that it had taken this long. Even when the murmurs abated long enough to close his eyes, he only managed short breaks of fitful sleep. The danger was ever present, whispering in the back of his mind. He didn't dare tune out the only skill keeping him alive. A bloody tapestry of runes covered every wall of the cave to cloak him from the outside. His shell of rock prevented insects and beasts from burrowing inside for the most part, but there were plenty of behemoths capable of breaking through. It's fine. I'm not losing it. Kai paced the cramped space in 2 strides, hands raking through his hair. I just forgot how much I ate. It happens to everybody. It just never happened to me before. I must still have something. He grinned at the silver band on his finger. For a moment he dared hope, but no, the only edible things stored were the strange mana fruits he picked. Those were just as likely to kill him as to satiate his hunger. There was no other solution. He needed to head out and gather more food. Simple. Just dodge birds of prey and wormlings circling in the sky, the stone snakes camouflaged on the rocky ground, and whatever other calamity the sanctuary decided to throw at him. Fuck. Why didn't I ration better? Calm down, it's no big deal. Kai slowly stretched where the worm claw had grazed him on his shoulder. It still hurt, but it shouldn't impair him as long as he wasn't forced into a fight. When did anything ever go to plan on this forgotten island? He let out a humorless chuckle. Not that it makes any difference. If it isn't today, it will be tomorrow. I still need to leave eventually. Unless. No, I can't ask that damned fairy for help. He only had 2 requests remaining. His first one had been easy, the way to escape the sanctuary with the highest chance of success. It didn't require Zervathi to spend his power, only his knowledge. Unfortunately, the answer hadn't been as straightforward. Go to this site, grab that artifact, learn how to tamper with millennia-old runes but don't get blown to pieces. And in the end, he might still need another request to make that work. No, he would make do with what he had. The longer he delayed, the weaker he would grow and the higher the chance of getting himself killed. Now or never. Kai took out a jar and rubbed his body in mud, berries, and dirt. If he ran into a perceptive beast that pierced his shadow spells, it wouldn't hurt to have an additional layer of camouflage. As ready as he was going to be, he slowly cut the rock along the line he had fused many times before. Not again, I counted. There were 6 left. Kai massaged his eyes. He wanted to cry and punch something, but his healing remedies were running dangerously low to waste them. The enchanted chest was empty, his supplies gone. Searching between the roots of the tree brought the same result. More than the food, it was the feeling of slowly losing his mind that scared him. He had counted the tubers and jerky before going to sleep, no more than 2 hours ago. What other explanation is there? It had been a month since his supplies began disappearing. Sometimes a week passed with nothing happening, other times twice on the same day. There wasn't any detectable pattern. Sure, it would make sense if it was my mind breaking. But why only the food then? Kai had suspected some peculiar critter capable of molding the stone unnoticed, but even moving to a new shelter hadn't helped. Living trees weren't as easy to manipulate. He could still trace the broken and twisted mana veins where he had shaped the wood to his desires. He was certain nothing had tempered his house. And if there was a beast capable of that, why would it settle for his leftovers when it could just as easily devour him? What else could it be? I'm not crazy. I see you're struggling, child. An aged-up and wise tone echoed the narrow shelter, coming from everywhere at once. If you require my help, all you have to do is ask. Stop the charade. I'm not in the mood for a chat. I see my sanctuary hasn't broken your spirit. Zervathi snorted with his squeaky fairy voice. You remain uncouth as ever. When you get eaten, remember it was you who refused my generous advice. Nosy as ever. Kai glared at the roots of his ceiling till he was certain he was alone. Initially, he suspected the god wanted him dead to preserve his divine power. But more than once Zervathi popped up to offer him free advice and delved into long rants about his brilliance and the injustice he had suffered. He's probably lonely, or got some screw loose during his imprisonment. Just what I need. Wait, didn't I? Kai rummaged through his spatial closet for his notebook. He leafed through the pages to the last entry. Day 161, early morning tree shelter. 4 pieces of snake jerky peak orange and 2 purple tubers mid-yellow probably edible. Yes, Kai fist bumped the air. I'm not crazy, or I'm hallucinating, but if I had reached that state I would have already died. He had to believe that he hadn't gone nuts yet, or this would all be pointless. There had to be another explanation. Someone or something was stealing his food. It infiltrated his shelter and left without a trace. It was like it could walk through walls. Just you wait. Did I botch the temperature or the sieving? The recipe still needed some work. As Kai predicted, the star-shaped creeper could be used to brew a healing balm. What he hadn't foreseen was the burning itch. He yearned for the sweet relief of scratching his lower back. I can't give up now. He had been laying still for 3 hours, waiting for the thieving rat to appear. He had almost caught it a week ago. The critter disappeared in a flash, leaving behind a single silver hair. There was only one element that allowed such instantaneous movement. If that pest thought he could steal from him and get away, he had no idea who he was dealing with. Come on, little pest. You're the main course tonight. The enchanted chest he used to protect his supplies lay beside his head, ready to spring the trap. Kai was debating whether to rub his back against the leafy branch he used for a bed when a soft tap sent a wave of excitement through him. He didn't dare extend Mana Observer in case the rat was sensitive to it. Space might be the most elusive element, but it wasn't without weaknesses. The cunning beast scurried over his things, daring enough to sniff his face. It took all his self-control to breathe regularly and not react. He had to be patient. He would get a single chance before it blinked away. If he acted hastily, all his preparations would be for naught. Satisfied with its inspection, the critter approached the chest. Its thieving paws tapped on the wooden lid. unleashing the torrent of spatial mana he had sealed in the runes. The essence flowing through other living beings could also disrupt a teleportation. Kai flooded the area with more mana and snapped his hands close around the soft fur of the Mio. The critter squeaked in panic. What? A crystal light fell out of his ring, illuminating the scrawny silver kitten struggling in his grasp. Large teal eyes stared up at him with terror. He had never seen such a tiny orange beast, whom his size must help with blinking around. The thieving kitten dramatically meowed as if it were already being eaten. Iridescent mana pressed against his own, trying to blink to safety. A cat, seriously. Kai scowled at his shelter. The snooping god wasn't looking. He wasn't about to kill a kitten, even if it was a devious thief that played with his sanity. Fine, just stop whining. The beast blinked to the other side of the room before it touched the ground. The critter intently studied him, its irises morphing into bright green. What? You got your life. Now leave me alone. Kai shooed the kitten away, but the shameless animal remained. It had the gall to stare at his food chest with unmitigated desire. Meow. No, that's mine. Where did you even put my food? He could see the bones poking through his tiny frame as if it were starving. Okay, just this time. But you must promise not to come back again. Rays of dawn bounced off the vaulted ceiling. Kai grasped at the fleeting serenity. He had paid extra coin for a single cabin after the last accident. The rocking of the waves had delivered him 4 wonderful hours of restful sleep. He had only woken once when Hobbs had slid under the covers of his cot. You lovable pest. His fingers scrubbed the snoozing furball curled against his leg. The evil mastermind leaned into his hand with a soft purr, licking his thigh. Impressions of warmth and safety slipped through their bond. You look so innocent you could trick a truth-teller, right before you rob her blind. Kai contentedly rubbed the silky fur, knowing it wouldn't last. Alina creaked under him with a few jolts and settled into a gentle lull. The bustling voices of sailors and dock workers drifted in from outside. They had reached Silspring. He pulled the sheets over his head, wishing to delay the inevitable. His family was out there, within walking distance. Nerves and excitement rippled through him with equal intensity. Perhaps he could check on them from afar and delay the reunion till he felt ready. It was so strange. There was no need to check the wards of his shelter for intruding beasts. He didn't have a list of deadly tasks to accomplish, and he could get as much food he would ever need by tinkling a little silver. Nothing would stop him from lazing around or going anywhere. Overwhelming freedom and limitless possibilities. Hobbs yawned, exposing his little pearly fangs. He arched his back and paused with a satisfied meow. Violet eyes contemplated him silently as the king took in his domain. Morning to you too. Mew. Hobbs jumped off the cot and disappeared in a silver flash before touching the floorboards. He's so much nicer when he's asleep. With a deep groan, Kai sat upright, almost hitting his head on the ceiling. Procrastination never made anything easier. He raked a hand through his hair and donned his new clothes. If he got to hug his family and little brother, he didn't care if they cursed him after. In the cramped corridor outside his door, Flynn was chatting with another passenger, a foreigner judging by his pitch-black hair. His friend's eyes darted to him. Excusing himself from the conversation, he discreetly checked on the state of the cabin before grinning. Got your beauty sleep? Yeah. Kai pressed his mouth in a grim but determined line. I'm ready to go. Come on, stop worrying. Your family will be overjoyed to see you. Then they might want to chain you in the basement for the next 3 decades. But hey, I promise to visit at least once a year. Your generosity knows no bounds. I try my best. Flynn gave him a friendly slap on the back. Do you want me to go first and warn them? Kai grabbed his bags to head outside, taking the time to think. Would that help? Probably not. I've already told them you were too stubborn to die, especially to an orange drake, so I'd need to share the details to make them believe me. Wait, I was killed by a drake. Who said that? He had taken for granted that Surin would cover up his escape, but they couldn't even bother to make up a believable story. That's the official version the Republic stands by. He nodded, amused. No one believed it, naturally. Does my family think I'm alive? A string of hope wove into his tone. If they suspected he wasn't dead, it would make the reunion a lot less awkward. They know there was something shady going on with the circumstances surrounding your disappearance, but Flynn's hesitation closed the picture. They think the Republic is just hiding their responsibility for my death, Kai concluded for him. Probably. I can't say for sure after your funeral. I didn't want to bring up the subject. My funeral, Kai blurted out, stumbling on the uneven steps to the deck. 3 sailors eyed him weirdly but backed away when he stared straight back. I had a funeral. He struggled to moderate his tone. Oh yeah. Flynn's chuckle carried a somber note. I wish you could have seen it. You got a casket and everything. The Republic even provided an urn of ashes to bury. Hopefully they weren't human. That would be morbid. Kai didn't know how to feel anymore. The bustle of Silspring washed over him, making him lose sight of his worries. He should have expected the town to change after visiting High Arbor, but the sheer extent of the transformation baffled him. Long piers branched out from the paved port into the shallow sea. A fleet of boats ferried visitors from larger vessels. Lena moored amidst a forest of masts. While the sun hadn't fully escaped the horizon, sailors and merchants already scurried around like busy ants. Kai couldn't recognize even one of the pastel blue, yellow, and pink establishments that crowded the shore. Everything was alien and new. I can show you around if you want. Half the pubs on the main roads are overpriced traps to rip off wealthy tourists, though they also get the best bards and don't water down their ale. On the inside, it's more of a mixed bag. Flynn pointed out the places he had been to in an endless deluge till they stepped on solid ground. What? Nothing. Kai smiled. He appreciated the distraction. Do you visit here often, a few times a year? It's not hard to learn these things when you talk to people, especially if they've already had a few drinks. You should try it out sometime. Why, I already have you to do it for me. Flynn grabbed his own shirt in dramatic shock. Is that why you're being nice all of a sudden? You're using me. You found out my evil scheme. Kai nodded with a straight face. Now, are you going to lead the way or not? I don't have all day. Fine, but I want the right to snuggle Hobbs in exchange. Be my guest. You can scratch his back all day long if you manage to convince him. Deal. Flynn shook his hand and leaned closer to whisper. Are you sure he'll be fine in such a busy town? Won't he get lost? Spirits, do I need to remind him again that the cat's an awakened animal, an entire grade higher than him? Don't worry, Hobbs can always tell my general direction. He'll nose around, maybe haunt some poor guy and come back when he's hungry. If you say so. Flynn threw a morning glance at the ship, unaware the sly feline was observing them from a roof on shore. Do you want to go directly there or wander around for a bit? Now's fine. Kai marched down the streets, unwilling to let his determination falter. Wait, they moved houses last year. Oh, another piece of his past that was gone. Sorry, it slipped my mind. Flynn scratched his head. They wanted a quieter place for Keen, and that building had too many memories. How much did I miss? The roads grew less crowded the further they were from the port. Flynn attempted to play the tour guide, though Kai couldn't hear a word he said. There were a few flashes of familiarity when they crossed into Posh Town and the Merchant District. The strict confines of Silspring had blurred together with different areas of enhanced mana density. After 2 years in the sanctuary, Yanlun felt like a desert to him. No matter how deeply he breathed, the air was never quite filling. He couldn't fault the mainlanders for comparing the archipelago to mana-starved rocks, but if he had to choose between safety and a dense ambience, he would pick the first every time. There is still plenty of time before Zervathi causes chaos. A new residential district had sprouted up on the southern side of town, fenced little villas and houses of brick and plaster. The closer they got, the faster his heart raced. Kai dried his sweaty palms on his pants. He had been less nervous sneaking into the ice dragon's den. After all I put them through, this is nothing. We're here, a ring of pale green houses with maroon shingles huddled around the inner courtyard, hidden behind an iron gate. Flynn waved to a shriveled old woman on a rocking chair, her snow-white braid coiled in her lap. Hey, Nemila, you look even more beautiful today. I like what you've done with your hair. The grandma grumbled something incomprehensible, though she must have recognized the voice because the enchanted gate clicked open. She watched them enter with one muddy eye. And you're still a sweet talker. Make sure your friend doesn't make trouble. People here like the quiet. Yes, ma'am. Kai was too anxious to care about the comment. The air choked in his throat. It was like his insides were being squeezed and then pulled apart. He could hardly put one foot in front of the other. The mana density doubled across the gate. A willow overlooked the small garden in the central courtyard. Though it couldn't compare to the upper city in High Arbor, they were definitely doing well. You came. A toddler with aquamarine eyes squealed, running towards them, hands stained with mud. He stumbled over a patch of grass but regained his balance without losing the smile. Is he? Kai stood still like a nail in the ground. The boy couldn't reach his knee and was already at the peak of red. The elixir must have worked perfectly. There couldn't be any doubt. Keen jumped straight into Flynn's arms. Mom said you arrived tomorrow. I managed to free up sooner and wanted to see you. You've gotten so fast and big. A few more years and I'll have to look up at you. He spun the giggling toddler in the air before setting him down. Are you being a good boy and not making your mom worry? I'm always good. Keen took a few dazed steps and grabbed his finger. Come, you must see what I made. I will. Flynn easily thwarted the attempts at being dragged off with a fond smile. There is someone I'd like you to meet first. The wide eyes quickly fixed on the only stranger with a pout. Kai studied him back. What do you say to a precocious little brother when you see him for the first time? He wore his brightest smile and crouched on the grass to offer a handshake. It's nice to finally meet you. Damn it. I should have relearned improvisation. His little brother scrunched his nose at the offer and hid behind Flynn's leg. Mom said I shouldn't talk to odd strangers. I'm not a... Keen, I told you to play where I can see you. A woman strode out of a door with a wooden spoon in hand and flour over her nose. Her pace slowed to a crawl when she saw them. Flynn, we weren't expecting you. She froze in her tracks, staring at them and blinking repeatedly. Mom, he managed to force out a monosyllabic sentence. Great job, Brain. You continue to prove a disappointment. His brother shifted his gaze between them, guilt turned to puzzlement. She's my mom. Flynn pulled him aside, whispering an explanation Kai couldn't make out. The courtyard was spelled into silence. Alana trudged forward, her figure grew blurry as tears swelled in his eyes. Kai didn't realize when he moved to meet her. Suddenly they stood in front of each other. Kai, are you really here? She slowly reached to caress his face but stopped short, as if afraid she'd dispel the illusion if she acted hastily. I'm here. I'm sorry that I took so long to come home. He couldn't tell who had initiated the hug, only that their arms were wrapped around each other and his gaze reached over her hair. He just had the presence of mind to prevent himself from crushing her. All that matters is that you're here now. Disbelief still tinged her voice. She made no effort to hold back from squeezing him. Her strength surpassed the peak of orange with her profession. Bless the spirits, I knew they'd bring you back to me. His ribs cracked under her grip, but he didn't pull back or complain. If given a choice, he'd prolong the moment for hours without a second thought. No more words were needed, just silent sobs and smiles. Are you my brother? Keen squeaked. He reluctantly broke the hug to address the toddler staring up at him with a defiant expression. Yes, I'm your big brother. Then why did you make Mom cry? I made some mistakes, but I'll try to do better now. I'm okay, Kiki. Alana dried her eyes on a sleeve and bent to kiss him on the forehead. You see, these are happy tears. You don't need to worry about me. Keen watched them, still unconvinced. My brother went to a place he can't leave. How can he be here? Where was he? He spoke with the blind confidence only a 2-year-old could manage. It's complicated, Kiki. I'll explain it to you. Flynn offered to take his hand. Why don't you show me what you made? I heard you are quite the artist. I came here just to see. Keen chewed his thumb but ultimately couldn't resist the tempting offer. Come, Finn, I show you. Yes, Mom. Kai staggered to follow her furious pace into a luminous house smelling of sausages and coral flowers. He recognized some of the old furniture and the portraits of him and his sisters. A man in a loose green shirt and a morning stubble sat at the kitchen table with a mug. Honey, did Kiki play in the mud again? Mui squinted and scanned him from head to toe. The handle of the mug cracked, spilling tea over the paved floor. You are alive. I knew the story that girl told us was bollocks, but you actually came back. Hi, Uncle, Kai said, still too overwhelmed to formulate a better response. I must tell everybody you're back. Alana vanished into the house, humming to herself. The hunter pulled him into another tight hug, proving he was still bigger and more muscular than him. I knew you were hard to kill, but I didn't dare hope. Did the Republic keep you prisoner? Are you safe now? I should be. They think I'm dead, Kai reassured him. No one should come looking for me. How? It's a long story. Isn't that the understatement of the century? Alana's return saved him from having to delve into the topic. Take a seat. Ale will be here soon. She pushed him into a chair and lit the stove. Did Kia move out already? Kai frowned, though it wasn't completely unexpected. She always had a fiercely independent streak. It's complicated. Kia didn't take it well when you disappeared, and Ale is married now. Married? His voice rose an octave. It was his fault. His sister was only 20. He should have been here to advise her not to settle for some guy. Kai had still not gotten over the shock when Ale burst through the door. She heaved for air, her braids hanging wildly around her head. Mom, I came here as soon as I could when I saw the message. What's the emergency? Her gaze swept through the room, looking for the crisis, then snapped back on him. A hand rose to cover her mouth while her eyes sparkled with tears. Flynn was right. I'm good, you don't have to worry. Kai flexed his biceps in the hope they would stop probing him. He had been stuffed with food till his stomach was ready to burst. Used to burnt beasts and bitter roots, his mom's cooking tasted heavenly down to the last bite. Despite repeated reassurances that he was perfectly healthy, his family wasn't willing to relent. Once Alana was certain he wouldn't starve, she sat beside him and took his hand hostage. She intently watched his every move, determined to make up for the years of lost contact in a single day. Ale wasn't any better. After squeezing his ribs, she hovered over him, poking his body as if he were a fish on auction. You have another scar here. His sister ran a cold finger from his neck to his upper back. Please stop. It's just a scratch. Kai jerked away and buttoned his shirt up. If he let this continue, they might ask him to strip next. I don't even remember how I got that one. He had received 2 claw marks, 1 talon, and an ice blade between his shoulder blades. The advancement to yellow had healed most of his scars, while the deepest wounds turned into thin pale lines crisscrossing his tan skin. Without a proper mirror, he wasn't even sure how many he had. Thank Yede, they don't know how I looked before. Jagged wounds and torn flesh weren't a pretty sight. In the sanctuary, he couldn't afford to splurge on his healing concoctions for vanity, and he received far fewer scars once he had advanced his grade. He looks all right to me, hun. Let him breathe a little. He's not going to disappear. Mui marked the sentence with a look that said you better not. The hunter stood like a sentinel by the window, stealing glances outside. He didn't trust the Republic would let him go easily. I'm not sure whether the truth is better or not. Countless brushes with death dressed in an abundant dose of desperation and fear. The petty squabbles of the military and politicians now seemed so insignificant. Kai couldn't bring himself to care. He wouldn't go around shouting his name from the rooftops, but he wasn't going to hide under a rock either. If any fucker thought they could take advantage of him, they were welcome to try. He's clearly been neglecting himself. Alana shook her head. When was the last time you ate a decent meal? Flynn cooked me dinner in High Arbor. Those were some leftovers I threw together. His friend watched him from the farthest chair in the kitchen, amused at his plight. Hardly a proper meal. Keen sat in his lap with a sulk and puffed cheeks. The toddler was less than enthusiastic about a new big brother who soaked up all the attention. Great. I managed to ruin my first impression. How hard could it be to win over a 2-year-old? The bag of sweets they bought in High Arbor should do the job, or he could enchant some toy. He can't be harder than Kia, he'll probably forget by tonight. That's how children work, right? Looking at the crowded kitchen, someone was still missing. Mom, where is Kia? Is she not coming? Despite their rocky relationship, Kai had expected her to hurry over even just to punch his face. Mom said the situation with her was complicated. Does Kia hate me? His family exchanged a conversation through glances. Everybody was in on it, but nobody talked. What is it? You don't know? Keen squeaked, eyes sparkling at the knowledge he held. My sister is on the mainland. She went to fight monsters, and she's gonna tell me everything when she comes back. She did what? Kai searched their faces, hoping his brother had misunderstood something. No one spoke up. Even Flynn stared at his feet with a guilty look. Keen looked at their silent reactions with a frown. Did I say something wrong? No, sweetheart, you're right. Alana smiled with a hint of sadness. Kendra left a few months ago to travel the mainland. The archipelago was too small for her. Damn it, how could Kai bit his tongue? Once his sister made up her mind, no one could stop her. Going to the continent had always been his grand plan. Perhaps if he had shut up about it, his sister might not have gotten the idea. The mainland was a dangerous and messy place. While his own track record was rather questionable, Kia was more impulsive than him. His mind shuddered at everything that might go wrong. In truth, her choice wasn't that surprising. She was never going to settle for a quiet life, though he wished he could have been there for her. Make Kahali watch over her. Kia matured a lot after you left. Alette tried to lighten the mood. She knows how to look after herself, and she's traveling with a group of islanders. Kai couldn't tell if she was saying that just to make him feel better. He had grown quite a bit himself, though the circumstances were quite different. Do you have a way to contact her? We do, Alana said with a sigh. Letters take a long time to arrive, and it's hard to respond if she isn't staying in the same place. We mostly receive her letters now and then, usually once a month. Why don't you tell us more about you? Where were you? Mui left his guard post by the window since no enforcers tried to leap through. He stood beside Alana and she leaned against him. Dear, his mom held his uncle's hand over her shoulder. Kai only just came back. Oh boy, here we go. It's fine. You deserve to know what happened. He had only been delaying the inevitable. The reunion had gone as well as he could hope except for Kia's absence. Now it was time for the stressful portion. It's a bit of a long story. Flynn took his cue to ruffle Keen's hair. Why don't we go play outside? You can finish your sculpture, but I want to listen to the story. It's just boring adult stuff, trust me. I can tell you a better one. The toddler bit his lip, looking between them. You promise? Flynn offered to shake his pinky. On my honor. I'm a much better storyteller than your brother. He winked before leaving the kitchen. With the innocent ears protected, Kai quickly inspected the room. There was a difference between not cowering before the Republic and being foolish. Those greedy assholes wouldn't let the bone go if they got a whiff of it. The walls on the outer streets were enchanted to muffle sounds. The appliances in the house also had a smattering of runes. A couple cooling and heating enchantments, pumps for water piping, an array to condense mana, and one to remove smells in the bathroom. Nothing suspicious. Kai decided to close the door to be meticulous. Is something wrong? Mui asked with a note of alarm, just checking the house. While Kai wanted to be truthful, he didn't want to share information that would endanger them. The Republic wants to keep what happens at the Virid sites a secret. I can tell you, but you must not discuss it outside this house. Of course, little brother, we're not fools. Aless smiled while Alana slammed her hand on the table. I knew it was them. What did they do to you? Where do I start? Do you know of the beast attacks that spiked a few years ago? Kai painted the situation he had found himself in 2 years prior with broad strokes. The need for a translator of the Vastair glyphs, the spatial anomalies, and the infighting between the military and political wings. We found a hidden realm connected to the ruins spread throughout the archipelago. Soft gasps circled the table. You're not kidding. Ale leaned on the table toward him. You mean there is a whole realm separated from reality here in our archipelago? Just like in the tales, more or less. Kai scratched his head. The reality of the sanctuary was far grimmer than those legends depicted. There were no flying castles or waterfalls of gold. I might as well. With a theatrical swirl of his hand, Kai summoned a long cerulean horn that shimmered like a sapphire. Since he was already this deep, he might as well provide proof. And why not play into their fantasies? How did you do that? Mui blinked, slowly reaching to touch the horn. Did this belong to a yellow beast? I've got a spatial item, and yes, though the drake was already half dead when I found it. He had more impressive items stashed in his spatial closet, but those didn't sparkle quite as much. You mean you landed the finishing blow, by yourself? Aless stared at him with wide eyes. She didn't have as many qualms, grabbing the trophy with a look of reverence. Is this water attuned? Yeah. You mean you were trapped in this realm for 2 years? Alana pulled him into a hug. Oh, sweetheart, that must have been so scary. Iwakai gulped and chose silence before his voice could break. It was quite terrifying, especially during the first year when he lacked the experience, skills, and had a lower grade than most of the beasts there. How could the Republic send a child to such a dangerous place? It's deplorable. Aim. Kai leaned against the cupboard, making the glasses inside clink. A heavy breath escaped his lips. His family had left to organize the feast to celebrate his return and to gather their thoughts. Admitting to his family he had chosen to be trapped was one of the hardest things he had ever done. It had also stopped a flood of ravenous yellow beasts from crossing and got him away from the Republic, but that only made it marginally better. Well, I knew it wouldn't be easy. Le fell silent before excusing herself, saying she left her house in a hurry and didn't want to worry her husband. His mom said it was fine, that she understood, though Kai could tell it wasn't as easy as she made it out to be. Beyond apologizing for what he put them through, forgiveness was out of his hands. For better or worse, it was done. He hadn't gone into details about the sanctuary or Zervathi. That was what the Republic would be most interested in. His family knew nothing. They wouldn't need to worry about a truth-teller knocking on their door. The existence of the hidden realm was a secret, but if it came down to it, he could spread flyers around town to make it public and solve the issue. The governor can deal with the aftermath for all I care. The floor creaked lightly when Mui poked his head into the room. How are you holding up? I know that conversation wasn't easy for you either. The hunter looked more relaxed since he learned about the whole situation. It was my fault for landing us in this situation. Kai looked up at him, heart pounding. Do you forgive me, uncle? He blurted out before his brain could think better. Mui stilled with a pensive frown, then slowly nodded. Yes, I think you've already paid plenty for your foolish decisions, and it wasn't fair that you were put in those circumstances in the first place. It's not the same for them. I had my doubts about what happened, but they buried you, Kai. They grieved and buried you. Alana had only just stopped visiting your tombstone each week. Mui leveled a heavy gaze at him. I'm not saying this to make you feel worse. They need time to accept what's happened. I'm sure they understand, but they can't help how they feel. I see. He appreciated the honesty. Dad, Keen scampered into the house with Flynn at his heels. The toddler proudly lifted a grumpy silver cat in his arms. Look what I found. Can we keep it, can we? Emru Hobbs complained about the indignity with a sullen look, strangely resigned to his fate. A mix of duty and protection flowed through their bond. From the smile Flynn was desperately trying to suppress, this wasn't a coincidence. Mui patiently crouched. Kiki, I told you not to bring strays in the house without asking. That's the hunter froze, staring at the violet cat's eyes. His voice held on with a thin veneer of calm. Put that down. Now, why? Keen thumped his feet and hugged the furball tighter. I want to keep it, don't worry, uncle. Kai chose to intervene before Mui made an enemy for life. Hobbs is completely harmless. He's my cat. Mew. How did you even understand that? Are you peeking through the bond? Sorry, I meant I'm his human. Kai corrected himself, bending to the whims of his overlord. If Hobbs was willing to play with his brother, he could satisfy his narcissistic quirks. But that's. I know. Kai patted the bigger man's shoulder. Mui hobbled away with a pale look. It was impressive that he had seen through Hobbs so quickly. The diabolical cat's camouflage worked differently from the basilisk's invisibility. Space bent to make Mana Observer slip over him. Even a casual inspection would reveal nothing more than an ordinary grumpy feline. Is this your kitty? Keen slumped, disappointed. Yes, but you can play with him as long as you like. Can I? His aquamarine eyes lit up. Of course, I'm sure Hobbs will be happy too. Kai rubbed the furry belly, gritting his teeth when the pest scratched his hand. He loves it when you squeeze him tight. Isn't that right? It's your duty as the older kitty. Keen sauntered away with a gleeful giggle. Aha, the sound of success. Another week and he'll hug me too. What were gods when he could earn the favor of children? You put him up to it, didn't you? Kai stared at the shady mastermind. Without any witnesses, Flynn burst out laughing. Did you see Mui's face? That was priceless. He threw an arm around his shoulders a little more seriously. Anyway, how did your conversation go? As well as it could, I suppose. That good hug, come on, let me show you around the house. Alana said you can have the second best guest room. Did she? Her exact words. Flynn helped him settle in the room on the ground floor. More space, wardrobes, and drawers than Kai knew what to do with. He was wondering whether to sort what to sell and what to keep in his ring when a knock woke him from his daze. Can I come in? Aless stood by the doorway with a slight heave, as if she had run back again. Of course. I think I'll go check Keen and Hobbs don't have too much fun. Flynn hummed, you can stay. Ella nervously played with her braids. I didn't mean to leave like that. Her eyes glistened as she searched for the right words. Flynn gravely nodded, his hand lightly settling on her shoulder. It's okay, you can tell him. He should know I'm your husband. What? Her hand smacked him faster than he could blink. Don't be an idiot, his sister said with a half smile, but that's why you like me. Flynn massaged his arm with a silly smirk and slouched in a chair. Ouch, why did you have to hit me so hard? 'Cause you're a slow learner. Aleh looked at Kai with a sigh. And I married Sabe if nobody's told you. Why did she have to pick that unbearable guy? If someone's too perfect, they must be hiding something. I had guessed as much. Anyway, you don't need to apologize to me earlier. You didn't do anything wrong. His sister sat on the bed, bobbing her head. It's just a lot having you leap out of the sea and back into our lives. I cried when they told us you were dead. We buried the casket, and I grieved you for weeks. Flynn insisted you were alive whenever we had drinks, but I couldn't believe it. Now I don't know. It's just a lot. She's a better sister than I deserve. I understand if you need space. If there is anything I can do to help, just ask. Ale patted the bed beside her. I think it might be easier if I knew what you were up to in that realm. How did you survive? What did you eat? How did you escape? While the ivory stone was familiar, everything else wasn't. Instead of narrow tunnels and buried chambers, the vast halls of the temple were spotless, almost sterile. Flowing script circled the walls and floor in golden tapestry splintered by inky runes. Kai strode across the eerie chambers, careful not to brush the enchantments, his boots echoing through the colossal architecture. Aside from the lack of people, the place hardly looked abandoned, definitely not for 8,000 years. The dense mana saturating the air made his body tingle. Each breath was reminiscent of the suffocating humidity of Greenside, and just as unpleasant. It took a conscious effort to not heave. Drawing in more air would only worsen the symptoms. The last time he had experienced anything similar was during his arrival at Vuria's estate. Even then, the mana gradient hadn't been quite as extreme. Once he adapted to the new conditions, he would replenish his reserves much faster. The promised exit is on the second left. Don't touch anything or wander around. Those treacherous cretins have made the wards unstable with their tampering. The fairy shrilled with condescension in his head. I know. Kai scowled at the god, keeping to the indicated path. He couldn't fathom how the enchantments still functioned after all this time, but he wasn't eager to test them. The currents of mana flowing through the runes were enough to obliterate him several times over. The temple must be a dangerous sight. He was eager to reach a safe place and gather his thoughts. As long as he paid attention to hallowed intuition's warnings, he shouldn't have any problems avoiding danger outside. Then it was only a matter of time till he found a way to escape. If the worst case happened, he could use one of his 3 wishes. Why is it so damn cold? Contrary to the abundant mana, the temperature lingered around freezing point when Zervathi opened a breach in his prison. Tales spoke of hidden realms presenting all kinds of crazy environments, some in defiance of logic and natural laws. Hopefully, he hadn't gotten stranded in a frozen wasteland that would make for a very unpleasant stay. Turn right into the Hall of Abnegation, remain on the left, and continue for 66 strides to the supplicant's steps. You'll be safely delivered to your destination as promised. The godly navigator informed him. Now I shall take my leave. You may call upon my name when you're ready to beg for my aid. My realm has been left in serious disrepair since my imprisonment. To think I have to waste my time on you when there is so much work to be done. Then why are you still talking? Kai noticed the connection snap shut. Praise the spirits. I thought he would never leave. Having regained the privacy of his mind, he strolled through the last stretch. Glyphs and runes etched with gold covered both sides of the Hall of Abnegation, but his desire for safety beat any lingering curiosity. He descended a set of ivory steps 2 at a time, and only realized he had crossed the boundary when the enchantment closed behind him. Chilly gusts and blinding light welcomed him out of the hazardous temple. Boots crunched on fresh snow. One hand rose to shield his eyes while the other wrapped around his torso for warmth. Please, anything but a frozen wasteland. Kai squinted, transfixed at the foreign scenery. A pale sun drifted on the horizon, its edges melted onto the dark sky as if a painter had splashed water onto a fresh picture, or a god has abandoned his realm for a few millennia. For the first time, he actually considered whether he might have bitten off more than he could chew. The dying light didn't offer any warmth. Zervathi's temple was halfway up a mountain. It was hard to judge its size when he was standing on top of it, and clouds shrouded the peak. I'm not on a glacier, so there is that. Kai rubbed his hands together, his breath fogged over his fingers. The sooner he found a warmer place, the better. Looking down the white slopes, panic wrenched his guts. Wait, is that? That explains how they built the sites. Snow continued for a few hundred meters of steep incline until the slope uncovered ivory rocks and a forest further below. It must be where the Vastair had mined the stone for their buildings. There was no trace of a quarry throughout the Baquer archipelago. His dad thought they had used some kind of arcane magic to create it, or transported it across the ocean. The answer was less magical or more, depending on the perspective. I still need to get down. The entrance to the temple was carved into the mountain face, but the cliff prevented him from circling the structure. Unless he wanted to climb down, a snow-covered field was the only viable option to descend. The spooky temple wasn't so bad after all. It could offer him shelter till he figured out what to do. Reminded of his vow of caution, Kai threw a handful of snow on the ivory steps. The ball sizzled into a thin fog. He couldn't go back. The temple gate was impenetrable from outside. It must be how the temple managed to look so pristine. Guess that's a no. Hallowed intuition tore through his thoughts. Kai threw himself onto the ground as a roar shook the mountainside. bearing down with an overwhelming presence. He caught a swirl of wings stirring the clouds before an icy flash illuminated the bodies of two massive monsters. The fight ended just as quickly as it started. Golden ichor rained from the clouds with a scaled wing of the same color. After another thundering roar, the aura retracted, letting Kai breathe again. That was far beyond the basilisk or any other beast he had encountered. A chorus of growls and screeches rose from beyond the cliffside. Kai stole a glimpse of majestic eagles and wormlings diving on the remains when furious whispers of danger drowned his thoughts again. The snowy peak shook and collapsed into an avalanche. He could only cast a shield and let the snow swallow him. I need to get out. Kai crouched in the hollow of a rotting tree, unsure how long he had stayed there. Hungry, cold, and tired. Sleep wasn't an option. A yellow predator could stumble on his shelter at any moment. He needed to be awake to parse mortal danger from the jumble of whispers. How could I have been so stupid? He couldn't tell if it was the fear of being eaten alive or his willpower that kept him together, albeit barely. Since his supplies had run out, he had been surviving on the wild plants he managed to scavenge. The murmurs and herbology stirred him away from deadly weeds, but they were less accurate with those that merely made him cramp or bleed from his eyes. Kai had headed into the forest because of the lower mana density, expecting it would be easier to hunt for food, but battles attracted attention, and fresh blood doubly so. He was forced to abandon half the prey he killed or flee, with the parts he managed to hack off and stash in his ring. Even when successful, he had no way to cook them. The last time he had been foolish enough to light a fire, he was forced to use Dora's elixirs to escape. Flames meant attention, and attention meant death. Another hard lesson learned. He had to work with the elements he had. Frozen meat was easier to break and swallow without tasting it. He needed to gather more food before he grew too weak, but his legs refused to move. The wound from the last hunt pulsed painfully on his side. An instant too late, and a drake would have munched on him. I'm already weak, I'll be too slow. If he lay here, there would be no more pain. He could eat a nightmare berry and be done with it. Though at that point, he might as well use one of Zervatha's requests for a decent meal and a few days in a safe shelter. He might find the will to give this another try if he rested. Stop being an idiot and get up. You're not going to die in a stinking hole. A stubborn spark of pride tugged at him. Kai was sure he had strangled the remaining vestiges a month ago. One wish had gone towards finding a way out of there, and another was reserved to make that plan succeed. That left a single request of wiggle room. If he wasted that now, he might as well doom himself. How else am I supposed to survive? Kai whispered into the darkness of his rotting shelter. He needed to rest, to sleep for longer than an hour. Is that too much to ask? Yes, stop whining and get up. Any wish will just delay our escape. Why must you be such a jerk? Zervathi would need 7 years to regain the necessary power to send him back on his own, basically a death sentence. The current plan lowered the timetable down to 2 or 3 years, given that he managed to fulfill all the requirements. He had no idea how he was supposed to cross the island when he struggled to survive in one place. You can worry about that later. You need to get food. Get up now. Fine. Kai crawled out of the trunk to face the verdant jungle. If he had to die, he might as well do it while standing. Slicing the meat into finer morsels, Kai pushed the bowl along the stone floor of his cave. Is that good enough for your majesty? Mew. The picky kitten appraised the dish with a critical eye. Then his stomach got the better of him, and Hobbs threw himself on the meal with a voracious appetite. At this rate, I'll have to roast your meat next. He had cut his food once on a whim, and now the pest refused to eat it otherwise. It was a mystery how a cat could eat so much while staying so small. After regaining a healthy size, the kitten had barely changed. Hobbs pushed the empty bowl back with his little paw. His violet eyes nailed him with a pleading look. Meow, you spoiled little brat. Kai got down to more slicing. Feeding another mouth forced him to go out more often, though it was a small price for his sanity. Last night, the kitten had even slipped into his bed to snuggle with him. What species are you? While he had only explored the area between the slopes of the Spike and the western forest, the kitten was the first beast with a space affinity he had encountered. It was also the first that didn't try to run away or eat him. Where are your parents? How could they abandon such a cute face? Did you get lost? Hobbs tilted his head, confused why the meal was getting delayed. He was already so slippery that Kai couldn't understand how an adult cat could have died. Well, just enjoy this while it lasts. I need to leave soon, but you can follow. Emro, I have to. I've already stayed too long. I also have a family I want to go back to. Technically, he could stay put for 7 years. Though the longer he remained in the sanctuary, the higher the chances of something going wrong. Despite having gotten better at surviving, he needed to run into the wrong yellow beast only once to be done in. Do you have any idea where I can find an astral harmonizer, a stable gateway, and a manual on ancient elven runes that I can read? Miyu, Hobbs squeaked impatiently. I thought so. Kai gave him the refilled bowl and took out the map. I mean, there at one of these sites. The question is, which one should I pick? Zervathi provided an outline of the island as part of his first wish. The problem was that there were too many potential locations marked. 3 for the astral trinket, 6 for the gate, and 24 where he might glean the Vastaire style of enchanting. Some of these places were probably inside death zones, infested with beasts, or had wards that could crush his body and shred his soul. I should have asked for more information. He could exclude the sites on the spike. It was already a miracle his favor that he hadn't gotten killed on the first day. Climbing the mountain would leave him exposed to aerial attacks, not to mention the monsters that nested on top. That still leaves too many options. I can learn about the runes in every place where I can find the other components, so I can exclude those 2, which leaves 7 possibilities. Kai squinted at the map, hoping to glean some information he was missing. Apart from the areas he had filled out around the forest, there were few landmarks noted. Do you think this is some kind of pit? He pointed to 3 ominous lines on the other side of the island. Hobbs was too busy licking his bowl to share his genius. It must be a pretty large hole to have been marked, or maybe a lake. The area contained all the pieces he needed, but the journey alone would be risky and long. Better if I check closer places first. There remained a single place with an astral trinket, an isle close to the shore beyond the forest. Guess I'm going there. Diving into the sea wasn't ideal, but then again there were no good options, just the least bad ones. Perhaps there was some kind of low tide he could use. The swim didn't look too long anyway, and water was his strongest affinity. You took a swim in a sea full of monsters. Ale hugged one of his pillows with a horrified expression. Well, I didn't know that at the time, and the other options sounded worse. Kai shrugged. He had skipped over the most gruesome and dangerous details in his retelling, but there was no way to make his first year on the island sound cheery. We can stop here, you don't have to listen to more. No, you must finish the story. Flynn leaned forward in his chair. What did you see in the water? Did you find what you were looking for? How did you survive? Ale chewed her lip. I'd feel better knowing how it ends, if you don't mind continuing. Of course you don't have to tell us if you're not ready. Flynn bobbed his head, watching with a pleading expression that said the exact opposite. Kai fiddled with his silver ring, gaze lost in the grain of the floorboards. It's okay. It was a long time ago. I'm over it. His sister rested her hand on his back. You made it out in one piece in the end, right? Not exactly. The isle stood about 2 miles off the coast. Ivory structures covered in algae and vines rose from the dark frothing sea, staunchly buffering the waves. Occasional ospreys and cormorants landed on the ruins. There were no flashes to indicate the presence of defensive wards at least on the outside. Despite the millennia of abandonment, the other site Kai visited on his way here had incinerated a winged serpent. The ruins on the archipelago were only bare of enchantments because the mana density had fallen too low to sustain them. Waiting any longer won't help. He had observed the target for a full day and night cycle 3 days on the outside. There were no low or high tides. The deep waters shifted between rough and rougher, though that made little difference. If he pushed his skills, he could cross the distance in minutes while sustaining a cloak of shadow. Emro Hobbs pushed his head against his leg, always keeping Kai between him and the water. The little guy had no problem finding him each night, though his blinking range didn't reach that far. Kai bent and scratched his ear. Don't worry, I'll be back sooner than you know. Ow, what was that for? The kitten had pawed his hand and mistrustingly watched the turbulent waves. Me, I have to go. It's either this or crossing the island for a place that might be even more dangerous. Kai licked the blood off his hand and applied a balm to close the scratch. This was one of 3 sites that held an astral harmonizer, and it might be the only ruin not protected by active wards. Without the artifact, the gateway would shred him to pieces. Zervathi had been pretty clear on that. I can't wait for 7 years. I need to leave this place. It'll be all right, Kai spoke in a soothing tone as he stroked Hobbs' back, away from the claws. Hallowed intuition murmured of danger below the waves, but that was hardly news. Even on shore, in one of the lowest mana areas he had found, the skill never stayed silent. There were threats in the greenery to his left, threats circling the sky, and even threats buried underneath the sand. Of course, the sea would be no exception. On a more positive note, the essence density didn't increase as far as his senses could reach. He shouldn't encounter anything higher than low yellow. Come on, I can do this. Kai stripped off any clothes that would slow him down and strapped 2 knives to his legs. The sea serpent's sword, ready to be drawn, lay in his ring. His mana reserves were full with an abundance of water and shadow. I'll be back in a jiffy, he cheerfully booped Hobbs. The cat watched him from the cover of a palm with pale blue eyes. In and out. I can be done in under an hour. He checked the whispers for any looming danger and crept forward. His feet dug into the cold sand, pointing toward the closest point to the isle. The deafening roar of the waves erased his memories of the crystal calm of the shallow sea. Just a little swim. When the next wave retreated, Kai leaped into the frigid waters and swam under the surface to escape the waves pulling him to shore. Blessed swimmer told him how to slip through the currents, though the feeling of peace he expected didn't come. He had no time to dawdle. The faster he reached his target, the sooner he could get to safety. The murky waters hardly contained any life, only the dark green kelp swaying in the currents and playful white fishes trying to take a bite out of him. That's better than I imagined. Kai limited mana observer's range to half its maximum radius. Powerful beasts could be alerted to his skill, but from that distance, they would notice him anyway. He channeled his mana into Empower and blessed Swimmer to skim through the sea with minimal resistance. The seabed disappeared into an unnatural darkness with scattered fields of anemic kelps poking through. A whisper of warning prompted Kai to take a hard left. Right, left, lay still. Kai strengthened his cloak of shadow and retracted his senses, floating just below the surface. He disregarded the instinct to run, trusting the skill that had kept him alive thus far. The kelp jerked away as some big fish headed toward him. A pale, emaciated fin poked through the inky blackness below. Murky waters stirred as frenetic whispers filled his mind. Death was approaching, and moving would bring it faster. Not. A ghastly presence washed over him, freezing his blood. Terror gripped his soul. Kai was about to run for his life when the swaying kelp trailed away, the beast having missed him or uninterested in such a stringy meal. Damn fish, you made me lose a decade of my life. Kai stole a breath of oxygen and raced toward the isle as soon as hallowed intuition allowed. The seafloor only grew more desolate, devoid of plant or animal life, just him above a dark abyss. He leaped out on the sea onto a slick ivory slab. His body shivered uncontrollably, but not from the cold. The ruin loomed over him like a cluster of towers half sunk into the sea. I've done it. He dried himself with a spell and took out a pelt to fend off the gust of winds. Most of the entrances had been sealed millennia ago, and a ward protected the only open passage I found that couldn't be seen from the shore. It was just a force shield that rebuffed anything trying to cross, but I had no way to break through. Flynn furrowed his brows. Couldn't you cut through the rock with your echo skill? I almost got fried trying. Kai shook his head. The enchantments protected the entire structure from magical tampering, so you crossed the Dead Sea for nothing. The leg grimaced, now squeezing a pillow in each arm. Did you manage at least to safely go back and look for another ruin? Perhaps I should have. Not exactly. Kai scowled. They couldn't understand his level of desperation. He would have done anything to escape. I had noticed the structure had sunk, so I thought there might be an entrance underwater, and I was right. A dark breach in the stone 24 meters below the surface led deeper into the ruin. Hallowed intuition alerted him of danger lurking inside, not any worse than a day spent in the sanctuary. He had taken a huge risk to reach the isle. He couldn't leave empty-handed. The astral harmonizer was the hardest piece to recover. He could fulfill most of the other requirements with enough time and practice, but this artifact wasn't optional. I have to at least try. Filling his lungs with a mouthful of oxygen, Kai dove toward the passage. The breach welcomed him like a dark maw. He wrapped a crystal with a cloth to soften the light just enough to illuminate the way. The rift cracked the ivory stone through 3 different chambers. Kai squeezed into the upper layer since it had the smaller entrance seen hopefully, the lowest chance of being occupied. The ivory room was vaguely familiar, though larger and with fragments of broken runes etched in the walls. Zervathi had only given precise directions to the location of the site, and not a mote more. Kai avoided the enchantment still pulsing with mana and swam into an empty corridor. The passage led into a maze of chambers, enough to wander for hours. From the glyphs he could decipher, the site was some kind of research facility or place of study. He committed the writings to memory. The language he had found around the sanctuary was much more specific than the one in the archipelago, with more technical elements and less religious undertones. He'd need hours of study to be certain of their meaning. Given his limited air supply, he couldn't afford to dally. Active wards and collapsed passages forced him to loop back around when he tried to enter the upper chambers. He was about to return to the surface when he popped out into a room that still held air. Finally, a little luck. The chamber smelled of mold and death, with a single entrance and blackened runes circling the walls. Whatever their purpose, they allowed algae to cover them, so he felt daring enough to send out a filament of mana. Receiving no reaction, he cast a nature spell to wither the algae off the stone. This is more like it. Kai observed the results of his efforts with a silly grin. A network of circles and lines pulsed in a blue light. Once he made sense of the perspective, he easily matched his memories with what was depicted. He had found a map of the ruin. It was high time my favor paid off. A myriad of delicate runes wove inside the wall and around the map, likely hiding more uses. Some kind of control room maybe. Kai decided not to push his luck by messing with millennia-old enchantments. It's clear enough already. If you wanted to store something important or precious, you'd probably choose a room with fewer entrances, close to the center of the facility. 6 chambers fulfilled the criteria, set in a spiral, each on a different layer. The geometry was far too precise to be a coincidence. With a mix of excitement and apprehension, Kai plunged back into the dark waters. Feeling safer the closer he was to the surface, he headed to the top room first. More chambers contained breathable air, but every passage to the upper levels was barred by wards, buzzing with mana. I should have known. Swimming in a convoluted loop past the defenses, Kai managed to reach the chamber below. An array of flowing runes on the entrance flickered without triggering. Rows of immaculate shelves stood arranged in a circle inside, but whatever they had contained must have turned to dust long ago. Without letting himself get demoralized, Kai dove toward the lower levels. The waters grew colder together, with the whispers of danger still within an acceptable degree. The third chamber was empty, while the fourth contained a hexagonal altar brimming with a strange mana, an affinity he didn't possess. Hallowed intuition advised him to go back like it always did. I'll check just one more. He might have missed a chamber, but his instincts told him he was following the right track. The whispers reluctantly provided another winding path downward. There were hardly any runes active at this depth, or an enchantment that wasn't broken, or shattered by something. I better hurry. Kai released one extra breath he had saved in his ring and used the last specialization of Blessed Swimmer to refill his water mana reserves. He was so close. Pushing against one corner, he dashed into the fifth chamber. Yes, 6 artifacts rested on a circle of plinths and failing runes. Each shone with multiple layers of runes, but a silver pyramid caught all his attention. The shape and iridescent motes blinking over the surface fit the description Zervathi had provided, the first piece to bring him home. Kai stored the astral harmonizer in his ring when the whispers suddenly turned into frantic screams, deafening his thoughts. By the time he turned around, inky darkness was already flooding the chamber like smoke in water. Fuck. He froze a barrier and wielded the sea serpent sword, but the approaching darkness swallowed his shield as if it wasn't even there. He was thrown into the pitch-black nothingness, losing his sense of sight and hearing. Only dread remained. Pain exploded from his right leg as a series of curved hooks cut into his flesh and dragged him down, toward the depths of the facility. Kai desperately channeled every element into his sword and swung. His strike was rebuffed without the slightest give. More hooks dug into his arm, wringing the blade from his hands. He screamed into the inky darkness when an aura far beyond any peak yellow beast silenced him. His mind went blank. Only the certainty that he was about to die remained. He had made a bet and lost, been too confident that hallowed intuition would warn him in time to escape. His magic wouldn't be enough to save him even if he were the luckiest man in the world. He wouldn't be seeing his family, or anybody else again. Please help me. Piercing pain shot up his chest as if his ribcage was being pulled apart, digging toward his heart. As you wish, elfwood monkey child, the haughty voice of the god shrilled. Get your odd-shaped tentacles off my property. A flash of prismatic colors banished the darkness. The next thing he knew, Kai could feel rough sand pressing against his face. He pushed himself up, spluttering and wheezing for air. The ivory isle stood across the sea, miles away. What? His hands searched his body for injuries, but there was no blood. Even the scratch Hobbs had given him was gone. I chose to interpret your request charitably and stitched your fleshy body up. You're very much welcome. You're lucky I was bored enough to watch your idiocy, though this still counts as your second wish. You only have one remaining. He was about to die, then he was not. He had gotten away with the artifact and his life, though he had lost his only protection. There would be no second chances the next time he ran into trouble, not if he wanted to leave this realm. Kai closed his hands to stop them from shaking, though he couldn't stop his teeth from clattering. A cold dread was rooted into his bones. What was that thing? Just some misshapen horror that snuck into my sanctuary while I was away. The fauna of my sanctuary has evolved in peculiar ways without my supervision. To think sapient creatures would dare attack someone blessed by me, truly scandalous. I shall add a culling to my list of chores. Zervathi rambled on about his grandiose plans to regain his glory. Ele wrapped him in a hug. I'm so sorry you had to go through that. You don't have to apologize. I told you I'm fine. You had a literal divinity fish you up from the jaws of a sea monster. Flynn watched him gobsmacked, leaning on the rim of his chair. Stop saying you are fine. You didn't go back into the sea, did you? Ele probed him. I'm not that stupid. That was the first and last time I willingly took a swim. Kai strolled through Poshtown, a soft breeze ruffling his hair. Beyond the line of pastel buildings, the sky was tinged with shades of orange, red, and pink. Even this close to the rainy season, the warmth of the sun lingered in the paved streets beneath his sandals. Much had changed, but underneath its colorful and magical veneer, the archipelago remained his home, filled with lively merchants and the salty smell of the sea. Now there were just more shades of people and goods. Fresh drinks, fresh drinks. Last of the day, a girl advertised exotic drinks from an enchanted cooler, directly from the mainland. Someone brought them across the ocean. Kai couldn't hide the skepticism in his voice. Even with an expanded cargo hold, the weeks of voyage would be too expensive to justify anything but liquors. The girl jolted and did a double take on him, putting on a hasty smile. Yes, sir, directly from the orchards of Namlia. There is nothing more relaxing after a long day of hard work, you have my word. I can sell it at half the price to prove it. Sure, I'll take one. Kai rummaged through his pockets for a handful of coppers. He eyed the coconut and wooden straw with a glint of suspicion. People like a piece of home with a little novelty. The girl promptly justified, mistaking him for a tourist. Sure. Kai took a sip. The pale green liquid had a citrusy scent. The exotic taste was something between apple and orange. If you were to guess, the imported trees were grown in the hinterland of Yanlun, probably around Hawkfield. It's not bad, not sure if it's worth the price of 2 full meals. The cost of living had grown significantly while he was away, and people hardly glanced at the feats of magical engineering. Even among the natives, 1 in 3 islanders wore an enchanted accessory, usually clothes with cleaning or waterproof properties. I like it, Kai nodded at the girl who stood in front of him. Have a pleasant evening. The stares had only gotten marginally better since he wore Flynn's approved clothes. His hair was in order, and he didn't have anything in between his teeth. Kai had worked to conceal his presence, thinking his grade might be the problem. But despite his best efforts, people still acted strange. Whatever, I'll ask Ale later or not. She and Flynn had fussed over him like he was some sort of lost chick. He shouldn't have told them about his lowest point in the sanctuary. No matter how many times he repeated that things had gotten better, they still wouldn't listen. Eventually, he had escaped to get some air. It wasn't all that bad. I can count on a single hand the times I risked getting eaten in the last few months. Finishing his drink, Kai let his feet lead him across Sill Spring. Despite everything that happened, he felt relieved to have shared the story, to have broken down the barrier between him and his sister. Dinner promised to be another awkward affair, but he still had time to kill. He stopped to observe a fire breather who had gathered a small crowd in the main square. The woman danced and jumped through the circles of flames she conjured, much to the awe of the audience. Her acrobatic skills were good, her fire magic not as much, probably early orange. Well, it seems to be working for her. A pile of coppers and more than a few silver messars were already at her feet. Her sculpted features and athletic figure helped, judging by the number of men gawking in the audience. Good for her. Kai added another copper and wandered toward the shopping district. From the windows overflowing with colorful vials and jars of exotic ingredients, Sylphie's alchemy shop seemed to be doing well. A teenage boy with a pair of enchanted spectacles entertained a pair of customers. I'll stop by another time. There had been enough reunions for one day. He didn't even know if Tellu and the old crone knew about his disappearance. Hopefully, Risey was doing well too. The merman had expanded his business beyond the archipelago, though he still visited regularly to keep an eye on things. Flynn reassured him he would know when the merchant came back. Kai roamed through the less flashy districts. After 2 years alone, he enjoyed being surrounded by people if they didn't intrude on his personal space. Each passerby appeared so carefree. The idle chatter of the closing market filled him with a peaceful nostalgia. He grasped at the quiet serenity. A part of him still expected to wake up back on the island, perhaps in the clutches of some dream monster feeding on him. Don't be an idiot. This is not the Matrix. You've escaped. Kai pulled himself off the ivory ground with a groan. A gold and blue mosaic danced on the floor. He stared at the runes till they stopped spinning. He hadn't felt such a migraine since a granite stomper kicked his head. By habit, he cast water to rinse the blood off his face when a sharp pain blurred his vision. The blob splashed over his torn clothes. Fuck, you didn't say it would hurt this much. Kai glared at the ivory fairy, buzzing over 2 years of efforts with a disinterested look. I had forgotten about your peculiar need to state the obvious. The strain is merely temporary. Zervathi snorted with a strident mix of shrill and thundering. You just morphed your vocation. Did you expect it to be entirely painless? Or did you want me to waste my divine might on your superficial comforts? Kai shut his mouth. Arguing with the god was an exercise in futility. Did it work? The fairy waved his dainty hand in dismissal. Naturally. Despite some unexpected surprises, my being is beyond mistakes. You may check the results by yourself and pledge your eternal gratitude. I've outdone myself. You didn't sound nearly as confident earlier. Kai cast the notifications. The culmination of uncountable blood, sweat, and tears, the final missing piece to go back home. Congratulations! Through the eternal wisdom and benevolence of the god of the hidden sanctuary, Zervathi, your profession has successfully completed a horizontal evolution. Mana Child LV10 has transitioned to favored son of the Isles LV7. Warning, due to the extraordinary circumstances of this divine intervention, some experience and levels have been lost in the process. Ding. Congratulations, the god of the hidden sanctuary, Zervathi, has fulfilled your third and final request. The bargain is now complete. The world appeared to slow as his heart raced in his chest. Could he truly go home? Kai checked his status for absolute confirmation. It was all there and more. Will it safely send me back? I've fulfilled your request to the best of my considerable abilities. The fairy fluttered over his head, forcing him to crane his neck. Then why are you still here? He forced down the irritation and respectfully bowed his head. Could you share your precious wisdom one more time? Well. Zervathi scratched his pointy nose. The pest wallowed in his knowledge for a good minute before abandoning himself to a dramatic sigh. I'm too kind for my own good. If you follow my instructions to the letter, I'd say you have a decent chance to reach your destination with all your limbs and sanity intact, though you would do well to double-check that sloppy siphoning array. You're welcome, human, whom who knows I may yet find a use for you. The warmth of the setting sun wasn't a dream. Kai had done it. He had assembled the ridiculous list of requirements and used his new profession skill and boon to tie everything together without getting squished by spatial forces. With one thought, his status appeared on an invisible sheet framed with blue runes. Name, Kai Thailand. Race, human 340, 3180, 500,000 XP. Profession, favored son of the Isles, LV 7 2240, 12,000 XP. Body stats. Strength 36. Dexterity 37. Constitution 41.538 plus 3.5. Mind 4942 plus 7. Spirit 5548 plus 7. Perception 36.533 plus 3.5. Favor 80. Boons, gifts of the earth. Kahali's retribution. Spatial attunement. Profession skills, natural prodigy LV 162. Rippling echo LV 160. Astral pathway LV 17. General skills, hallowed intuition LV 1876. Mana observer LV 38. Empower body augmentation LV 34. Inspect mana analyst LV 27. Mana manipulation, mana weaving LV 23. Mana engraving LV 3 21. Water magic advanced LV 16. Split mind LV 16. Arcane enchanting LV 9. Swordsmanship advanced elemental swordsman LV 7. Familiar hobs LV 5. Runes runic scholar LV 4. Nature magic advanced LV 4. Space magic advanced LV 1. Herbology advanced LV 4696. Alchemy LV 5784. Blessed swimmer LV 5767. Earth magic LV 40. Shadow magic LV 38. Advanced hunting LV 34. Treasure sense LV 29. 2 years of purgatory had pushed him further than he thought possible. Then the surge of attributes and skill slots carried him across the better part of the next grade. He couldn't help but wonder what his old teachers would say. Dora would give him some strange concoction to celebrate. Elijah would probably grit his teeth and mutter, he better not get a big head. Vuria might even raise her manicured eyebrows in a brief moment of surprise. 3 boons and 3 profession skills. He hadn't even known that was possible, and it wouldn't be without the blessings from 3 different divinities. Zervathi had promised him a way to escape the sanctuary if he saved up enough divine power to alter a red profession. When the fairy tinkered with their investment, Yat and Kahali decided to chip in too. Kai had learned that gods could interfere with the guide on his first meeting with Zervathi, though he had failed to grasp all the various possibilities. It was both intriguing and terrifying. This was what 3 minor deities could accomplish. What else was out there? According to his godly ranter, the price requested by the guide grew outrageously high with each subsequent grade, which was why Kai had been forced to not evolve Mana Child beyond Red if he didn't want to be stuck there for 7 years. Well, I can't complain. They even kept the flavor of my old profession skills. If he really had to nitpick a flaw, favored son of the Isles was a bit of a Swiss knife lacking a specific focus. Though that wasn't necessarily bad when it granted so much flexibility. No longer would he be holding back and patiently waiting. Nothing would stop him from evolving it to orange once he met the requirements. I can reach level 10 in a few months, though Astral Pathway will be a chore to train. Space mana outside the sanctuary was pitifully thin, and he had consumed his entire reserves to cast the skill through the network of portals the Vastair had built. Even with Hobbs boosting his affinity, it would be a pain to gather enough iridescent motes. Mom won't be happy if I'm late after I've came back from the dead. Kai continued to ponder his status while he headed home. Alchemy and Blessed Swimmer had lagged behind since it was difficult to practice them in the hidden sanctuary, though he must still be well ahead of his human peers. His skills had only slowed down when they advanced to yellow. Part of it was expected, and part was due to his lack of attributes. To fuel yellow abilities, he needed yellow attributes. Risking his neck daily had mitigated the issue, though it couldn't entirely solve the problem. His mind and spirit struggled to push Mana Observer to its maximum range and precision, and it was even worse for body augmentation. The only exception was hallowed intuition since it relied on favor. What might force someone else to abandon the skill allowed him to shine. The feats for advancing his race before 14 and surviving the sanctuary had been proportional to the challenge. Nicely at the peak of my attributes. Just 20 more till I reach 100. Turning the corner to his cluster of houses, Kai approached the granny napping by the gate. "Hi, I'm." Her cloudy eyes shot open, pointing a gnarly finger at him. "Alana's delinquent son. Your mother made me lose what little hearing I had left to ensure I would recognize you." The old woman grabbed her white braid like a garrote. "I don't care what trouble you caused, but you'll only get one warning from me. You better start behaving, kid. Your mother doesn't need more worries, and neither do I understand." Kai was too speechless to respond, so he only nodded. "Good, now hurry along. I've taken care of 33 sons and nephews." The granny listed off as if she were talking about a kill count. "I know how to discipline children like you." "Yes, ma'am." He ran inside the gate, cautiously extending his senses when he passed by her. She was yellow in both race and profession. Her threat suddenly gained a new dimension. "I'm sure we just got off on the wrong foot." Kai, Alana came running from the courtyard and threw her arms around him in a quick hug. "I was about to come looking for you." "Did you get lost?" "Sorry, Mom. I was just curious to see how the town had changed. I didn't mean to make you worried. It's fine, I know." Kai put a hand on her arm. "Tomorrow's Keen's birthday, but the day after we can go together. You can show me the best places to buy fish or walk the promenade." He wasn't exactly sure what his mother did for fun. Alana held onto his hand. "That would be nice. But do you think I only know how to buy groceries?" "No, how did he manage to put the foot in his mouth again? He might need to think again about picking a social skill. Is everything ready for dinner?" "I wouldn't want to make you burn something. Don't worry, everything's ready. We're just waiting for your sister and Sabe. He's coming too, of course. He's your sister's husband. Hopefully the father of a few children too. Spirits know that you and Kia are not making me a grandma before I'm gray and withered. Please stop." Kai covered his ears. "You're still young, there is plenty of time." His mom ignored him, humming to herself. "I'd like a few more babies around. Keen would have someone near his age to play with. He has difficulty relating to his peers, and you also have to think about marriage now that you're an adult." Kai gently squeezed her hand. "Mom, that's not going to happen." Alana chuckled and lightly slapped his chest. "You always had a flair for the drama. Wait till a girl sweeps you off your feet. That's not going to happen." Kai headed to the southern beach with his family at the brink of dawn. An elderly couple strolled along the waterside, and a man was jogging in the distance. The scenery would be close to perfect if it weren't for the pieces of broken glass abandoned around a bonfire, likely the result of teenagers or tourists having fun the previous night. "Damn litterers," Kai grumbled. Living near a town of thousands, this was the best they would get for a sacred ceremony. The northern beach would already be trodden with fishermen and sightseers. He let his family walk ahead while he gathered the sharpest fragments. Shimmering shards floated into a sphere under his palm. It was hard to distinguish the smallest slivers buried in the sand, but glass was nothing more than a mixture of molten rock. He got the job done by consuming more earth mana. "Neat trick." Flynn gestured to the floating ball of glass. "Can you do that with dust too?" "I know some people in High Arbor who would kill to find a magic cleaner. It wouldn't be efficient, but dust wasn't far from dirt either." Kai grunted and crushed the glass into fine powder. "Probably. I've never tried." "Come on, stop brooding. The beach is practically pristine. You should see the weird garbage they find in High Arbor." "I'm not brooding." Kai pursed his lips. He probably was. "I just want this day to be perfect for Keen." His own second birthday was amongst one of those perfect memories he cherished. The pride of his parents, laughter with his sisters, learning 2 new skills and almost drowning. Mom was pretty upset, but it wasn't that bad. The trash was another reminder that times were changing, whether he wanted it to or not. The concept of litter didn't even exist in Whiteshore. Flynn poked his ribs. "You were zoning out again," he justified, leaping back to avoid retaliation. "We're all here, that's what matters." Keen doesn't care about the beach, but he'll remember his brother's melodramatic face. I don't have a hand raised to his face to check. "Fine, you're right. Of course I am. Now why don't you give Keen a little encouragement?" Flynn grinned, just dropped the look of "I'm about to murder someone." Okay. It was a chance to bond with his brother. The toddler was standing alone by the shore while Alana discussed the last details with Mui. Kai strolled up to him, dragging his feet on the sand so as not to jolt him. "I'm sure you'll do great." He offered an encouraging smile. Keen glanced up and then back down at the sand, biting his lip. He raised his thumb to his mouth, only to realize mid-gesture and let his arm hang down. "What do I say now?" Ale robbed him of the opportunity. "It's okay to be nervous, Kiki, but the ceremony is really nothing to be scared about. We'll all be here with you, and later we can open your gifts and eat yummy food." She extended her hand. "Can you be brave for me?" "Yes." The toddler bobbed his head and held onto his sister. "Okay, let's go prepare. Do you remember what you need to?" "What did I do wrong?" Kai exhaled a slow breath. "He just needs more time. He met you yesterday, and I can barely believe that you're back myself. Why is he here again?" Kai turned to confront his nemesis. Sabe's obnoxiously handsome face looked at him with his perfect teeth. "Ella didn't tell me all the details, but if you need anything, I want you to know I'm here." The tan pearl hunter offered a friendly and unrequired pat. "We're family now. How could I let this happen?" As if a lump had gotten stuck in his throat, Kai fought the urge to not choke. Unfortunately, he had promised his sister last night that he would try. No problem, man. Sabe lit up like a praised puppy. I'm happy to help. You get one chance, one wrong step and I'm on to you. Before the crowds of the day could swarm the beach, his mom began the ceremony with Mui at her side. I ask for the favor of Kahali, the venerable spirit of the sea and protector of our shores. Grant us your favor and accept my son into your waters. May he join his ancestors. Lana chanted at the sea while Keen waited beside her. Having been blessed by Kahali put Kai in an odd position. He had been touched by the first 7 waves, a good omen, though he didn't know whether the Great Spirit actually cared about the ceremony or if it was a purely human invention. Contrary to the chatty fairy, the spirits had always preferred a hands-off approach. Alet tightly held Sabe's hand, leaning against his shoulder. What if the waves don't come? The tide is almost low. I don't want him to be disappointed. The spirits won't let that happen, Kai stated with absolute certainty. He wasn't going to let chance or the whims of a god decide his brother's fate. Adding a little oomph to a wave with water magic would be easy. Flynn gave him a conspiratorial wink. I've got a good hunch about this. Forevermore amidst your waters, Alana finished her plea. Keen extended his little hand on the sand, waiting to receive the approval of Kahali to step into the sea and learn to swim. I should wait for a bit not to be suspicious. Up to 70 was still considered. Kai froze when the first wave washed over Keen's palm and splashed his face. With a gleeful squeal, the toddler scrambled into the sea. Surprised cheers echoed as his family crowded around him. Damn, you got really good. Flynn threw an arm over his shoulder and whispered, I was looking for it, but I couldn't perceive a thing. I didn't do anything. Of course not. Flynn winked again and joined the celebration. Is my brother really favored by Kahali? It could be a coincidence, but it was the very first wave. Kai would have understood the second or the fifth, but that wave had come almost unnaturally strong. Had the spirits actually taken an interest? Keen's joyful laughter interrupted his thoughts. The toddler would have already learned swimming if he weren't forbidden by tradition. He was having the time of his life splashing in the sea. Alana and Mui watched on with proud looks and bright smiles. It probably doesn't matter. Kai went to join the battle of splatters. You cheated, Flynn sulked, drying his hair with a towel back at the house. Everyone uses what they've got, Kai replied with a grin. You have your physical attributes and I have my spells. It only seems fair. After Keen had learned swimming and gone to shore to take a nap with his parents, the water battle had devolved among the so-called adults. Kai had the lowest strength without using body augmentation, but that hardly mattered when he could control the sea. Even with Aled joining forces to wrestle him underwater, Kai could just cast a bubble around his head. Their fruitless attempts to drown him were adorable. Flynn crossed his arms. You're no fun, because I didn't let you win. You almost drowned me. I don't think I've ever drank so much seawater in my life. Kai felt a pinprick of guilt, though he couldn't remember the last time he had this much fun. I appreciate your sacrifice, and I'm happy to give you a rematch anytime you want. Next time. I will choose the terrain, though. Deal. Kai patted him on the back. Water magic was far from the only trick in his arsenal. He was curious to see if his friend had kept up the training. Come on, I don't want to make Keen wait. They walked into the living room already set for another feast. His mom was still convinced he was undernourished and needed to stuff him like a calamari during the festival of the tides. Mio. Hobbs sauntered into the room from his morning of mischief at the market. The little diva quickly got the attention he wanted. Kitty. Keen raced towards him with starry eyes to scoop the furball into a hug. I missed you. Hobbs sent a wave of grumpiness through their bond and endured the scratches with a stoic purring. Such a hero. It's his birthday, you can survive a few belly rubs. Emro. Fine, I owe you a fish. Yes, a very big one. The glutton became quite enamored with seafood since he had arrived in the archipelago. In the sanctuary, the sea and its creatures had always been off limits. It's time to eat, Kiki. Alana picked the boy and cat up. Aren't you hungry? I prepared all your favorite dishes. Can the kitty eat with me, Mommy? Keen pleaded with innocent eyes that Kai suspected weren't entirely innocent. Mew. Hobbs matched his puppy eyes, lifting his silver paws. The familiar bond was a two-way street, and the furball grew more devious by the day. Faced with such weaponized cuteness, Alana was forced to yield. I'll find something for the cat to eat. Now go sit, Kiki. Yes, Mom. Keen scurried to obey and dragged a chair beside him for Hobbs. Plates of steaming lobster, spicy purple sauce, and icy drinks quickly filled the room with a delicious smell and lively chat. Kai was glad to enjoy the food and leave the spotlight to his brother. He wasn't the only one surprised by the ceremony. Had Kahali blessed Keen, was he destined to become a great seafarer? Apparently, this wasn't the first peculiar event to befall his little brother. His exceptional results could be attributed in part to his grade, but some details still gave Kai pause as Alana recounted the stories. Either he's extremely lucky, or he's actually beloved by the spirits. During the whole conversation, Keen was more interested in feeding Hobbs samples from each plate. The cat perched on a chair, smelling each bite before he accepted or dismissed the offerings with an imperious wave of his paw. They might be a bad influence on each other. Kiki, don't give him food from the table. I've already prepared a plate for him. Keen stilled with a crab leg dipped in sauce in his hand. Kitty likes this more. His aquamarine eyes look up pitifully. Mio. Hobbs voiced his agreement, throwing a contemptuous glance at the plate on the floor. Don't make me repeat myself, Kiki. You know the rules. The food stays on the table. Daddy. Keen turned his baby charm toward the weaker target. Mui hurried to hide his smile when Alana looked at him. It's his birthday, honey. We can make a little exception. The hunter caressed her arm. Fine, but just for today, his mom reluctantly relented. And no more sauces or gravy. The floor is already a mess. Maybe I shouldn't have encouraged them to play together. Kai resolved to keep an eye on them. After a 4-course meal that left his stomach bulging, he helped his sister carry the dishes into the kitchen to escape the coconut and white berries pie. Sometimes I wonder if Mom isn't also trying to kill me. I'm about to explode. It wasn't this bad when I was a child. Alette put the plates down in the sink and gave him a puzzled look. You truly don't know. His brows furrowed. What do you mean? Remember that winter when we lost Dad and almost starved to death? Oh. How did I never put that together? Mom shows love through her food, and it makes her happy to know we're well fed. Alette gave him a one-arm hug. Just hold on, little brother. She'll slow down once she knows you're not going to disappear on us. They walked back to the party. Lunch was wrapping up and Keen was excitedly jumping around awaiting his gifts. I kept a slice for you, sweetie. Alana presented Kai with a plate of snow-white pie. It looks delicious. I'll eat it later as a snack. Kai motioned to his brother. Keen looks eager to open his presents. You're probably right. Alana went to make the excited toddler sit down before he vomited the food. Mui presented his gift first. Kneeling before his son with a proud smile, he took out a finely woven bracelet with 4 wooden charms, a tree, an anchor, a conch, and an arrowhead. I got this from my dad when I was your age, like he did with his dad before him. Each one added a symbol to pass to the next generation. And one day, when you're big, you'll carve one too for your son or daughter. Keen stared at his wrist with an open mouth. Make sure to always wear it so it will bring you good luck as it did for me. Yes, Daddy, it's my turn then. Alana brought out a silver pendant with 2 crossed concentric circles, the sacred symbols of the archipelago. May the spirits always watch over you, my love, she said, kissing him on the forehead. Sharing a glance with Ale, Flynn walked forward. Guess I'll go next. This is for my favorite 2-year-old. With a dramatic wave and a twist of his wrist, he produced a wooden knife, big enough to be a sword for a toddler. The wood was enchanted to look like metal while having no edge. Mui watched with an amused look, quickly hidden when his wife glanced at him. Thoughtful gift, Alana stressed the word with her lips pursed. Of course, but keep in mind this weapon is a great responsibility. You must promise me you'll only use it for good and to slay evil beasts. The toddler solemnly nodded. Good boy. Flynn ruffled his hair with a fond expression. How is he so good at this? This is unfair. You can go first, Ale whispered to Kai. We'll go for last. Okay. He strode forward, quickly extinguishing his brother's smile. Damn it, what am I doing wrong? Maybe I should give him Hobbs. No, that would be a disaster. He had the enchanted trinket and sweets he bought in High Arbor, but that couldn't compete. Presenting his empty palm, he made a shimmering blue crystal appear from his ring. This was the treasure of a flood wyvern. It doubles the water mana in an area. You can probably use it in an array to improve the effect, but it works quite well by itself. Kai smiled at his brother's odd look, only to realize the whole room had gone silent and was gawking at the mana treasure. It also makes a pretty light if you shake it. He gave a quick demonstration that made the crystal illuminate the room in shades of turquoise and teal. Here, don't lose it. The toddler stared at the sparky gem with a transfixed look. I think he likes it. Kai plopped back into his seat. Finally, he had got something right. You weren't joking, Flynn elbowed him. Did you really get that from a wyvern? Why would I lie? Our brother always likes surprises. Alette chuckled and walked forward holding hands with Sabe. Our present doesn't sparkle as much, but we dived into an underwater cave guarded by a cranky crab to get it. She bent down to place a pendant adorned with a shiny black pearl over Keen's head. With a hand on her stomach, his sister continued. We also have another gift. She smiled at their mother, who slowly covered her mouth. But you'll have to wait a few months for that. Cold sweat drenched his shirt and his heart thumped furiously. Kai crouched on a hard wooden surface, ready to jolt into action. One hand was wrapped in warm sheets, the other tightly gripped his sword. Where is the threat? The whispers were silent, he wasn't in danger. Panic receded, slow like the tides. No wounds on his ankle either, just 2 sets of thin symmetrical scars that had long since healed. Squinting in the dark, he could faintly make out the outline of the guest room in his family house in Sill Spring. He was safe, just another nightmare. Damn it. Kai put away the sword and took out an enchanted light to ascertain the state of the bedroom. He had pushed the bed sideways and dented the headboard. Getting the furniture back into place was easy, but he couldn't shape dead wood. Nature's domain was about living things, or nurturing life from death in a cycle. I'll ask the carpenters in the market. Someone must have a way to fix it. He scrubbed a hand through his hair. The last thing he needed was his family fussing over him with worry. They had just managed to rebuild a veil of normalcy with Keen's birthday, and he wanted to keep it that way. Why do you have to complicate things, foolish brain? More by habit than foresight, he had already installed dampening talismans. The enchanted scraps of mana trees blocked sounds from leaving his room, while allowing him to hear what happened outside. No one else would be made aware of the racket tonight. Kai took off his shirt and cast a water spell to rinse off the sweat. After surviving the sanctuary, his mind insisted on complicating his life with such nonsense. He had dared to hope it was over when he slept through the previous night. No such luck. I just need a few more weeks. Emru, Hobbs perched on his wardrobe, watching him with deep blue eyes. With a graceful leap, the cat landed on his bed and stretched his limbs. How long have you been watching, huh? Kai scratched the furry troublemaker behind the ears. His restlessness must have flown through their bond and alerted him. Me, the lovable pest rubbed against his outstretched arm, sounding almost worried. I just had a bad dream. Next time I'll close the connection before Sli Ahi. Kai jolted back, his arm now sported 3 thin red lines. Hobbs watched him with a disgruntled look. Emru, okay. Kai raised his hands in exasperation. The bond stays open. With a curt meow and a swish of his fluffy tail, the cat overlord disappeared in a silver blink. I can't tell if he loves me or wants me dead. It was pitch black outside as the moons were hidden behind a layer of clouds. Kai slumped on his bed to get a few more hours of sleep, but slow, regular breaths couldn't rid him of the bloody fangs he saw when he closed his eyes. Looking for a distraction, his thoughts moved to his family, Keen's future, his sister's coming baby. Spirits, I'm going to be an uncle. Kai turned under the sheets, unable to sleep till the warm rays of dawn filtered through his window. On the floor above, a bed lightly creaked as someone got up. Good enough. He slipped out of his room and into the bathroom. The icy water erased his sleepiness, though it couldn't erase the dark bags under his eyes. I mean, they're barely noticeable. The problem with having a family gifted with superhuman perception was that they tended to notice these details. Kai fought down an unruly curl with water magic to look less disheveled and headed into the kitchen. I promised Mom we'd go out together today. Mui was already at the stove, cooking some kind of reddish pancakes that smelled of fruits and burnt sugar. Morning had trouble sleeping. The hunter commented after taking a single glance over his shoulder. Damn it, I stayed up reading my old journals. When did I become such a shitty liar? Mui's tone remained jovial. Really? No, he admitted. I woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't get back to sleep. I see, why don't you take a seat? Mui flipped the pancakes in the pan. These are Keen's favorites. I thought you might like them too. A dozen reddish pancakes with honey and berries were quickly served on a plate. Seeing the hunter's hopeful gaze, Kai helped himself to breakfast and added an extra dose of enthusiasm. These are great. Kai covered his chewing mouth to speak. It's not my fault if you've all become such great cooks. I'll take the compliment, even if I don't know how deserved it is. His demeanor turned more serious, lacing his finger above the table. I know you went through a traumatic experience. It's normal if you're having trouble adapting to living in a safe place. You don't need to tell me any details unless you want to. Mui halted him. Just be patient with yourself. It'll take time to recover from 2 years in that place. He pursed his lips, but I'm ready to move on. It's not that simple. Mui's eyes lit with sympathy. If you're having nightmares, it could be your mind telling you're not ready. Kai sank in his seat. He had successfully escaped the island. Why couldn't he forget about it and go on with his life? A deep sigh escaped his lips. It's just strange being back in town, and people in the streets keep staring at me for some reason. They know I don't belong here. Mui burst out in a hearty laughter. Sorry. Despite his attempts to suppress it, his lips kept curving upwards. Have you tried not looking at passers-by as if they're tonight's dinner? I'm not. My aura is perfectly contained. Kai remembered a similar conversation with switched places. Maybe that was why his uncle found it that hilarious. It's not about your presence. The hunter looked for the right words. It's your demeanor. What about it? Is there something wrong with my face? His hand rose to his nose and cheekbones. You look at people as if you're determining whether they're predator or prey. It can be a bit intense and unsettling, especially for strangers. Kai silenced his instinct to deny it. He had spent 2 years hunting and being hunted by beasts. Perhaps it wasn't the wildest theory. How do I fix it? I'm not exactly the most approachable, Mui muttered with a frown. Everyone else in this house might be better to ask. Maybe try to look more relaxed. And how do I do that? This is going to take a while. You sure you don't want to come? Ale leaned on the prow of the boat. A month after the announcement, the belly bump still wasn't visible, though her hand often wandered there. Sabe carried a waxed canvas bag on one shoulder and a coiled rope on the other. We know the area quite well. It's perfectly safe. I've got a skill to check if there are beasts nearby. Kai wished the man knew about hallowed intuition to see how funny he sounded. I'm good. I promised Keen we'd build a magic shelter together. While they hadn't exactly set a date, today worked as well as any other. It'll have to be another time then. Sabe loaded the ship with a disappointed slouch. You still owe me a rematch, next low tide, and don't blame me if I still find more pearls. Their last hunt had been good training for treasure sense. I told you I'm pretty lucky. To say Kai liked the guy would be a stretch, but he could now look at his face without feeling the need to punch it. We'll see. I won't underestimate you again, mage boy. Zabe's grin burned with fiery competitiveness. I'm still in time to strangle you. Don't spoil Kiki too much. Aless stepped between them, and don't grow another tree in the courtyard. You gave old Nem a fright. Next time she might actually kick you out. That granny made so much fuss about a little sapling. It barely reached over the house. Don't worry, you won't find a leaf out of place. Kai gave his word. One of the essential characteristics of a good shelter was that it had to be concealed. He could compress the earth below the garden to create a secret chamber or two. Keen will like that. Alette arched an eyebrow as if she saw right through him. Kai. Be safe, I'll see you at dinner. He waved goodbye to the couple. They had started to go purling without a low tide to keep ahead of the growing competition in Silspring. The boat rode with synchronized movements away from the moor. Kai strolled down the pier. He wasn't scared of the sea, but it unsettled him when he couldn't see the shore, or he had to dive into a dark underwater cave too deep to sweep with his skills, one step at a time. He had improved his demeanor with Alea and Flynn's help. His gaze casually wandered without stopping on any one person. No heads turned to stare. Well, almost nobody. A skinny girl about his age eyed him from across the pier. When he reciprocated the look, she scampered away. What's that about? She's the weird one. In the end, he did only need time to adapt. Longer than he had envisioned, but he was still making progress. While the nightmares hadn't disappeared, he could usually tell when he was in a dream and stopped breaking the furniture. Baby steps. When he had tried to solve all his fears and paranoias at once, it only made them worse. Palaces were built one brick at a. Hey, a pair of hands grabbed his shoulders. Kai jolted back and narrowly managed to avoid falling into the sea. He glared at the smiling jerk that had sneaked up on him. Was that necessary? Yup. Flynn cheerfully nodded, wisps of shadow dispersing around him. I can finally get behind your back without you noticing, and that would be a good thing, of course it is. Flynn watched him like a proud, weird uncle. It means you feel safe-ish. Kai threw him a dirty look. 1 month outside and his instincts were already slipping, so when I die in an ambush, at least I'll have been in a relaxed mood. Oh, don't be a silly crab. I still had to use my skills, and if I had bad intentions, hallowed intuition would have warned you. That's why you picked the skill. You're just pleased you managed to sneak up on me, Kai grumbled, failing to find any reasonable objection. Well, I can't deny it, but that doesn't mean I'm not right, Flynn said with a cheeky grin. Learning to relax when there aren't any threats around is a good thing. Otherwise, you'll just go crazy. Despite his desire to rob him of his smugness, Kai could see his point. I guess you aren't totally wrong. Anyway, I thought you weren't due for another day. When did you get back? Oh, about 10 minutes ago, give or take. An old friend gave me a ride. Old friend? Kai stopped in his tracks. Rizey is back in the archipelago, and people say you can't be smart and pretty. Flynn ruffled his hair, but Kai was too zoned out to care. He had broken their contract by disappearing and likely cost the merfolk no small amount of messars. Does he want to see me? Of course. I told him you were alive. I hope you don't mind. I couldn't resist making him spill his fancy tea. You should have seen how his crest shot up. I've never Flynn described the merman's shock with gusto. Is he waiting for me right now? Kai scanned the ships moored at the dock. I told Keen I'd play with him. I can do that for you. I need to remind Kiki who his favorite person is. We can't all grow a colossal oak to buy his favor. It wasn't that big, not compared to the ones in the sanctuary. Kai, you planned to build a treehouse on it. It was pretty damn huge. Flynn followed his gaze. If you're looking for Rizey's boat, it's over there, the one that oozes wealth and opulence. He pointed to a 3-mast vessel with shimmering silver sails and a dark hull, floating 100 meters offshore. I just walk over there. Just tell the guys on the boat over there I sent you, they'll bring you on board. I can accompany you if you want. No, it's fine. Okay, then I'll see you at home. I'll tell your mother you might be late. Don't let that greedy fish rope you into some deal. Yeah. Standing on the pier alone, Kai realized he hadn't been paying attention to who would ferry him onto the ship. I'm pretty sure Flynn said the guys over there. The issue was he only had a vague notion of where there was. 24 boats crowded the area, and he wasn't in the mood to talk to strangers. It won't be any weirder than coming back from the dead. Weaving a veil of shadow, Kai walked off the wooden pier and into the sea. Forcing a moving surface to be solid without freezing it first would have been tricky before he learned split mind. Now he easily skipped over the waves, dropping his cloak when the vessel loomed over him like a marine behemoth. He could leap on board, but hopping on uninvited wouldn't be polite. Guess I should knock. Kai tapped the black hull with his knuckles. Excuse me, maybe I should speak louder. He had never liked shouting. Luckily, a young sailor leaned over the railing to check for the disturbance. Putting a month of effort to good use, Kai wore his most approachable smile and friendly waved. Down here. Hello, I'm. The man darted back with a yelp and a pale face. Rude. There was some arguing, but the arrays of the ship scrambled the sounds into an unintelligible noise. I should have known it was you. A familiar scaled face stuck his head out with a bright yellow and green crest, looking down amused. Flynn told me you were back, but I couldn't believe it. Risey turned to yell over his shoulder. What are you waiting for? Get him on board. Feet shuffled above to let a rope ladder fall beside his head. Kai quickly climbed the rungs, stepping onto a deck humming with enchantments. Half a dozen sailors stared at him as if he were a ghost coming to haunt them, the other half with wary suspicion. Hi, his sunny disposition only made the young crewman shrink back. Stop being such babies, he's a boring old human. I don't pay you to gawk at my guests. Get back to work. Risey ordered the sailors away. The merman's pale blue eyes scanned him from head to toe with an approving nod. Look at you, all grown up. You sure do know how to make an entrance. Kai looked at his feet, embarrassed. I didn't mean to scare your crew. Don't mind them. Sailors are a superstitious bunch. Risey dismissed his worries with a wave, causing the embroidery of his silk robe to shine. Come, we have much to discuss. A lot has changed since you disappeared. Risey led Kai to the captain's cabin, located at the ship's stern, carrying himself with an air of authority. The merman had grown taller, and his angular face gave a more adult appearance. Make yourself at home. He closed the sliding door behind them. The mana density increased tenfold inside. A lacquered desk covered with documents and artifacts used as paperweights took center stage. Detailed nautical maps and vibrant paintings adorned the walls. This ship must have cost him an arm and a leg. He itched to analyze the network of runes woven through the vessel. His skills could pick apart the cloaking to uncover the secrets hidden beneath. Alas, Kai had to curb the impulse in the name of politeness. Please take a seat. Risey fluttered around the desk, fiddling with an enchanted golden contraption. His dignified appearance vanished in the blink of an eye. Sorry for the awkward welcoming. There are quite a few legends about sirens, drowned spirits and monsters calling from the water to lure sailors to their death, and it was better if you didn't introduce yourself in front of the crew. Kai furrowed his brows, unsure what to make of it. Risey took out a set of porcelain cups, a teapot, and 3 boxes emblazoned with a delicate painting gall glowing with yellow mana. The golden gizmo turned out to be a glorified water heater. I've got Dry Autumn River, Winter Passion, and Immortal Sunrise. I need to restock. Which one would you prefer? Kai had absolutely no idea what any of those names meant. Why don't you pick for me? I'm fine with anything. Risey scratched his neck as if he faced a difficult dilemma. I think Immortal Sunrise fits your situation the best. It's a mix of Raphelia, Teutania, and another dozen herbs found in the desert of the Golden Coast. His light blue scales assumed an intense hue. I'm rambling, aren't I? After you vanished without a word, I didn't imagine I'd see you again. Risey went to brew the tea with intense focus. It's okay, I'm sorry about disappearing. Kai let his gaze wander over the gaudy furnishings, the chair creaking under him. I was forcibly recruited by the Republic, and things didn't go as planned. Risey poured 2 cups. You don't need to tell me anything, but you deserve an explanation. Is your disappearance in any way linked to military movements in the archipelago? The merman raised a webbed hand to stop him. No, don't answer that. I've already got an idea of what happened, and I'd rather maintain plausible deniability. Don't tell me anything. Kai was somewhat comforted by Risey's awkwardness. Risey, I know we had a deal for my alchemy. Don't mention it, I've already torn up the contract, though we should probably add a kidnapping clause to any new agreements. He chuckled. Sorry, bad joke, it's fine. Kai blew the steam off the cup and took a sip. A spicy flavor with hints of honey and exotic herbs mixed in his mouth. He could feel the distinct image of a crimson sun rising over golden dunes. It's quite good, of course. This is my private stash. The tea seemed to settle Risey's nerves, and a genuine smile lit his face. I'm really glad that you're alive and well. Me too. Coming back was complicated. Kai didn't know what to say without mentioning the sanctuary. You seem to be doing well. Is the ship new? I bought it last year. The merman said with a proud look. You don't want to spare any expense when traveling across the open ocean, not if you want to make it back in one piece. I heard you've expanded your trade beyond the archipelago. How long before you become the richest person on the continent? Don't flatter me. That will require at least a decade. Risey chortled and jumped into a retelling of his travels. After creating the largest trading company in the archipelago, he had set his sights beyond, though the competition on the mainland was much stiffer. Enough about me. The merman poured him another cup of tea. Have you thought about what to do next? I assume you're still presumed dead by the Republic and would like to keep it that way. That would be ideal. Kai nodded. He couldn't live in Sill Spring forever. While no one had said it out loud, his family knew his plans hadn't changed. I want to travel to the continent. The logistics were still nebulous in his mind. He chewed his cheek. Can you give me a ride there? I can pay, of course. The merman shuffled into his seat. It's more complicated than you think. The military does random searches of every vessel that enters and leaves the archipelago. I'll find another passage. No, it's okay. Risey glanced at the large painting of a meadow beside the desk. There are ways around the searches, but it won't solve the problem when you reach the mainland. Almost every city and town requires an identity document to enter and access the amenities. Damn bureaucracy. It always has to complicate everything. Is there no other way to get an ID? Money isn't a problem. Risey took a sip and peered at him closely. Are you suggesting I provide you a way to break the law? No, I didn't. Risey burst out laughing. I'm just messing with you. You should see the look on your face. He chuckled again. If you want to be a farmer or a small artisan in a town, then yes. There are ways to get a document under the counter, but there are few people who have reached yellow at your age. The higher you climb, the more scrutiny you'll receive. Why is there never any good news? Kai downed his cup, the tea soothing his irritation. What should I do? You can start by not alerting the Republic that you're still alive. They might not be looking for you now, but if you keep walking on water, someone's bound to notice. That's why I didn't want you to introduce yourself to my crew. The less people know that. Kai is alive, the better. Ideally, you should choose another name. Guess no more growing trees in the courtyard. The carefree days with his family were over. Risey was right. If the military found out that Kai was alive, they would squeeze him for any information regarding the sanctuary by whatever means necessary. Even if he could disappear again, it would still put his loved ones in danger. Kai had seen her stare down a patrol of guards from across the street. She wouldn't be a problem. I'll be more careful. That would earn him time, but it didn't solve the main issue. Do you know another way to get an ID? The merman's crest wobbled down. There's always someone willing to provide a service if you have enough gold, often unsavory individuals. I can ask around, but this isn't a service I usually provide. I'm sorry I can't help you more. You've already been a tremendous help. Kai thanked him sincerely. Risey was always available to lend a hand while he had been so utterly unreliable. I'll figure something out. If he had survived the sanctuary, he could find a solution to a tiny hiccup. Flynn might have some ideas. Kai drummed his fingers on the table. Actually, there is something else that I need your advice on. He leaned on the mahogany desk to deposit a plain round stone, a wooden box of iridescent dust, and a glass bead with lightning flashing inside. Each item glowed with dense mana at the peak of yellow. You see, I've come upon this stuff, but I have no idea what they are. Think you can help me? Risey was too busy gawking at the treasures to respond. He extended his webbed hands with sparkling eyes, stopping just short of touching. Can I examine them? If it isn't a bother, not a bother at all. Risey summoned hundreds of mana tendrils, unleashing an arsenal of skills to probe each object with rapt attention. Puzzlement, awe and surprise flashed on his face. Kai did his best to look indifferent. Are they valuable? Of course. Thayer the merman pursed his blue lips. Catching onto the game, he pulled back his enthusiasm and pointed to the rock. This is a fossilized egg. The parents must have been green beasts or higher. The value depends heavily on the species, but collectors will at least pay its weight in gold. This crystal contains living lightning. He delicately picked up the bead. It's incredibly rare and hard to use. You can easily sell it for a couple hundred gold messars. If you find a buyer who knows how to use it, the price can double. Can I use it for alchemy or enchanting? Minerals and gems weren't his expertise, but such a high-grade material was bound to produce extraordinary results. Among other things, yes, but keep in mind the elemental essence within can kill us both several times over if it breaks. Only a fourth-layer master crafter would be able to utilize it to its full potential. I could also pass it along. And lastly, we have this. Risey lifted the box of iridescent dust as if it were the holy grail, astral dust. It's only found in places with high concentrations of spatial energies, used in all sorts of teleportation and dimensional magic. I'm not even sure how much it sells for. This isn't something that usually reaches the open market, and when it does, it's not sold for gold. Guess I should have gathered more. The wasteland where he found it was plagued by spatial wrens. He wouldn't have picked up this much if hallowed intuition and treasure sense hadn't begged him to. Are you interested in buying? Kai chirped. Gold couldn't buy happiness, but it could make one's life a heck of a lot easier. The merman watched the treasures with obvious desire. I told you I'm not certain of their value, and I don't want to take advantage of you. Was he always so sweet? Where did the ruthless merchant go? Then can you help me sell the items I don't need? For a commission, naturally. If you insist, I'll take a 40% fee. Risey gave him a crooked grin. It'll take a lot of effort to find the right buyers. Deal. Kai offered to shake, conscious he would stand no chance to sell them by himself. Risey looked at his hand, scowling. You are supposed to haggle. Fine, we can do 25%. Are you sure? Yes, I'm not going to rob a friend. Now stop tempting me. Risey furrowed his hairless brow. You used to be fun. The merman looked at Hobbs with a blank face. Is that a cat? This is Hobbs, but he's not for sale. Kai grabbed one of the little paws to wave high. How did he get through the wards? Wait, his eyes went wide. You said there is more, just a few dozen smaller things. Most aren't as good as these ones. Kai could see 1,000 questions crowding the scaly face, but ultimately he only asked the most important one. Can I help you sell them too, if you can identify them? I haven't yet decided what to keep, but I probably won't need most of them. Risey wore an enchanted monocle on his right eye and carefully set the 3 treasures aside to clear the lacquered surface. This desk is enchanted to prevent items from falling. Come on, I won't charge you for the appraisal if you take them out now. He watched with a pleading look. That makes me just want to tease him more. Looking at the clutter in his spatial closet, he might have undersold the number a little. Kai began to clear out the space, going by category. The largest share was made up of yellow mana herbs. He would keep most of them for alchemy, except for the plants with affinities he couldn't use. Minerals, ores, and crystals could be used for brewing too, though they were wasted with his level of skills. So he only stored those that could fuel or strengthen an enchantment. Beast parts were up next, an eclectic variety of hides, horns, bones, and shells. They were by far the easiest to sell and to use in crafting. I'll see if I can craft something with it. There is no urgency. Last were various oddities that Kai couldn't put in any other category. Oddities that his treasure sense told him were valuable, but he had no idea how to use, like the astral dust. While Risey didn't recognize half the items, he had skills that allowed him to gauge their value and use. His webbed fingers tightened around a snow-white scale, shaking slightly. This belongs to a green beast, he stated with absolute certainty. Yup. And I want to keep that one. It was a good memento to remind him there was always a higher pecan, not to mess with scary dragons. 10 gold for it. The merchant offered without blinking. Not for 100. You know I don't need money right now. The desk was overflowing with neat piles of treasures, shining with blinding mana. That was without counting the materials he had already put back into his ring. Kai waited till the scale was reluctantly deposited onto his palm. And that was everything I've got. There was technically one more stash made up of the relics he had recovered from the Vastaire sites, but those would raise too many questions. Crafted artifacts wouldn't be as easy to justify compared to mana treasures. Risey didn't ask any questions. If he hadn't figured out what happened to him earlier, he surely had by now. As long as he doesn't have explicit confirmation, he can act ignorant of their origin. The merman eyed the table with greed and wonder before looking up with a gaze full of seriousness. Kai, do you trust me? Of course I trust you. Kai looked at the scaly features of the merman, taken aback by his sudden seriousness. Despite never having spent much time together, Risey was one of his oldest friends and had always done right by him. The merfolk leaned back in his chair, covering his face with a webbed hand. You're unbelievable, he mumbled with a reluctant smile. Huh, what do you mean? Do you have any idea how much all of this is worth? Risey waved at the bounty of mana treasures. Without mentioning the stuff still in your spatial ring. I don't know, Kai shrugged. Probably a lot of money. Enough that even a trip to the gilded villas in the capital's upper city wouldn't change his mind. Risey grabbed onto the edge of the mahogany desk, might have slammed his head on the lacquered surface if a pink gem wasn't occupying that space. It's not just a lot, Kai. I could double my fortune overnight. I've only seen most of these items in dusty old tomes. Guess I'm proper rich then. Even if he only sold a part of his hoard, money wouldn't be an issue for a long while. I really appreciate you helping me to sell them. The merman would undoubtedly make more if he bought them directly. It wasn't as if Kai could go to anyone else. You know, I can still give you 40%. I don't want more messars. Risey glowered at him, then took a sharp breath. Kai, he uttered the word like a curse, lacing his fingers to keep his hands still. This is the type of money most people kill for. Depths, I could hire a fourth-layer assassin and be spoiled for choice. The Republic wouldn't even come looking for me since you're officially dead. You really thought this through, huh? Though if you had any nefarious intentions, you wouldn't be telling me this. He wished Hobbs still sat in his lap for a distraction. Alas, the furball had blinked away after receiving his daily dose of belly rubs. I guess it's good that I came to you first. Yeah, it's pretty damn excellent. Risey's elbow hit the armrest of his seat. Swallowing a pain curse, he pointed a sharp finger at his nose. I forbid you from speaking about this. The Republic will be the least of your problems if anyone else gets a whiff of how much wealth you're carrying. I can take care of myself. Kai pursed his lips, and I'm no fool. I'll know the moment anyone thinks of harming me. The merman held his gaze, the fire gradually replaced by worried patience. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say you're stupid, but you are ignorant. You have no idea what the world is like outside the archipelago. I've seen bandits murder for a fistful of silvers. For this much gold, even honest people will be tempted to push aside their morals. The anguished honesty in Risey's pale blue eyes doused Kai's mood. Please, trust me. No matter what skills you have, there will always be someone out there with a counter that you won't be able to predict. Well, he knows more of the world than me. I won't let anyone suspect a thing. Good. Now we need to decide what to do with your goods. Kai scratched his earlobe. Can't you hold on to them till you find a buyer and pay me back? Haven't you been listening to me? The merman said, clearly exasperated. I will have to look deep into the mainland to find appropriate buyers, and that will take time. You can't just give them to me. It's not that I don't follow, but why not exactly? Risey slumped in his armchair, his colorful crest wobbling. Because you don't just give a barrel of gold to someone and trust them to bring it back. I assumed there would be a contract. Yes, with someone who's officially dead. How do you think that will go over in front of a judge? Contracts are worthless without laws to uphold them. Being dead will be a bigger problem than I imagined. Well, Risey. Kai nailed the merman with his gaze, channeling the intensity Mui and Flynn had made fun of him for. Are you going to rob me? Risey gulped, wide-eyed. No, but... Do you pinky swear? He extended his little finger like a dagger. The merfolk looked baffled by the request, but still shook it mutely after some prodding. Kai fought to keep his face in a stoic composure. See, I have little to worry about then. Without improvisation, the corner of his mouth curved upward the slightest amount. He didn't seem to notice. He stared on blankly, looking like he wasn't even breathing. Aim, did I break him? How do I restart a merman? Splash of seawater or a cup of tea. I said that I trust you. What else is there to add? Risey finally blinked. I see he took out ink and paper from a drawer, drafting a contract with mechanical movements. The Republic holds a monopoly on soul, paper, and gems, but we can sign this in the name of House Tajira, to which my family belongs. I'll be disowned and banned from returning to Kessu if I dishonor the name. Okay, Kai bobbed his head, though he only understood half of what the merman had said. If this helped Risey rest easy, he was more than happy to go along. Where do I need to sign? After carefully reading each word, of course. His grin received a pointy scowl. Blessed waters, please don't joke about that. I can feel my scales turning gray and craggy. I've already lost a decade from this conversation. I should charge you for that. Please do. The merman gritted his pointy teeth. I hate you. Then you should rob me. Risey flared a deeper shade of blue, holding his quill as if he were ready to stab him. I'll need a few minutes to add up the items and their estimated price. He furiously scribbled in the only free corner of the table. If I knew it were so easy, I would have teased him more. Wait, am I a bad person? Kai cheerfully waited for the merchant to finish. Hallowed intuition had been silent since entering the cabin. There hadn't been the slightest bit of harm contemplated. Before coming here, he had considered that the merman might rip him off, but there wasn't anyone else who could buy his bounty. He had wanted to test the merchant's response with the first 3 treasures. Now guilt jabbed him for his doubts, only beaten by his elation. Despite the years without seeing each other, Risey had proved their friendship was stronger than adamant or money. Here, Risey thrust 2 copies of the contract on a wooden clipboard. Did I misunderstand something? 1, 0, 0. 0 and 0. This says you owe me 10,000 gold messars in case of breach of contract or loss of the entrusted goods. Kai gaped. That can't be right. It's ridiculous. Risey remained poised in his armchair, unruffled and almost amused. That's a conservative estimate for the entire lot, though it doesn't take into consideration my cut if I sell. Were you not listening when I appraised every item? Yes, but the numbers thrown around had been hypothetical, and he hadn't done the necessary math to add them together. Perhaps he understood why Risey had been so peeved. I appreciate your help and honesty. What else could he say? The pale blue scales blazed into a new shade. Just sign at the bottom if you agree. I feel anxious each second that these treasures remain in your hands. Yes, sir. Kai added his full name and handed back one of the copies. After meticulously studying the document, Risey nodded to himself. All right, now we need to store this stuff. I don't trust my crew enough for this, and there are a few new faces. He walked to the painting of a verdant meadow and tapped the carved wooden frame in 7 different points. Iridescent motes fluttered over the canvas as wooden boards clicked open on an invisible seam. The magical mechanism revealed a long and narrow room that shouldn't have existed. It ran along the wall of the cabin, brimming with cloaking and protection enchantments. The entrance was just wide enough for a single person to walk comfortably inside, housing rows of shelves with all kinds of curious goods. You don't seem surprised. The merman glanced over his shoulder with a disappointed sulk. How did you know? I've dabbled in space magic. That damn artificer promised me even space warpers wouldn't notice a thing. He scowled. Just wait there. A metallic clank echoed from inside, and Risey reappeared with a heavy chest in his arms. Without a free surface, he heaved it on his chair and opened the lid to reveal rows upon rows of gleaming gold arranged inside. That's a smaller compartment caught Kai's attention in the top right corner. 13 strange coins lay on a red velvet compartment. Each glowed with dense mana he had only seen in beasts. Another type of messar, the glossy metal, came in shades of orange and yellow. Both types of coins carried the soaring hawk of the Myrian Republic, though he had never heard of any denomination more valuable than gold. What are they? 600 messars, 10 orange chromium, and 3 yellow. That's all I can afford to pay you as an advance per the agreement you just signed. Chromium? Yes, the most commonly used currency for trade between landbound kingdoms. It's peculiar because the metal can be found at each grade and reflects the human's color system. Risey offered him 2 chromium coins. The red variety isn't minted since it has about the same value as gold, while orange and yellows are worth 10 and 100 golds respectively. I'm not surprised you haven't seen them in the archipelago. They aren't practical to use for most transactions. Kai scrunched his brows at the metal coins. He could feel the essence thrumming under his fingers. The orange one was slightly larger, probably to account for its actual market price. He was holding 110 gold messars in his hands. The absurd amount of wealth didn't compute in his brain. What would you even buy with that much money? A villa in the upper city. Chromium is used for a myriad of crafting purposes since it's naturally mana-dense and self-replenishing in the right conditions. That's part of its value and why it's so widely accepted throughout the Talvan continent. Rizey explained with a toothy grin, looking pleased to have left Kai speechless. Naturally, it's best you don't use it if you can avoid it. Flashing it around will attract the wrong type of attention. Kai numbly nodded. Spirits, I'm loaded. Flynn and Ale will have a heart attack when they see this. Why don't you store your advance and help me lock away this gorgeous mess? Rizey snapped his fingers to the lacquered desk overflowing with mana treasures. Ah yes, Kai made the coins disappear into his ring. What do you need me to do? Rizey looked at the spatial artifact with a pinch of envy. Did you also obtain that during your disappearance? It was a parting gift from Elijah. That man, he didn't look very sentimental. My father was terrified of him. You met him only once. Rizey brushed the matter aside. Anyway, I have yet to buy a spatial artifact, and some of these herbs require proper storage to not spoil. Like the old fish always said, time is money and our wealth is depreciating. The next few hours flew by as they scoured the cabin and spatial closet for suitable containers. The merman wasn't amused by the variety of hides, stone jars, and coconuts Kai had used. They worked just fine with a pinch of nature magic. You're just envious your fancy enchanted bottles can't compete. And why do you even need a glass jar to store a rock? That's an air-attuned quartz, and they're incredibly delicate, Rizey grumbled. It's a mystery how you didn't shatter it with your crude manners. He deposited his flashy box inside the vault. The meadow painting clicked back into place, sealing any trace of the passage. Everything is finally safe. Rizey slumped back in his armchair and massaged his temples. Remember, I'll need time to find appropriate buyers or a reputable auction house. My wealth is in safe hands. Kai flattened his cheek with his palms, jaw hanging open in a dramatic display of shock. How am I supposed to survive with only 1,000 gold? Do you want me to starve? I will only be able to afford 10 villas, and I wanted 12, don't be an ass. Rizey shot him a dirty look. This is a serious matter. I'll stay in the archipelago for a couple of months to look after my affairs as planned. Your goods may attract attention, and I don't want to leave a trail of pink shells back to you. See, why do I need to be serious when I have you to take care of everything? He smiled at the grumpy merman. You know, I appreciate your efforts in keeping me alive, and for not robbing me blind and dumping my body in the ocean. I'm already regretting that decision, he said dryly. It's gotten late, I think I should go. It was nice seeing you again. Wait, I'll see you out. Rizey halted by the door, turning to him with his scaly brow furrowed. Kai, I'm truly. That's what friends are for. He pulled the merman in for a hug without holding back since they were the same grade. You help me, and I help you without keeping tabs. Those are the best kinds of deals. I guess you're right. The merman stood rigid in his embrace, then awkwardly patted his back. Kai, can you let me go now? Not a hugger, duly noted. Yeah, sorry. He stepped back, too embarrassed to ask if it was a merfolk thing or a Rizey thing. I should probably leave before your crew thinks I murdered you and barges in. That's not an issue. Rizey straightened his embroidered silk robe. The wards in this room would attack you and alert them if I was seriously harmed. How does that work? Possible rune combinations swirled in his head. Next time I should ask him if I can take a peek. That must have cost you a fortune. It did. Rizey put his hand on the knob. And I'm sorry that I can't help you obtain an ID. I'll ask around, but it's outside my area of expertise. If you manage to create a legitimate identity, I can organize passage to the continent and help you settle there. Flynn will know how to contact me. The messars you gave me are more than enough help. I'll find a solution. Someone must know how to if I throw enough gold at the problem. Outside the cabin, the sun was close to its zenith. A few sailors glanced at Kai, but his unusual entrance appeared to have already been forgotten. It was a pleasure seeing your vessel. Kai gave a formal goodbye and accepted a ride back to shore in a dinghy rowed by two burly men. Flynn waited for him on the pier. I was about to sneak on the ship, looking for you, he said as soon as the sailors were out of earshot. What took so long? Your mom was getting worried. Wait, tell me you didn't sign any deals with that greedy fish. Do you have any idea how to get an official ID? Kai marked the question with an arched brow to underline the implications. One that will work on the mainland. His friend was successfully sidetracked. Oh, that I thought it might be a problem. Kai felt his hope rise. So you have a solution? Nope. The paper is easy to obtain if you know the right people. The issue is with the internal records of the Republic. I've worked in an archive for a while, and let me tell you, they love to track the most useless details in double copy. Damn bureaucracy. So there is no way I didn't say that. Flynn gave him a crooked grin. I can't do it, but I know someone who might. Actually, you know her too. Keen's giggles filled the southern beach with a cheerful melancholy. The toddler chased a flock of pixies and a puppet dragon with outstretched fingers. Delicate mana constructs with wings of ice and fluid frames flew circles around him, leaving a trail of shimmering mist in the late afternoon air. His eyes sparkled with wonder and delight. Each time one of the fairies tickled his nose, his laughter grew louder. He extended a chubby hand to grab the dragon's tail, only for his fingers to slip right through the water construct. Keen lost his balance and landed with his knees on the sand. Are you okay? Kai asked, dissipating the puppets into thin droplets of water and ice. Keen sat stunned by the fall, then clapped his hands together and giggled. Again. Kai sighed with a fond smile. What's the magic word? Please, big brother. Two large aquamarine pools above a trembling lip looked up at him. At that moment, Kai would have agreed to any request. Spirits, he has gotten too cunning for his own good. He didn't fail to notice how Keen only called him big brother when he wanted something. I'll take what I can get. Fine, one more time. Then we need to go home before Mom starts to worry. He shaped a new flock of fairies that had an uncanny resemblance to a particular god's vessel. Thus the chase between the sprites and his little brother began anew. You're spoiling him. Aless sat beside Kai, signaling it was probably time to go. He's never going to want to play with the other kids if he gets used to your shows. Her hand rested on her belly. She still hadn't given him an answer about using the elixirs. With the increased trade in tourism, potions had become more widespread if you could afford the inflated prices. Kai sent an ice dragon to join the swarm of pixies. What's the harm in a little magic? He'll have time to bond with other children when they also start talking, and when I'm not here. It was his fault for failing to consider the consequences of enhancing Keen's grade. Every other baby in the archipelago was born at the bottom of red. Being a couple of attributes higher was particularly noticeable with toddlers, though the difference would lessen with age. While no one would complain about the grade advantage once they grew up, he should have realized the issue sooner. Flynn plopped down on his other side, cradling Hobbs in his arms. I have to agree with Ale. You're bribing him with your magic tricks. Yeah, and the only reason you don't do the same is because shadow and lightning don't work as well. I've seen the sweets you slip to him whenever he looks at you with pleading eyes. I've got no idea what you're talking about. Flynn harumphed. That's plain slander. Are you worried you won't be his favorite anymore? Don't be ridiculous. Hobbs has already dethroned me from that position. Isn't that right? He scratched the silver furball's neck. I'm just making sure Kiki doesn't get taken advantage of by sly and cunning individuals. Meow. The cat lazily licked his paw in agreement and sent a wave of smugness through the bond. I feel like I'm being purposefully targeted. Kai sent out a clacking ice crab to chase after his little brother. It was you two who taught him mana sense. Now you can't complain that he's interested in magic. Well, you do have a point. I thought he'd get bored after the first lesson, but he must have taken your stubbornness. His sister sighed, throwing a glance at him. How do you manage to control that many spells while talking with us? By being a genius. Kai flashed the two a lupin grin. Despite his casual demeanor, moving so many delicate spells was touching upon his limits, and split mind also helps. It's good training. How do I get that? Flynn asked, feeding fish treats to the purring cat. I think you need to perform at least half a dozen tasks at once, but it's probably easier if you learn multicasting first and use the guide to upgrade it. The sun was sinking behind the varied jungle and left them secluded in that corner of the beach. They mused about various skills while Keen played with magic puppets. Each second was precious. Kai didn't know how many more afternoons they would have together. Well, I better go calm him down before dinner. Not everyone can be the fun brother. His sister dusted off her skirt and bowed before Hobbs. Could you help me convince Kiki to go home? The cat stretched in Flynn's lap, watching the sand with horror and disgust. Emru, I won't let a single grain touch your fur, I promise. Ale extended her hands to let the cat jump in. She took on the thankless task of telling a hyperactive 2-year-old that playtime was over. Upon her arrival, Kai made his magic constructs fizzle into mist. Perhaps she was right, and he was spoiling his little brother a bit much. Knowing their time together was limited, Kai had tried to compensate with crafting memorable experiences. Have you decided when you're gonna tell them? Flynn mused. We don't need to leave immediately, but I think Ale already suspects something. She was always very perceptive. Whom could she have a skill? The Republic couldn't find out that he was alive, and his best lead to obtain a legitimate ID was in High Arbor with Viola. As a relatively new territory, official IDs were still being issued to adults in the archipelago. He might slip in if someone oiled the bureaucratic machine from the inside. Kai couldn't fathom how the little princess would react to his reappearance. If that failed, they would have to resort to shadier means and far shadier people. I'll tell Mom soon. He wanted to preserve their carefree life for a little bit longer. It wouldn't be the same if his departure loomed over them. Spirits only knew when he could visit again, or how much Keen would have grown by that time. Just let me know when you decide. Vela won't be back from the mainland for a couple weeks, Flynn muttered while he rummaged through his pockets. Somehow he always knew where everyone was. I almost forgot. Here, catch. Kai grabbed the object an inch from his face. He was about to return the throw when he realized what he was holding. A cold silver disc with 3 nubs and concentric circles of runes flowing into each other. The symbols looked strangely familiar. Runic Scholar informed him it was of a similar alphabet to the one he studied in the sanctuary, prompting Mana Analyst and Arcane Enchanting to pick apart the artifact. The runes etched on the flat sides gave him a sense of disrupted destiny he couldn't explain. His attention moved to the dense web of enchantments beneath the surface, the heart of the mechanism that could disrupt fate. Nothing. Mana Observer could barely make out the minuscule symbols when he let the rest of the world fall into shadow. Its workings remained far beyond his understanding. It was a long shot. Kai kept his fingers away from the nubs. The fate fulcrum shone with all the accumulated energy of more than 2 years, and he wasn't eager to call a calamity upon their heads. I kept it close in case of an emergency, Flynn said, though the charge hasn't changed much for the last year. Wait, you mean? I don't think it can gather any more favor. It's kinda comforting knowing even that thing has a limit. It helped me sleep at night. Kai nodded. It made sense that Vuria wouldn't give him an artifact of unlimited potential. The circle of runes showing the charge burned like a raging fire. It stored more favor than he had ever consciously used, and likely enough to get him killed. It was like holding a ticking time bomb that could create as many problems as it solved. Kai stored it in his ring, relieved when the weight disappeared from his hand. Mom, Kai walked into the kitchen, his steps unbearably heavy. The smell of freshly baked bread, grilled vegetables, and honey filled the room. Alana stood over the newly enchanted stove. She gave him a distracted look before returning to her 3 pans. Yes, sweetie, I'm preparing lunch. Can we talk? I've already postponed this for far too long. I'm a bit busy, sweetie. Can't we do it this afternoon? You can set the table if you want to help. Each time he tried to get his mom alone in the last week, she always found a way to slip away or delay. He opened the cupboard to grab plates and cutlery before stopping. It's important. Kai kept his tone as firm as he could make it. There was almost an hour before they usually had lunch. He couldn't loosen the grasp of his determination. I'll wait here. Alana turned off the fire rune, still facing the stove. Suddenly she looked so frail. Can't you stay longer? It has only been a few weeks. It had been closer to 2 months, though Kai didn't feel the need to point that out. I have to go now, Mom. There are some people I need to meet in High Arbor, and they won't stay there forever. I'm sorry, Mom. You don't need to apologize, sweetheart. You have been proclaiming you would travel to the mainland since you were no bigger than Keen. She lowered her hand to that height with a melancholic chuckle and stepped back to look at him. I knew you wouldn't stay here forever. Can you promise you'll come back to me safe and sound? I promise, Kai swore without hesitation. I won't disappear again, and I'll send you letters. Lots of them, till you'll be tired of hearing about me and grumble whenever you receive another one. Alana lightly laughed. I sincerely doubt that. A mother can never get tired of hearing about her children, even when they grow up and swim away to live their lives. This will always be your home, so you better visit at least twice a year. Kai smiled. He'd need to look at the logistics of traveling back and forth. I'll do whatever's possible. His mom eyed his half-answer with a raised eyebrow but didn't insist. When do you plan on leaving? The moons will bring a high tide in 2 days. Tonight. Flynn has bought 2 tickets on the cruiser for High Arbor. I see, then we must hurry. Alana marched out of the kitchen, her pans already forgot. Where to? She looked at him weirdly. To the market, where else? You'll need proper supplies for your journey. And what if they don't have any of the foods you like on the continent? You know the stories, only Kahali knows how those people truly live. Mom, I've already bought everything I need. I'm sure people on the mainland eat just fine. Don't be silly. She poked his ribs and chest like inspecting a disappointing cut of meat. You're all skin and bones. I know you never eat properly without me watching over your shoulder. Tell me, how many supplies can you fit in that ring of yours? Kai suppressed a groan and surrendered to the inevitable. About an average backpack. I've already stored plenty of snacks. He could let his mom stuff him like a piñata if it helped her feel more secure. The rest of the day flew in a flurry of cooking and packing an unreasonable number of meals. He had already said his goodbyes to Mui and Aled days prior, leaving them a bag of gold each. Both vehemently refused till Kai showed them the piles of messars in his spatial closet and reminded them of Keen and the coming baby. His little brother sat in the living room. He was the only one Kai had yet to speak with. You're leaving? Keen's brows furrowed, trying to wrap his head around the concept. Yes, I'm going to travel to the mainland, just like our big sister Kia. His eyes widened at the revelation. You're gonna fight scary monsters too. Yeah, something like that. The continent is very big. Kai stretched his arms to emphasize the point. I'm going to explore the territories of the Republic and decide from there. Can I come too, one day? But first you must grow big and strong like me, otherwise the scary monsters will gobble you up. Keen chewed his thumb for comfort, looking a little worried. You'll be back, big brother. Of course I'll be back, and I'll tell you all about the great adventures and ferocious beasts that I've faced there. I've also prepared something else for you. A present, Keen exclaimed with a hopeful gaze. Yes, a present. I made it myself just for you. Kai emptied his pockets, vainly searching for his gift. Now, where did I put that thing? He reached behind Keen's ear and took out his very own masterpiece in a whirl of snowflakes. Here it is. Kai offered the cube to his brother with the solemnity of a sacred relic. He had spent weeks carving the wood and designing more than 100 interlocking enchantments. Vuria's puzzle was the main inspiration, though his present was more similar to a Rubik's Cube and only had 7 simple riddles to solve. Keen glanced at the runes and shook the cube as if he expected more snowflakes to fly. It's a wood box, he said dryly, scrunching his nose at countless hours of work and dedication. Why do children need to be so cruel? He forced himself to keep a jolly attitude. Yes, it's a wooden box, but it's not just any wooden box. He leaned in to whisper, I've poured all of my magic into this cube. It does magic. Keen shook it harder. Kai grabbed the toddler before he could slam his masterpiece against a chair. Please stop. You see, the magic is trapped inside, and to free it you must play a game. A game? He nodded. A very special game, so you must use your special sight to play it. You remember the one that Ale and Uncle Flynn showed you. Kai spent the next half an hour guiding Keen through the first puzzle by connecting similar runes. He also made clear the magic hidden within would be very sad if the puzzle wasn't opened properly. Ready to go, Flynn walked into the living room with 2 bags and patted his back. I'm sure Kiki will try for a week before he breaks it open. What did you even put inside? That's a secret. Alana, Ale, and Mui waited by the doorway for one final goodbye. After a quick round of hugs, they ran for the docks. They had a ship for High Arbor to catch and a princess to meet. Leaving the archipelago would be a tad bit harder than he led his family to believe. 5 men howled a sea shanty as Kai walked by. Why are we here if we're not meeting Viola? He had just managed to set his bags down at the house when Flynn had dragged him back outside. The alleyway smelled of fish guts and unwashed sailors. In its furious rush to expand, High Arbor's sanitation hadn't kept pace in the poorer districts. Will she even help me? Doubts were creeping in. Amongst everyone he knew, Kai struggled to predict how the princess might have changed. They had parted ways on cordial terms. More than 2 years ago now, he was going to ask her to break the law. That was no small favor. It could jeopardize everything she had worked for if she got. Ease up a little, Flynn threw an arm over his shoulders with a brazenly cheery attitude. I've arranged a meeting with her tomorrow. Try to have some fun in the meantime. If we'd stayed home, you'd just end up torturing yourself with your stupid thoughts. Well, he's not totally wrong. I don't feel like drinking, Kai grumbled. With his constitution, he needed to down 3 pints just to feel slightly tipsy, and the sour taste of ale still hadn't grown on him. Was it worth it to waste time and money for a far-off good time? Perhaps it's better if I never get used to it. Stop overthinking. Flynn squinted at him and shook his head. It's written all over your face. You don't have to drink anything. We just need to pick something up. Remember, you need an ID to enter the upper city. Kai had forgotten about that pointless bureaucratic nitpick. We just need something that can pass a cursory glance. Most guards barely look at it, but it'll be good to have it at hand if a patrol stops us. You never know when an officer feels like lording their power over you. Wouldn't it be easier if we just met Viola below the hills then? Your girl has only gotten more famous while you were gone. People tend to notice her, especially if she leaves her usual circles to meet with a suspicious stranger. Flynn gave him a once-over as if that explained everything. It's also easier to find a discreet place in the upper city. Rich people like their privacy. When did he have time to organize any of this? This was so far outside of Kai's area of expertise that he could only trust Flynn knew what he was doing. Maybe Risey was right to worry. The pile of gold and chromium in his ring was useless if he didn't know how and where to spend it. Kai wasn't entirely confident he would have found a solution before attracting the wrong type of attention. We're here. Flynn pointed to an uneven wooden building as if it were some impressive monument. The Merry Gal hung in bold letters above the open door. Kai scratched his neck, trying to hide his lack of enthusiasm. The tavern was indistinguishable from the myriad of pubs they had passed. After a second take, he realized it was supposed to be Gale, but the E had peeled off the sign. Why does this look familiar? It looks better inside. Flynn chuckled. Come on, stop with the death stare. I'm not bringing you to a cemetery. Kai commanded, his lips upward. I'm smiling. Here I can see. Why don't you just avoid meeting anyone's gaze? I don't want to get kicked out. Flynn didn't give him a chance to reply before dragging him inside. A hodgepodge of smells and sounds assaulted his senses. Kai breathed through his mouth to avoid being overwhelmed. The place was not terrible. Enchanted glass balls hung from the ceiling, filling the hall with a warm light. The floor looked relatively clean, and a pretty girl holding a 14-string lute intoned a ballad. It's better than I expected. Flynn widened his eyes in shock. You should be careful with your words. Someone might think you meant that as a compliment. Fine. Kai let a reluctant grin slip through. This place is pretty good. It still wouldn't be his first or second choice for a good time, but the lively atmosphere was pleasant. Barmaids wove through the tables to carry orders of food and ale, and by the amount of laughter and singing, customers were enjoying themselves. You're back. A barmaid with stunning red hair threw her arms around Flynn, attracting more than a few envious looks. We were beginning to worry that something had happened. Hey Marley, sorry for disappearing. Flynn blushed, looking unusually awkward on his feet. A few things came up and my trip to Silspring lasted longer than expected. I'm glad to see you're doing well. Things, her gaze landed on Kai with a slight frown. Have I seen you before? Wait, Kai finally understood why he recognized her. Isn't she that rude barmaid I met when I was wandering the city? Flynn clapped his back. You must be mistaking him for someone else. You know, he just has that kind of face. Oh, I forgot about presentations. Marlene, this is my dear friend Calvin. He's new to High Arbor, so I'm showing him around. And Calvin, this is Marlene. Calvin, really. I told you I hated that name, so I'm just Marlene. Her cheeks puffed up in mock offense that broke into an amused smile. Don't make that face, I'm just joking. It's good to see you've been meeting new people. She studied Kai with a raised eyebrow. Though I didn't know you dated younger guys. I don't. Flynn spluttered with a repulsed look. He's not that kind of friend. And I would never date a man incapable of smiling and having fun. Hey, Kai glared, his fists clenched at his sides. There is no need to be insulting. I'm sorry, Calvin, but someone needed to tell you the truth. Flynn leaned in to whisper to Marlene. He's been in love with me ever since we met. Try not to encourage him. I'm going to strangle him. Unfortunately, there were too many witnesses to hide the body. Kai settled for stomping on his foot and casting ice cubes down his shirt. Stop with your nonsense. While the fool squeaked and tried to grab onto the multiplying ice flakes, Kai looked at the barmaid with a tired sigh. Could we please get a table? He enjoys embarrassing me, of course. It's pretty crowded tonight, but we still have a few spots. Marlene shared a sympathetic nod and led them to a table close to the singer. Call me when you're ready to order. She hesitated before doubling back, watching him with gentle eyes. Don't let that moron bully you. You can do much better than him, and I'm not just saying that to make you feel better. Girls will swoon over that face of yours. I only speak the truth. She winked and left to serve another customer. Flynn stumbled to the table, dragged the chair back and slumped in his seat with a surly look. The ice was a low blow. Don't look at me like that, you started this. Kai sat to appreciate the song. Now, who are we here to meet? Calvin Smalls, the guard read the paper ID, his tone laced with amusement rather than suspicion. That's the name my parents chose in honor of my great-grandpa. Kai tried to keep a level voice despite his gritted teeth. He should have frozen Flynn solid for pulling this stunt. Is there a problem, officer? Everything seems to be in order. Remember, you must leave the upper city before the 11th hour unless you have accommodation within its borders. Please have a pleasant stay, Mr. Smalls. The guard waved him through to the paved roads beyond. Kai hadn't taken 10 steps when the first round of Snickers started. The man had turned to his colleague and repeated the fake name as if it was the best joke in town. He could only keep walking. Flynn had already arranged for a forger to make the ID before they landed in High Arbor. On one hand, Kai was impressed by such forethought. On the other, it meant this joke had been long premeditated. He could respect that too, though he still wanted revenge. I should still have some of those failed potions with mild-ish side effects. You acted wonderfully, Mr. Smalls. The dead man walking, also known as Flynn the Smugface, stood tall over him with a smirk. Your annoyance was so realistic that those guards didn't consider anything else. I could shave his hair tonight. That'll do the trick. What if they remember me because you gave me such a stupid name? Kai glared. He wanted to punch him, but the upper city was no place to get arrested. His temporary ID would only hold if they didn't check the archives. It's fine. Those guards see hundreds of people each day. And trust me, Calvin Smalls is far from the weirdest or funniest name they've heard. Flynn turned a corner towards their mysterious meeting place with Viola. Anyone who hears it will be too distracted laughing to suspect a thing. You must admit that's actually genius. It's not even funny. Come on, you have to admit it's a little funny. Flynn poked him. Faced with Kai's stone expression, he toned down his grin a bit. You know I'm just teasing you, right? It's only a temporary identity till we get a permanent document. I know, but that's only if. Vela helps us. You've said you weren't sure she could or would. I just didn't want to make a promise in someone else's name. There are always 1,000 things that could go wrong, but she definitely will if she's able to. How do you know? Kai chewed his cheek. They walked beyond the shops on the main road toward more discreet establishments where the two hills met. And how did you even meet her? Vela was the one who brought your family the news of your death. And she has been sending money and elixirs for Keen's education. Flynn's hand fiddled as if he were twirling a dagger. I met her when she visited once. We talked a little. I might have mentioned you and that I knew Lou too. A month later, she decided to hire me for some stuff. What kind of stuff? I can't share my clients' private informations without their permission. Kai glanced at him, expecting to see a jokey smile. Flynn was dead serious. What does he do for work? Something with connecting people. Seeing his inquisitive look, Flynn scrubbed a hand through his hair. It's nothing shady. Let's just say she wanted to know more about the archipelago. With what she's paid me, you'll have to ask her for more details. He abruptly stopped in front of a 3-story building. A climbing shrub with beryl leaves and lilac flowers covered most of the facade, the branches too evenly distributed to be natural. Smaller ornamental flowers were set on the white marble balconies and windows. Each piece of greenery was in full bloom, brimming with vitality and mana that must have required constant care. She's here. Kai stared at the luxurious establishment. Despite several windows, privacy enchantments blocked anyone from peeking inside. Yup, Flynn checked his pocket watch. Come on, she likes punctuality. The sweet scent of 1,000 flowers enveloped them as they crossed the green arch that demarcated the property. They walked up to a sculpted brass door which swung open on its own. A waitress in a sharp black and white suit greeted them inside. Welcome to the Jack in the Green. Do you have a reservation or membership card? Flynn took out an emerald paper and offered it to the woman like he had done it every day of his life. Under Mr. Tally. The waitress quickly checked the name off a ledger and gave back the card. Here it is. I apologize for the formality, Mr. Tally. The wisteria balcony has already been paid for. I'll send for someone to accompany you immediately. She rang a golden bell. There is no need, I know the way. Flynn marched past an opaque glass door and up a flight of marble stairs. What is this place? Kai awkwardly followed. The smell of fresh flowers pervaded every inch of the establishment without feeling overpowering. Flynn glanced over his shoulder to confirm no one was following them before answering. Just a very fancy restaurant with a penchant for the privacy of its clients, though it never hurts to play the part of a high-end snobbish patron. He winked. I bet you just enjoy it. After one more flight of stairs and a short corridor, a host waited to open an enchanted glass door leading to a wide terrace. A roof of blooming wisteria shielded a table from direct sunlight. The girl sat in one of only 2 chairs, leaning against the green edge of the balcony to enjoy the panoramic view of High Arbor sloping below. A flowing dress in the shades of the sea hung on her shoulders, covered by a cascade of auburn hair. Viola pushed a lock behind her ear to regard the newcomers. Every gesture carried the elegance deserving of her nickname. Flynn, you said it was urgent. What her emerald eyes stopped on Kai, turning her blooming smile into an arched frown. You should have warned me you were bringing someone. Who is he? Kai was spelled into silence, his throat dry and choked up. Her help would determine his future, and Flynn hadn't even told her why they were there. He glared at his supposed friend, who had left them both blindsided. I can't screw this up. I wanted to introduce you to my friend, Calvin Smalls. Flynn smiled broadly and slapped his back to make him step onto the terrace. I'll let you two talk. I'm sure you've got a lot of catching up to do. In less than a blink, the jerk had slipped out of the terrace, leaving them alone. Kai wanted to curse and run after him, but with Viola present, he couldn't afford to do either. I'm going to kill him. No, I'm going to shave his head and then kill him. That the princess joined his glare towards the glass door, pressing her lips into a thin line. I'm sorry. Do you know what he meant by catch? She fell quiet, studying him with an intense stare. Have we met before? We did. A resigned breath left him. He could only make the most of his predicament. The last time I cut a hole into your room, and I was also quite a bit shorter. Her face painted in disbelief, her hands covered her mouth. She slowly moved closer, observing him from different angles as if she expected to find a fault in the illusion. By the time Viola stood a step from him, the truth had settled in. Kai, you're alive. I told you I had everything in hand. Well, minus the 2 years to get back to the archipelago. That part wasn't planned. Kai smiled, trying to hide his awkwardness. Stop rambling like a fool. You need to make a good impression. You actually got trapped in the hidden realm. Her hands rose to either hug or shake him, but stopped just short of touching. She pulled back with her cheeks turning red and stared at him from head to toe. You look good. You do too. He nodded, unsure what to say. Sorry for ambushing you. Kai hurried to fill the silence. I thought Flynn had already told you. The princess hesitated between him and the table. He mentioned there was a friend who needed help obtaining an official ID. I didn't think he meant you making up her mind. She pinched him. Ahi. Kai massaged his arm. Sorry, I wanted to make sure. She waved to the 2 chairs, face aflame. Forgive my manners. Why don't you take a seat so we can talk? Somewhat reassured by Viola's own awkwardness, Kai took a seat. That went okay, I think. 2 porcelain plates and an array of cutlery lay over a green satin tablecloth covered by delicate white lace. There was no menu or food, just a crystal bottle with flavored water, a vase of red peonies, and a golden bell. Judging by the sympathetic link engraved on the metal, the chime must be used to call a waiter through magic rather than sound. Rich people are so weird, though I can probably afford these kinds of places now. Wait, am I wealthier than her? Enchantments covered every item and piece of marble, some even intertwined with the blooming wisteria. They were far from the most elaborate arrays Kai had witnessed, but they were woven with elegance and precision. Their relative simplicity also meant he could understand how they worked if he applied his skills. I should visit fancy restaurants more often. They didn't even bother to cloak the runes. His fingers itched to take out a notebook and jot down his ideas. There were so many possible applications. He could. Is everything all right? I know it's quite the sight. Viola motioned to the gilded hills sloping down onto the ring road and the port beyond. Feel free to order anything you want. It's on my tab. Focus. Now's not the time to get distracted. The princess peered at him with a polite smile, clad in an armor of poise and manners. We can talk freely. The balcony is warded against eavesdropping and spying. You were saying you needed a new ID? Yes, Kai nodded. The Republic thinks I'm dead, and I'd rather keep it that way. They would never leave me alone otherwise. Viola sipped the purplish water, tapping her nails on the crystal glass with a thoughtful furrow. A soul contract isn't secure enough to safeguard this kind of information. They would probably extract any knowledge you have, then scrub your memories or imprison you to prevent enemy forces from learning about the realm. What the fuck? That's worse than I thought. I'd like to avoid that. Kai maintained a facade of calmness through the disturbing news. Thank the spirits he had put his glass down. Can you help me create a new identity? Damn, was that too direct? Nervousness twisted his stomach again. Yes. The princess bit her lip. Do you mind if I ask you what happened to the hidden realm? Even the space warpers General Surenbrot couldn't find a way inside. I don't need every detail, but I must know if more mana anomalies will endanger the archipelago. She did always put duty first. That's more than a fair trade. There won't be any more yellow beast attacks if that's your worry, Kai stated. I took care of that. Even if Zervathi were willing to reopen the sanctuary, the god was bound by the first bargain to not harm humans for 100 years. I see. Vela easily accepted his answer. And do you know if or when the realm will become accessible again? She must have a way of gauging my truthfulness. That was a dangerous topic. Kai held her clear gaze to look for any whisper of warning. His heart skipped a beat when faint mutters tickled his mind. They didn't hum of danger, but prompted him to proceed. All those levels and milestones weren't for nothing after all. The rare times hallowed intuition offered a suggestion without a looming threat on his life. He had never regretted following it. The skill only bothered to speak when a choice would significantly impact his life. It depends on what the god of the hidden sanctuary, Zervathi, decides. Kai casually dropped the name of the divinity. He'll wait till he has recovered enough power to connect with the outside. I don't know if that will take a few years, 100 or more. Extremely useful for the future of our islands. Just glad I could help. Kai played it off. He was relieved to have shared his knowledge with someone who cared about the archipelago enough to act on it. Do you mind if I order something? Vela picked up the enchanted bell. We can discuss your situation with a few refreshments. Does that mean she'll help me? Sure, go ahead. Before the chime of the bell completely settled, a waiter entered through the glass door, as if he were waiting outside to be summoned. How may I assist you? Mied like a candid meadow, 2 rosebuds. Vela quickly mentioned half a dozen dishes that made no sense to Kai. Do overcomplicated names and wealth come in a single package? The waiter faintly nodded without taking any notes. Your orders will be delivered in 7 minutes. As you know, our chef prepares everything on demand of our clients to maintain freshness. I'll be at your disposal for any other services. With your permission. The waiter bowed out. That's still weird. Alone on the terrace, Vela turned her attentions to him again. It must have been quite hard to spend 2 years in that place. I heard hidden dimensions are often dangerous. Do you need anything else besides an ID? Like money, or a place to stay? That's nothing, she quickly dismissed. The military would have locked down the archipelago if you hadn't broken into my room to warn me that night. You gave us an even stronger position when the hidden realm was sealed. Vela fiddled with a lock of hair. Sorry, I'm rambling. We should resolve your situation. Most of the islands have already been surveyed, but it shouldn't be. She froze right as Kai sensed a skill brushing his aura. Her eyes widened, more shocked than when he had mentioned a god. You've reached yellow. Hey, it's rude to check other people without permission. I mean, I also do it if they won't notice, but still. Yeah, and you have advanced too. Kai reciprocated the sweep, but how she stuttered, ignoring his reply. You're just 14. I advanced a month ago. Vela leaned on the table, fingers through her hair. Spirits, this complicates things. What do you mean? I checked your grade for your ID. The Republic records your race advancement if you're of age. And that means there are few people at yellow in the archipelago and none at your age. A youngster can fall through the system, but with your grade, the clerks will run background checks. Can't I just fake being at orange then? Kai pursed his mouth in a grimace. He didn't like it, but that was the only solution. There are professional controls. The princess shook her head. Even if we bribe the examiner, there will be more checks on the mainland. I imagine you aren't planning to hide here for the next 10 years, right? Wait, Vela flushed, hand raised as if she expected him to run away. I'm not giving up that easily. We can still find a way. It'll just be more laborious. A knock on the glass door interrupted their conversation. The waiter carried 3 trays of refreshments on a single arm and efficiently set them on the table before disappearing. Kai marveled at the rows of finely made snacks, tarts and pastries, all shaped to resemble flowers or leaves. To think someone spent so much effort on something that would be consumed. Well, they were made in 7 minutes if the waiter was honest. The chef must have a yellow profession. Please try anything that catches your eye. I ordered them for you as well. Vela bit on a pink lotus, her poker face back on. As I was saying, there are other ways to obtain an ID, though they have some complications. What kind? Flynn must have told you I've sponsored promising individuals before. He said he doesn't discuss his clients without their permission. Oh, that's Vela used a napkin to dab a crumb off her face. Surprising, Kai chuckled. Don't tell him, but he's surprisingly serious and thoughtful when it matters. Most of the time. He's a curious individual. I don't hire incompetent staff, Vela said with a faint smile. After what happened during the Vastairs investigation, I realized I needed to have more influence without the governor and the council. Flynn has been helping me keep an eye out for talented natives and gather informants. That's quite the feat. It's what's necessary to make a difference in the archipelago, she muttered. I'll need to figure out an appropriate story for your new identity. Sponsoring you will allow me to fend off much of the scrutiny. Kai raised an eyebrow. You mean I'd work for you? No, that's not it. Vela hurried to deny it with a flustered face. I mean, maybe sometimes, if something important comes up like supporting the archipelago and its inhabitants. What's up with her? She was never this flustered when she was younger. Yes, the princess vehemently agreed. You'd also get resources and funds to continue your education. Have you decided what you'll do on the mainland? There are so many cities, it's important to have a plan. Not exactly. I can offer you my contacts to find an apprenticeship or an academy, or open an alchemy shop if that's more to your liking. The choice is completely up to you. She looked away at the city below. This is the best way I can help, but I'll understand if you don't want to get tied up with me. I'll take your deal. You will. Vela's head snapped back on him with a radiant smile. I don't want you to feel pressured. I'll give you what help I can in either case. It's fine. Kai picked a tulip-shaped pastry that tasted like strawberries. Even if hallowed intuition hadn't vouched for her earlier, this was his best option by far. Naturally, I'll have to read the details of the contract before I sign anything. Of course, it's nothing stringent. It's meant to connect people for the archipelago. I should have a copy somewhere. She rummaged through the folds of her dress when the glass door opened. Flynn marched inside with Hobbs huddled between his arms. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. His Majesty demanded to be carried in. Miyu, the furball, leaped on the table, sniffing the refreshments with mild interest. Vela stared at the feline. I thought they didn't allow animals inside the establishment. Whose cat is that? The instant she turned to Flynn, Hobbs blinked away. The only trace of his passage were 3 missing snacks and the smugness flowing through their bond. Such a troublemaker. Kai shared a single glance with Flynn before they spoke at the same time. What cat? Her gaze froze on the empty table. There was a silver cat right here. She bent to check under the table and stood up to scan the balcony, even leaning over the overgrown railing. Where did it go? She paced the area twice before pointing an accusing finger at them. You know what's going on. Don't lie. Okay. Flynn lifted his hands in surrender and nodded vehemently at Kai. Come on, tell her about your teleporting cat. Well, it's too late to pull back now. Hobbs is my familiar. He blinked away while you were distracted. You're making fun of me. Vela crossed her arms, eyeing them unconvinced till the glutton furball came back for another round of snacks. Meow. Hobbs disappeared with 2 more tarts under the princess's disbelieving gaze. That's... Weren't you telling me about the contract? Kai tried to bring the conversation back on track. How long will the ID take? Oh, you've already agreed. Great. I'll be representing my client in this negotiation then. Flynn helped himself to the snacks on the table. You never ordered half this much during our meetings, he said with a full mouth. That went pretty well. I told you she would agree. Flynn grinned, leaving the upper city to head back to their house. It went okay. Kai conceded. I won't celebrate till everything's signed and done. The deal had been as simple as Vela promised, with few concrete obligations that could be fulfilled at his convenience. While he didn't need any financial aid, the princess insisted he accepted not to leave flaws in his cover story. They still had to hammer out a few details about his new identity, and Vela told them she would get back to them in a few days. She did look quite confident, though she always does. Flynn sighed audibly. You're always so paranoid, and why didn't you pick Calvin? It was such a great name. He pouted. You could have just changed the surname. Kai threw him a dirty look. Don't think I forgot about what you did. Any of it. Offered a fun way to break the ice. It worked out pretty well, didn't it? You left me there without an explanation. What if she didn't recognize me? But she did. You would have been forced to act naive if you knew. It was much better to unite you two against one evil and extremely charming villain. Flynn smiled widely. No need to thank me. I'm happy to sacrifice myself for the cause. Kai gritted his teeth and walked faster. You just got lucky it worked out. He wasn't sure what he hated more, Flynn's unbearable smugness or the fact he could see the logic in his arguments. Fine, I'll shave only half his head and call it a day. Come on, there is no need to be envious of my genius. Flynn ran to catch up with him. But seriously, why did you choose Matthew Reese? I just liked it. Kai evaded the question. A stroll across the streets of Hyerber wasn't the time to tackle that conversation. It's the name I had in my previous life. You know, the one before I reincarnated on Elides. Yes, the one I never told you about. Flynn peered at him, clearly suspicious. No other reason. Did he learn a truth-telling skill, or am I just that bad at lying? It sounded better than Calvin Small's. Kai shot back. You're always so hurtful. He mimed a stab through the heart. You made up your mind pretty quickly. I thought you'd agonize over the choice for weeks. I had even prepared a list of names to help you, so that's why you looked disappointed. Flynn rummaged through his pockets for a wrinkled piece of paper and cleared his throat. Basil Marley, Parsley Green, Thaddeus Thick. Please spare me. Vela said she needed a name to proceed, so I made up my mind. Do you know why she was acting so strange? Kai clumsily attempted to change the topic. Has she changed in the last few years? Flynn watched him with a strange grin. You mean why she smiled at you and glared at me? I assumed she was just happy to see I'm alive and tired of your antics. Yeah, that must be it. His smile widened. It's nice to see you're not good at everything. Kai stared at the house where his alleged father had lived. A row of cypresses circled the white rock walls of the villa. from the dirt path to the cliff falling into the sea. His senses spread over the property, easily seeping through its wards. Aside from rare exceptions such as those in the Vastaire ruins, most arrays needed regular maintenance to work correctly. No one must have touched the crumbling ruins for years. It was a miracle they hadn't collapsed already. It must have cost a fortune to call an enchanter out here. There was no human signature inside the ground. His hand rested on the rusty gate of wrought iron. A cloak of ivy had taken over most of the fence. From the untamed garden inside, the other parts of the mansion hadn't seen much maintenance in recent times. Come on, I can't waste her efforts. Kai had been leisurely cleaning his cauldron when Vela informed them she had found the perfect cover story. In less than half an hour, he found himself on a zeppelin for Miss Creek, and then on a skiff for Cathall. The crew left him on a nameless isle a few miles from Pearldiv without exchanging another word, and now Kai was only half certain of what was going on, except this was his best chance to obtain a new identity that wouldn't buckle under scrutiny. I can't screw this up. They could get here at any moment. The metal entrance opened with a strident creak. Kai took the pebble path leading to the main residence. One of the granite steps of the porch was cracked. He ignored the owl doorbell. The black door had paint peeling off near the hinges and a dusty brass pommel. According to the information Vela left him, the lock should have been left open to allow him to explore the interiors. He understood the necessity of learning more about the place he supposedly grew up in, though it still felt morbid. I could check the outside first. While climbing the dirt trail from the beach, he had spotted the glint of green moats in the back of the property. Circling the manor, Kai confirmed his guess. A greenhouse rose amidst all the disrepair. Mana plants sounded more welcoming than the manor of a deceased alchemist. The glass house was covered in runes. Nothing particularly impressive, though they looked maintained to a usable degree. The iron key in the lock opened the door with a little fiddling and let the scent of thriving plants and flowers swallow him. Not bad. The space had been separated into 10 sections to recreate different climates. Crystals set in the ceiling provided different degrees of light and warmth. Kai wandered among the aisles of the greenhouse. Plants ranging from low red to peak orange stood arranged in neat rows, each in its pot. It was hard to be impressed by mana herbs after the sanctuary. Still, he had never seen such a large collection since Dora left. The old alchemist must have spent a great deal of time and effort on this place. Matt picked up a leather notebook abandoned beside a vase of purple stalks. The pages were filled with observations and diagrams he couldn't understand, some kind of research on how to increase the yield of fairy grass. The man's frustration was evident in the blotchy ink of the last entries, though Kai couldn't deduce much more. How paranoid do you need to be to encrypt your notes when you live alone? After 20 minutes spent trying to decipher the book, Kai realized he wasn't getting anywhere not anytime soon. Reading the deceased alchemist's notes only worsened his mood. Cultivation and mutations weren't his area of expertise anyway. I gotta move. He exited the greenhouse to finish his tour of the outside before he tackled the mansion. There wasn't much else of note. Wild weeds had conquered the garden to the edge of the cliff. He was about to turn back when he spotted a dirt mound, hidden among the untamed grass. From the freshly moved earth, Kai didn't need his skills to know this was the alchemist's burial ground. Cyrus Virnon, a reclusive mage who had retired on the archipelago 3 decades before. No family or friends to lay claim to his possessions. His closest acquaintance was the sailor who left the supplies in front of his gate once a month. I wouldn't be here if he were a sociable guy. Viola had gotten wind of his death through her network of informants. Without an heir, the Republic would have swept in to claim everything. The scheme had moved so fast, Kai barely had any idea of what was going on. He trusted the princess and Flynn to know what they were doing. Hallowed intuition acquiescence also helped. This is as good as it's gonna get for a fake cover story. Waves crashed on the rocks beyond the precipice, and a gust blew his hair, bringing him back to the present. A teal and beryl sea sprinkled with verdant isles extended to the horizon. He grew a small patch of white and red wildflowers over the alchemist's resting place, hoping the man would have appreciated it. I'm not sure how it works with the Church of Seven Moons, but may your gods guide you to whatever lies beyond. I'm sure he would have liked that. An aged voice creaked. Kai jolted. An old woman leaned on a gnarly cane by the corner of the manor, her face covered with weathered wrinkles. He had been so lost in his thoughts she managed to creep up on him. I guess it's good, huh? I'm not supposed to be much of a fighter. You must be Matthew. The granny offered a toothless smile. It's nice to see such a thoughtful young man, and you must be the housemaid. He dug into his memory. He only had time to read Vela's information once. Bellalia, but you can call me Belle. I was never really a maid. Cyrus hired me because I was cheap and did a bit of everything, house chores, cooking, tending to the garden. She waved her cane to the wild grass and broke into a cough. That was before my health got me. I retired more than 7 years ago, but the old clam refused to hire anyone else. You see, he didn't trust people easily. Granny looked at the tomb as if annoyed the alchemist wasn't alive to hear her complaints. He called me through one of his magic stones when his last moments were near. I had to wake my grandson in the middle of the night to row to the island, she muttered. Then her cloudy gaze snapped on him. I don't want to waste your time with the ramblings of an old lady. Come, I'll show you inside. The enforcers should be here in a couple hours. Belle ambled toward the front porch without looking back, forcing him to follow. It was such a lovely place. I wish you could have seen how this was. She opened the black door without much ceremony. Don't just stand there. This is your house. I promised Miss Hydite I'd take care of this, and I intend to keep my word. Yeah, sorry, I'm coming. Kai walked into a dark hall that might have looked welcoming in its heyday. Now all that was left was stale air, chipped furniture, and strained red velvet chairs. That stubborn fool, he never listened to anyone. Belle went to open a window. Come, I'll show you around. He hurried to follow the old maid through half a dozen rooms full of knickknacks, mold, and dust. It looked like Cyrus Viernon was a hoarder besides being a recluse. Less than a third of the house was livable, half of that because Belle had cleaned it. Burned pans and unwashed dishes covered every surface of the kitchen, including the floor. In the study, piles of papers and books climbed twice his height, with sheets full of arcane ramblings nailed to the walls. Lastly, the laboratory was perhaps the worst of all. It housed an unholy clutter of glassware that stank of rotten and burned alchemic waste. Matt went in alone, listening carefully to hallowed intuition to avoid any biohazard. He moved a few things around to create a smaller, cleaner space that might have belonged to him. He placed a couple tools in his ring and left a few of the papers he had sketched on the way here. That should be good enough. Viola would organize someone to empty the house and erase any evidence once he officially signed a sponsorship with her. He only had to pass the inspection of the enforcers if they decided to snoop around. And this is your room. Belle showed him to a door on the second floor. It was originally a guest room, not that Cyrus ever had any. I mostly used it when I worked here. The room was relatively large, though quite plain, with the floral wallpaper wrinkling from water damage and mold in one corner. There was an old wooden desk, a single window, and a bookshelf filled to the brim with alchemy volumes made up. A collection of common minerals was the only semi-personal touch. I furnished it the best I could with what I found from the library. I also borrowed some of my grandson's old clothes to fill the space and prepare your luggage. The old woman pointed to a bag lying beside the bed. Nothing fancy, but it should be fine even if the clothes aren't a perfect fit. Cyrus never went shopping himself, and you're supposed to have never left the island. That was quite thoughtful. She couldn't have got much longer than a day to set this all up. Do you mind if I add a few things of my own? Kai laid down the backpack, mainly as an excuse to use his ring. Go ahead. Belle plopped down on a chair with a heavy sigh. These old bones aren't used to this much movement anymore. Guess I should tell you more about your father. I knew Cyrus better than anyone alive, which is not to say much. He was quite a difficult man. He suffered some kind of betrayal in his youth, though he never told me the details. He never explained much in general. Oh, except for his research, he always rambled about that nonsense. It was the only thing he cared about, much more than people. Matt listened to Belle's random anecdotes while he added a few personal effects to the room. If Cyrus ever discovered anything noteworthy in his research, he didn't publish it. He was honestly the perfect candidate for his new identity. The alchemist lived on an island, isolated from everyone. Perhaps because he was a mage, all sorts of colorful rumors about him had spread in Pearldiv over the decades. Some said he would grant the wish of anyone who knocked on his door when the moons aligned, others that he ate children to prolong his life. Among all the wild stories, a secret child was one of the mildest rumors. Gossipers would probably be disappointed there wasn't more to it. I get why Vela was so impatient to send me here. This was indeed a perfect opportunity for him. Being half-native would be all the proof most people needed to confirm he was Cyrus' son. The genius child of a recluse mage who studied alchemy and magic from a young age, Vela would ensure the Republic accepted the explanation without looking closely enough to find a flaw. Matt would still have to play down some of his abilities, but he would have done the same even as Kai. The story fit so seamlessly, he suspected his luck must have played a part. It would be weirder if 80 Favor did nothing. Truthfully, there was only one issue. Does it not bother you that I'm using Cyrus' name and house without permission? Kai blurted out, perfectly knowing it would be wiser to keep silent. Even if Cyrus was dead and above mortal concerns, he couldn't pass off the man as his father without caring at least a little. Belle interrupted her ramblings to look at him with her cloudy gaze. Do you know what he asked on his dying bed? Matt shook his head. It does make me feel a tiny bit better. I'm not a beggar. Miss Hydite has already insisted on paying me despite the debt my family owes her. I don't need anything else. Belle stood up with a proud look. Let's go greet our guests. Matt nervously paced. This was the most critical stage of his deception. What if they have a lie detection skill? Those abilities are much easier to trick than they want you to believe. Don't worry, I'll do most of the talking. If anyone gets suspicious, I'll just stare at them dumbly and ramble about my grandkids till their ears bleed. One of the few advantages of my age is being underestimated. The granny chuckled, her cane thumping down the stairs without a worry. I wish I had half her confidence. The enforcers were already waiting on the porch when they opened the door for them. 3 men, all wearing immaculate uniforms, though one man wore blue instead of black. He also was a good head taller and more heavily built than the other 2. An officer with a silver hawk stepped forward, eyeing Kai with obvious surprise. "Good morning, we're here to confirm the passing of Cyrus Viernon, and you are." "I'm Belalia, the one who called you in. You sure took your time to get here," she grumbled without regard and patted his back. "This one here is Matt, Cyrus' son. He's a bit shy, you know his father." Matt lost the next exchange, too busy staring at the burly man. Something in his pensive green eyes rang bells in his memories. "Lou, how did you get even bigger?" The more Kai studied him, the more certain he became. Lou had grown as tall as Flynn and twice as muscular, but behind his short beard, his studious gaze was the same, especially when he looked at him disapprovingly. Maybe I should stop staring at him. Kai hung his head low, his ears burning for such an embarrassing mistake. It's normal to stare at strangers if they're so freaking huge. Why did no one warn me he would come here? Is he not part of Vela's plan? He searched Lou's face for an answer, but what he saw was a visage of cold professionalism. There was no hint of recognition or common understanding. I guess his silence is already confirmation, though it wouldn't kill him to flash a smile after 2 years. "It's nice to see you're doing well." Whatever awkwardness Matt showed, it would fit with the image of the timid young alchemist he was trying to cultivate. His supposed father had kept him hidden from the world since his mother tragically passed away. It would be strange if he acted like an ordinary teenager. The leading enforcer snapped his fingers in front of his face. "Are you listening to me, boy? You're really Mage Cyrus Viernon's son." Matt mutely nodded. Hands nervously crumpled the hem of his shirt. The struggle between the political and military wings of the Republic had continued to simmer during his disappearance. While the council guards had taken over the security of towns and cities, the military enforcers held the jurisdiction over major investigations such as the passing of a third circle mage. "I just have to hold on till Vela can take over my case." "Can't you speak, boy? Why were you never registered?" Bell threw a scolding glance at the officer. "There is no need to shout. Matthew has always been a bit shy. His father didn't let him out of the property for his safety." "It's okay," Kai mumbled, still focused on his hands. "Father saw no use in registering me. Said the clerks wanted to get him out of the house so they could steal his work." "What?" The officer looked unsure of how to react to the nonsense. Master Cyrus was always a bit of an eccentric man. Bell smiled with a look that said eccentric didn't even scratch the surface. "Is there anything else you need to know? Matthew has already lost his family. I can show you where we buried his father." "Do you have any proof he's Mage Cyrus Viernon's son? What more proof do you need?" The old woman waved at Kai's face. "He's right in front of you, the spitting image of his father. Unfortunately, we don't possess any description of the deceased, ma'am." "What about his mother? What do you think?" Bell pursed dried-up lips in disapproval as if in front of a particularly dumb child. "Do you want me to spell it out in front of the boy?" "Aim, it's my duty to investigate every possibility." The officer lost some of his certainty. The Republic can't let the boy inherit the estate without verifying his claim and the proper documentation. At least they don't suspect the truth. No one would ever imagine Kai impersonated a fictional boy to acquire a background free of scrutiny. A sham to steal the inheritance was a much easier motivation. Or maybe the Republic just wanted to use the lack of paperwork to confiscate everything. "I don't have anything," he bit his lip. "But father taught me to brew." The man looked at him dumbly. "Brew?" "Yes, alchemical potions." Kai wore what he hoped was an embarrassed smile. He said I was quite good and had taken after him. It wasn't orthodox proof, but what were the chances a mixed kid also knew alchemy? He just had to get over this nosy officer to let Vela take charge. The enforcers headed back to the porch to convene among themselves. Lou stood aside for a while before leaning in to whisper something that made them splutter. "You're only here as an observer," the second enforcer hissed. "You can check for yourself," Lou said before returning to his impassive position. "What's that about?" Two clumsy skills touching his aura answered the question.